Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1. My story began when I turned 18. The age when you become a fully responsible adult in the eyes of the System Alliance. Well, theoretically my story began even earlier. To be precise, it began more than 100 years ago and in a different reality. A reality where a series of games existed called Mass Effect. A game that became my new reality. I never found out how or even why. In the end, I didn't care much about it. At first, I even thought that I was just reborn into the future. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Humanity was still confined to the Sol system and had colonies on Luna and Mars. There was nothing that screamed Mass Effect at me, it just looked and felt like the future. But that changed from one day to the next, when it was announced that alien ruins had been found on Mars. They called these aliens Protheans. I swear my heart stopped for a moment when I heard the news. At that moment I was already 23 years old and came to terms with the whole being reborn long ago. But hearing that I wasn't just reborn but flung into a different reality was something else. The first thing I did after the news was that I checked the internet for BioWare and Mass Effect. I got dozens of hits for BioWare but none for Mass Effect. Not a single one. It seemed like they never had the idea for that series. But there was something I would call a ray of hope. BioWare made a Kotar 3 and it was great. Just some information by the side. But back to the situation at hand. I knew what would be coming, the first contact war with the Turians, the whole trope of humanity becoming part of the Citadel, Cerberus, and of course the Reapers and the galactic war with them. While I looked out of the window of my apartment onto the skyline of London and the Thames, I pondered what options I had. I could do nothing and live my life to the fullest and hope that Shepard would do the right thing and destroy the Reapers, or I could try to meddle with the future and prepare humanity and the rest of the galaxy as best as I could. The means to do something meaningful were available to me. When my father died, he left me his mining company and the beginnings of a company centered around starship construction. I was 15 at the time and couldn't take control of the company just yet. My mother died 3 years before him and I suspected he never really recovered from it. He wasn't a bad father, far from it, he did try, but he was broken inside. For me it was hard too. Losing your mother is never easy, even for someone who had already lived another life. It probably helped that I wasn't born aware of my old life so that I truly could form a connection with my new parents. The first memories came slowly when I was 8 years old and would continue for the next 2 years before I would understand that those weren't vivid dreams but memories of a previous life. And when Mom died, the shock released probably them all and I remembered fully. After Dad died, I would concentrate on learning everything I could about business, economy, and starship engineering. In my old life I already had a degree in business and economy, so it wasn't that hard to learn it, but starship engineering and engineering, in general, was something else. Especially, since there were 100 years more to it than I knew of. Concepts and theories I had never heard of and scientists of my old life would never have thought of, yet. But I was determined to make my dad's dream true. He had always spoken of how he would have loved to explore the stars and to see different planets. That was why he was branching out into starship construction. I still remembered when I was 6 or 7 and Dad took me out into the wild for camping. We looked up into the night sky, away from any city, and could see the stars. He had this faraway look in his eyes when he spoke to me. Son, to this day I remember what he said with an impossible clarity. We humans have always wondered what is out there in the galaxy, and now we're on the verge of finding out. I feel it deep in my heart. That's why I want to fly up there one day and just explore. Seeing new things, sights no human ever set sights on before. That is my dream, and I hope you will find a dream of your own one day. I could only nod at his words and thought how cool my dad was. After his death, I swore I would make his dream come true in his stead. Officially, I took control over the companies when I turned 18, but practically that happened 2 years later when I got my degree in business and economy. Hey, don't think that took too long for one who was already practicing in it. I studied engineering with a focus on starships by the side, which took me 1 more year to get my degree in. For the next 2 years, after I took over and had to fire 1 or 2 of the executives part for embezzling, helped consolidate my position in the company. Not gonna lie, I focused on expanding on our mining operations first. Processed resources were always something needed, and in an age of space exploration, it was even more needed. Especially when I wanted to build my own starships one day. To produce the materials needed for construction would make production cheaper, and in the end, I could make more money with them even if sold cheaper than those of my rivals. To that goal, I hired some scientists and engineers to invent equipment that would make mining easier, cheaper and faster. It took them 6 months, but they constructed 6 controlled drones that helped the workers immensely with breaking up the minerals in the soil and refining them into usable materials. It worked like a charm and my company saw exponential growth for the next 2 years, and it didn't stop there because the team that created the drones continued to make them even better or find new areas where and how those drones could be used. Furthermore, my mining company grew to the point that it encompassed 41% of all extraterrestrial mining operations and was still growing. All the while the Starship company slowly grew as well, and the cheap materials allowed for experimentation with design. But that was the furthest thing from my mind at the moment because I was still pondering the question of what I should do. I could let the events of the games play out and hope for the best, or I could do something. I wasn't sure what I could do. Supporting Shepard. That was a given, but how should I do it? I didn't have any special abilities, biotics weren't even a thing yet, nor did I have a technologically superior combat suit, moreover I wasn't even a soldier or even had the potential to be one. My sister, in my previous life, was one and told me that I would never survive military life. Proud as I was, I disagreed, and she dared me to spend 1 week with her doing standard exercises. Waking up at dawn, training, doing chores, and more training. I barely survived the first day, and at the end of the third, I truly hated her. After the week, she told me that that wasn't even the hardest that she experienced, and I couldn't fathom how I could survive an even harder regime. Pride shattered, I agreed with her that military life wasn't for me. Thinking about my sister let me smile. She had been 6 years older than me and had always watched over me. Every time I needed help or needed advice, I just had to ask. In this life, I was an orphan with no sibling that I could turn to, so I looked in the past to find an answer. For the next 10 minutes, I just looked out the window, reminiscing, interrupted only by sipping on my glass of Irish whiskey. Then suddenly something my sister once said flew through my mind, and the thought let me stand up on reflex. A grin came over my face when I remembered her words. You know, if you even had only a half the interest in politics that you have in business, you could probably become president in less than 12 years. After all, you have a way with words, you probably could sell sand in the desert and make a killing with it. At the time I just laughed and asked her if she would like to invest in my business, but now her words truly struck something in me. A path opened up before me. A path that would lead me to the center of the action while away from the battlefields. A way to truly move something, to prepare for the Reapers, to make things better in the galaxy even after the Reapers were dealt with. I knew what I wanted to do, what I wanted to be. Neither Anderson nor Udina would stand in my way. I would become the human counselor. Well, it seemed like I made my decision of what to do, and I even had a goal to boot. Becoming the human counselor would let me have a direct influence on galactic politics and events. But that would be far off into the future. If I remembered the timeline, it would take something between 32 to 36 years before the events of Mass Effect happened. Hell, it would take a decade before the first contact war with the Turians. That thought let me stop. I knew that in a few years the Turians would attack Shang-Chi, and my knowledge could help prevent it, but the question was, should I? My foreknowledge could be interpreted as a kind of time travel, where the traveler tries to change events in the past to create a better future. But by using his knowledge of what is to come, he could make these events happen in the first place, or he changes the events, and instead of having a positive effect on the future, it is even worse than before. Still pondering the question, I poured myself another glass of whiskey. Was it my second or already my third? I didn't know. Thinking of monumental and history-altering decisions lets you ignore such minor things. Taking a small sip, I cherished the light burning in my throat, reminding me that this was real and no fabrication of my mind. Well, maybe it was, but was reality truly something different than a fabrication of our mind? It takes the information of our surroundings and interprets them. The result is what we call reality. Who can say that my previous life on Earth in the 21st century was real and not just a bad dream of some kind of animal? For me, the reality was the here and now. My reality was the beginnings of the Mass Effect universe. No, it wasn't just the Mass Effect universe, it was my Mass Effect universe. Who could say what the future would bring? Maybe my being here had already changed things irredeemably from the original timeline. Did we even have an original timeline? Take a look at Shepard, for example. He or she could be born on Earth, on Mindwar, or in space. Different places and probably different parents. And do not forget that Shepard could become the survivor of Akuz, the butcher of Torfan, or the hero of Elysium. And that are all variables before the game even begins. I don't want to even discuss the different classes that Shepard could be, because that would mean differences in her training. Another question was if I could even influence the coming events. The answer to that was a resounding no. I had no pull in any government, and even if I had, it would be useless because the System Alliance didn't exist yet. They would be founded in the coming years in response to the discovery of the Prothean ruins, or was it because of the Sharon Relay? No matter, I would wait and then start to make myself vital to the Alliance. They would be the key player in galactic politics for humanity, and being a part of them would give me the chance to become counselor later on. Furthermore, they would be the military arm of humanity as well, and it would do well to support them if we wanted to have a better chance at repelling the Reapers. In the end, my decision on what to do was as simple as it was complicated. I would let things play out and deal with them as they come. No more worrying about deviating events or possible futures. No human being was made to control the future, and anyone who thought differently was a fool. You could influence the possibility of a specific future but never dictate all details. With that decision, my mind began to formulate a battle plan for the immediate future. I would need a strong support base to truly change anything, and just expanding my mining business wouldn't do the trick. That didn't mean I wouldn't expand in that sector. Oh, I definitely would expand there. Materials would become even more valuable, but I had to branch out. My still small starship company, Ad Astra, would be a key in the coming years. I would try to become the major supplier of space vessels for the Alliance, which would give me an entry into the political arena of the Alliance that I could later use as a stepping stone to the Citadel. Another thing was that I could try to support the invention and development of technology apart from Element Zero and MassEffect, remembering the revelation that the mass relays and the Citadel were built by the Reapers to control the development of galactic civilizations and guide them down a specific path. And what about the end of Mass Effect 3? Did the Crucible render the mass relays unusable, or could they still be used? I didn't know, but I would work on the assumption that they would not. Hope for the best and be prepared for the worst. That was a good motto to hold on to. What else could be done? That question swirled through my mind, and dozens of ideas came up, some dismissed but some held promise. Weapons, for example, not just small arms, no, weapons for ships, maybe even orbital defense like those in Halo. That was an interesting thought. Why try to think up everything from scratch when hundreds of fictional ideas could work? After all, something was just so long fiction until somebody brought it into reality. Mass Effect was something fictional before, and now it was real, at least to me. The rough outline of my plan for the next 10 years was done. I would expand my mining business, Ad Astra, and branch out into weapon development and other technological avenues. Moreover, I would try to become a key player in the Alliance itself. It would be easier while it was still young and not recognized as the power it would become. I smiled as my gaze wandered over the skyline of London at night. My glass raised to a toast. I remembered the old Chinese curse. May we live in interesting times. Chapter 2, Chapter March 14th. It took almost 2 years until the System Alliance formed and stabilized itself so that it could start its duties. Not that there was much that the Alliance did just yet. After all, it was still in its infancy. And like so many things, when they just started, they were not taken seriously by the existing governments, neither on Earth, nor Luna, nor Mars. An example of how the situation looked like to me would be like an adult smiling down at a child when it tries to be taken seriously. It wasn't like anybody thought that the Alliance was useless. No, everybody understood the concept behind the formation. Humanity was not alone in the galaxy. The Prothean ruins proved that, and there had to be an institution that could speak for humanity on a galactic level. It was just that the Alliance wasn't tested yet. Almost all of the existing human governments had their fair share of history behind them. A history that was marked by reformation, revolution, war, social changes, technological innovations, and ideas that changed the way we saw the world. Against such an opponent was the idea behind the System Alliance: not enough. Well, not enough for now. After first contact, the SA would be seen in another light. It would show that the Alliance could perform its duties to defend humanity against an alien entity. Furthermore, it would prove that it was ready to play with the big guys on a galactic scale. But for me, that was still some time into the future and no immediate concern. Right now, I was more concerned with how I would get a foot in the door to the SA before anyone else saw what the Alliance could become and tried the same. Luckily, I was the first one to do so. At least of the bigger companies out there. Perhaps some small company had tried before, but I had heard nothing. I planned to secure a partnership between the SA and my company. While I could declare my company as the official partner of the System Alliance and get some positive PR this way, the Alliance would get free advertisement this way. And they needed advertisement. It would lead to more people joining, which in turn would lead to getting things done faster, and so on. All in all, it would lead to a stronger alliance. Moreover, they would get cheaper prices on raw and processed materials, starships, in short, everything that was part of my company. Most governments would give me a title and land for that kind of deal. But I didn't do it just out of the kindness of my heart. Partly yes, not more. I studied the new charter of the Alliance and what fell under their purview. For example, the discovery of new planets and the colonization effort, the defense of star systems claimed by the SA and humanity, the research of Prothean ruins, and, my favorite, the distribution of mining rights in newly discovered systems. I knew that 2 of my rival mining enterprises started mining in the system beyond the Sharon relay, and, oh boy, they would have to pay some heavy fines. There were 2 major points I would try to accomplish in the coming negotiations. 1, a reduction of taxes, always nice, and preferential treatment by the distribution of mining rights. I sighed as I leaned back in my chair. It would still take some time until we were in Vancouver, where the headquarters of the System Alliance was located. There were already ideas about a space station beyond the Sharon relay that would become the new headquarters, but Arcturus Station was still a far-off dream for the most, a dream that would come true, as I knew thanks to my foreknowledge. Thankfully, I could relax and check the newest updates on my company while traveling without being shaken around needlessly. Most would say it was because of the technological progress in flight and the slowly distributed ME cores. I thought that it was because of the efforts, skill, and talent of my personal driver, or pilot today. Janet was wonderful. She could drive or pilot almost anything, and give her a day or two and she would bring you at least from point A to point B safely. And she could make a mean coffee. Above all, once you had her loyalty, you had her loyalty. There were only 3 people who had it. Her daughter, her husband, and me. In that order. Nothing surprising about it, but I was thankful to be even included in that list. There's nothing better than a loyal driver. Not everybody has to know about all my travel plans. Just 20 more minutes till we're there, Mr. Denebron. I got clearance to land on a private landing pad. It seems like they want to make a good impression on you, sir, came Janet's voice over the speaker in the passenger cabin. So it seems. Thank you, Janet, I chuckled. 20 more minutes until maybe the most important deal I would ever make. While it probably wouldn't be the only opportunity to involve myself with the alliance, it would be the one with the highest chance of success and a long-living partnership. Well, there was nothing I could do right now to influence the outcome of the talks, but I was prepared for them. Everything I did the last 2 years was to prepare for this negotiation. My share in the mining business grew from 41% to 46%, it didn't seem like much, but it was substantial. 5% of every mining business in the solar system is a big number. It could have been higher if I had taken more interest in taking over other companies, but I hadn't. The priority for my mining business laid in refining the methods we used and developing new support systems. The 6 controlled drones were just the first step. Making mining faster, cheaper, and especially safer was a must. No new government wanted to be known to cooperate with someone who didn't care about the lives of his workers. Bad PR was a big no-no in its young years. A nice side effect was that other companies heard about those safer methods and bought materials more often from my firms than my rivals. Everybody wanted to say that their products were made without risk to anyone. Another issue why I concentrated on this part of my mining business was Element Zero. We may have found some in the Prothean ruins, but those caches wouldn't last forever, and there was none in our solar system. There had been some readings that the system beyond the Sharon relay had some places where natural EZO could be mined, but how could it be mined? Was it pure already? Or did it has to be refined? And if it has to, how has it to be done? After all, we couldn't just send a probe and be done with it. No, to accomplish that goal we needed 2 things. On the one side, we needed the rights to the mining areas where E0 deposits were located, and on the other side, we needed access to the samples from the Prothean ruins to compare those mined to. And both were in the Alliance's hands. The rights to learn how to mine it and the samples to have a benchmark on how it had to be after refining to use it for ME engines. To reach that benchmark and maybe even surpass it was something for R&D as well as the mining process, which would mostly consist of educated trial and error. On another note, the Starship section of my ever-growing enterprise was doing fine. In the wake of the then newly discovered alien ruins, I bought 2 smaller Starship companies along with their shipyards and combined them with mine. They had almost been bankrupt, so they weren't that expansive, but I still made a dent in my finances because I bought them with, for the most part, with my private money. The junction of the companies catapulted Ad Astra to the 4th biggest Starship company in the system and reached place number 3 in the last 2 years, plus I got my investment back and then some. A good deal with the Alliance would probably bring it to place number 1 in the long run, but I could wait. Right now the Alliance had only 5 ships to their name, all built by Terran ships and equipped with a ME drive reverse-engineered by scientists who now worked for the Alliance. I had seen the numbers they paid for those 5 ships and I was truly surprised that the Alliance still had any money. Terran Ships was known as the best starship builder, and the title was reflected in the cost of their ships. To continue to grow their fledgling fleet, the Alliance had to either plan very far into the future and build it slowly, change the supplier, or raise some serious taxes to pay for them. My favorite option was to change the supplier because I was one and was about to give them a nice deal. By the way, I made some entries in the weapons business. I found a company that produced reliable and sturdy weapons. It wasn't one of the bigger names, more like an insider tip, but I still bought some of their stock options. Nothing much, but at least something. If all went well, I would have the means to perform a hostile takeover in 1 or 2 years. Well, it would only be a hostile takeover until I talked to the management, a few discussions later, and they would be more than happy to work with me. I could be that charming and convincing if I wanted to. An announcement from Janet that we would be landing in a minute got me away from my thoughts. After a short stretching of my muscles, I checked over my appearance. Nothing could derail a business negotiation, or negotiation in general, like a sloppy appearance. Just as Janet was landing, I righted the tie of my old-style 3-piece suit. Yes, you heard right, old style. What would have been a high-class suit in my previous life was considered old style now. The modern suits leaned more in the direction of what Shepard could be wearing in Mass Effect. It looked nice, but I preferred what I was wearing now. It did cost me some, but I was happy. A shudder went through the shuttle when it set down and the door opened sideways to give way to the outside view. And what a view it was! I had seen pictures of the new building where the temporary headquarters of the System Alliance were situated, but to see it in person was another thing. An imposing building of silver, steel and glass, accented with blue and white. On the highest tower, the new symbol of the Alliance was proudly proclaimed. If one looked hard enough, squinted his eyes a little, and turned his head just a bit to the right, one could see what the SA would become in the coming years. That no one else other than me had the interest to invest in them was just stupid. But maybe it was because I knew what they would become that I could see it. Hey, foreknowledge for the win. A man in dress uniform awaited me on the landing pad. He was around 1.8 m tall, just a tad bit shorter than me, I guessed. Without standing next to him I couldn't tell. Short brown hair and dark eyes bordering on black. His uniform was beyond reproach. Before I talked to him, I couldn't say if it was because of me and the chance I represented, part of his personality, or something he held onto from military service. Each of these possibilities would require a different approach during the negotiations. That said, I didn't even know if he was the one I would deal with or if he just was the welcome committee. No matter, let's get this show started. After signaling Janet that she could relax for some time, I made my way to the waiting man. As I came close, he held his hand out, but I could see from his posture that saluting would have been more natural to him. So, a military man. Welcome to the Alliance headquarters, Mr. Denebrin. I am Admiral James Wright, Commander of the Alliance Navy. Even if it is not much, he said as I shook his hand. Seems like I guessed right, a military man, but one with a sense of humor. I could already see us working well together. Thank you, I'm happy to be here, Admiral. Shall we proceed? It could help to start increasing the size of your fleet. Oh, was the Admiral's answer as he signaled me to follow him. I just smiled at his unasked question, telling him to wait some more. The trip into the building was silent, no more words were exchanged between us. It wasn't uncomfortable and helped to organize my thoughts once more before the talks. While walking towards an elevator that would take us higher into the building and to a prepared conference room, I took notice of the activity around us. From the outside, it would seem like chaos, people walking around, discussing on the floor, and carrying equipment, but to the more observant it was organized chaos. Everyone walked with a clear goal, talked fast and to the point, no energy was wasted on doing nothing. Those were the people who joined the Alliance in its waking hours. The people who believed in the idea and goal of the SA with all their hearts and gave it as much as they could. I couldn't help but smile as I saw it, even if I could be as cold-hearted as a stock banker in the 21st century, seeing so many motivated people working towards a common goal moved me. If Admiral Wright noticed it, he did not indicate that he had and just waited stoically for the elevator to arrive. The doors of the elevator opened and we walked in. Admiral Wright hit the button for the 12th floor and waited for the doors to close. The others await us in room 1209, he said as the elevator started to move. The others? I asked, trying to find out who else besides the Admiral would be taking part. In response, he just stayed silent and smiled. I knew that was his revenge for my staying silent before, and I gave him this small victory. Reasonably fast, the elevator arrived at the wanted floor without stops and Admiral Wright took the lead again. He led us to a metallic door where a black 1209 was painted beside the door frame and laid his right hand against a touchpad. A confirmation tone later and the door swooshed open sideways. Stepping to the side, he signaled me to walk in first. The first thing I saw was an enormous window front with a spectacular view over Vancouver. From here one could see the whole city and even a bit beyond. The next thing I noticed were two people who were waiting on the other side of the room. A blonde woman and a dark-skinned man, to be specific. While I didn't recognize the woman, the man, on the other hand, was someone I instantly recognized. Hell, anybody who had even a passing interest in the Alliance would at least have heard his name. As a fellow Londoner, I had to know him. Michael Port, head of the System Alliance. To say I was surprised would have been an understatement. I had expected to meet someone high in the food chain, but the top himself. That was unexpected. On the other side, I could barely hold in the glee I felt. If I interpreted this situation right, then that meant that my requesting a meeting for a business deal had been more interesting than I had hoped. Mr. Port was the first one to move. He came towards me with a sincere smile plastered on his face. Mr. Denebr, nice to meet you, he said with his deep voice, a soft London accent coming through. A pleasure, I responded warmly. That was going to be interesting. Michael Port was as charismatic as he was ruthless. Most people only saw the warm and motivated person who got elected as the head of the Alliance. But that was just what they wanted you to see at the first glance, and the second and even the third. Until you truly researched him, you would never know what lurked behind that face. I don't want you to think he was a cruel, heartless, or hateful person, far from it, but if the need was there, he could be ruthless in his goal to defend what was dear to him. There was a story about someone that tried to undermine one of his projects in Central Africa. Needless to say, it didn't go well for that someone. slowly losing whatever power, influence, or money he had, becoming a social pariah and completely disappearing into obscurity. No one ever heard of him again, not that it was a loss, but it showcased the power Michael Port wielded. And the System Alliance was his newest project, and the people I talked with told me that this project had motivated him like none before. So I knew I had to tread carefully, but if he saw that I genuinely wanted to support the Alliance and believed in its goal would be better than any monetary help I could give. May I introduce you to Dr. Barbara Helken? Mr. Port gestured to the woman in the room. Her long blonde hair flowed over her shoulders like water and her deep blue eyes bored into my own. Behind those blue pearls, I could see an intelligence lurking that said, I know I'm smart, you know I'm smart, and I'm queen in my field, so don't even try. Oh, don't worry, I would never challenge you, at least not in your field or without stacking the cards in my favor. I took notice that Mr. Port continued to introduce her. She is the head of the Scientific Research Department of the Alliance. With her at the helm, we constructed our first MassEffect drive cores. Another department head. Totally, 3 high-ranked Alliance people. Hopefully, no one else was going to join us, or else I may become nervous. Right now I could still suppress that notion. Good day, Dr. Helken greeted me, a thick Scandinavian accent lacing her voice. I couldn't identify if it was Finnish or Swedish, but I was sure it came from there. After she spoke, I noticed how short she was in comparison to me. Not a bit taller than 1.6 m. Never mind, her position alone told that she was a formidable woman. I read about the 6 drones you use for mining. Good idea, very adaptable for other uses. Her comment and greeting given, she took a step back and then turned to sit down on one of the chairs that were situated along the table that filled the room. I turned back to Mr. Port and he gestured to one of the chairs opposite from where Dr. Helken sat. I believe the good doctor has the right idea. Shall we start this meeting? I nodded my consent to his suggestion and took my place. A minute later and in front of me were the probably 3 most powerful people of the Alliance, and I was about to make a deal that would make or break my future with the Alliance. Chapter 3, Chapter. March 14th. Alliance HQ, Vancouver. Conference room. First of all, let me say that we were surprised that you reached out to us, began Mr. Port with a smile on his face. The talks. After all, you're a rising power in the business world. I hope that this meeting will succeed for all of us. I hope so, too. And I'm grateful to have this opportunity. Moreover, that such important people like you, Mr. Port, received me, I answered fluidly. Thus far, a pretty standard opening for negotiations. Some pleasantries were exchanged and trying to skirt around the real questions that wanted to be asked. Saying they were surprised about me contacting them was nothing more than a nice way of asking, what the hell do you want? While the Admiral didn't show any kind of emotion to the pleasantries and just stared at me, Dr. Helken was more vocal about them. If the rolling of her eyes and her groaning was any indication, she had heard this kind of opening often enough and it annoyed her. She probably wanted to be in some dark and quiet room with enough data to research for millennia. Or any place else other than here. If I had been a common businessman, which could be found in the most prominent companies, the negotiation would have already started to go south. The common businessman didn't want to be seen as an annoyance. They wanted to be the center of attention, wanted their ego stroked like they were some kind of saint. Fortunately, I wasn't a common businessman. I liked those people more than the ones who would try to woo me, because with that kind of people you could talk facts and get a deal pretty fast, which was beneficial to both. The ink on the contract would be dry before the wooers finished even their opening. Mr. Port's eyes darted to his side where Dr. Helken sat and his smile became strained. Suddenly, it disappeared completely, and with it was the warm and welcoming atmosphere in the room gone. Instead, there was now a feeling of tension and seriousness in the air. When his eyes focused on me again, I saw that the charismatic leader of the Alliance, who could bring thousands to join in the first months, was gone, and in his stead was the calculating head of an organization that was tasked with defending humanity against all threats that could be lurking in the galaxy. It seems, he began slowly, that my colleagues want to proceed with the talks fast and without the usual social dancing around. Personally, I have nothing against it. I have enough of these pleasantries with Earth's nations. They seem to think that while they signed the Alliance Charter they have to drown us in so much bureaucratic nonsense so that they can keep their military space vessels. Even if it is against the Charter. The frustration and anger of Mr. Port were easy to identify. Anyone could see the look of disgust on his face for having to deal with stubborn nations that wanted to hang on their toys. It didn't surprise me in the least that they were stubborn. No nation wanted to give away even a slice of power, no matter if military or social, it didn't matter if it was for a higher goal. As long as they had no direct power over the assets, they were reluctant to part with them. And if somebody reminded them that they had signed a contract, they would throw a ton of paperwork at them. They could be petty like that. Let us talk facts. His declaration was nothing surprising. I had expected that it would come to this point in the discussion where we spoke what we really thought and wanted instead of using honeyed words. But for it to happen in the first minutes, that was something new. I gave my consent. What does a man who owns businesses in mining and shipbuilding want from the Alliance? Becoming its major supplier, of course, but why now? If you think that because we're young we're desperate for a supplier, you're wrong. If you think you can trick us into a contract where you can exploit us, I will destroy you and everything you created. If any of this is your intention, I think you can find the door out yourself, we've got better things to do. Mr. Port's words were aggressive and direct, but there was no heat behind them, just a promise of destruction if crossed. Normally, when somebody got aggressive while discussing with me, there was screaming, threats, and a lot of cuss words, nothing out of the ordinary for me. But dealing with this cold and controlled aggression, that was something completely else, especially because I knew he would make his promise true. A cold shudder went down my back. Two paths were open to me. Either I could try to steer the negotiations into a calmer direction, which was probably safer, or I fight fire with fire and talk facts. In my opinion that was a no-brainer. Sometimes you have to take risks. You said you want to talk facts. Okay. I responded as equally aggressive and controlled. Fact is that no one takes the Alliance seriously. Everyone wants to pride themselves on the fact that they created something that united humanity, even if it's in name only. Furthermore, they want someone to blame if shit hits the fan, so that they can say it was the Alliance's fault even if they were the reason the SA wasn't prepared enough. The delay to transfer their military vessels is a good example. And I know for sure that some people are already exploiting you or ignoring your directives and are already setting up operations in the Arcturus system. I've seen how much you paid for the 5 ships that make your fleet right now. They fucked you good, even if they used prototype tech. I would fire the guy who made that deal. You need someone who knows the economical side of things, someone who has contacts in several different companies that produce what you need, most importantly you need someone who gets shit done. And I am that guy. Towards the end, I got more heated and into my arguments. I even stood up and leaned forward, my hands on the table, stabilizing my posture, staring right into Port's eyes. It could have been hours or just seconds, there was nothing but the staring duel I held with Michael Port. Later in the future, I would pat myself on the shoulder for pulling that move and surviving. The staring duel was interrupted by a chuckle from Admiral Wright which turned soon into full-blown laughter. "Heh, I like that guy. He at least has a backbone other than that other guy. And I have seen soldiers who would have cowered by your speech, Michael, nothing to say of even thinking to talk back. He's got my vote, let's hear him out." My sight went from Preston to the Admiral who sported a happy grin and then to Dr. Helken. Her smile was smaller than the Admiral's but still there. Then as fast as before the atmosphere changed from tense to comfortable again. Mr. Port relaxed immensely and smiled as well. That was when I realized that this had been a test. They wanted to see if I was just more of the usual or something different. And it seemed like I passed it. "I'm sorry for my hostility before, but I wanted to know who we're dealing with. We screened you of course, but I believed a personal test was needed and you passed," apologized Mr. Port and confirmed my thoughts. "Don't worry," I reassured him. "Your concerns were valid and you wanted to know who you were going to deal with." "Yes, I detest people who are skirting around issues and never tell what they really think. Right now, the Alliance needs people who aren't afraid of telling the truth and saying what they think. Doing anything else will just hinder us, and that is something we don't need right now. Everyone has to pull their weight and not make more problems. Those we got enough already from others. So, what is it that you can offer us?" Dr. Helken tried to steer the conversation towards the negotiation and away from escalating into rants about idiots. "Fine with me, that was after all the reason we were here. Let us begin with starships. I think that is the most important for the Admiral here." I gestured towards Admiral Wright and got started. "Right now, the Alliance has to pay absurd prices for new ships, and even when you get those still in possession of the nations, that will not be enough, that number comes up to less than 40. You will need ships for exploration, defense, and logistics. We're talking here in numbers in the high hundreds, and that will not be the end. Sometime in the future, humanity will find a garden world and establish a colony there. That colony will need ships to bring colonists there and processed material that can be used to build an outpost first and later help that outpost to grow into a city. That colony will need protection from whatever it threatens and give a feeling of safety so that colonists even think about going there. They will want to be safe." It seemed like I had the attention of all three, even Dr. Helken's. The Admiral was nodding along with my arguments, understanding that they were valid. "Furthermore, we humans are greedy. We won't be satisfied with just 1 or 2 planets. If new hospitable planets are discovered, I can promise you that there will be people who want to live there. There will always be some who want to be the first one, and what better way to do this than being the first to live on a whole new planet." I took a short break to take a datapad out of the inner pocket of my jacket and opened the file I assembled to make my point. With the push of a button, I activated the presentation function and laid the pad on the table. Only seconds later a holographic picture formed above it and displayed a variety of numbers. I loved this pad, just one push of a button and you had a presentation. No more preparation of equipment beforehand. As you can see on the right side, I gestured towards the picture. You paid for the ships from Terran ships, the construction cost of the ships themselves. I took the estimated average for ships of this class, and an additional 210%. Even if we take into account that they had to modify their designs to use the still-tested ME drive cores, it is much too high to make substantial and constant growth possible. Not even mentioning the maintenance of them. Good thing we got that bastard that made such a shitty deal, growled Wright. We found out he was paid by a stockholder of Terran ships to make that deal. And now that fucker is probably responsible for making sure that the toilets are clean in some rundown fast food restaurant. Here's the offer I have for you, I continued. Material and construction cost plus 60%. I made another pause to let the number sink in before my second argument. 2/3 of that 60% will be used for the expansion of the shipyards and the R&D section, which would of course fully cooperate with the research teams of the Alliance to make the best possible ships. That is a good deal, said a stunned Admiral Wright. Dr. Helkan had a small sparkle in her eyes at the proposal of more funds for her research, while Port's eyes showed hints of suspicion. He decided to voice his thoughts. It is a good deal. Too good even. What do you want in return? That can't be very profitable for you. That's right, Mr. Port. It isn't very profitable for me. I agreed with him, and the suspicion rose among the three in front of me. Nobody proposed a deal like that without a hidden goal. The question was what they were and if they were in any way detrimental for the Alliance. While not overly much, it will still gain me profit, just not as much as it could. There are other factors to that deal that will mean net more profit than otherwise. First of all, I won't be building ships just for the Alliance. No, I will continue to produce ships for private use, even if the percentage of ships will be lower than those for the Alliance. Furthermore, I want to use downgraded versions of the technology that we will be implementing in the ships of the Alliance for those. My gaze went to Dr. Helkan, who thought for a moment before nodding, telling me that it would be doable. Through that, I will garner more demand than rival businesses and get my profits that way. I started to explain my reasons. In addition to that, I would like to advertise my company as an official partner of the Alliance. That would even be beneficial to both of us. How so? Asked Port, truly interested. The look of his eyes said it all. He knew where I was going with that angle, but he probably wanted to see if we thought alike. Good PR. I can advertise my company as one that supports the advancement of humanity into the stars, while you can say that you work together with enterprises that take good care of the safety and well-being of their workers. Maybe I even put up something like that. 5% of every starship will be donated directly into Alliance funds. People love things like that. They all want to be seen doing something good, but hardly anyone truly wants to do it for free. Hell, I will even put up an option to pay some more as a donation. Those with more money than brains can not do this. It would make them seem petty or having to count their pennies, and that is not anything they want. I really like your ideas. That money could truly be a blessing to the Alliance and its growth. Port started, but before we continue, I have to ask. Why are you doing this? I was puzzled. Where did he want to go with this question? I believe I showed why it would be beneficial to me to work with you, I answered slowly, trying to get a feeling for his question. That's not what I meant. It's clear that this deal would be beneficial to both our sides, but I want to know why you're offering such a good deal. Nobody does something like this just for economical gains, at least not without trying to maximize your gains. So, what is your motivation? You have to have one. Ah, that was what he was asking about. I expected that the question would come up sooner or later. Fortunately, I knew already what I was going to say, and it was going to be the truth. Just leaving some things out. I can see the future. I can see what the Alliance can become if it is supported enough. It is like you said, Mr. Port, in your interview after your election to head the Alliance. This is a new age for all of humanity, and the Alliance is a way to unite us all to work towards a common goal. I'm proud to be a part of this. In every instance of our history, every time humans united to do something, our world was changed. Long before civilization, humans united to hunt together and our rate of survival was drastically increased. When we united and formed small villages, we started to create a civilization. When villages banded together, it wasn't long before we started to create countries, kingdoms, nations. People who believed in an idea started to work together and laid the foundation for what we have today, be it technological, medical, or social. And the Alliance is now trying to unite all of us. Many tried, but nobody succeeded, but I believe that the SA has the highest chance of success in our complete history. And that is why I want to be part of it. While I talked, I threw my arms wide and a genuine smile across my face, the excitement I felt lacing every word I said. Neither of the three people in front of me could help but have at least a small smile on their faces as well. Every single one of them had their own reasons to join the Alliance, but what I just had described had struck a chord in them. And to help the Alliance succeed, you need someone who knows how to make sure the economy is stable and the Alliance can gather enough funds. Someone who knows the markets and can predict possible changes. Mr. Port, you said yourself that even if you own one of the biggest companies on Earth, you have no sense of business and are happier to leave the company in more able hands. Let me be the able hands of the Alliance. I made my companies flourish more than ever. I can do the same for the Alliance. From the looks on their faces, I could see that Mr. Port and Admiral Wright were about to hire me almost instantly. They both had seen in the Alliance what I saw. Port had always been an idealist who tried to make things better for humanity as a whole, and he accomplished some pretty amazing things. From responding to humanitarian crises to supporting terraforming in areas that were still devastated after World War III. Those nuclear hellholes were slowly coming back to life. Even Admiral Wright had to have seen something in the Alliance that would make him leave his post as an admiral in the NAUSN, the North American Union Space Navy, something more than a higher paycheck at the end of the month and some new, shining toys. The only one who still had some reservations was Dr. Helken. She observed me with searching eyes, and it seemed like she found something and asked, "There's still something more, isn't it?" I sighed, stood up, and walked around the table towards the window front. Of course, there was something more. I knew about the Citadel, the other races that inhabited the galaxy, and most importantly, I knew about the Reapers. While a small part of me had voiced the thought that the Reapers perhaps didn't exist in this universe, after all, nobody could tell how much this universe differentiated from the one displayed in the games, my hopes were almost non-existent. Hope for the best and prepare for the worst was a good motto to go by in this situation. It took almost 2 minutes for me to answer her question. Somebody once asked, what is the scarier thought? That there is alien life in the universe, or that we are alone? An interesting question, but one we don't have to find an answer to anymore because we know that we're not alone. But knowing that we are not alone doesn't make the galaxy any less scary. We only know that the Protheans were once on Mars, watching early humanity, nothing more. We don't know if they're extinct or still out there. Or if there are other alien races. Maybe none, maybe one, or maybe 100. If they are peaceful or hostile. And if they're hostile, we could be outgunned and outnumbered. The possibility exists that would hunt humanity to extinction, and if that situation happens, I want to be able to say that we at least gave them a bloody nose and made them pay for their victory. There's always a bigger fish. I turned around to face the others once more and added grimly, and I want to make sure that they won't be able to swallow humanity in one bite. My answer seemed to satisfy Dr. Helken, who responded with a quiet determination to my declaration. A determination that seemed to spread to the other occupants in the room. While I couldn't talk openly about what I knew about the Citadel races and the Reapers, at least not without sounding and labeled as a lunatic, I could at least give a warning. After all, many fictional works described what I had just spoken about, and in my opinion, fiction was just so long fiction until it became real. My situation was the best example of it. No one said a word, and my steps echoed abnormally loud in the silent room as I made my way back to my seat. There were meaningful glances exchanged between Mr. Port and the other two, who answered with a small smile and a nod respectively. When I sat down, Mr. Port directed his sight back to me and said, "When you first approached us, we were unsure what to make of it. Many of us, I included, thought you to be an opportunist, trying to make a profit out of the Alliance, like so many else. While your history shows that you care about your employees, it also showed your tries to mercilessly crush your opponents in the economic field. In the end, we decided to give you a chance to prove yourself to us, and now we see the result. While you certainly want to make a good business deal, you showed that this is not everything that stands behind your offer. You don't say it openly, but you are an idealist. Maybe not as much as others that join the Alliance, but you too see the idea that the Alliance represents. The unity that we envision, that made us all come together, and not just those that are here in this room. The name we took says it all. Systems Alliance. An organization that not just represents Earth or just the Sol system. No, an organization that shall represent and unite all the systems and planets that humanity will spread to. There will always be people who want to be left alone and do their own thing, but we will certainly try to unite them all, and we will come closer to that goal than anyone before us. And you share that vision, so there is just one more thing to say." Port made a dramatic pause, and I knew would come. The smile that was on his face lit up the room and spread out to not just me but also Admiral Wright and even Dr. Helken. I believe that was the first time I truly saw her smile without restraint. "Welcome to the Alliance, Mr. Denebrin." The rest of the meeting was just hashing out the details of my other propositions. While they couldn't grant me preferential treatment when distributing mining rights in newly discovered solar systems, the Alliance would hold on to some mining locations that would be designated as vital to Alliance expansion, and my company would be hired to mine them. I would be paid monetarily and in a percentage of the mined resources, the percentage dependent on the kind of mineral that would be mined. The cooperation between my R&D teams and those of the Alliance was agreed on the condition that while I would be provided with a somewhat downgraded version of the technology that the Alliance would use for distribution among the general populace, I would provide additional funds for the R&D teams of the Alliance that would work together with mine. When I told them that I was planning to bring an arms company into my portfolio and asked for the same arrangement as for the starships, I could swear that Admiral Wright was holding himself from kissing me. At least, I got a new friend. Some more suggestions and ideas were thrown around, some dismissed and others would be implemented or shelved for later. They even gave me a nice title for the position I now had. Head of the Committee for Economical and Industrial Relations of the Alliance. I would be responsible for all trade deals that the Alliance would make except those that dealt with the fields in which I had companies. Those would be decided by a panel independent from me. I would still check the contracts and give advice, but I had no part in the decision, theoretically. I probably could still influence them. After all, I represent my own companies and try to make a deal, but officially I had no say in them. After the meeting ended, I made my way down to the landing pad on my own, the others going back to their own work. When Janet saw me exiting the building with a smile on my face, she knew that it went well and started to make preparations to get us back to London. Entering the passenger section of my shuttle, I decided to drink a glass of whiskey that I only drank when a business deal went more than just well. I let myself fall into one of the comfortable chairs that adorned the passenger cabin and relaxed. The first step was done, and it was now time to prepare for the time when humanity would want to play with the big kids in the galaxy. Chapter 4, Chapter April. Dr. Hashiyume Takahashi was a wreck. But that hadn't always been the case. Since he had been a child, he had been fascinated with starships. If he had to, he would blame his grandfather for this. He had been the one who got Takahashi his first do-it-yourself model of a starship from an old movie. That was what had probably started his fascination for everything that had to do with starships. It had been just the attempt of a grandfather to connect with his youngest grandchild, but it had lit a spark in him that with time would grow into a bonfire. While his parents had difficulties relating to their youngest child and thus favored Takahashi's older siblings, even if it had been just subconsciously, his grandfather had no such problems. He had recognized the passion that his grandson radiated and did his best to nurture that fire, knowing, as only a grandfather could, that he would be special. It took some time, but he could save enough money to pay for a trip to one of the few starship yards that had existed in the early 22nd century. With time, Takahashi's collection of starship models grew, but his interest didn't stop there. Anything that had to do with starships, be it books, movies, or video games, caught his interest. Nevertheless, as it was the case for every child, he soon grew up to become a young adult, but his passion never waned. He went to university to study engineering with a focus on starships and all subjects he thought would become useful for him in his endeavor to one day create the greatest starship in human history. At the end of his education, he was known as one of the brightest minds in the field of starship engineering and an expert in mathematics, physics, and electronics. He was lauded as a genius. And now, at 32 years of age, Dr. Hashiyume Takahashi was a wreck. It had started slowly and hadn't been more than a little annoyance to him at the beginning. Funds slowly became less, and he had been told the equipment that he had ordered would take some time to acquire. That was the answer he would be told again and again until they cut all his funds. They reasoned that his research would take decades to show the first results and that the funds they had previously forwarded to him could be better used for other projects. Idiots. All of them, had Takahashi cursed. They just couldn't see what he did. Of course, it would take time to see results. After all, he was laying the foundation for humanity to conquer faster than light travel. That wasn't something that happened from one day to the other. Just a very small minority of his colleagues could even understand his vision. The others called his research ludicrous, impossible, or that it would take humanity hundreds of years to start being able to do this. For Takahashi, the case was clear. They had no ambition and their sight too narrow, so they tried to depict him as a madman to bring him down and make themselves feel better in their mediocrity. The sad thing was that it was working. After he had left the research team he had belonged to, he had tried to find a new place, but nobody wanted him. No governmental-funded research team nor any company in the private sector. It got even worse after somebody had leaked his fascination with fictional spaceships, and the so-called experts started to mock him as a dreamer who had lost touch with reality, and some more derogatory names behind closed doors. He had no problem with being called a dreamer because that was what he was, someone with a dream and trying to make it true. But it still hurt to know that even fellow experts discredited his research. It seemed like they had lost the ability to dream, to want more. And not just the researchers that worked on the advancement of starship technology, no, it seemed like all of humanity began slowly losing its ambition and was becoming complacent. The scientific discoveries in the last 20 years were minimal at best, and the advancement of already existing technology was slow. Until something truly shocking happened, Takahashi feared that humanity would take much longer to leave its solar system than otherwise. But what did he care? After all, Dr. Hashiyume Takahashi was a wreck. He had started to isolate himself from the world and the scientific society that mocked him and even started to laugh openly at him. That had been 4 years ago. Since then, he had only left his apartment in Hokkaido only to buy food and other necessities. Distancing himself from everyone he knew, even his own family, a strained relationship between them ever since his grandfather had died in his sleep. Money was no big problem. He still got some from the patent that belonged to him, a pretty small one in his opinion that he had applied for on the side, a method to increase the output of starship engines by 4%. Nothing too incredible in his mind. It paid his bills but wasn't enough to even begin to fund one of his ideas. Without options, Takahashi turned to pure theory. He created designs and theories about FTL travel and the needed engines, about shielding and possible weapons. Nothing was safe from his theories. Nonetheless, without funds, his theories would just stay that, theories. His mind returned to his happy childhood and teenage days when he would play games and read books and dream about the future. He had been happy then. So he tried to return to them. Book after book, game after game, Takahashi tried to forget the cruel world outside his apartment that hurt him so and had mocked his dreams. They had said that he was losing touch with reality, then it had been ludicrous, but now it was starting to become true. After 4 years there were only his books, his games, and his theories, nothing more. It was a lonely life. His appearance and apartment started to reflect it. Trash started to litter his rooms, some of his research between the mountains of cartons of takeaway food. His black hair had grown somewhat wild since it had been some time that he had visited a barber, and even his hygiene was affected by his mindset. The last time he had taken a bath was months back. He made do with showering, and even that was infrequently. After all, bathing scared him. It had begun 2 years back when he took one, and his mind started to wander while he relaxed. He thought about his life until now, and the conclusion was depressing. Then he asked himself why he should continue and not end it here. The first time the thought had scared him senseless, never had he thought that he would ever consider such an idea. In the next 2 weeks, he tried to go out more often, to find motivation again. It worked. For a time. After that, every time he took a bath, the thought about ending it all came, and every time he considered it longer before dismissing it. But he knew that it wouldn't always stay this way. The idea became more alluring day by day. What was there to lose? After all, Dr. Hashiyume Takahashi was a wreck. Then that day came. The day that lit the fire of his passion once more. It was the day he showed up at Takahashi's doorstep. Oscar Denebrin. The man who gave him purpose again and got him out of his depression. For Takahashi, it had started like any other day until the doorbell rang around midday. He had been surprised. The only one who ever came to his apartment had been the postman when Takahashi had ordered something, and he was sure that he hadn't. Curiosity piqued, he opened the door and saw a man in an expensive-looking suit standing there. The man introduced himself as Oscar Denebrin, and after he asked if he was speaking to Takahashi, which was answered by a short nod, he asked if he could come in. Takahashi realized soon that while he asked, it was more like a demand. So he did the only sensible thing. He let Mr. Denebrin in his apartment. In his living room, Denebrin took one of the free and relatively clean places to sit, not batting an eye at the state the apartment was in, nor had he at Takahashi's appearance. Intrigued, Takahashi sat down as well and waited for Denebrin to start talking. And talking he did. He spoke of events that had happened in the last 2 years that Takahashi in his isolation completely missed, cursing himself for ignoring any kind of news, thinking they would only talk about useless things anyway. Alien ruins on Mars. A new element that in combination with an alien artifact at the edge of the solar system that made FTL possible. Within a few minutes, Denebrin had shattered every expectation that Takahashi had, and something inside of him was starting to rear its head again. A feeling that he thought was long gone. For the next 30 minutes, Takahashi stayed silent and just listened while Denebrin talked. And the things he was talking about. More than once Takahashi thought he was dreaming or had gone completely mad. The offer Denebrin made was everything Takahashi had ever wanted. He had offered Takahashi to become the head of the R&D team that Denebrin was assembling to research how to make starships better and to develop new technologies that could improve on them even further. He would get to work with the research teams that this alliance had, and his funding would be nearly unlimited. All those theories he could test, all these projects he could realize. Even his work on FTL travel could continue, Mr. Denebrin even insisting on it. Saying that until humanity would be able to build one of the so-called mass relays themselves, that it would be idiotic and naive to rely on an alien technology that they didn't understand completely. If those relays got damaged, they couldn't even repair them and would be trapped in whatever system they were in, unable to do anything. After Denebrin had finished, he said that he would give Takahashi some time to think about the offer and prepared to go. Before Denebrin was even standing, Takahashi had said yes. What was there to think about? It was everything that he had ever wanted. Denebrin just smiled and sat back down. Remembering his manners, Takahashi offered his new boss to make some tea, which was thankfully accepted by him. Over more than a few cups of tea, they talked. About the details of Takahashi's new responsibilities and opportunities, about the ideas and theories that he had composed during his self-imposed isolation, and about starships appeared in various movies and video games, something Takahashi truly enjoyed. Here, there was someone who didn't think that the inspiration he got from media was ridiculous, saying that an idea was always just fiction until it was realized by an ambitious person. They talked until the early hours of the evening, not realizing how much time had gone by. Mr. Denebrin bid Takahashi farewell and closed the door behind him, not without telling him that he would be expected in 3 days at his new workplace and that somebody would pick him up and bring him there. Then there was silence in the apartment. Everything that had just happened still felt like a dream to Takahashi, but the datapad in his hands, that Mr. Denebrin left him, was saying differently. On it was the contract displayed that both of them had signed, a contract that gave Takahashi purpose again and had brought the fire in him, that had been in him since the day he got that model from his grandfather, back to life and stoked it so that it burned even brighter than ever before. Minutes went by until he could tear his gaze away from the signatures that told him this was real, and he saw himself in one of the few mirrors in his apartment. At first, he couldn't recognize the person looking back at him until he realized that it was his own reflection. This scruffy appearance had to go. After all, Dr. Hashiyume Takahashi wasn't going to be a wreck anymore. Chapter 5, Chapter December. 5 years. No, it had been more than 5 years since I've joined the Alliance. It is interesting how fast time goes by when you're constantly busy with work. And I had a lot of work to distract me from noticing. But sometimes you just had to stop and relax, like I was doing now. I was standing on the observation deck of one of the 5 new dreadnoughts the SAN, the System Alliance Navy, owned. Built by my company and after the design of Dr. Hashiyume Takahashi. No doubt finding and hiring him had been the best thing I could have ever done. The man was a wellspring of ideas and had the skills to make them possible. Of course, the Prothean archives on Mars had been essential as well. After all, they had given humanity the boost in technological advancement that had been needed to see Dr. Hashiyume's research come to life in less than half a century, but even if they had not, I would have been surprised if the good doctor would have developed them either way, as long he had the funds for it. But still, he was possibly the most valuable asset in our starship development. Give him a few hours or a day with the data we extracted from the archives or the scans we got from the disabled small scout ship we had found in one area of the ruins, and he would at least understand the concept behind it. If it had to do with starships, of course, anything else was not of interest to him. That man had a one-track mind. Most of the original R&D team of the Alliance had said it would take a year or two to develop a reliable shield for the ships, one of the most important things you should have on a ship. Not just for ship-to-ship combat but for traveling among the stars in general. Let's say you walk into a wall, it doesn't hurt much, it's more annoying, but now you run into a wall. That hurts a lot more. Depending on the material, the wall gets damaged as well. And now think about this scenario in FTL speeds, which means more than 300 million meters per second. Now multiply this number with 365 and you have the speed of one of the slowest starship engines we have, which can at least travel 1 light year per day. If you run with the speed into a wall, there will be extensive damage to the wall and nothing much left of yourself. In space, it is more akin to the wall doing the running, but the bottom line is the same. There are uncountable micro-asteroids in space, and if a ship flies into them without some kind of shielding, it can turn very ugly, very quickly. Until we had provided reliable shields for our ships, we got extremely lucky in my opinion. There were some minor and major damages, but we had only lost 1 ship. That number could have been significantly higher. Our need for shields was one thing Dr. Hashiyume worked on almost immediately, and within the year he understood the principle behind it, and halfway through 2151 all our ships were equipped with them. In the end, he explained to me when the first prototype was finished, it is a pretty simple concept. Active E0, so ESO, which we energized with electricity to create fields that increase or decrease the mass of an object, produces energy that dissipates quickly. But it has the same properties as the MassEffect fields. So we just had to catch it somehow, then stabilize it so that it doesn't disappear, and then just built an emitter that we could use to form a shield out of this energy around the ship. Nothing too difficult. The function of the shields is essence pretty simple, too. While Einstein would probably curse E0 till the end of time, our formula about kinetic energy still holds true. That means energy equals 0.5 times mass times velocity to square, E is equal to 0.5 times m times v squared. So, if something enters the shield, say a bullet, we reduce its mass to nearly 0. We still get hit, but with no kinetic energy behind the impact. Those hits are not more annoying than someone throwing pebbles at you. Sure, through impacts the form destabilizes and some of the energy disappears, and the shields are still pretty weak because we still can't catch enough of the energy, and the stabilization is also still a work in progress, but it is still something. The only thing that made his explanation difficult to understand had been the speed Dr. Hashiyume talked in. Truly, if he was excited about something he could give Mordin a run for his money. Nevertheless, Dr. Hashiyume was a genius, that was clear, especially if you know that his work on shielding had been nothing more than a side project for him that he merely supervised. His main focus was on the development of an FTL drive that would work without E0. This project had already spent more than $1 billion in the first year. Without showing results that could indicate that success was possible. Any self-respecting businessman would have cancelled the project long before even half of that money had been used, but I had faith in Dr. Hashiyume. It helped that I earned more money than ever before thanks to the Alliance and the side projects Takahashi worked on. Our starships got better by the month thanks to him. Better shielding, better weapons, better sensors, faster and more energy efficient. And that were just advancements pertaining the ships themselves, nothing to say of improved methods of constructing them. Well, for the latter I would have to thank a worker of mine who got his hands on one of my mining drones and recalibrated them to weld two ship plates together. When I had heard about this, I ordered a promotion and raise for him and asked him to recalibrate more drones. The time for the construction of any ship was lessened by 7% and the quality raised by 4%. Selling the ships not only to the Alliance, who was my major buyer, but also the civilian populace, made sure that the development of a non-E0 drive had no money issues. It still was expensive as hell, especially after the second year when the total cost exceeded $3 billion, but the technologies that were discovered or improved on were worth it. Sadly, not everyone could see that, and I had to do some house cleaning when some people on the board of directors of Ad Astra tried to remove me from my position of CEO. Their reasoning was sound. After all, Ad Astra wasn't making as much money as it could, and I spent billions on a project that seemed useless. If they had talked with me first, I would have been merciful, but going behind my back was something I truly didn't like. So while they thought they had enough control over the company if they put their shares together to remove me, I made my preparations to remove them instead. In the end, let's just say they had to get new jobs, and my rivals had an example of what I was willing to do with those that tried to betray me. Nobody wants to know all the ugly details. Anyway, it took Takahashi and the team of experts that he had assembled from different scientific fields 3 years and almost $5 billion to get a working prototype done. Fortunately, Takahashi had made dozens of possible theories of how FTL would be achievable and thought about an uncountable amount of possible problems that could happen and their solutions. Without his work, it would have taken at least 1 or 2 decades, even with the Prothean archives, if we had the will and determination to do it and didn't care about cost. I believe without Dr. Hashiyama, the Alliance would have to rely on the ME drives because it would have been too expensive even for me to get it done even before first contact. And afterward, we would have to concentrate on catching up with the rest of the galaxy and give, at first, no thought about brand new technology. The new FTL drive that R&D came up with was nothing short of amazing, and I won't even try to understand the technical details and physics behind it. I know I'm smart, but I'm no genius. However, I could understand enough to know how amazing it truly was. They managed to create a rift in the fabric of reality to create a gateway to higher or lower dimensions than our own. There were still discussions of which exactly, to shorten the distance between point A and point B. Between those 2 points, a tunnel was created that the safe travel of the ship secured. When I asked, Takahashi told me that half of the time they needed to develop the drive had been used to research how to exit the tunnel at the wanted point. Opening the rift and getting in had been pretty easy after the energy problem had been taken care of. The opening of an exit rift and how to safely navigate inside had been the challenge. The needed energy for the dimensional rift drive came from small fusion reactors that had been previously used to power entire cities on Earth. To have fusion reactors that could fit into a ship had been already worth the money I invested, because ships equipped with them could stay operational more than double the time they had before. And there were hundreds of other uses for them that could bring me my money back. When the time came for the first true test of the DR drive, Takahashi had been a nervous wreck. I believe he was worried about what would happen if it didn't work and if I would fire him. That thought never came to me. He was much too valuable to let him go. The ship with the DR drive, the flying lab test, named by the crew that had built the ship, would jump from one end of the system to the other. Long story short, it worked. The rift opened, the ship flew in, and after some time a rift on the other end of the system opened and the ship came out again without any damage. The only problem was that it took almost thrice the time a standard FTL drive, one with E0, would need. The whole team had been devastated by the knowledge, Dr. Hashiyama the most, until I pointed out that they had developed a method to travel the stars without relying on any alien technology. They had proved that humans could have done this without any outside help, just with ambition and perseverance. It helped a little, but it would take some time before they got their motivation back. They started another test, to jump from one solar system to another, to see if the DR drive could at least make the jump safely. There was no argument against the experiment. They had to know if it was worth developing the drive further or not. Then things got weird. But the good kind of weird. Instead of the expected 9 days, it took the ship just a bit over 5. Not that much longer than the 3 days it would have taken with our ME drives. And nobody could explain why it had happened, so we started a series of new tests. In the end, we found out that the longer the distance, the less time we would need to travel. Some scientists try to describe it like this: you need 1 second per meter if you want to walk 10 meters, but if you want to walk 20 meters and don't change anything, suddenly you would need less than a second per meter. There were 2 theories about how this was possible. One was that the distance got more compressed the longer it was, the other was that the ship would continuously accelerate inside the dimensional tunnel and travel the complete distance faster. I didn't care why, only that we had another way to travel the stars. And I cared about that Dr. Hashiyama got his motivation back. We met and discussed what our next step would be, and we decided to test if his engine would be compatible with E0 to possibly combine the 2 drives. He looked downright ecstatic about the topic. The first part would be to test if it was safe for E0 to be exposed to the dimensional rift. They connected an 80-ton container to the ship and sent it through the rift to have a starting point to compare how ESO would influence the test results. It had been a good idea because they found out that once inside the container started to sway as if a strong wind or current existed. But it didn't have too much of an influence and they shelved the observation for later. Right now, it was more interesting how E0 would be affected. They put a small amount of E0 and a myriad of sensors into the container and sent it on its way. Nothing happened, but the team was still wary because the ESO hadn't been active like it would have to be to produce a ME field. The only thing we knew right now was that we could transport it. The next test had been prepared almost immediately and they installed a device in the container that would produce a ME field and lighten or increase the mass of the container. Only 1% of the total mass of the container had been reduced for the first test so that possible dramatic outcomes wouldn't be devastating. Fortunately, even active E0 had been stable inside the dimensional rift. Though it had been noted that the swaying of the container had increased and the follow-up test with an increased mass had shown that the movement of the container had decreased. That there had been no noticeable swaying of the starship had been attributed to its much higher mass, and it had been theorized that if ME field would be employed that it would be affected by the same dimensional winds, as they were called now, as the container. Testing continued and one time the mass of the container had been reduced too much and the container swayed outside the stabilizing tunnel. It was like a clean cut at the end of the cable. The container had been lost to the dimensional rift. We had experimented much with our DR drive but never before was the connected danger with it so real to us. Of course, we knew it could be dangerous but it never was a true concern for us until then. There is nothing like seeing the danger with your own eyes to truly understand it. Nevertheless, we equipped the flying lab test with ME fields and sent it on its journey again but only reduced the mass to see a small increase in speed. Two things were found out by this test. One, the travel time lessened, and second, the faster you got inside the tunnel, the stronger the winds were. So we just couldn't reduce the mass of a ship down to 100t and fly through. Instead, we stipulated a maximum. No ship would be allowed to reduce its mass more than 32% of its total mass and installed security features in the DR drive that would prevent its activation and the opening of a rift if it detected a breach in protocol. In the end, while the DR drive didn't even come close to the speed that the mass relays provided, not even the hybrid drive that was finished only 4 months ago, it could reach systems without a relay in a reasonable time. Much faster than a ME drive and without having to vent heat. Systems and their planets that had been previously ignored due to distance were now available to us, for example, the planet we were currently orbiting. It was a small garden world that had been discovered only 2 to 3 months ago, much smaller than Earth but still hospitable, and the Alliance claimed it for their use as a military world because it would be right in the middle of the still growing Alliance territory and ships could be deployed to Earth and 2 primary relays without much delay. When I heard the name of the planet that Takahashi gave it, who got the honor of naming it, I had to laugh for 2 full minutes. He named it Reach. What a geek. But it fit. A name for a world that would probably host the main assets for a military that operates in space. I would probably call it Reach as well. Reach was kind of an open secret in the Alliance. Everybody knew it existed and the general direction, but the exact coordinates of the system and the planet itself were classified. Only captains of the Alliance Navy had the clearance to know them. Higher positions in the military and the department heads had the clearance as well, and that meant I did too. Thinking about Reach and the Alliance military led my mind towards the weapons company I owned now. It took longer than I thought to get control over it. Others bought shares of the company as well, mostly because they were the first to incorporate MassEffect into their weapons and I couldn't just throw my money around. The DR drive development took a lot of it, but after 3 years I had bought the majority of the shares and the company belonged to me. Only after I heard the name of the assault rifle they produced I remembered where I had heard of them and why I started to like the company in the beginning. The M5, Lancer and Hana Kedar. A weapons company that would become a big name in the MassEffect universe even without my help. The memory of when I visited the weapons development together with Admiral Wright came to me. Wright had invited Major Nathalia Glovenko, a former Russian Spec Ops and the one who was designing the Spec Ops programs for the Alliance, among them the N School, to accompany us. While he knew what weapons should have and do, he said, he was more comfortable with the big ones, those mounted on his ships. So he got Major Glovenko, who was intimately familiar with what a weapon needed on the field. We arrived at the testing range and the Major almost immediately took one of the offered rifles and tested it while a technician explained the details of the rifle to Wright and me. After the technician was finished, Wright looked to Major Glovenko and I don't know how but somehow they communicated without any word or moving a muscle. At least from where I stood it looked like 2 statues were standing before each other. In less than a minute they finished their conversation and the Admiral looked back at the technician. "It is a good rifle," he said, and a smile broke out on the Hana Kedar employee's face. Until the Admiral continued. "If your enemy is a small-time criminal who starts to cry when he cuts his finger with a piece of paper." All joy vanished from the technician's face at the Admiral's words and I had to hide a small chuckle. Since I had become part of the Alliance, Wright and I had become friends and I knew the Admiral loved to be blunt. "If you want to say something, say it," was his motto. "Rate of fire, good. Accuracy, recoil, and stopping power, not so much," added Major Glovenko helpfully, her voice thick with her accent. You heard her, Wright continued. While it has a good suppressive ability, the rifle is something that fits law enforcement more than the military. We need something with more power. And what should we do? The technician asked, angered, and I had the suspicion he had been heavily involved in the design of the M5 Lancer. Bigger rounds. Wounds are too small, too easily patched up, suggested Glovenko. If we do that, the rifle overheats too fast and would probably break down after some time. Besides, the ammunition block would be used up faster as well, countered the technician. Not when you reduce the rate of fire and the velocity of the bullets, voiced Wright. A soldier doesn't want to fire a whole magazine at his enemy to down him, he wants him dead in 3 shots, 4 maximum. And Glovenko is right, the wounds are too small. If you want to kill with this rifle fast, you'd have to hit his head or heart to do serious damage, and in the heat of battle that can be pretty difficult. Shots at the body are more easily managed. That could work, muttered the technician, and from the look in his eyes, he wasn't really there anymore. He still managed a goodbye and assured us that we would be informed when a prototype was ready. When we left, Wright had that smug smile on his face that he wore when something went to his plans. Thanks for taking us. I think I speak for every soldier under my command that they're thankful that they won't get crappy guns, he said, and Glovenko nodded stoically at his side. 8 months later, in the first batch of new rifles, the AR-2 Wright, the spiritual predecessor of the Matic, would be distributed to Alliance military personnel. I still could remember vividly the shit-eating grin the Admiral had when he heard that they named their new rifle after him. From what I heard, the development name was even Get It Right. But that was something I would never tell him unless I wanted to see that self-satisfied grin again, and I didn't. Not just the military had expanded and advanced in the last 5 years. Dozens of new technologies appeared on the market, from communication to medicine. Every field showed advancements. Slowly but surely we were able to communicate with people in other solar systems without too much interference, and the beginnings of Medigel were already available. People were joining with the Alliance's colonist programs since the first habitable garden world had been found beyond the relay, a world called Terra Nova. As of now, the Alliance had found 14 worlds fit for habitation, but only 9 of them had any kind of colonization. Among them Benning, Mindwar, Eden Prime, and the newest of them Shangxi. Some planets also had a human presence on them, but those were mostly just for resource gathering. When I heard the name Eden Prime, I played with the thought of finding the beacon and or Javik before the events of the games, but I immediately dismissed it. Not because I didn't want to change the timeline, well, maybe a bit, but because I didn't know where to start looking. It took around 30 years since the colonization of Eden Prime until the beacon was found. I wasn't very hopeful that it would be found early, and instead I would not interfere, else I sent them in the wrong direction and it is never found. Shangxi, on the other hand, was something I was deeply concerned about. How far could I go with changing things, and more importantly, what could I change? Because just sitting back and letting it happen wasn't an option for me. Neither had I any influence on the exploration arm of the Alliance that was tasked with the discovery of new planets and the opening of relays, who hadn't even found the relay yet, that would lead into Citadel space, nor did I have any say about how many military assets would be stationed there. Besides, I didn't know when exactly the Turians would show up, or if they even were on the other side of the relay when it opened, and how our technology compared to theirs. The Mass Effect games never showed how far the technological gap had been before humanity met the Turians. But I would try to close the gap as much as possible before the first contact. That and making sure the Alliance had more ships and personnel. The more ships we had, the more could be stationed in colonized systems with the colonial defense fleets, which were still relatively small, especially in the less inhabited systems, and acted more like distractions until a dedicated battle group could arrive. Acquiring more personnel was a running process that required cooperation from different sources. From the Alliance itself, an advertisement company, and many other companies. I knew someone in the marketing department of Colorado Ads, a company in the ad industry that created ads that were personalized for individuals. In half a dozen meetings we discussed how the image of the Alliance could be strengthened so that more people would join, and what to do when the time came for the first extrasolar colony. She even gave me some ideas concerning taxes that could be used to get people to join up with the colonist programs, which I passed on to Michael Port. In the end, dozens of different ads were placed, some for the Alliance military, for the science departments, administration, colonizations, and just work in general. Some were for the poor, speaking of a new beginning, others for the adventurous, telling them of the wonders of the stars. And it worked, maybe a little too good. Thousands signed up for different programs, among them even those without any kind of qualification. For those who didn't sign up with the Alliance and got a further education there, I created an administration group inside the economic department of the Alliance that was commissioned to find smaller companies and convince them to move to the new colonies and offer apprenticeships there or any kind of work, as long as the people earned money to live they were happy. The best I could describe the group would be that they were like an employment agency. The influx of new colonists got even higher when Port announced that every colonist would get reduced taxes for the next 7 years, and the people in the new colonies loved it. The people who chose to stay on Earth, not so much. Protests were held in every major city on Earth against the unfair treatment of Earth citizens in comparison to colonists. But one speech from Michael later, not only did the protests stop but they were even happy about paying higher taxes. I still don't know how he did it and I probably never will. Did a god bless him? Or a demon? Before Michael, no one thought it possible. People paying more and happy about it. Never. I had heard his speech only casually while I was going over some documents and I just remember he said something about, Earth will always be the heart of humanity, and, without a strong and gentle heart the whole body dies, something along those lines. And the people loved it. The men had a way with words like no one before and I was thanking every kind of higher being that Michael was an idealist and the only one with this kind of talent. Imagine that there were some politicians with less noble goals and that kind of charisma. Terrible. Support for the alliance was at a high after Michael's speech and it didn't hurt that we used the taxpayers' money for projects that were in the open and beneficial to the whole alliance space. The development of a communication network to connect different solar systems was one example of that. It took me some time to find a company that wouldn't waste most of the money we gave them and produced visible results in a reasonable time. One of the comm buoys was currently under construction above Reach and I could see how a ship brought them new components right now. The most important thing for me was the new shipyard that was under construction close to the Oort cloud that had been discovered at the edge of Reach's system. From the first surveys that had been forwarded to me, the Olympus system, where Reach was located, would support a military buildup for the next 200 years, even if our production would increase by 46%. That system would become a game changer in the things to come, deep down I knew that. Chapter 6, Chapter. March 3, 2158, 1352 Standard Earth Time, set. Orbit above Shangxi. Comms. Is the message out? Sir. Just got affirmation that the comm buoy has sent it out of the system, responded Charlotte Stenson, the comms officer of the SSV Athens, the only cruiser-class starship belonging to the Shangxi Defense Fleet, back to her captain. Good, Alliance Command will probably send the first FRF supplemented by ships from the Arcturus Defense Fleet, Captain Sulla said more to himself than to the crew but still loud enough so that everyone could hear him. But it will still take almost 2 weeks until they are here and ready to kick ass. A shudder went through the Athens. Shields down to 59%, sir, exclaimed Tommy, the weapons officer. So be it, finished Captain Sulla and an expression of determined acceptance settled on his face. Redirect energy from the engines to shielding. We will not go anywhere soon. Coordinate with the frigates. I want concentrated fire on that dreadnought. Take it out. Comms. Relay that all Marines present on any of our ships are to board the Pelicans and fly down to Shangxi. There they will be of more use than up here. A second of silence packed the crew after the captain gave his orders. Then everybody went back to their work and to fulfill their orders, but now every single one of them shared the same expression as their captain. The expression of someone who knew that he was going to die, but also determined to make his enemy work for it. Charlotte connected back into the network that all communication officers in the fleet were connected to and were always listening to, even if it was just with one ear. Attention. New orders from Captain Sulla to the whole fleet. I repeat. New orders to the whole fleet. All Marines on board are deployed planetside. I repeat. All Marines on board are to head planetside. After relaying the orders to the other ships, she checked if all had received the message. 11 green lights greeted her view, normally it would have been 15. To avoid crammed comm lines and cacophonies of responding voices, comm officers would just send a green light if they got the message or a red light if not or the message had been fuzzy. Orders relayed to the other ships, sir, said Charlotte without looking away from her console and opening a ship-wide channel to inform the Marines on board the Athens to head to the hangar bay and deploy planetside. Enemy dreadnought destroyed, exclaimed Tommy, and for a short moment, the whole bridge cheered. Even Captain Sulla had the ghost of a smile wash over his face before it disappeared. Good, concentrate fire on the largest ships first and work your way down. Hurt them as much as you can, ordered the captain. Frigates, SSV Danzig, and SSV Marseille, have been destroyed, stated the sensor officer, Arnold Lowland. Casualties, inquired Captain Sulla. Danzig lost with all hands, Marseille got one Pelican off, full with Marines, currently headed towards Shangxi. Only grim acceptance filled the crew when they heard the report. They all knew that such announcements would be heard again before they would be reduced to one as well. How long until our Pelicans start? 20 seconds for the first one, 50 seconds for the second one. Tell them to hurry up. Sir. Shields down to 37%. 2 enemy cruisers destroyed. SSV Dakota and SSV Portland are down, they got all Pelicans off. Enemy is trying to intercept Pelicans. Redirect our remaining fighters to distract the pursuers. Make sure that the Pelicans can arrive safely. When all are out of range, they are to head down as well. General Williams may have some use for air support. The communication on the bridge flowed between the crew members like water in a small creek. Steady and without interruption. Charlotte knew that she was taking part in it, but if she would have been asked, she would not be able to tell what exactly she had said. All Pelicans are off the ship. Shields down to 18%. Minor damage to the main battery and other non-critical systems. One direct hit and our shields are down completely. Sound evacuation for all non-essential crew members, they are to head to the escape pods first. Orders relayed, sir. Shields are down. Get the pods out. Pods away. Enemy shot coming at us. A moment of silence engulfed the bridge once again before Captain Sulla saluted and spoke for the last time. It has been an honor to serve with you. Let's hope we gave the boys down on the ground enough time to prepare and that they unleash hell onto these bastards. First round on me. First Lieutenant Charlotte Stenson. Born, October 5th. Died, March 3rd. First Lieutenant Charlotte Stenson served on the Alliance cruiser, SSV Athens during the conflict known to humanity as First Contact War. She and 27 additional crew members died when the Athens had been destroyed by the 27th Patrol Fleet of the Turian hierarchy. March 3, 2158, 2329 set. Outer edge of Taiyuan, capital of Shaanxi. 7 kilometers away from Turian staging ground. For almost 4 months nothing had happened and now Shaanxi was under siege by an alien force. 2 months ago, there still had been an entire battle group of Alliance ships above Shaanxi per the newly minted protocol that had come into effect 2 years ago. Did these fucking aliens wait for an opportunity to shoot them in the back or what? Whatever the cause, Staff Lieutenant Gregory Barnes was pissed. Because of those alien fuckers, his upcoming vacation would be cancelled and he could not visit his family on Terra Nova. His son's birthday was soon and he wanted to be home for that. And now? Now he was en route towards the location where the enemy was landing his troops. He and his squad had orders to gather intel on the manpower and equipment of the enemy forces and relay that information back to HQ so that a more accurate battle plan could be concocted. They were a small unit, only 6 people including Gregory, but more would be too conspicuous. Besides, a second unit would make its way towards the enemy on a different route to ensure the success of the mission. With a hand signal, he directed his unit to move forward and use the proximity of the buildings as cover. The sun had set down only an hour ago, the day-night cycle of Shaanxi was longer than the one on Earth. While that meant that they had to wait longer to have the cover of the night, it also meant that they had approximately 2 more hours of operational time. But what worried Lieutenant Barnes was that the enemy had more time to secure a perimeter as well before the recon op even started. They already had to take a small detour to avoid a scout group of these alien bastards. Who knew how many of them were out there? Only 1 more kilometer and they would arrive at the previously picked observation point. One of the multi-floored houses that were built only 200 meters away from the city limits. From there they would have a good vantage point. Preparations to fortify the city were already ongoing. Especially the 3 natural choke points, which were the bridges that crossed Li River, which separated the city itself into 2 parts. Normally it would have been 7, but the 2 bridges that were either on the north side or the south side had been detonated to funnel the enemy forces directly through the city to make sure that there was enough cover for their soldiers and that the Alliance troops would not be too thinly spread throughout the city. The aliens could try a pincer attack but would have to go through the jungle that was growing on the west and north side of the city. And a flanking maneuver from the south would be suicide or at least very costly. As if nature had known that at this position a city would one day be constructed at this location, the southern side on both sides of the river was an open, flat field and was perfectly suited to accommodate the growing capital. No military commander would take this route and those who did would be greeted fast by sniper and artillery fire. Nonetheless, they had to find out how strong the enemy forces were. Only 300 meters left. Right now, he and his unit had a direct view of the building that would serve them as the vantage point, but they would have to cross almost 100 meters before they reached suitable cover again. And any optional route could have even less or had a possible enemy presence. 2 short flicks of his hand signaled his unit that they would have to move fast and a third gave the command to go. All 6 of the Alliance soldiers were moving out of cover fast and over the short distance towards the next one. 50 meters had been crossed with Gregory at the helm and he knew that. The soft echo of a crack reached his ears. Staff Lieutenant Gregory Barnes. Born, December 15th. Died, March 4th. Staff Lieutenant Gregory Barnes had been ambushed during a recon operation in the First Contact War by a Turian sniper unit. None survived. He leaves a wife, Victoria Barnes, 36, and a son, Lawrence Barnes, 9. March 6, 2158, 1108 set. Taiyuan, Shaanxi. Kalinko Highway. Sergeant Vertus Million of the Turian hierarchy clutched his standard issue Festin Mk.7 assault rifle as he walked beside one of the 2 APCs that had been added to his platoon. Currently, they were making their way towards the biggest of the 3 remaining bridges that crossed the river. Their way led them along the highway, which went through the whole city in a straight line, at least that had been the intel from the light cruiser, THS Malik, which provided overwatch from low orbit. These humans, as they called themselves, had been smart. While the Turian forces were preparing the first day for the march on the city, they had blockaded several of the side streets by either blockading them with transports or downright destroying the street. Of course, it wouldn't hinder them to get through them, but they would slow them down, and the commanding officers wanted this operation to be over fast. Virtus wondered if some of his commanding officers were as uncomfortable with this operation as he was. It had started with the encounter of an unknown ship in proximity to Relay 314 that had been destroyed by the patrol fleet when it didn't respond to their hails and tried to flee. Further investigation brought to light that Relay 314 had been activated, and it had been theorized that the group of pirates that had been reported to cause trouble in the adjacent systems were behind the activation. The 34th Patrol Fleet of the Turian hierarchy went through the now open relay to eliminate the pirates and any operation that they may have set up in the system. Above the only hospitable planet in the system, they encountered the presumed pirate fleet. 16 ships, and among them one even fit the classification of a heavy cruiser. Per Turian doctrine, the vessels of the hierarchy had opened fire immediately on the opposing fleet. The laws of Citadel space were clear. Piracy and the opening of a relay were capital offenses, punishable by death. That the opposing ships hadn't been your average pirate group had been clear fast, and nobody would have been able to refute that claim after the leading dreadnought, THS Spirit of Calidor, had been destroyed. Nevertheless, the patrol fleet fought on, and shortly after, the opposing fleet had been destroyed, but some smaller transports had made their way towards the planet. Those transports had indicated that there probably was a pirate base on the planet, and Virtus and his fellow soldiers had been given the call to prepare themselves for a ground operation. When the first scans of the planet's surface, where the transports had landed, came in, it had become pretty clear to all Turian forces that this wasn't a pirate group, which used unknown ship designs. No, the 34 Patrol Fleet had made first contact with a previously unknown species. Violent first contact. Because which pirate group would build a whole city instead of just some bases? Virtus had thought that the commander-in-chief would halt all ongoing operations and contact the Citadel with this discovery, but instead, he ordered the preparations for combat to continue. His reasoning had been passed down the command chain, citing that these aliens had broken Citadel law by opening Relay 314. Personally, Virtus thought that his reasoning was Varan shit. How could a new species know about Citadel law when they didn't even know that the Citadel existed? But maybe that was just his mother's voice in his mind. She was a lawyer on the Citadel and had studied existing Citadel law extensively. She had told him once that among all the laws that governed Citadel space, the one about the opening of mass relays had no subsection on how to proceed when a relay was opened by an unknown species. To her, this law left too much room for individual interpretation. Like what was happening now. Virtus and his comrades were scanning the buildings that surrounded the highway, searching for anything that could denote an enemy presence. But the potential places for enemies to hide were just too many to check them all. Even those four-wheeled vehicles that were abandoned all along the way towards the city center could be used as hiding places for enemy soldiers. Yesterday, only small units had been sent to scout ahead, and one or two got into firefights, taking some casualties. But today would be the real start of the Turian operation. And so, Virtus' platoon marched on. 20 minutes later, and the platoon still hadn't made any contact with enemy forces. Tension and anxiousness were running high, and every little sound was making the soldiers skittish. If Turians had been their enemy, they would have been attacked long before they would have made so much distance towards their target. Maybe these humans were cowards and weren't brave enough to stand up to the hierarchy. These thoughts were forgotten fast when the head of the platoon commander exploded in a gory mess. Suddenly, the whole platoon was under fire from all sides, and the Turians were jumping behind anything that could be used as cover. Virtus had positioned himself behind one of the abandoned vehicles, not very far away from the APC, which was firing its turret into one of the surrounding buildings. He could out vague moving shapes in some of the building's windows and fired his festin as well in their general direction. Just as he was ducking back into cover to give his rifle time to cool down, he heard a loud whistle flying through the air and heard someone shouting, "Missile." The APC close to him exploded in a fiery show, and the shockwave of the explosion hit him head-on. He was thrown away and landed on his back a few meters from his previous position. Before he blacked out, he asked himself why again they were doing this. Sergeant Virtus Million. Born, April 5. Died. Sergeant Virtus Million was a Turian infantry soldier during the First Contact War, or as commonly known in Citadel space, the Relay 314 incident. He was one of the first Turian soldiers to march into the city proper before his platoon was ambushed by human forces. He survived the ambush but lost his left arm to shrapnel of an exploding APC. He never replaced the arm with a Prothese, saying it would always remember him that justified orders weren't always right. Later on, he would contact other veterans of Shangxi, Turian and human, and write the book, The Kalinko Highway, A Straight Line of Hell. March 7, 2158, 1842 set. Taiyuan, Shangxi. HQ of Alliance Forces. Excuse me, could you please repeat that, sir? Major Thomas Ferguns couldn't believe what General Williams had just uttered. The major had just been cleared by one of the civilian doctors that had volunteered to help with the wounded soldiers of the Alliance. There had been an attack by the aliens on the defense post at the northernmost bridge that remained while he was checking in. Only his new M2 phalanx had stood between him and the approaching aliens at one moment during the attack, and if the pistol had broken the personal shield of the alien just a moment later, he wouldn't have made it until one of the men manning the post could drag him back inside. The doctor had said that his left ankle was broken and several muscles were strained, but he could leave the medical wing under the condition that he would stay away from the front line. Major Furgun swore to himself that he would send a thank you letter to Hanakadar for developing that wonderful piece of a death dealer. As I said, Major, I am considering the option of surrender, repeated General Williams without any emotion in his voice. It seemed like Major Furguns didn't mishear the first time. Still, he couldn't comprehend why the general even considered the option. Anger lacing his voice, Major Furguns asked through clenched teeth, "And why, sir, are you even considering this?" When the general turned around, all anger left the major. General Williams looked old, and tired. It just hit him that the general had already been an adult when the first colony on Mars had been founded. "I'm old, Major," said General Williams as if reading Furgun's mind. "I'm tired of sacrificing soldiers for a greater cause. I saw comrades die in my arms as a grunt, I led units into their death, and later on I never even knew the faces of the soldiers I sent to their death. For every soldier comes the time when he just can't go on, and it seems like my time has come. The only thing I really want to do right now is go home and back to my new granddaughter." A minute came and went without any motion from the two men until Major Furguns opened his mouth. "Personally, sir, I don't care what you want." A small widening of General Williams' eyes was the only reaction to Furgun's statement. "What I care about is you spitting on the bravery and the will to fight of our men and the sacrifices of those who gave everything. The whole Shaanxi defense fleet has been destroyed to give us and the Alliance time, and did you notice that any of them ran? I did not. And those out there," the major gestured into the general direction of the heavily defended bridges, "are still fighting. And not just Alliance soldiers. Mercenaries, who normally fight for whoever pays most, are fighting alongside us, without having to ask them to. Civilians volunteered en masse to help in any way they could to defend their homes. Those who know how to use a gun are helping defend the beta line, and those who don't are transporting supplies to the front line. Do you want to be the one to tell them that we're giving up their homes so that you can go to your own home where it is safe? Because I do not." General Williams just stood there with an unreadable expression while the major continued, his voice rising ever so slowly. "And we're not just fighting for Shaanxi here, no, we fight for all human colonies. We're not even a week into this fight and you're already thinking of giving up. What does that say about the Alliance, about humans? That we're giving up in the face of adversity? That the Alliance can't keep its promise of defending its colonies? The fleets are preparing for a counterstrike as we speak, and I don't want them to see that we gave up." Furguns took a few deep breaths after he had finished his rant. It felt like an eternity to the major before General Williams showed any reaction, and shockingly it was a small smile that graced his lips. Good God, I needed that. Someone telling me I'm behaving like a fucking cunt before I made a mistake. Sir. Major Furguns expected much from his commanding officer. Screaming, anger, being thrown into a holding cell, but not the quiet chuckle that came. "Do not mistake me, Major, I'm old and tired, but sometimes someone with energy and fire in him is all that is needed to give an old-timer like myself a reason to continue. You're right, we can't give up now, the Alliance is coming. And I don't want to tell my granddaughter that I was the first human to give up against alien invaders. Come with me, Major, I'll show you why I became a general in the first place." "Sir." Furguns saluted and watched as General Williams made his way towards the Command Information Center, his gait having more energy than the Major had ever seen before. Those alien bastards would not like what had just been unleashed on them. Major Thomas Furguns. Born, August 12. Died. Major Thomas Furguns was one of the last surviving officers on Shaanxi. Under his command, the defense line Beta held longer than any expected, and the defense line Charlie stopped the Turian advance until reinforcements from the Alliance arrived. Later on, he would be promoted to the rank of general with glowing recommendations by the retired General Williams. He would lead the ground forces during Operation Cold Vengeance. March 11, 2158, 1547 set. Taiyuan, Shaanxi. 8th floor, unnamed apartment building, Alliance side of the river. Breath in. Hold. Trigger. Breath out. For the 5th time this hour alone, Olivia watched as the head of an unsuspecting alien soldier exploded. He had been unlucky that he took his head out of cover only for a moment too long to scan his surroundings while Olivia's scope went over his area. In her mind, he was just as unlucky as any other who had even just a pinky toe out of cover while she was on duty. You just don't take any chances when there was an N5 with advanced sniper training around. She stooped her regular sweeping of the opposite riverbank when Nancy, her CFTI drone, highlighted a target. The combat field tactical information drone had become something that Olivia never wanted to part with ever again. These handball-big drones could be linked directly to the specialized scope of a sniper rifle and displayed all information any professional sniper would need, and could be further customized. Wind speed, air humidity, distance, and her favorites, the highlighting and tracing of enemy forces even behind cover, and the notification that a high-valued target appeared. Of course, you had to identify targets first and then give them a value priority, but after that, the CFTID used its visual sensors to scan for recurring identification markers like red paint around the collar of the alien armor, just like the one Olivia had her sights on now. After taking 2 or 3 of these marked aliens out, she deduced that they were seemingly higher in the chain of command. During an attack on defense, point Charlie 3, she took one of them out and noticed that the other attackers faltered for just a moment and retreated a few meters before renewing their attack. But before she could make a clean shot, Olivia got another notification from Nancy. She moved her position a few meters left to get a better look at the new targets, and what she saw made her cringe. 2 tanks were coming slowly through one of the side streets together with a whole new platoon of enemy soldiers. She guessed that the aliens felt more secured now because they had taken out the artillery on the Alliance's side of the river. That victory had cost them more than a few aircraft that had been shot down by anti-air turrets. With a small gesture, she opened a comm channel to command to relay her information. 2 tanks and a full platoon coming towards Charlie 1. Seems like they want to try a push through. Charlie Central must give hell for them to try to flank. The last sentence had been more to herself than to command, but it summed her thoughts up nicely. Charlie Central was the most heated battle theater in the city, mostly because of the Kalinko Highway that led over the biggest of the remaining bridges. Beta Central had fallen first out of all defense points on the Beta line, but had also been the one under the heaviest attack. While the defenders were falling back to point Charlie Central, they had taken the heat of Beta 1 and Beta 2 to let them retreat towards the Charlie line orderly and without many casualties. "Copy," answered a female voice with a slight Scottish accent. The general ordered an uppercut on the position. "Your orders are to halt the advance." AP shot to the leading tank. "Understood." An uppercut was a tactic that General Williams had devised to simultaneously attack enemy forces and to let them think that an attack could happen anytime and anywhere without them knowing. Small units crossed the river under the cover of night with salvaged equipment from the Sea Rescue Service, which had been tasked before the invasion with the rescue of anyone who fell into the river. From there they entered the sewer systems to plant bombs directly under the street or enemy staging areas to attack them from underground. Olivia did not envy those poor souls who had to crawl through the sewer right now. Yesterday night she had been on a recon mission beyond the enemy lines and had used the sewers to get there. Only a 20-minute shower had helped to get rid of the stench, and her clothes had to be burned. She was sure that some of that stench still wasn't gone from her equipment, even while she had cleaned them for 2 hours. Her scope was now directed at the leading tank, directly where the driver should sit. Some Marines had taken a scan of a tank that had been destroyed in the first days of the invasion, and the techies had analyzed its composition and where the driver would sit. Nancy helpfully laid the stylized picture of a sitting alien over the position of the driver. While her left hand held the rifle in position, her right grasped a bullet in one of her supply bags and pulled it out. By hand, she inserted the bullet into the chamber and waited for the power to reach the necessary level to fire it. Her sniper rifle, the Halicon, was one of 12, a prototype, and Olivia had been selected among the best snipers of the N school to test it. Now it was getting a field test. The rifle could change its rate of fire from 1 shot to a maximum of 5, to either take a target out or lay down suppressive sniper fire. But her favorite function was the AP shot. An armor-piercing bullet could be inserted into the chamber, one much heavier and bigger than the usual shrapnels that were shaved off of an ammunition block. To fire an AP shot, the rifle had to generate the needed power first, what could take up to 40 seconds before firing. After firing, the rifle was put on a forced cooldown for almost 5 minutes before any shot could be fired again, not that it bothered Olivia much. After all, any self-respecting sniper would change locations after firing a shot like that. The volume of the shot and its accompanying flash of light was like a billboard sign with the label, "Sniper is here," and a big glowing arrow onto the position. Nevertheless, the sheer power of the shot made it worth it. Shields, armor, nothing would stop it, and the effects on organic targets were nothing that could be told in polite company. "Uppercut, ready," came over the comms, and Olivia prepared the shot. Breath in. Hold. Trigger. Breath out. Olivia winced when the pain from the kickback registered to her, but she continued to watch the target. The bright light of the kinetic shields of the tank flared before stuttering out, and if she interpreted the abrupt halt of the vehicle right, she had hit the target. Knowing the longer she waited the more time the enemy had to fire a tank shell into the building, she stood up, grabbed Nancy, and sprinted towards the stairs and rushed down. Just when she had arrived on the floor below, an explosion hit the one above her, followed by a second explosion and then silence. Carefully she made her way down one more floor and then slinked to one of the windows. The platoon she had watched previously had been thrown in disarray with both tanks destroyed and more than half its soldiers dead. The survivors were retreating fast, no doubt to meet up with other forces. But that wasn't Olivia's problem, for now, her shift would be over in an hour and she was looking forward to a 2-hour break before being deployed again. Her gaze went towards the north where the jungle met the city. On her way back from behind enemy lines, she had observed how at least 200 aliens went into it, probably trying to find a way around Defense Line Charlie. Those poor souls. She hoped the aliens had good asylums. The plan the general had plotted had been absolutely terrifying and would probably break even the hardest veterans. Lieutenant Commander Olivia Dare. Born, March 5. Died. Lieutenant Commander Olivia Dare was an N5 during the First Contact War. Her skill with a sniper rifle got her the infamous name of Far-Seeing Spirit of Shaanxi by the Turian forces after she killed a Turian field marshal from a distance above 4,000 meters. After the war, she got a promotion to N6 and has been transferred to Project Artemis. March 13, 2158, 109 set. Shaanxi. Jungle north of Taiyuan, somewhere. It's an honor to be part of a mission behind enemy lines, they said. You are part of a mighty Cabal unit, nothing can stand in your way, they said. The hierarchy knows that you will lead us to victory, they said. What they didn't say was that this jungle was cursed by malevolent spirits. Because what else could it be? People, especially soldiers, didn't just disappear as it had been the case among all 6 platoons that were part of this operation. Some just went around a tree and disappeared. Not a single body was ever found. Sad Era knew that logically these humans had to be behind the attacks, that they were responsible for everything that happened to the Turian troops. But not everything in this jungle could be explained by logic. All knew that some malevolent spirit must live here, awakened either by the humans or by the Turians. She didn't know, didn't want to know, she just wanted it to be over. Sleep hadn't come to her or her whole unit for more than 40 hours. Sounds echoing through the jungle, sometimes far away, sometimes far too close for comfort. Shots and explosions in the distance. Her Cabal unit had lost a member after a grenade landed in front of him. Where it came from could nobody tell. And the traps. Don't forget the traps. Those primitive traps were definitely the work of a spirit. These pitfalls filled with sharpened wooden sticks were much too primitive of a species that achieved spaceflight, so it had to be a spirit. All of this during the bright light of the day. But, even after all of that, Sad Era still preferred the day to the night. Because the night was much, much worse. She was a mighty Cabal, she had taken part in countless missions against pirates in the Terminus systems, but right now she was gripping her festin like a rookie on her first mission. The whole unit sprang to their feet, weapons directed into the dark as it happened again. Those terrifying noises. If she had to liken it to something, it would be the giggle of an Asari child, but much more sinister. Was it maybe the malevolent spirit making fun of them? A cold shudder went down her back at this thought. I can't take it anymore, cried the young Turian who had been added to their unit just before their deployment to the 34th Patrol Fleet. He stood up and ran into the dark, not hearing Sadara's shout, "Stop," firing his rifle wildly around. The rest of the unit could hear how the sounds of rifle fire got more distant before a blood-curdling scream echoed through the trees, and then silence. Absolute silence. It was like the whole jungle took a moment before resuming its normal state. And before it could, it happened again. The giggle. The jungle returned to its normal level of noise as if it had never been silent. She shared a glance with the rest of her unit. They all understood. This jungle was their grave. Lieutenant Sad Era Kadoros. Born, February 4th. Died, March 14th. Lieutenant Sad Era Kadoros was a member of a Cabal unit during the Relay 314 incident. Her unit had been chosen, as well as other units and platoons, to traverse the jungle on the north side of the capital of Shaanxi and flank the human forces. Of over 250 Turians who went in, less than 40 returned. Those that did, told tales of how the jungle was the territory of a malevolent spirit and had cursed them and played with them to its amusement. Some went even so far as to claim that the spirit was the spirit of Bahadur, the Turian spirit of madness. March 15, 2158, 1443 set. SSV Everest. 15 minutes till transit to Shaanxi Theta System. We hit the relay in 15 minutes, Admiral, said Amanda Debro, the pilot of the SSV Everest. Well, she wasn't the only pilot, but she was the one with the most experience and could fly the Alliance dreadnought by herself if she pushed herself. In her mind, her 2 co-pilots only made her job somewhat easier. Acknowledged, comms, open a fleet-wide channel, ordered Fleet Admiral Wright. Amanda was happy that the Commander-in-Chief of all Alliance military forces was leading the counterattack on the alien invaders at Shaanxi. His sheer presence that radiated confidence and calmness had a positive effect on the whole crew present on the bridge. She was sure that even the servicemen in the furthest ship felt safer knowing that the Fleet Admiral himself was leading the liberation. Fleet channel open, sir. All personnel can hear you. Admiral Wright closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath before opening his eyes again. Amanda could feel rather than see, as she was still watching the controls, how everybody straightened their stance at the steely determination in the Admiral's eyes. Attention, his voice was steady and radiated power that filled everyone with confidence, which assured them they would come out victorious from the coming battle. Approximately 12 days ago, Shaanxi had been attacked by aliens. The defense fleet above Shaanxi has sent a call for help, and we're here to do exactly that. Help our fellow humans, the brave men and women who are still defending the colony. They count on us to kick those aliens back into the hole they crawled out. And that is what we will do. A cheer erupted on the bridge and over the fleet channel. Everybody was prepared and motivated to do their part. The SSV Sahana has been deployed to gather information on the enemy's strength and position. She is in the system since yesterday evening. Her onboard 6 systems will transmit firing solutions to every combat ship on entry into the system. If the identification code checks out, I want everybody to upload the solutions immediately. Get to your positions and fire on my signal. The alien fleet will get a nice greeting from us before they even know that we're there. Right out. Hitting relay in 5, Amanda said after a short pause. Only marginally turning her head to her co-pilot on her left, she added, Lieutenant Hackett, prepare to transmit weight data to the relay. I want to get through the moment we get close enough. Aye, ma'am, responded the young lieutenant. Amanda liked the young second lieutenant. He was hardworking and polite while he showed a spine even in the face of superiors. He was slated for a promotion to first lieutenant in the next month, not that he knew it. She only knew because she had talked with Admiral Wright and recommended Hackett for promotion. Being the helmswoman of the fleet admiral's flagship for 4 years had its perks sometimes. The admiral even let show through that he was keeping Hackett on his ship and personal assistant. He had seen something in the young man and would be probably tutoring him to one day take over his position as fleet admiral. Not that she cared about that she was possibly sitting next to a future admiral. No, what was important, laid directly in front of her. If they didn't survive the coming battle, it would be meaningless. We're in proximity of the relay. Sending data now. Energy levels are rising. We're going through. The stars of the universe elongated as the SSV Everest accelerated to speeds that had been decried as impossible not even 2 decades ago. All readings clear, no problems with the activation. ETA to Shangxi Theta, 2 minutes, Amanda told the admiral after she checked the monitors for any kind of anomalies that could hinder the ship in battle. Are all systems online? The admiral asked the whole bridge to get a status check. Weapons online and ready. Sensors online. Shields online. Reactors online and ready to divert energy if needed. All stations gave the all-clear and Admiral Wright nodded. A notification on Amanda's main terminal informed her that they would drop out of FTL shortly. Dropping out of FTL in 4. 3, 2, dropping out. We've arrived, she narrated the countdown on her console. We're getting hailed from the Sahana, codes approved, transmitting data to weapons and helm, announced the communication officer who got transferred to the Everest just before deployment. Got it, said weapons. Got it, repeated Amanda when the coordinates appeared in front of her, and a small calculation later she added, ETA to firing position 3 minutes. Sensors, asked the admiral, have they noticed our arrival in the system? It seems like they did not. At least not yet. The interference from the magnetic field of the gas giant Eridan is reported to disrupt the detection of incoming ships. It seems like the element of surprise truly lies on our side. I want the fast ground deployment ships on our right flank. When we engage the enemy, I want them to make a run for the planet. If they have to, they are to go into low orbit on the far side of the planet and fly around. Message sent, they replied affirmative, sir. ETA 30 seconds, said Amanda. Enemy lines are reorganizing themselves, they noticed us. So be it, ready yourself, it will begin shortly. 10 seconds. The last 10 seconds until the Everest and the rest of the fleet were in position were agonizing. As if time itself was slowing down, every second felt longer than the one before. But even if it were so, the moment when the countdown hit 0 still came. 0. Amanda exclaimed. All ships fire, ordered Admiral Wright, and the shutter that went through the Everest signaled the first shot of many that started the battle for the liberation of Shangxi. Flight Lieutenant First Class Amanda Dubrow. Born, November 29th. Died. Flight Lieutenant First Class Amanda Dubrow was the pilot of the SSV Everest, the flagship of Fleet Admiral James Wright before, during, and after the First Contact War. Under her guiding hand, many officers and future pilots learned how to operate Alliance warships. After she retired as an active helmswoman, she began to teach at the Flight Academy on Reach. March 15, 15. FGD ship en route to Liyuan. ETA 90 seconds. All right, guys, this is it. Drop in 90. Check your gear again and then to your coffins. Operations Chief Lesko checked his rifle once again to make sure that everything would work as needed and then made his way to his assigned drop pod. The fast ground deployment ships were glorified transport ships that couldn't even land on a planet's surface. Well, they could, but they were designed to do so. Instead, they would fly over the deployment area and release the drop pods in its bay from the bottom of the ship. The Marines that were trained to be deployed in them called them lovingly coffins. Not because it was a death trap for the Marines inside, but because they brought death to their enemies when they were deployed. Airborne Marine divisions were specially trained to be deployed in them, and every soldier who got through the N1 course was familiar with them. And now a whole team of N soldiers was going to bring death to their enemies. As Lesko climbed into his pod and secured his rifle, he let his gaze sway around the dropping bay, as they called it. Everyone here was an N4 or higher, Lesko himself was an N4, and they were led by two N7. The best of the best, or so it was said. And Lesko knew it to be true. He and his squad had been pitted against an N7 during a training exercise, and the N7 took them apart like children. There was no doubt that those two could do so as well. Lieutenant David Anderson and Commander Alec Ryder. At least now he could enjoy watching it when they destroyed these aliens. 20 seconds till drop, announced Commander Ryder. Close your pods and make sure you're secured inside. I don't want to lose a man because he was an idiot. The hatch of the coffin closed and sealed shut with a hiss. A moment later Lesko was secured and opened the comm channel for listening only. I will repeat our objectives once again, began the commander. Defense point Charlie Central is being overrun. We're deploying right over it. Once on the ground, we're clearing an LZ and push the enemy back onto the bridge. When the LZ is secure, Pelicans with heavy troopers will land and support us in our pushback. Copy. Aye, was the answer from everyone. Good. Remember your unit designation, either you're with me or with LT Anderson. Drop in 10, came a synthesized but distinctive female voice over the comms. You heard the lady. Get ready. Drop in 5. Marines, what do we do? 4. Feet first into hell. 3. And what then? 2. Tell the devil to fuck himself. 1. Good boys. Drop. For a moment Lesko felt weightless before the gravity of Shang-Chi kicked in, and that with force. The G-force pushed him deeper into the belts as the drop pod accelerated towards the ground. On the window of the pod appeared information on the altitude the pod was, a map with the estimated point of impact and the countdown when the small mass effect generator would kick in to decrease the mass of the pod so that the deceleration systems had an easier job of letting him land safely and alive. When he looked down he could already make out where he would land, and he also could see small figures hushing around on the ground. A smile broke out on his face when he thought of how the enemy must be panicking, seeing how comet-like objects were coming down towards their position. Oh, how right they were to be afraid. Especially when the heavy troopers were landed. Then they would have no chance. The heavy troopers would bring, as their name implied, the heavy guns to the field. Guns big enough that no soldier could even lift them without help. And the help of the HT came in the form of the Force Multiplier exoskeleton, which had been adapted from the exoskeletons that had been used for hauling cargo around. Man, these aliens were fucked. The countdown on the window screen reached 0 and Lesko was once again thrown around in his belts when the speed of the pod abruptly lessened. A few seconds later the coffin hit the ground and the hatch sprung open. A go 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 sounded over the comms and Lesko opened his belts, grabbed his rifle, and got to work. Operations Chief Timothy Lesko. Born, December 13th. Died. OP Chief Timothy Lesko was an N4 and one of the veterans of the First Contact War. He survived the liberation of Shang-Chi but had been wounded during the pushback at Defense Point Charlie Central. Nevertheless, he continued to serve the Alliance military and would get the promotion to N6 later on. The liberation of Shang-Chi would take over a day and end only after half of the Turian patrol fleet would be destroyed and the last remaining field marshal of the Turian ground forces surrendered. A few Turian ships retreated through the relay into Citadel space. The casualties would total 6,108 Turian and 3,975 human lives. While the total number of lives lost didn't even come close to 0.01% of either race's population, everyone who fought in the 2 weeks agreed on one thing. It had been hell. Chapter 7, Chapter April 30th. 1757 Standard Earth Time. Reach, classified. Only the nearly silent humming of the computers and projectors filled the room. Neither I nor any of the other occupants had said anything since we had entered. Even our greetings were nothing but acknowledging nods to each other. It was as if every one of us knew that if we started talking, even just small talk, we would inevitably discuss the subjects which were on today's agenda. But for that, we wanted everyone present. Only one person was missing from our illustrious round. Andrew Clark, the head of the Alliance Communication Department. He was also the head of the Alliance Intelligence Service, which officially didn't exist, yet. Truthfully, it didn't surprise me that he wasn't here yet. Over the last 2 years, I've had the pleasure to get to know him, and I knew he would arrive at the meeting the moment it was supposed to start. It was just like him to not waste even a single minute. He was probably already on his way to this room, going over all the data he had gathered. My eyes wandered away from the datapad I had in my hand, which showed me a version of the Galactic Codex. One much more comprehensive than the one I'd known from the Mass Effect games, but at the same time, there was less information. It had been a gift from the Asari diplomatic delegation that had come to Shang-Chi a week after the fighting with the Turians had ended. Somehow they had already made a translation software for English and the major Citadel races. After a bit of thinking, it didn't surprise me that they had learned our language already. Especially after I heard from Wright that the Turians had some of our soldiers as prisoners, it wouldn't surprise me if they got our language from them. After all, we had been trying the same with the Turian prisoners. Fortunately, a prisoner exchange had happened just a week ago as a sign of willingness to end the conflict before it could escalate. As I looked to my left, I saw how Anita Goyle, the head of our diplomatic corps, was still engrossed in the codex. For a woman closer to 60 than 50, she certainly didn't look like it. Not a single gray strand could be seen in her blonde hair, and she looked more like a woman in her mid-40s. Somehow I knew that would probably change in the coming years. After all, she had been selected as our spokesperson for the negotiations with the Citadel. Her emerald eyes showed intelligence and political experience as they scanned the text for every bit of information that could become useful to her. With a quiet sigh put Admiral Wright, who sat to my right, the datapad down and leaned back in his chair. The exhaustion was plain to see on his face. He had only arrived on Reach today and was probably still going over the damage and cleanup reports from the Shang-Chi fiasco, as some called it. The term First Contact War was also beginning to gain traction too. That was my favorite term for it too. And not just because it would be the official title in the Me games, but because I believed that every war changed something fundamental for human society. Meeting a new species for the first time in human history fit the bill for me. There were still 2 more people inside the room. One of them was Director Port, and the other was Dr. Helkin. Michael had his eyes closed and was tipping his nose with his right index finger over and over again. That was one of his quirks. Something he always did when he was going over facts in his head. Dr. Helkin, on the other hand, seemed the most relaxed person in the room. I did not doubt that she had read the Codex multiple times and was already working on replicating some of the Turian technology. Or perhaps she had already done that and continued working on some other projects of hers. Perhaps even both. You never knew with that woman. Even now, in her mid-60s, she was as brilliant as ever and showed no sign of slowing down. Just as I wanted to pick up my datapad again to read some more, the reinforced doors to the underground meeting room opened, and Andrew entered the room. If you didn't know where to look, you would have never guessed that this man had dealings with all major intelligence agencies that were present on Earth. He looked like a friendly neighbor who had 3 children, a lovely wife, and a middle-class job. Everything about him screamed normal. Nothing was out of place. His brown hair was neatly cut, and he kept the typical body of someone in his mid-30s. He truly was what someone would call the picture of normality. That was until you looked into his brown eyes and behind the facade he carefully maintained. And that was just when he let you. Then you saw someone who was intelligent and shrewd enough to weave a net around you that would never be noticed until it was already beyond late. Another interesting fact was that he thanked me for saving his life the first time we met. He never elaborated on that, and I didn't ask. Not that he would have told me. Nonetheless, he was someone I could call a friend and as invested in the alliance as any of us 5. With a short nod, he took his place at the round conference table, waiting for the meeting to begin. As if a signal was given, Michael's eyes shot open, and he said, "It seems like everyone is present." Great. The meeting can begin now. With a few commands on the console before him, the light in the room dimmed. At the same time, the projector in the middle of the table started up and showed a picture of Shang-Chi. Michael turned to Wright and asked, "What is the status of the operations in the system? You were there until a few days ago, how does it look?" "I'll start with what's going on the planet itself," began Wright. "The cleanup is still ongoing. The main streets may be free of debris now, but many others are not. Many buildings were destroyed in the fighting, nothing to speak of the bridges that our forces collapsed so that they weren't forced to spread themselves too thin. It will take time and a lot of money and resources to rebuild." He took a small breath to steady himself and continued, "First evaluations show the number of deaths in the middle of 3,000. That number is still climbing as we excavate dead bodies under collapsed buildings. More than 2/3 of our garrison forces on Shang-Chi have been killed, and the battle group in orbit has been annihilated with no survivors. We've also found civilian casualties. All bodies that we find are taken to a designated area and are being prepared to be given back to their families. The Turian bodies are currently kept separately until further orders." Wright took a small moment to collect his thoughts as he opened a new file on his datapad. As I already said, he continued, "The battle group that we stationed above Shang-Chi was destroyed, but they could get a signal out to us before they were. Without it, it could have taken longer than 2 weeks to react to the attack. A quiet, still too slow, left my lips before I could stop it. But it was either quiet enough so that nobody heard it, or they didn't react to it. One thing was clear, though. Everybody had the same thought. That was one of the reasons why I had ordered Dr. Hashiyum to think of ways to make our drives faster. He was already brainstorming ideas, but I hoped I could secure him some of the recovered Turian technology to support him. Cleanup operations in orbit are proceeding smoothly. The debris around Shang-Chi has been taken care of already, and paths to the planet are clear. So, help from outside sources can come to the planet. I've been contacted by multiple people offering to help, interjected Michael in a short pause between sentences. With a nod, Wright acknowledged the question. Yes, sir, while our ships are continuing to stay on alert level orange, civilian ships are allowed in the system. A small smile and a nod back were the only response Michael gave as he made a short note and gestured to Wright to continue. Currently, we're in the process of searching the destroyed Turian ships for any kind of intact technology. Luckily, one of the ships was mostly intact. It seems the bridge and a few other necessary systems got hit. Their reactor and drive also took damage, but nothing too significant. The transport to reach is already organized and it should arrive in the next few days. Oscar, I would like it if you could send Dr. Hashiyum here as well. His expertise with starship engineering could be extremely valuable in analyzing the vessel. A small smirk played on my lips as I answered, that is no problem. It's more like I would have to stop him from doing so. I already thought of sending him here permanently anyway. With the growing shipyards in orbit, he's of more use here than elsewhere. Thank you. Is it a problem if he's attached to the science department? Wright asked with a side glance towards Dr. Helkin. That's not a problem, Barbara answered for me. As long as he doesn't interrupt my other projects, she added quietly. I knew that those could do incredible work together, but there were still a few times when they argued like schoolchildren. While Takahashi was the foremost expert in starship engineering, Dr. Barbara Helkin was probably the foremost expert in all other fields. At least in human space. So while Takahashi wanted to discuss with someone who could at least follow all of his theories, Dr. Helkin got annoyed with him pretty fast when she was concentrating on another field of science at that moment. And then they would argue. I heard one of those arguments and fled the room as fast as I could. While they threw insults at each other like children, the level of discussion was so high that nobody could follow their arguments. They had a way of making you feel stupid without even trying to do Southwest in the first place. You heard the doctor, Admiral. There's no problem, I said so that Wright could continue with his report. And he did, after clearing his throat. As we are already on the subject of recovered alien technology. We've also sent multiple crates of recovered arms and shield units to your scientist Barbara. All of them were from the Turian forces. I would like to ask you to start with the shield units. Ours are still in development and not even close to mass production for our soldiers. From reports, I gathered that those personal kinetic shields of the Turians are better by magnitude than our prototypes. With a hand gesture, she acknowledged his request. I put some of my best on it. When they have analyzed them, I will take a look as well. With working examples, I guess it will take a month or two, then we will have our own. Wonderful, replied Wright. There's, of course, more we're collecting from the battlefields, but those are the main things. The next point on my agenda is the effectiveness of our soldiers and navy against the Turians. I've sent all of you a preliminary analysis, and I would only present my personal opinion on it now. Would that be all right, Director? Michael pondered the question for a moment before he answered, It is your decision, Admiral Wright. I didn't have the time to read it, and I trust your analysis of the situation. So please, tell us what you think. Wright's face hardened, and I mentally prepared myself for his opinion. As long as I knew him, he had never held back anything that came to his mind, and this situation was something that should be explained as plain as possible. He took a breath and said, If we go to war, we're fucked. Well, that had been blunter than I expected. The silence that followed his words was deafening. Even the constant humming of the computers seemed to stop. All of us knew that if it came to war, our position would be precarious, but that it would be this bad. Nobody expected that. The only one who didn't grimace at that was Andrew. He had probably read the preliminary report and came to the same conclusion. Could you please elaborate? Asked Michael, trying to keep his shock from affecting his voice. Of course, began Wright, and with a command to his datapad, the projector showed a new picture. It showed the positions of our and the Turian fleets at the beginning of the battle to retake Shangxi. As you can see, we outnumbered the Turian ships 3-1. During the battle, our superior positioning and the element of surprise allowed us to win this battle with acceptable losses. He almost spat those last words out. All of his soldiers were precious to him, and he hated to think of their deaths as something acceptable. But he also never hesitated to risk them if the need arose. After half of the Turian fleet was destroyed, they evacuated from the planet all they could and disappeared through the relay. But from the data we could gather during the battle, it seems like the general estimate is that we would need 2 or 3 ships to match one of theirs, depending on ship class. That was not a good number. While I had no number to compare it to, I believed I had done my part to strengthen our navy. How outclassed and outgunned must the Alliance have been in the games during the First Contact War? That would mean that at our current technological level, we need at least 3 times as many ships as the Turians, better 4 times as many, I said. That is correct, Oscar, confirmed Wright. In the codex the Asari gave us, there were no fleet sizes or even an estimated population count. Nothing that we could use to guess the number of ships, added Andrew, speaking for the first time since he entered the room. Before Wright could say anything, he continued, But if we take into account that they have been a member of the Citadel Council for more than a millennium, I guess that the number of ships is somewhere around 5,000. Probably more. At least 10 times as many as we have. Even if we had the technological advantage, which we don't have, we would lose in a direct conflict with them. Sometimes, quantity truly is a quality of its own, commented Anita, who had been quiet till then. That's true, acknowledged Wright. A lot of that number would be probably stuck in policing their borders, but we should not forget that the Turians are not our only possible enemy. The Asari and Solarians could support them in the event of war by taking over border patrols and thus freeing assets that could be used against us. We currently don't even have a tenth of that number. I don't see any way we could win without exposing Earth to danger. Something we just can't do. A frown crossed Michael's face before he said, I see what you mean. We would have to evacuate all planets that can be reached by the relay network. Among them Earth. Transport them into systems that are too difficult to reach without a DR drive and rebuilt there. After he finished, Michael shook his head. Nobody would give up Earth willingly. She is humanity's home. That means we must try to avoid any kind of conflict. A picture of a burning planet came to me, of Reapers attacking Earth. My eyes hardened, and I unconsciously clenched my hand. It was a memory of what was to come and a reminder to do what I could to prepare for it. That is what I would suggest, said Wright. I concur with the Admiral's analysis, remarked Andrew. We should avoid conflict with the Citadel for now. I noted how Andrew used the words for now, and I wasn't the only one. He wasn't someone to choose his words carelessly. No matter how, but we would clash with the Citadel Council at one point. Be it politically or militarily. We should not be in a position where they could hold us at gunpoint and order us around without being able to push back. That was the statement Andrew wanted to make with his words. We should take our time and collect more information, Andrew continued and added with a small grin, after all, knowing is half the battle. Anita threw him a dubious glance and asked, and what is your opinion of the other half? Instead of Andrew, it was Wright who answered with a snort, violence. Men, muttered Anita and rolled her eyes. Before the discussion could get even further away, Michael intervened. I believe we've strayed from the topic far enough. Is there still something you want to add, James? Or should we continue to the next point on today's agenda? Wright straightened his posture, dropping all signs of humor, and answered, only the report on our ground forces. Efficiency of equipment and tactics. He looked at his datapad and opened another file. His eyes flew quickly over the displayed information, summing it up in his mind. It seems like we measure up to the Turians better on the ground than in space. I have to note that this was mostly a defensive battle and only a counteroffensive in the later stages. So I don't know how well we would do in leading an attack on a fortified Turian defense position. But there is some interesting information. I caught a glance towards me and the ghost of a smile on Wright's face before he continued. While the Turians' arms have a higher rate of fire and projectiles that are faster, ours have more stopping power. I guess that is good, asked Michael. Very good, was my answer. Michael shifted his look from Wright to me and gestured that I should explain. Something that I complied with. It means you would need fewer shots to drop a kinetic shield, for example. Or to kill someone. Another point is that we design the hard suits the soldiers get in a way that they can at least stop 2 bullets from our rifles. In theory, that would mean that they could stop the fire from the Turians even better. Ah, thank you for explaining, Oscar, said Michael and directed his next question back to the Admiral. Your assessment, James. What Oscar said is mostly true. The enemy's bullets were mostly stopped, but since they were smaller and fired at a higher velocity, they could still penetrate the hard suit. Combine that with a higher rate of fire, and you get a lot of shots that hit the less protected areas or are just lucky. I took a moment to remember the last reports I got about the projects which were in development in my companies. Once a month, I got a detailed report about everything that happened in every company I owned. Or invested in. That included the development of new products or the testing of prototypes. If a project interested me, it wasn't uncommon for me that I demanded bi-weekly updates. I searched my mental list for the projects that had to do with armor until I found what I was looking for. Hanakadar is testing a few new material compositions that could be used for hard suits. I relay your findings and see what they come up with. Wright nodded gratefully. My men will be glad to hear that. Could you please continue, James? There's still more we have to discuss, asked Anita impatiently. Sure. The only thing left is the effectiveness of our tactics. While we could hold the line with orthodox battle lines, our troops shined when they used a combination of hold-your-ground mentality and flexible tactics. Every time they used an advantage they had found, it was used until it wasn't useful anymore. Then a new strategy or tactic was implemented. It kept the Turians on their toes, talons, whatever. Their strict command structure was often not fast enough to react to the changing tactics of small units. The use of drop pods was also very effective. We got soldiers on the ground fast enough to stop the breaching of the last defensive line. I expect this tactic will be very effective in clearing landing zones or surrounding enemies. Sadly, the heavy troopers were not as effective as expected. The exoskeleton suit was good against small arms, but since they were intended to be used against armored vehicles, we have to redesign them. They were a target for their cannons much too easily. Of the 10 we sent down, only 2 survived. Wright looked at all of us, one at a time, and said, "That would be all. The completed reports will be sent to you in a month." He took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms as if he was saying, "I've done my job, now's your turn." "Thank you for your report, Admiral Wright," said Michael with formality. A glance at his datapad, and he said, "Before we get to the probably most important topic today, I just want to ask you, Barbara and Oscar, is there something you want to report?" I looked to Barbara, who was still looking at her datapad. She lifted her head to look back, and I signaled her to start. All projects are on schedule or even ahead of. If you want to know more, read the weekly reports my assistant compiles and sends you. Well, that was to the point. She was probably reading over some new data sent to her. At such moments, she always answered bluntly. In her own words, she would not waste her time answering asinine questions that could be answered by reading. I suppressed a sigh. A little bit more time would have been nice to collect my thoughts, but you have to work with what you get. Still, I took a minute to search for all files I would possibly need, even as I felt their eyes on me, waiting for me to begin. There are only a few things that have to be shared at this moment. Our shipyards are already working to repair the damage sustained to our fleets. We estimate it will take 5 to 6 months to return to our old strength. I would have expected it would take less time. From what I know, we are building enough ships that it would take around 2 months, chipped right in. That would have been correct a few days ago, I replied. But I ordered to stop all work on ships less than 50% finished. What? We need those ships, why did you stop the construction? Because I want to wait until our scientists finished analyzing the Turian technology. As I know them, they will improve our ship designs by a large margin after this, and those ships can either be improved on or scrapped without losing too much money and resources. I would rather have ships with improved technology than ones that will have to be replaced before the decade is over. Before Wright could say something, Michael placated him. See it this way, James. It will take more time, but you will get new shiny toys instead. While he didn't like to have fewer ships than before, even if it just was temporary, he could see the advantage of having ships of a newer generation. After thinking it over, he nodded, satisfied with my explanation. There is some other news you will like, Admiral. Our first 2 carriers will be ready for deployment in about a week. While in canon, carriers were built to circumvent the restrictions of the Ferrixon Treaty, Takahashi had proposed to use them as mobile command bases to direct the fleets. At around 800 m in length and a height and width of 200 m, it could hold 200 aircraft on both an upper and lower deck. Their kinetic barriers were the strongest we currently had, and their plating was also thicker than all other ships. In exchange, they were also the slowest ships we had, even if their EZO cores were bigger than those in our dreadnoughts. But since the carriers would stay behind our lines, it was deemed acceptable. I'll look forward to their naming ceremony then, said Wright with a grin. Gone was the man, who was displeased with waiting for his ships, and in his place was a child waiting for Santa Claus to come. In other news, I continued, the construction of a prototype for an orbital defense platform has finished. Testing is scheduled to start in 3 days. Another brainchild of Takahashi. As I've mentioned before, he can be a total nerd at times. Like I can be. Just because I own a company that spans multiple solar systems and am the head of the economics and construction department of the Alliance didn't mean that I had no hobbies. Sometimes Takahashi and I would meet for a break and play video games or watch movies. As we played the newest remastered version of the first Halo trilogy, which I may or may not have kickstarted, we discussed the feasibility of ODPs. From there it evolved into actual designs and now the prototype was finished. It took a few years but the preliminary data looked promising. Furthermore, the ODP's design was based on modularity. That way, the parts could be produced independently and put together at a designated location. It also allowed us to change them if they had to be repaired or we could replace them with newer and better ones. The plans for a new shipyard on the last planet of the Olympus system, the dwarf planet Asphodel, have been approved. The needed materials are currently being assembled, and construction should begin in a month. If everything stays on schedule, the first 10 docks finish construction by September. Estimated completion is in 2 years, and it will have 50 docks. Most of them are for ships up to 800 m, but 10 will be for ships up to 2.5 kilometers. 2.5 kilometers, asked Wright, Anita, and Michael at the same time. Why are you so surprised? Commented Dr. Helkin. Designs for such ships exist for a few years. While they aren't feasible with our current technology, we're planning for the future. I've looked over the plans for the shipyard. It's possible to build more than one ship in the longer cradles. If it's effective we will use that design again. Ah, that's the reason, said Michael. But I thought spaceships could not be longer than 1200 m. That's a common misconception, replied Barbara and started to explain. If you use a pure E0 drive, the maximal effective ship length is around a kilometer. More and the E0 requirements become too high. That is because the E0 you need to create a large enough mass effect field is not proportional to ship length. It's more like an exponential curve. Through Dr. Hashiyam's invention of the DR drive, we found out that a more effective energy source to power the E0 core creates a slightly larger mass effect field. In light of this, our maximal effective ship length rose to 1.5 kilometers. Any larger than 1600 m and our E0 cores start to destabilize. We don't know why at the moment but are studying the problem. Of course, those facts only affect ships with a ME drive or DR/ME drive. When you're just using a DR drive, then you can build your ships as big as you want. You only have to take into account that you will be slow as a snail. The technology is still new and not yet developed enough. For the ME drives, we had the Prothean blueprints. Thank you for your explanation, Barbara, interjected Michael in the brief pause she used to take a breath. I and everyone else were grateful he did when he did. Else she would have delved deeper and deeper into the topic until nobody understood a word anymore. She muttered to herself about morons and ignorance but followed Michael's unspoken request to stop. After a few moments, I moved to finish my report. The only thing that's left to say is that our survey ships found a few mineral-rich planets inside our borders. Furthermore, they found a garden world outside the Exodus cluster. Their standing orders are to explore the nearby solar systems and if they find a mass relay to not activate it until its destination is confirmed. That sounds great. And your point of not activating the relay binds perfectly in our next topic, said Michael with a smile that he lost not a few seconds later. In its place was the determined gaze of a man who could and would impact the lives of billions with his decisions. As you know, on March 25, 1434 a single unknown ship entered the Shangxi system. It was a diplomatic delegation from the Citadel comprising of Asari, another alien species. Their appearance is close to that of a human woman, except for the blue skin color and scalp crests. Their goal was to achieve a ceasefire between the Turian hierarchy and the System Alliance. Admiral Wright agreed to this with the stipulation that all military vessels were to retreat from the relay that leads to Shangxi. As far as we know, this was upheld. After this, the Asari wished to hold further diplomatic talks. Anita was sent to hold these talks which happened on April 2nd. A short summary is that they wish for us to join the Citadel. Could you please elaborate on this, Anita? Of course, Director, said Anita and stood up, holding her datapad to check her notes if needed. After clearing her throat, Anita began to give a brief summary of what the Citadel and the Council were. The massive space station, the Council species, and the associate species, bolstered with snippets of their cultures. Nothing that we hadn't read in the Codex already but still necessary so that we were all on the same level of information. After the explanations about our species, we moved to the topic of humanity joining the Citadel. I replied that I had no authority to make that decision. We arranged a second diplomatic meeting, this time on the Citadel for the 25th of June. As a sign of goodwill from both sides, a prisoner exchange was arranged, and on April 14th executed. Furthermore, they gave me documentation explaining the major Citadel laws. To sum them up, the following laws have to be recognized by every species associated with the Citadel. Any research into artificial intelligence is prohibited, and any existing AI must be destroyed. Anita took a short break to look around. None of us had any vocal response to this law. While humanity had some success with creating intelligent programs, they were rather limited. It was still within the limits of 6 by Citadel standards. Mass relays are not to be opened without the Council's blessings. This is to prevent contact with possible hostile species. Not that we need those relays anyway if Hashiyam continues to improve the DR drive, muttered Wright to my right. Still, he was correct. At the moment the mass relays were still the fastest way to travel between clusters and systems, but that didn't help if there was no relay. For these kinds of systems, the DR drive was the better option. Like for the Olympus system we were currently in. I was torn from my thoughts as Anita continued. All Prothean technology and ruins have to be reported to the Citadel Council after they are found. No species is allowed to hold back and hoard their findings, thus allowing all to profit from them. That one gave way to some grimaces and eye rolls. None of us believed that all would profit from the findings. It was more likely that the Council species profited the most by this law. Especially, since the Asari had a working Prothean beacon, one they never told anyone about. In my mind, this was a dangerous card, that could be played if the situation was truly dire. After all, it would probably make me the target of more than a few assassination attempts by the Asari if word got out that I knew about the beacon. The regulation of WMDs as stated in the Citadel Conventions. The details have been forwarded to you. And the last one is called the Treaty of Ferrixon. That one could be problematic. While the other would restrict us somewhat, they didn't touch subjects that were important to us. But the Treaty of Phyrexian would limit the force we could field to protect our territory. Not really something that would be popular, especially after our first contact with another spacefaring civilization was hostile. Anita's thoughts were along the same line if I interpreted the small grimace on her face. Nonetheless, she started to explain the treaty. This treaty restricts the number of space vessels of the classification Dreadnought. Its purpose is to guarantee civil and peaceful conduct between the Citadel species. The current ratio is 5 to 3 to 1. The Turians are allowed 5 dreadnoughts for every 3 the other Council species build. Every other species is only allowed 1 for every 3 or 5. The number is rounded up. Rounded up. What exactly does that mean? Asked Wright, his voice filled with resentment towards the treaty. For example, if the Turians have 25 dreadnoughts, we can build 5. If they have 26, we can have 6. The same applies to the other Council species. If they have 15, we have 5. They have 16, we have 6. Furthermore, the higher number counts. So if the Turians have 25 and the Asari 16, we can still build 6. Alright, but I want to say that I'm against this treaty. It will limit our future capabilities. This could jeopardize the defense of our colonies. Besides, if our relations with the Turians turn hostile again, we would be outnumbered in dreadnought count, declared Wright, his voice hard. It didn't surprise me that the Admiral was against it. Limiting our forces was not ideal for a young spacefaring civilization. But there were more factors to consider. Before I could voice my thoughts, Michael beat me to it. Just for clarification, what exactly is a dreadnought by Council standards? With a quick swipe, Anita opened a new file on her datapad. She quickly found the wanted information and replied, dreadnoughts are kilometer-long capital ships with 800m-long mass accelerator cannons. That is the only description I've found. Just to be clear, that would mean if we built a 2-kilometer ship with a mass accelerator cannons of less than 800m, they would not be limited by the treaty, right? I interjected with my question with a small smile. Anita looked surprised and confused for a moment and checked her files again. She looked up from her datapad and answered, the Treaty of Phyrexian only limits the number of dreadnoughts. And their definition is as I said. And the definition about the main armament is that it is a mass accelerator cannon, right? I further questioned, my smile growing a little bigger. Now even the rest looked at me questioningly. Only Dr. Helkin seemed to understand what point I was trying to make. At least, she also had a small smile and a glint in her eyes that spoke of mirth. It was Andrew who voiced the question that was on their mind. What point are you trying to make, Oscar? You already have a plan to circumvent the treaty, right? My smile grew even bigger. A few, I answered. Then spit them out, Oscar. Let us hear what you're thinking of, exclaimed Wright, his voice hard but with a slight of hope in it. If we follow the Treaty of Phyrexian and the Citadel's definition of a dreadnought to the letter, the only thing we're not allowed to do is to go over a specified number of ships that are longer than a kilometer and have a mass accelerator cannon of 800m length. So, if we build a starship of over 1 kilometer length but with a mass accelerator cannon of 750m length, it would not be categorized as a dreadnought, and so not restricted in numbers by the treaty. After I finished voicing my idea, there was a moment of silence as they thought about it. Slowly the tension disappeared that had been present in the room after Anita explained the conditions of joining the Citadel. Wouldn't the Council quickly stop the construction of these, let's call them, pocket dreadnoughts, asked Michael, pointing out a possible flaw in my idea. I'm not saying we should start immediately. If we decide to join the Citadel, we should first collect more information about the political landscape and judicial processes. Find the blind spots and use them to our advantage. Just like we humans always do. That could be a possibility, said Anita, holding her chin with her right hand and a faraway look in her eyes. A body as large as we believe the Citadel to be would have dozens if not hundreds of administrative and political obstacles to cross if they wanted to create a new law or adjust the Treaty of Phyrexian. And more importantly, they won't do it because of their pride, added Andrew. Their pride? Questioned Michael. Yes, their pride. The Council has ruled their part of the galaxy for more than 1,000 years. They won't admit that a species that didn't even have FTL travel for half a century outsmarted them. And every move to stop us from building pocket dreadnoughts, as you called them, will be exactly that. An admittance. I see. The plan is to use their pride against them. Now that I think about it, the possibility that we will be underestimated by the Council is pretty high. Any species that had so much power for such a long time without challenge is bound to become arrogant. I wouldn't even be surprised if the Council species feel superior to every other species. Perhaps each Council member feels that way even about the other members. But that's just speculation for now. Oscar, do you have some more ideas? Sure have, Director. I don't know what their definition of a mass accelerator is, but I'm sure that somewhere in the description, it says that ESO is a component. So, if we take the ESO away, the cannons wouldn't be mass accelerators anymore. Is something like this even possible? It is, chipped Barbara in. The cannons on starships use ESO to lighten the mass of the projectiles. The actual velocity is created by magnetic coils that accelerate the projectile. In theory, this concept would work even without ESO. But the energy requirements would be enormous. To get the same amount of speed as with ESO, we would need a power plant to power it. Not even our fusion reactors generate enough power for it. To continue using ESO is the better alt. As she said that, she suddenly became very still. For a minute nothing happened, but nobody made a move. We all knew that Barbara had one of her eureka moments. Without warning, she snatched her datapad, fished a pen out of her jacket, and started scribbling furiously on it while muttering loud enough for us all to hear. Fusion reactors still new. Still room for improvement. Always room for improvement. Got too comfortable. ESO makes things too easy. There's always more. Better reactors could improve many projects, perhaps even make others feasible. Changing this could lead to, no, would destabilize other components. Her mutters grew ever quieter until they were no longer audible. It seems like we will see some technological breakthroughs in the coming future, joked Wright. Seems like it, Anita agreed with a quiet laugh. That would be perfect, I said. As it would perfectly fit my next point. Oh, there's still more. Naturally. If we continue on this path, it won't matter if the Turians outnumber us 5-1 in Dreadnought count. Not if they need 5 to counter one of ours. I could feel their surprise at my comment. A genuine smile had found its way onto Wright's face as he asked, "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" I returned his smile with one of my own as an answer. Holy shit, you do. Something like that could take decades, maybe even more than a century. Yes, but we humans can be patient if we want to. And even if not, we would use our impatience to reach that goal even faster. Join the Citadel, learn from them, use their technology as a template for our own, improve on it, surpass it. If we didn't get a council seat by this point, we could still leave the Citadel. At this point we would be strong enough to oppose them if needed, said Andrew. The lesser number of dreadnoughts could even be a boon. The costs to refit them all wouldn't be too high, I commented. Andrew was about to say something as a loud clap interrupted us. It had been Michael, who had stood up from his chair and clapped his hands to get our attention. As he saw that he had it, he leaned forward with his hand lowering on the table to hold him. Ladies and gentlemen, he began. His voice was calm and serious, while his face showed no emotions. It seems to me as if we had already decided that we will join the Citadel. Hesitant nods were his answer, even from Barbara, who had listened to our discussion with one ear and stopped writing when Michael clapped. The more I thought about it, the stranger it was. Normally we would fight tooth and nail against anyone who would try to subject us, and now we unambiguously decided to do so willingly. Perhaps it was the knowledge of what happened in the games, but for me, it felt like the right decision. Without the other species, we would never survive the Reapers. It seemed like the logical step to me. But I didn't know why the others seemed to prefer this direction. Was it because it was the better option? Or was it something else? Before I could get lost in my thoughts, Michael continued to talk. I too see joining the Citadel as the right step. Even if we would join as second-class citizens. It would cut off all possibilities of war with any other member species. The technological, cultural, and economical gains are not deniable. But we must not forget that we would give others power over our society, over our whole species, over humanity. That is not a decision we can make. We have no authority to do so. Do not forget that the Alliance is not a government. It is an organization tasked with exploring the galaxy, discovering new technology, and defending human colonies. Before we can sign any treaty with other civilizations, we have to transform the Alliance into a government. A government that can represent humanity as a whole. Applause filled the room after Michael finished. The sound echoed in the room, and I had joined in before I realized it. His words lit a fire in our chests, a fire that would keep us warm even in the darkest winters. Nobody knew how the future would turn out, but we knew that we would stand tall against all adversity. And that we would build a future to be proud of. It took almost 2 minutes for the applause to settle so that Michael could continue. It had always been my plan to transform the Alliance into a governmental body. Uniting humanity under one banner while also preserving the independence of its members. Over the years, I worked on this with a team of political experts, and I've talked about this with every single one of you at least once. I wish we had more time, but it has to happen now. Andrew, in your opinion, how long do we need? He seemed to think a moment about it and answered, if we work fast, it will take no longer than a year. Maybe a few months more. That fast? Asked Wright and I at the same time. We've done enough groundwork over the years. The colonies won't be a problem anyway, not after showing that we can defend them. And the elements there that would stand against it are a minority with no real support. The only problem will be the nations on Earth. They won't like to lose power. But it is unlikely that they will be able to do anything against it. Last I heard, they were squabbling with each other over who sends how much help to Shang-Chi. And when the news of the attack on Shang-Chi arrived on Earth, the same happened. While we were there, defending humanity, they were arguing like children. The people didn't like that. Moreover, a few confidential memos had been leaked to pro-alliance bloggers who continued to spread them on the internet. Let's just say that there have been a few protests and that the disarmament of the nation's orbital forces will be going a lot more smoothly from now on. All in all, they can't afford to stand in our way right now, not if they want to keep a sliver of power. That coincides with what I've heard over some military channels, Wright picked up, drawing our attention. Mostly, it is just some talk among the enlisted soldiers. But some people high up in the chain of command are not happy with their governments at the moment. There was an attack on humanity, and all they could do was twirl their thumbs. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a rise in our recruitment quotas for the Navy and Marine Corps in the coming months. We might even get some with impressive resumes. That's great, but I will wait until I see the numbers black on white, commented Michael. But for now, we focus on what lies before us. Admiral, you will continue to fortify our position on Shang-Chi and salvage what you can. Every piece could be helpful. Coordinate with our science teams. Barbara, he looked to her, still writing on her datapad, will continue what she's doing, he said with a sigh. With a turn of his head, he focused on Andre and ordered, talk to your contacts in the other intelligence agencies, see if there are some who would like to play on a bigger stage. I have the feeling that we will need them in the future. Meanwhile, Oscar, Anita, and I will either set up or visit some charity events for rebuilding Shang-Chi. There will be a lot of people who want positive PR, and that is their chance. During the events, we will lobby for support among the movers and shakers for our plans. With them on our side, it will be easier to get things done. For a moment, Michael and Anita held eye contact, holding a silent conversation between them, before Anita made a quick glance towards me. A barely noticeable nod was Michael's answer. We don't know how long it will take to travel to the Citadel, continued Michael. But I want you on the way at the beginning of June. Tell the council that we are interested in joining but can't make the decision without a unified government. Also, tell them that we will uphold the 5 Citadel laws and treaties you explained. That should give us some goodwill in time. By the way, Oscar, you will accompany her. That was surprising. I hadn't expected to be on the diplomatic mission to open talks with the Citadel. That I would visit the Citadel in an official capacity was out of the question, but I had thought it would happen at a later time. After all, someone had to broker trade agreements and adapt our currency to the one of the Citadel. And those fell within my purview. Still, I asked them if I heard right in the most eloquent way I could. By pointing at myself and asking, me. Yes, you, answered Anita instead of Michael. I need someone I can trust with me. Besides the others within the diplomatic service, I would take with me, will be too busy in the coming months. They're the ones that will have to do the grunt work for Michael's plans. Besides, dealing with politicians is not too different from what you have been doing. Like businessmen, they want power, money, and prestige. The only difference is that they have more people to send after you if they want to see you dead. But you will be fine. Just do what you always do. Know who you're dealing with, know the situation. What are your goals, what does your opponent want? Consider all possibilities and consequences. Then choose the best way to maximize your gain and minimize your loss while also denying your opponent the same. I know how it works, I'm no amateur. I was just surprised for a moment, I defended myself. Seems like it's decided, chuckled Michael. I guess we should get to work. This meeting is closed. Chapter 8, Chapter. May 2nd. 30:37 local time. Terra Nova, Scott, Capital. I thank you for your support. Director Port will be pleased that he can count on you, Mr. Hallow, I said with an easygoing smile. No, it is my pleasure to help. The Alliance showed us their strength, what they can do. I will put my trust in Mr. Port's vision, assured Daniel Hallow. He was a man, well past his 60s, with a rotund stomach that stretched his suit jacket. His face was slightly swollen and red, no doubt from the amount of wine he had drunk over the evening. Not even his well-kept full beard could hide that. But the reason why my smile strained more with every passing second was not his jolly and intrusive nature, no, that was even kind of endearing. It was his smell. The cologne he chose to wear filled the air around him and was biting in my nose. I continued to smile as he recounted how he expanded his construction business to Terra Nova early on in the colonization. My gaze swept over the other guests as I only listened half-heartedly to his story. After all, I already knew how he became one of the wealthiest people on Terra Nova. He had told me not even an hour ago. Nodding and humming at the right moments to feign listening, I continued to look around discreetly. The other guests were all engaged in talking or dancing while a small band played at the side. I had talked to many of them throughout the evening, trying either to gather support for Michael's plans or money for Shang-Chi's rebuilding efforts. And a charity event where the rich and famous gathered to be seen was the perfect place for it. Just as Hallow was about to retell how he snatched the contract for the first skyscraper on Terra Nova, my eyes widened as I saw someone I didn't expect to be here heading towards the balcony. My stained smile became a bit more genuine. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hallow," I apologized. "But I just saw someone I have not seen for quite some time. If you would excuse me." A boisterous laugh was my answer. Of course. I was about to head to the buffet anyway. "Go on, Mr. Denebrin." I nodded politely and went towards the balcony, dodging the other guests on my way. As I passed the open bar, I grabbed 2 scotch for my friend and me. The cold night air washed over me when I stepped out on the balcony. I hadn't even noticed how badly I needed some fresh air to clear my thoughts until then. Not many people were out here, just some small groups, talking quietly with each other. It didn't take long to find the person I was looking for. He stood alone on the far end of the balcony, close enough to the other groups to not stand out but also far enough to not be bothered. As I got closer, my eyes wandered subconsciously over his suit. Cut in the modern fashion, from a designer on the lower end of high class, a suit that would not garner attention. Not something most of the guests here would even have in their wardrobes. But it fit Andrew's personality. He didn't react as I stepped beside him but took the glass I offered him wordlessly. No words were exchanged between us as we looked over the growing capital city of Terra Nova. It had been just 6 years since the colony was founded, but over 500,000 people already lived here. 350,000 alone in the city and the rest spread all over the planet. And the prognosis said the number would continue to rise in the coming years. "Beautiful, isn't it?" whispered Andrew in awe, his eyes never leaving the city. Just 10 years ago, something like this was just a dream. Now, it's real, a human settlement on a different planet, in a system thousands of light years away from Earth. Our world has gotten significantly grander, and with it came new challenges. But we overcame them. Now we stand at the edge of something even greater than our ascension to the stars, and with it will come even more challenges and problems. And we will overcome them, as we humans always did, I finished. "That we will," he said with a smile finding its way onto his face. We clinked glasses and drank. The scotch burned down my throat, but it was a pleasant burning. I saw how Andrew studied his glass with a critical eye. "That's a good one," commented Andrew. "What kind is it?" "Nova Terralis. Distilled here on Terra Nova, one of their very first I believe." "But you didn't come here to drink. I guess you wanted to talk to me, or else I would never have noticed you." "You don't think I've come for the company?" I snorted. "You. Never." A fake sigh left him, and he shook his head in played indignation before he returned to a more serious mood. "There are a few things I wanted to talk about. I need a second opinion on a few things, and you were the closest," Andrew started. His hand disappeared in his suit jacket for a moment and reappeared moments later with a datapad. When he offered it to me, I took it without hesitating and started to read the open file. It was a page of the Galactic Codex, but one that I didn't remember seeing before in the Asari 1. Something that I decided to voice to Andrew. "It's a Codex page, but not one the Asari gave us." "Where did you get it from?" "It's from a Turian Omni tool. Before you ask, they are microcomputers. You attach it to your wrist or arm and interface with it via an orange hologram. The hologram is different from the ones we use." "How so?" I asked, even if I already knew what he meant. "It is susceptible to touch. That is the way it's meant to be used. Since it's something new, our scientists have started to call it hard light. Our scavenger crews collected them, but nobody knew what they were at first. They thought they were some kind of jewelry or something along those lines. Only after a private put one on his wrist did we learn what they were. The private got a pat on the back for discovering it and a slap on the wrist for playing with unknown technology. Now, we're busy pulling every speck of data from it. Would it all not be in the Turians' language?" "It is," confirmed Andrew, taking another sip of his drink. "Or at least was. Our translation programs may not be as sophisticated as theirs, but with enough translated pages to cross-reference, it didn't take us long either. Luckily, there are pictures on each page. Otherwise, it would have taken longer to match the pages." "Lucky us," I chuckled. "Yes, lucky us. But it confirmed our guesses. They have left parts out, haven't they?" I stated more than asked. "They have, but from what I saw, they didn't change the entries we have. After all, there was nothing that could be used against them. But now we have some more information. Like the entry about the Solarian STG. Let me guess, spies." A smirk spread on Andrew's face, and his eyes gained a dangerous glint. The more I looked, the surer I was that his smirk turned more predatory with every passing second. "Correct. And from the reports I got, it seems they are already here, spying on us." I wish I could say I wasn't surprised, but I was. Not because the Solarians spied on us or that they were here already. It was because we discovered them, or at least traces. "How do you know?" I asked to satisfy my curiosity. We didn't, at first, he admitted. Only after we translated the codex entry on the STG came the clues together. Traces of EZO where no ship came through for months, signals we couldn't identify, basically the shadow in the corner of your eye. Now that we know they are here, we can concentrate on tracking them. I'm already tightening the noose. In a week or 3, we should trap them, if they don't bug out before. Andrew's face turned in equal measure predatory and delighted. I can't wait until I have the necessary resources to join the game. They have centuries of a head start, but that makes it only more exciting. I will have to use everything I know and then go beyond. Before he could start to chuckle like a deranged madman, I cleared my throat to call him back from his happy place. His head snapped towards me, his eyes widening in surprise as if he had forgotten I was present. His predatory smile turned into one of embarrassment. What was that? I asked amusedly. I knew that Andrew could be passionate, but that level was not something I had seen previously. Sorry, he said sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. I got too excited. The thought that I'm going to go head-to-head with an opponent who had a long time to prepare the board and is extremely smart is an opportunity that I can't miss. Trying to outsmart them will be a challenge that I gladly accept. As long as you don't start a war, I joked, but the look Andrew gave me was full of mischief. I won't, don't worry. Maybe just one in the shadows, nothing too serious. If you say so, I said skeptically. We turned back towards the city, enjoying the view it offered us. It was easy to see that it was still bustling with life. Scott's nightlife was like those in the bigger cities back on Earth. Hundreds of people just trying to have some fun, perhaps finding new friends or getting into a brawl. Who knew? Andrew turned to me and opened his mouth to say something when somebody called for me. Oscar. Oscar, where are you? I turned around and immediately saw who had called for me. It was the host of today's charity event and an old friend of mine, Rosemary Serta. With a raised hand, I drew her attention towards me. She almost ran in my direction with how fast she was going, but somehow she still made it look elegantly. A huge smile stretched on her face that was framed by her black curls. The shine in her ocean blue eyes spoke of good news. Is everything all right, Rose? Did something happen? I asked her when she came close. It's not just all right. It is great. Rosemary exclaimed, her cheer almost infectious. I just talked to Dr. Martinez about how the last round of testing was going when she told me that it had already finished. They asserted that there were no grave side effects and we should get the certificate at the end of next week. You're right, that is great news. Tomorrow, I'll contact some people to prepare for the production so that we can start right away, I said happily. Huh, it seems like her cheer is infectious. I told you it would pass all tests, she boasted, lifting her hands into her hip. After all, my Medigel will save countless lives and conquer the market as a sideshow. I raised my hands in the universal gesture of surrender and said, I know. You told me often enough. But don't forget who paid half of the development costs. Don't worry, I haven't, she bristled before her anger subsided, and a small smile full of gratitude replaced it. Still, without you, it could have taken years, maybe even decades, to get to this moment. So, thanks, Oscar. Rosemary closed the distance between us and gave me a quick peck on the cheek before turning around, ready to jump back into the crowd. After taking a few steps, she turned around once more and said, someday, you will tell me how you got them to push the timetable for the tests forward. No, I won't, I called back. As she disappeared into the crowd, she threw me one last annoyed look that I answered with a cocky smirk. When I turned back to Andrew, he looked at me with a raised eyebrow and asked knowingly, pushing the timetable, hey? How would someone do this? You know, the works. You talk to people, promise to finance their science projects, and not look into how their cousin got their post. So basically, blackmail and bribery. Andrew asked disapprovingly, but I could see his amusement in his eyes. Are you sure? You should admit it in front of a government official. First, I began and pointed my index finger at him. You're no government official, not yet anyway. Second, I never admitted to anything. Third, just put it on the heap of blackmail material that you keep hiding under your bed. At that, Andrew reared back with faked shock and asked breathlessly, how do you know about my heap? I thought I had hidden it well. Did the cleaner talk? We tried to stay serious for a moment before we broke into laughter. I never really understood why, it hadn't been that funny, but one thing was for sure. It felt like some of the tension I felt building over the last weeks just disappeared. For the first time in days, my shoulders felt relaxed. And I knew it was the same for Andrew. Some of his subtle stress lines smoothed out, and his posture relaxed. But, seriously now, said Andrew after we had stopped laughing, I've seen the specs of this Medigel, and it looked promising. Any plans for it? Some. A dispensation grid will be integrated into the military hard suits, so that small wounds can be patched up in the field. It won't be as effective as a combat medic, but it will do its job to keep them alive until one gets to them. That and everything else that is going to come out of your R&D division in the coming months, you will make some people very happy. Especially the good admiral. I've heard that Dr. Hashiyam has already strengthened our kinetic barriers by around 3%. 3.8, to be precise, I corrected automatically. I expect him to make even greater progress now that all the Turian wrecks have arrived over Reach. The last time I contacted him, he was looking over every little bit of technology that was declared safe. He sounded like a kid in a candy store. What about the other projects? Are they on schedule? Most of them are. We just had some problems with the ODP. The testing was delayed for a week. But it's nothing to worry about. Instead of asking another question, Andrew just hummed and looked back to the city. There was something on his mind. Probably the reason why he came here in the first place. For everything else, a message would have been sufficient. I wanted to ask him, but he was faster with his question. How did you meet Rosemary Serta in the first place? It was clear that he wanted to redirect the conversation for the moment, and though I could press him for his reason, I let it happen. I knew that he would tell me sooner or later, so I began recounting how I met Rosemary. We've met in college. At first, I didn't even know that she was the heiress to the Serta Foundation. She was going by the name Rose Gallad. Something about standing on her own feet and not being bothered by idiots. Her mother was already making waves with the eradication of several genetic diseases. We sat next to each other during an economic class, partnering up for some term papers and becoming friends over time. It was totally perchance that we met. Our normal fields of study were completely different. I studied economics and starship engineering, and she studied medicine and biochemistry. The only reason we met was that she wanted to know what to expect when she took over from her mother. After we finished college, we lost sight of each other. The only contact that we had were messages for birthdays or Christmas. That was until 2 years ago. She had the idea for a project that could revolutionize the medical field, but the board that allocated the funds didn't want to give her more. So she asked me if I could loan her more. I read the data, saw how promising it was, and got behind it. We stayed in contact ever since. Does that satisfy your curiosity? More than enough. I would have been satisfied if you just said you met her in college. Then why did you let me talk so much? I questioned annoyedly. No reason, Andrew answered as his hand slipped into his jacket and returned with a datapad for the second time this evening. He held it towards me and said, "Read it and tell me what you think." I took it out of his hands and did as he told me. After I was halfway in, I started to realize what I was reading. It was the Manifesto of Cerberus, written by the elusive man, Jack Harper, himself. One thing had to be said, it was written well. Every single paragraph tried to convince you of his point of view. That an organization like Cerberus, the pre-Me3 Cerberus, was necessary. Someone willing to cross the line to give humanity the edge it needed to stand against alien civilizations. A pro-human organization, huh? I commented, trying to gauge Andrew's reaction. I guess you already have some plans for them. Maybe, he said, and I couldn't find any clue what he was thinking about. I sighed. I understood what he wanted from me but still asked to get confirmation. You want to know what I would do, correct? That's right. I've already asked Michael what he thinks should be done, but your thoughts interest me too, confirmed Andrew. I thought you didn't ask Michael because Earth is too far away. I lied, he simply said, and started to observe me as if he could read my thoughts. Sometimes it wouldn't surprise me if he could. But I had more pressing things to think about than Andrew's possible mind reading. Cerberus. Of course, I had thoughts about what to do with that organization. Most of them revolved around destroying them. But those were the thoughts of a younger me and concentrated on the time when the Reaper's arrival was imminent. To nib Cerberus in the bud was an option I hadn't even considered, since they were needed to bring Shepard back from the dead after his, or hers, first encounter with the Collectors. But this line of thought was something I called that game thinking. Just because something happened in the games didn't mean it would happen in the universe I inhabited. My presence changed things, had already done so, and I wanted things to change, but it was so easy to believe that things would happen like in canon. I had sworn to myself to never think that way, but from time to time it happened subconsciously. And now, I had to make a decision that could change almost everything I knew about this universe. Of course, Andrew could ignore my decision, but he wasn't the kind of person to dismiss other people's thoughts. With effort, I stopped my descent into the rabbit hole of what-ifs and tried to think about the problem as if I didn't know anything about a possible future. At this moment, Cerberus was probably nothing more than an idea. Perhaps they had some backers, but no extensive network of spies, scientists, soldiers, or people who could fund their expensive projects. Moreover, the rhetoric of TIM spoke to what the general public was feeling. The average person only knew that aliens attacked Shang-Chi and the Alliance fought them off. He was feeling nervous, anxious, maybe even scared. If we decided to destroy Cerberus before they gained traction, it had to happen quietly. very quietly. Should news get out that we attacked a pro-human organization, accusations could come up that the Alliance planned to surrender humanity to alien masters, free to do whatever they wanted with us. That could lead to dire internal strife or, in the worst-case scenario, civil war. Maybe I was exaggerating, but I fully believed that the public would lose any trust in the Alliance after we crushed an organization that proclaimed to fight for them. Another thought came to the forefront of my mind. Perhaps it had been influenced by my game thinking, but it was the option I preferred. As I sorted my thoughts, I turned to Andrew to signal him that I was ready to tell him what I would do. This time, he didn't just turn his head towards me but his whole body, leaning with his side on the railing, to show me that I had his full attention. Either we crush them quickly and quietly before they can gain much support, I started, or we use whatever they do to our advantage. A shadow of a smile hushed over his face as I said that and gestured for me to continue. I'm no psychologist, but from what I've read, I predict that the men behind this manifesto is ready to cross any and all boundaries in the name of humanity. Boundaries that we can't or won't cross. Be they laws, treaties, or morality. At least that's the feeling I get. I got it as well, agreed Andrew. Organizations like this will always exist, so it's better to keep the one we already know. And theoretically, we can't do anything at the moment anyway because they haven't broken any law, as far as I know. So my idea is to let them be for the moment. You would just let them be. Nothing else. No, sorry, I expressed that wrong, I corrected myself. We let Cerberus grow but prevent it from growing too fast. In the meantime, we insert agents into it, some that feed us information and others that keep themselves hidden. The latter ones have to be absolutely loyal because they will be part of the organization for years, maybe even decades, but they would be essentially the moment we decide to shut Cerberus down for good. What about the information feeders? They would give us information about every facility that has research or data that could be used to supplement our own. Alliance Marines would then raid these facilities and bring back everything they found. The agent would have to be extracted as well. If he believes his cover is blown. Furthermore, to keep the Alliance safe from the backlash Cerberus will generate, there has to be neither official nor unofficial cooperation between us. Not ever. Else we could be accused of aiding them. When I finished, I lifted my glass and drank the rest of my scotch in one go. Meanwhile, Andrew stayed quiet, still looking at me as if he was searching for something. I guess he found what he was looking for because he nodded to himself and stopped observing me. Even his eyes changed from the cold calculation to a warmer expression. I've shown Michael the exact same file, but his answer differed significantly from yours. He wanted to ignore them, not seeing the possible risks in doing so. I respect Michael, I really do, but he can be amazingly naive. He has his ruthless side, but it only comes out when something is actively threatening him and his projects. But sometimes, dangers have to be contained before they can become threats, I continued his line of thought. Exactly, exclaimed Andrew quietly. Every society has groups with opinions that could be considered radical, but as long as they stay within the system, they are not that much of a danger. The problem is when they start to operate outside of it. They isolate themselves from others, refuse to see other opinions as equally important, and start to become violent. Yes, and at that point, it becomes very difficult to dismantle such an organization. Usually, before they become openly violent, their infrastructure has already integrated into others and tries its best to go unnoticed. It becomes a challenge just to find out where to start when you don't know how they are organized. And let me guess, you have already started to do just that. I have, Andrew confirmed with a firm nod. Some of my people are already searching for the identity of the man who calls himself the Elusive Man. He is the suspected leader of Cerberus, and I want to know who I'm dealing with. Sadly, I won't be able to insert any long-term agents for now. I don't have enough people for these kinds of operations. But it's coming together slowly, now that we got the green light to create the AIS officially. In 2 or 3 years, we should be ready to insert the first agents. The long-term operators will take a bit more time. I want to vet them personally, to make sure they're up to the task. Do you need some help to make things go smoother? I offered. Not at the moment. Creating the organizational structure is what we must do first, there's not much you can do to help. But later, for our field operations, we will. Need dummy companies, to give the fake identities of your agents something substantial, I interrupted Andrew. Furthermore, you need a way to transfer money without being noticed. I'll set up a few smaller companies over the next year. Some, where the workers have to travel a lot. Shipping, surveying, a courier service, the usual. It's better if they really exist and do real work, less suspicious that way. Makes it easier to hide money transfers anyway. And anybody who looks closer will think I set them up to avoid some taxes. I knew I was coming to the right person for this, grinned Andrew and clapped me on the back. The coming years will be something truly special, won't they? I couldn't help but laugh at how right he was, more than you would know, and said that they will be. Chapter 9, Chapter. June 16th. 8:17 set. SSV, Constantinople. En route to the Citadel. I dragged myself into the mess hall of the SSV Constantinople in my quest to find some coffee to get rid of the last semblances of drowsiness that clung to me. Just as I stepped into it, I almost crashed into a yawning crew member who was on his way to bed after finishing his shift. With a quick step to the left, he brushed past me before I could even register the situation. The shock of the almost crash sent a jolt through my system that banished most of my sleepiness. Without further ado, I went to the mess sergeant, who gave me a plate of something that was supposed to be breakfast and a cup of coffee. So with a tray full of grub, for it deserved no other name, and a coffee that could be mistaken for oil, I looked for a place to eat. I found one when I saw Anita sitting a few tables away from me with two men in Alliance fatigues. Seeing no reason to avoid them, I made my way over and set my tray down at Anita's right. I sat down, mumbled a good morning, and took a sip of my coffee. Something I immediately regretted as my sense of taste recoiled at the flavor. What the hell is that swill? I cursed, still shocked at the horrible taste. Never tried the coffee on a military ship before, I guess. If you drink enough of it, the taste gets better, said the younger of the two soldiers before me with amusement in his voice. Of course it gets better if you drink more of it, I snarked back. Either your taste buds adapt, or they all die. Perfect example of Darwin's survival of the fittest. That remark got the other two to smirk as well, and I took another sip of swill, not even trying to hide my grimace. You can say about military coffee what you want, but I got the job done. One sip of it, and you are wide awake. Just not the way you wanted. They've told me that you would be grumpy in the mornings, but they failed to tell me that you would become snarky as well, Anita joked, taking a sip of her own coffee without any visible reaction. Only when confronted with crimes against taste. How soldiers can drink stuff like this, I will probably never understand. And the breakfast doesn't look promising either. But it's better than usual. Perks of having diplomats on board, added the younger soldier. Now that I wasn't preoccupied with trying to overcome the disgusting taste of the coffee, the younger soldier's face looked familiar to me, but I couldn't place it. If that is the better version, I don't want to know what you usually eat, I replied and looked apprehensively at my food. Before we delve into the subject of food even deeper, we should get introductions out of the way, said Anita and redirected the conversation away from food. Oscar, these two men belong to the N7 team that is responsible for our safety while we are on the Citadel. She pointed to the older man, who sat in front of her, and said, "This is Commander Alec Ryder, the team leader." That was a name I knew, and before I could say anything, Anita dropped the next bomb. And this is, she continued while pointing at the other men, is his second-in-command, Lieutenant David Anderson. Well, I was lucky that I couldn't react, after having this dropped on me. Two people I had only known before from behind a screen were now sitting right in front of me. I took every scrap of self-control I could find and greeted without making a scene. That would have been awkward otherwise. It's nice to meet the people who are making sure we won't get killed. I'm Oscar Denebrin, head of the economics branch of the Alliance. It's nice to meet you, as well. I've heard much about you, Mr. Denebrin, replied Ryder. You have? I inquired. I and probably every other soldier in the Alliance. While you have probably more contact with the brass, even the regular foot soldiers know about you. After all, you are the guy who's responsible for building their ships, armor, and guns. And as long as you keep doing a good job, their thanks won't change into curses anytime soon. I couldn't help but chuckle at his blunt way of speaking. I'll try to keep it that way then. To distract me from the taste of the food, I kept the conversation going. Does anyone know where we currently are and how much longer it will take to get to the Citadel? I missed the last briefing. There was an accident in a mining facility, and an emergency meeting was called. I did notice that you boarded the ship only minutes before it was supposed to take off, commented Anita. I wanted to talk to you, but you went to sleep as soon as you were shown your cabin. But we can do that later. As for where we are, we're about a day away from the Shangxi system. From there, it will take around 5 days to the Citadel if everything runs smoothly, Ryder answered me. We arrive a bit later than we planned, but that's because the upgrades to the ship took longer than expected. Hope they're worth it, added Anderson. I hoped so too. The departure was moved back for 3 days because the refitting of the SSV Constantinople took longer than expected. As far as I knew, there had been a problem with adjusting the shield matrix. The upgrade was supposed to strengthen our kinetic barriers by a whole 4%, but while they were installing the necessary hardware, something went wrong. Someone forgot to connect the existing to the new hardware so that they would combine into one stronger grid, and most of the extra time was spent trying to find where. They are worth it, but not in the way you think, Lieutenant, said Anita while eating the last of her breakfast. What do you mean, Ms. Goyle? I don't think I understand, questioned Anderson, and I took over for Anita in answering him. We're traveling right into the lion's den. If they want to see us dead, we're dead. A few percent of shielding power will not save us from that, I said, and Anderson's eyes widened a fraction. Ryder, on the other hand, didn't react at all, and Anita just nodded knowingly. It's a statement, I declared simply and left it at that. I still don't know what you mean with that, sir. As I was about to explain, Ryder explained in a gruff voice, that's because you're still fresh out of N school. You may have graduated as an N7 with top marks all around the board, but you haven't had much experience with politicians. The more you climb the ranks, the less it is like basics. It becomes more of a political playfield, where every action has different meanings behind it. And the statement the Alliance wants to make has a few of them. All depending on how your point of view. And the meanings we want to convey are that we can either be a valuable ally or if they try to fuck with us, a formidable enemy, I said. Not exactly how I would have phrased it, but the essence of our intent is there, confirmed Anita with a sigh. Then she threw me a look of annoyance and added, of course, it is a bit more complex than what Oscar said. My comment was just to establish a baseline to work from. I defended myself, trying not to shrink away from her gaze. I knew I would lose in the duel of who could keep eye contact longer, so I didn't even try and turn towards Anderson again to explain further. It hit me again how young he was. He was barely in his 20s, and I was 10 years his senior. I was even older than Ryder, who was just short of 30. Damn, now I felt old. Luckily, Anita was still older. Not that I would ever voice that. I like living too much for that kind of folly. It is partly as I already said, I began when I saw that I had Anderson's attention. Even Ryder was looking interested, perhaps trying to get another opinion. There is a reason why a standard cruiser was chosen instead of a heavy one. A dreadnought is a strategic asset that we can't afford to lose, same with the heavy cruisers. And while they have probably more data on our frigates, since they were the most numerous at Shaanxi, they just don't have enough impact for what we want to accomplish. And what exactly is that? Asked Anderson at the moment I took a short break to drink another sip of coffee. Showing off how fast we advance our technological prowess, replied Ryder in my place. That is what you mean, right? Correct, I agreed. The moment we meet any Turian ships, at the latest when we arrive at the Citadel, they will scan our ships and compare it to the sensor data they have. Our frigate escorts, the SSV Seine and SSV Donau, will match the data they have, but the SSV Constantinople will not. The readings of our shielding will show an increase of 4% in just 2 months. Still off from their own, but already closer than before. And now think about what it would mean if we could keep this improvement constant over the next 2 years. Or at least a 3% average, interjected Anita, and Anderson took a moment to calculate the numbers roughly. That's an increase of shielding power of around 50%, he said with astonishment. And after 3 years around 100% and after 5 years even 200%. By the way, I calculated that with the 4% increase. Furthermore, all these numbers don't take into account that we could make a major breakthrough or how the improvements in other fields could create a beneficial synergy between them, I explained. But those numbers can't be right. They are not, I agreed. It's not feasible to think that the improvement rate stays constant around 3% or even higher for 5 years. But we expect it will take us no longer than 6 or 7 years to close the gap between the level of their starships and ours. Even the more pessimistic predictions predict no more than 10 years. That is around the number of years I thought of, commented Ryder casually. Anderson furrowed his brows and inquired, and how is that going to help us? Wouldn't it be better to keep our pace of advancement secret? We considered that approach as well, conceded Anita. But we ultimately dismissed it. The codex entries of the history of the Council species, something you should have gotten, focus on the time around their discovery of MassEffect and the mass relays and everything after that. As if the time before became unimportant. Nonetheless, every Council species traveled the stars for more than 100 years or even longer before meeting another galactic civilization. Unlike us, who left our home system only 10 years ago. So you want to say that the Council, perhaps even all Citadel species, will be intimidated by our fast progress. After all, even if it was just a scouting fleet, we beat back the Turians, guessed Ryder. Not intimidated, but most certainly worried, I corrected. They will see us as an unknown variable, one that could possibly change the centuries-old status quo. If the Council already knows that we had FTL for only 10 years, the impact of this ship will be less than hoped, but it will still be a reminder of our capabilities. It shows that we didn't just luck out with a big Prothean ruin to get us here. Anita took over from where I stopped almost seamlessly and said, the goal is for them to want to keep us in check. And that is only possible with peaceful relations between us. Any overly aggressive action against us will be met with resistance, not only from our side but from theirs as well. As long as we don't give them a reason, no attack against us will happen. Besides, by trying to keep us in check, they will do exactly what we want. My prediction is that they want to keep us close, maybe even make us dependent on them. That way, we can study their technology, learn from their cultures and use it all to grow as a species. After she finished explaining, Anita looked Anderson in the eyes and asked, do you understand? No, Lieutenant. Her stare and the dangerous edge to her smile were making the young man visibly nervous. He swallowed loudly and replied, yes, ma'am. I understand. I shared a look with Ryder, who looked as amused as I felt. He put a hand on Anderson's shoulder, who flinched a bit at the sudden contact. No matter what kind of person was on the other side of one of Anita's stairs, they always got a little jumpy afterward. Even a Krogan would shy away. Now, give him a break, said Ryder. But here is one thing I have to ask when we are already speaking of restrictions. Last I heard, 3 relays were slated to be opened. What happened to those plans? Mostly cancelled for the moment. We called back 2 of the ships sent to activate them, but the 3rd had problems with communications. I answered and made sure to stress the word problems to make it clear what really happened. In short, the message was delayed by Andrew long enough so that the SSV Houston already opened the relay by the time they got the message. And it was completely accidental that it led to a cluster with multiple secondary relays and multiple planets that were either rich in minerals or ready for colonization. Although, there was one accident, admitted Anita, to my surprise. Really? What happened? I didn't keep up with the memos as it seems. She took a deep breath and said, a privately owned survey ship opened a mass relay. They were low on fuels and thought it would lead back into Alliance space. Let me guess, Anderson deadpanned, it didn't. Anita didn't even try to hold her sigh back. No, it didn't. And now we have a path into our outer regions. One where we can't just park a fleet to protect it because the logistics make it impossible. I already talked with Wright about it, and he thinks it will leave us open for attacks. Because from there, you can reach secondary relays, which point in the direction of our colonies. Wright said he's already organizing scouting missions to find out where exactly. And he's drawing up defensive plans for the colonies that are the most vulnerable. That was definitely not good. Secondary relays can lead to dozens of places. To predict the exit point of any ship that uses one is more a game of chance at times. And those idiots opened a way for pirates and slavers to come close to our colonies. That was the thing I wanted to prevent when I pressed for the regulation that relays should only be opened when it was clear where they led to and a ship with a DR drive mapped the connected system. It took me 6 years to get this regulation accepted because the Alliance got pressured by a lot of people to open as many relays as possible to expand our influence. Damn it, I cursed quietly. I'll speak with Wright about it when we get back. While our most important colonies will get prioritized, I'll see what I can do so that they get some ODPs as well. I've heard about them, said Ryder. There is some talk that you're developing stationary defenses for planets. But I thought they would still take a while. Are they already finished? Yes and no, was my answer. On my way to the Constantinople, I got an update from my lead researcher. The testing is underway, and the numbers seem promising, but it still needs fine-tuning. Their power is around that of a frigate, which is quite good for a first try. But that is not that which we envision. If we get the power somewhere between a frigate and a cruiser, we will call it a success and start building them en masse. They are designed with modularity in mind so that we can distribute them now and continue to improve them without having to construct them from scratch every single time. That could give us the advantage if we ever have to defend a colony again, whistled Anderson. That's precisely why we are building them. Any invading fleet would be hampered by the ODPs, giving the ground forces enough time to get ready, even if there wasn't a defense battle group. For a moment, a comfortable silence settled between us before Ryder tapped Anderson on the shoulder and said, "We should get going, David. Training is in a few minutes. I want the team to stay sharp, even if nothing is going to happen while in transit. It's better to be prepared." "Yes, sir." Anderson replied with a sharp nod and moved to stand up, his tray firmly in his hands. I hadn't even noticed how fast the time flew by. Or that I had eaten almost all of my breakfast. Only the stale taste in my mouth confirmed that I had eaten something and that my food didn't grow feet spontaneously, and walked away. When the 2 N7 soldiers stood, Ryder spoke for both of them. "Thank you for your company this morning, ma'am, sir. I'm sure we will have more opportunities to talk during our travel. If you excuse us." With that, both turned away as one and went on to give their dirty dishes back. As the 2 walked away, Anita turned to me and said, "I've got to do some things as well. But I would like to give you a summary of the last briefing. Come to my cabin at 1700. Commander Ryder will be there as well to give you an overlook of our security detail." I could only answer with a nod because she disappeared too fast for me to finish chewing the last of my food. After I swallowed, I leant back in my chair, swirling the rest of my coffee in its cup. My mind was going over the last minutes, trying to process that I just met 2 people that played an important role in the Mass Effect games. I knew my self-control was good, but not that good. Seriously, I would have expected that I would be somewhat awkward, but nothing happened. My mind was probably smart enough to shut down the parts responsible for awkwardness. And with more time talking to them, the novelty of meeting them disappeared as well. They may have been game characters once, but now they were as much human as I was. Also, they weren't yet the legends they would grow to be. Especially Anderson. He held himself like a professional and proud soldier, but he hadn't developed the sheer gravitas he was known for yet. But the beginnings of it could already be observed. The same with Alec Ryder. On that note, I would take care to keep in contact with Alec Ryder. The man would become an expert in the field of artificial intelligence. No matter what the opinion of the Citadel on AI was, they were much too useful to ignore. Be it EDI or Sam, both were integral to the success of their respective heroes. And they proved that the inherent fear of AI was, maybe not completely but still, wrong. I was sure that with enough time, contacts, and money, I would be able to procure an exception permit for AI research. The advantages of working harmoniously with AI could give us an edge when the Reapers arrived that the canon universe didn't have. Even if only a few AIs could be created, the knowledge gained by researching them could help us to refine existing 6 into something better. Perhaps into something like the dumb AI in Halo. I swallowed the last of my coffee, shuddering once again. Against all expectations and the adaptation of my taste buds, it had gotten even worse. Swearing to myself that if I drink this coffee again, to never let it get cold, I stood up to bring my dishes back. There were still a few emails that I had to answer and info packages to read. June 17th. 16. SSV Constantinople. Shangxi System. En route to the Citadel. I just finished sending the last of my emails and was on the way towards the bridge. I had seen the transition into FTL via mass relay a few times already, but the wonder had never left me. And this time, it was even more special. I would be among the first humans to leave human-controlled space to meet with the galactic government. Among the first humans to set foot on the Citadel, to even see it. That thought alone sent shivers down my back. I still remember the moment in the first Mass Effect game when this massive space station appeared behind the nebula. The sheer wow I felt at that moment. And now I would get to see it in reality. The smile I had didn't fade when I entered the bridge and took my place next to Anita and Ryder, who had also come to witness this monumental moment. Exciting, isn't it? Commented Ryder with a small genuine smile, the first I've seen on him. Normally, he looked more serious than anything else, but now, nothing of that was present. It is, I agreed, my smile growing a bit as I took in the atmosphere of the bridge. It was the usual hustle and bustle, nothing out of the ordinary. But the mood was different from what I was used to on a military vessel. The professional calmness that was usually prevailing was absent. In its place, a nervous but still excited mood circulated among the crew members. As if everyone was feeling the weight of the moment. Only Captain Peterson stood in the middle solid as a rock. Her face showed nothing of the excitement of her crew, but neither was she displeased with it. Should anything out of the ordinary happen, she would calmly assess the situation and then take the necessary steps. That was the reason why she was chosen for this task. Hitting the relay in 20, came from one of the stations and was answered by another with, transmitting data now. All hands brace for relay transit, called Captain Peterson, and I made sure my foothold was firm. Hitting relay in 5, 4, 3. A jolt ran through the ship when the mass relay accelerated it into FTL speeds. I swayed a bit on my feet but didn't fall over like when I traveled via relay for the first time. That would have been embarrassing. Chosen to represent humanity on the Citadel, but can't even keep standing when going FTL. Everyone on the bridge took one moment to watch the stars flash by. It didn't matter if you were seeing it for the first time or the 100th time. What do you think awaits us on the other side? I questioned no one in particular. I don't know, but hopefully, nothing to worry about, said Anita, who was watching the FTL corridor as well. 10 seconds until we drop out of FTL, called a crew member, and right on his cue, we did. I want sensor data on the system. Miller, find me the next relay and calculate a path. Fardez, are our escorts here? Johnson, you. Captain Peterson fired orders rapidly, and her crew went to work immediately. She would have continued to do so if it had not been for the communications officer who called out to her. Captain, we have an incoming transmission. A transmission, from who? At that moment, the scan of the system finished, and the sensor officer said, "Ma'am, there are 20 ships in the system, most of them match the outlines of Turian ships. The others are unknown. But one looks like the diplomatic vessel that came to Shangxi. Patch them through," ordered Captain Peterson calmly. In seconds, the connection was stable, and the voice of a Turian resonated on the bridge. "Unknown ship, this is Captain Irvinus of the THV Gladius. You are entering Citadel space. Identify yourself or prepare to be boarded," said the now identified Captain Irvinus. There was a moment of absolute silence on the bridge when everything came to a sudden halt. I couldn't help myself and muttered, "Nothing to worry about, huh?" Which got me a scathing look from Anita. Before the moment could stretch on, Captain Peterson replied in her usual calm voice, "This is the SSV Constantinople of the Human System Alliance. I have diplomats on board. We're on our way to the Citadel to meet with the Council." Not a minute later, the Turian captain spoke once again. "Copy that. The Council told us to expect you. An Asari and Turian frigate will attach to your escort and show you the way. Do not deviate from the course we will send you. Irvinus out." Well, that's nice of them, I commented. At least we know now that our translators work just fine. It would have been a shame otherwise. As we followed the new course, the 2 new frigates joined up with our own frigate escort as if they had been part of it from the beginning. Without much further trouble, we were back on the way to the Citadel. Not much longer until we're at the Citadel. Maybe we should think of some nice quotes for that moment. It's going to be historical after all, I joked and got a smile from Ryder and an eye roll from Anita for it. But one thing was true. It was going to be a moment for the history books. Chapter 10, Chapter. June 23rd. 14. Widow System. En route to the Citadel. I stood once again next to Commander Ryder and Anita Goyle on the bridge of the SSV Constantinople. This time to watch our arrival in the Widow System. I was glad that we would finally arrive. To call the last 5 days uneventful would be an understatement. You can go over the same information only so often before you get mad. And cut off from our communication network, we couldn't even get any updates from home. Even making plans with Anita on how to approach certain subjects when talking to the council was finished in a day. Refining them took only one more. However, without knowing the exact intentions of the council, that was all we could do. In the end, those plans were just ideas on how we could achieve our goals, and their definition was somewhat fluid. For example, one of the subjects we wanted to discuss with the council was the presence of alien ships on the other side of the relay. After the ceasefire, we never sent any ships through it, and our probes couldn't give us an accurate picture of what was happening on the other side. So while it wasn't a great shock that there were military spaceships, it still made us uncomfortable. Especially since more than half of them belonged to the Turians. The best outcome we could think of was that we convinced the council to withdraw all ships, but we knew that this would probably not happen. The tensions were still high, so shortly after the end of the conflict, and nobody was willing to let their guard down just yet. For now, we wanted to prevent that even more ships gathered on the other side of the relay. Furthermore, we wanted to try that if there had to be a fleet close, that the Asari and Solarians at least outnumbered the Turians to reduce possible aggressions between our species. Basically, our objectives were split into 3 possible outcomes: the best, the worst, and somewhere in between. Of course, we would still try to get the in-between closer to the best than the worst, but everything could happen at the talks. We would take what we could get and work around everything else. As I looked around the bridge, my eyes met with those of Chief Petty Officer James Tagg, who greeted me with a nod that I quickly returned. James Tagg was someone I had met 2 days ago as I wandered the Constantinople's hallways in boredom. He invited me to a game of cards with some of the other enlisted soldiers currently off duty. With nothing better to do, I decided to join them, and it was probably one of the best decisions I had made on the trip to the Citadel. Not only was it a way to relieve me of my boredom, but the soldiers were a wonderful source of information and ideas. At first, they were hesitant to talk to me because I was apparently one of the big guys. Just like Ryder had told me, my name was known to the soldiers of all ranks. But after a few rounds, they opened up to me. Their job was to provide security and defend the ship in case of enemies trying to board. They had the necessary experience to notice small annoyances during training exercises that could potentially become dangerous. While their issued guns were working fine, they had no means to lay down suppressive fire to allow their comrades to change cover safely. The only weapon that currently had the rate of fire to do that were rifles, and those were not an option on a ship. In addition to being unwieldy in the narrow hallways, you had to have a hand free in case the artificial gravity was suddenly disabled to hold onto something. Nothing is more dangerous than floating without control in a firefight. When I tossed in the idea of a designated submachine gun for the security personnel on ships, they were immediately hooked, adding their own ideas of what the guns should be able to do. The next day I walked all over the ship to talk to different crew members and spoke with them about their jobs and what they thought could be improved. Every single idea or complaint was put down in a small notebook that I carried with me. I even talked to Ryder and Anderson about their experience with the provided gear. After all, they participated in the ground operation on Shaanxi and had some things to say about it. Exiting FTL in 10, called one of the bridge officers and brought me out of my thoughts. I stood there with my arms crossed, watching the blue waves and elongated stars of FTL travel. It may have been just 5 seconds, but it felt much longer than that. And with a blink, the view changed. The obvious signs of FTL were gone, and its place was a light purple nebula. The whole bridge window was filled out by it, and I couldn't decide if we were in it or if it was far away from us. While I was still admiring the nebula, 2 frigates appeared in our field of view and answered my question. We were already in the nebula, but from the fact that we still could see the ships, I could infer that it wasn't as dense as thought. It only seemed that way because of the sheer volume of the nebula. "Captain, the Amaris is hailing us," the communications officer, Deborah Glasgow, said and looked at Captain Peterson expectantly. "Patch them trough," was her answer, and she straightened her uniform almost subconsciously. Not that it mattered, our systems could only transmit audio at this moment because the differences in our respective hardware didn't allow for video transmission. Something which would change with technological advancement. Captain Peterson, rang the voice of an Asari over the speakers. It was the captain of the ARV Amaris, Onaya Ibaris. While we traveled 5 days together, the contact between our ships had been minimal and limited itself to the exchange of navigational data. Contact with the Turian frigate had even been non-existent besides an introduction by the Turian captain. I suspected they were under orders to do so by the Council to keep us from gathering more information. We've cleared a path together with Citadel flight control for you and your escorts. Please stay on it. The airspace around the Citadel can be quite crowded, and accidents are known to happen, said Captain Ibaris. What about your ships? Will they continue to escort us? Asked Captain Peterson in return while checking a datapad that an officer held out for her. No, we will not. Our orders are to join up with the rest of the Citadel Defense Fleet. This is the end of our journey together. We hope you will enjoy your time here on the Citadel. Ibaris, out. And with that, the line went dead without giving us a chance to respond. That was quite rude, don't you think? Muttered Anita quietly, so that only Ryder and I heard what she said. I think they are just annoyed at how long it took. Look, they are accelerating into the nebula. Their engines seem to be a lot faster than ours, and I guess their MassEffect cores are strong enough that the journey here would have taken them only 2 days if we hadn't slowed them down, explained Ryder, his eyes never leaving the windows as if he was afraid to miss anything. Flight path confirmed, Captain. Adjusting our trajectory now, called the pilot of the SSV Constantinople. Good, bring us in, Lieutenant. I finally want to see this vaunted citadel. And she did, just like the rest of us. At first, it had been a shadow behind a denser portion of the nebula, but as we flew through it, its magnificence was shown to us. Truly, there was no better word than magnificent to describe the citadel. I still remember the scene in the first Mass Effect game, when you see the citadel for the first time. Then, I thought, wow, what a cool space station. But now, I was too stunned by the view to think of anything. To describe what I felt at that moment would have been an effort in futility. I felt wonder, fear, and excitement rush through me, and some emotions I couldn't even put in words. Holy shit, called someone, and for the first time, I noticed how quiet it got on the bridge. Every head was turned towards the front window to get a look at the citadel. The only person to continue working was the pilot, probably to get us closer, to get a better look at it. With every minute passing, the station got bigger and bigger. Seeing it on a small screen couldn't do it justice. Only in real life, you understood how massive the citadel was. I knew that the citadel was just around 40 kilometers long, or perhaps a bit more, but for me, its arms stretched on forever. For a moment, I tore my eye away from this beautiful sight, to look at Anita and Ryder, to see their reactions. Their eyes were wide open in wonder, and Anita's mouth too to a small degree. But what made me stop for a moment was the full-blown smile on Ryder's face. He was completely relaxed as if there was nothing but him, the view, and the moment. I turned back to appreciate the sight some more before the seriousness of our situation returned to our minds. After a few more minutes, we got close enough to watch the in and outcoming traffic around the citadel. Hundreds of ships were coming and going. The closest comparison that came to my mind was of a busy beehive. How many ships are there? Asked Anita, not turning away even for a second. Hundreds, answered Ryder, spread over all 5 arms and probably that ring back there too. It wouldn't surprise me if the daily traffic is somewhere around the lower to mid-thousands per day, I commented, giving the two a side glance. Ryder was the first one who turned towards me and asked, lower thousands. Why that number? And Anita turned shortly after, interested in my answer as well. It reminds me a bit of a situation I've read about. It happened on Earth not long after World War II. The city of Berlin was divided into 2 parts, the east belonging to the Soviets and the west belonging to the Western Allies. In 1948, I think, there was a blockade going on. No supplies could get into the western part of the city, no food, no fuel, no medicine. The only way into the city was by air. And so they did it that way. In over a year, they transported around 2.3 million tons of supplies, among them 500,000 tons worth of food, into the city by air. Interesting history lesson, but you still didn't tell us how you came to your estimation, Anita interrupted before I could delve deeper into the topic. I bit back a barbed remark, oh, how I hated to be interrupted, and continued to explain. It's just that they flew around 280,000 times during the time to provide enough supplies to near 2.2 million people. That's approximately 700 flights per day. I took a short break to let the information I dumped on them settle before pointing at the citadel. Now, where do you think this space station gets its supplies from? I don't think they have a lot of places for farms and the like. So, they get them by spaceships, a lot of spaceships because I don't think that the population on the citadel is just a measly 2.2 million. 5 times that I guess. And that is to keep the station going. There will be even more flights bringing in other goods. Like what we define as normal goods and materials for production and construction. Also, we should not forget that every high society needs luxury goods. How else should the rich and famous show off? As I continued talking, I didn't notice how my audience grew to encompass most of the bridge. If we also take into account that not only merchant vessels go in and out of the system but also privately owned vessels, for example, public transportation between star systems, and military vessels as well. Then my first estimation of low to mid-thousands was way off. It's probably around low to mid-10,000 per day. When I finished, I noticed how many people listened to my explanation. Some of them were even gaping slightly at me. If it was my knowledge of times long past or the number of ships that made them do so, I didn't know. I didn't know you were so well versed in 20th century history, commented Anita with a raised eyebrow. I shrugged and replied, it's just something I found interesting. To me, our history is comparable to a long list of successes, failures, and examples. Most things already happened once or twice, just in slightly different forms. The only thing you have to do is to adapt them to the circumstances before you. A good advice, Mr. Denebrin, concurred Captain Peterson before she turned to her crew. I just wish my crew would remember our circumstances right now and do their jobs instead of gawking holes into the air, said Peterson. Her tone had gotten colder and more strict with every word, and as if the crew was showered with ice-cold water, they went back to work as fast as they could. I held back a chuckle at the scene while Ryder just looked on amused. He turned towards Anita and me and said, Mrs. Goyle, Mr. Denebrin, I advise we should make our way to the shuttle bay shortly. My team is already there and preparing everything for our departure. You probably want to stay for a moment longer, called Captain Peterson before either Anita or I could respond. Our flight path seems to bring us pretty close to their flagship. Or at least the biggest ship that's currently in the system. That comment stopped any intention to leave the bridge. And indeed, as I looked back out of the window, I saw how we got closer to an Asari dreadnought. At first, I believed that it was just one of the few which were stationed at the Citadel, but as we got closer, I noticed that it was larger than the others. An obvious power play from the Council, scoffed Anita. Our escorts must have sent word ahead of our ship's new capabilities, and that is their answer. Do what you want, we still got enough firepower to crush you. Or they plan to do that from the start. To show us how much more advanced they are, deemed Ryder. What I'm interested in is what the ship's numbers are. Did you make any scans of that ship? His last question was directed at Captain Peterson, who looked over to her sensor officer. The sensor officer tapped a few buttons on his console before standing up with a datapad in hand. With quick strides, he walked over and handed Peterson the datapad. Not a single word came over his lips as he saluted, then turned around to go back to his post. Peterson glanced over the displayed information, her left eyebrow rising marginally before she looked up to answer Ryder. We've not directed any active scans at the ship, but even our passive scanners are picking up an enormous ESO core. And what got on its size? Well, it's around 1.6 kilometers on every axis. That is a big ship, commented Ryder dryly. What are you thinking about, Oscar? Asked Anita when she saw me studying the Destiny Ascension. 15 to 20, was the only thing I said as I kept watching the Destiny Ascension. 15 to 20 what? Years until we have something comparable in our fleet, I answered with a sharp grin. Anita's eyes widened at my proclamation, and a barely audible stutter sneaked into her voice as she inquired, are you sure? That seems like a too short time for something like that. You forget the two big kids back home, I said with a chuckle. Ah, yes, I see what you mean. When Wright and Dr. Hashiyam get to know about this ship, they want toys like that. Or even bigger ones. Correct, and if I know Takahashi, he wants the bigger one. He will not stop until he has designed and constructed the largest ship in the galaxy. He can be petty like that. As much as I would like to hear more about Dr. Hashiyam's pettiness, interrupted Ryder, but we really should make our way to the shuttle bay. You're right, Commander. Come, Oscar. We still have to suit up, stated Anita, which sounded more like an order to me. With one last look over my shoulder at the Destiny Ascension, which appeared even more massive with the seemingly smaller Citadel in the background, I followed Anita and Ryder off the bridge. We went through the halls unimpeded by the crew members that were also on the move. After a few minutes and a thankfully short elevator ride, we arrived in the designated shuttle bay for us diplomats. Waiting for us were Anderson and 4 more soldiers. All of them were in full combat gear with sealed helmets on. One thing stood out about them. Every single one of them had the with red stripe on their right arm and the N7 logo on their chest plates. They were part of humanity's best soldiers, and they were here to protect Anita and me. It had been Wright who had vehemently insisted on this. And his reasoning had been absolutely sound. Even if the Council and the other associated governments wanted us no harm, something that we probably wouldn't survive with an army backing us, there were still those that acted on their own. There only had to be one guy with a gun and a grudge, and all could go to hell. At the moment, they were all standing at attention, giving us a crisp salute. Anderson was standing at the left side of the row, 1/2 step ahead of the others. Preparations are finished, Commander. Our squad is good to go, announced Anderson to Ryder, not wavering even the slightest in his position. Ryder gave a sharp salute back and said, at ease. The diplomats still have to be outfitted. Anderson, you take Denebrin, Rollins, you take Goyle. Get to it. The rest of you, get in the Pelican and buckle up. We're leaving soon. Not a second after he finished, the squad followed his orders. Anderson and another N7 soldier, clearly a woman by the cut of her armor, came towards us. They showed us to a workbench nearby, where two bulky vests lay. At a glance, they looked like old-style bulletproof vests, but that couldn't be further from the truth. They were a pair of the very first personal kinetic barriers that we've developed. While they were nothing like the streamlined version the Turians used, they got the job done, even if the shield broke just after 2 or 3 shots. After all, our N7 bodyguards would cover us the moment we came under attack. And for that, every extra second was better than nothing. So I got my suit jacket off and let Anderson help me put the vest on. The moment it closed around my body, a soft humming could be heard as the internal battery started up. After a few seconds, I felt a tingle crawling over my skin before a blue light flashed in front of my vision and disappeared as fast as it appeared. The tingling persisted, but I could and would ignore it for the time being, especially since nobody else seemed uncomfortable with it. Anderson checked again if the vest sat well and the readings were within the parameters. He nodded more to himself than me and said, "Everything looks fine, Mr. Denebrin. The shield generator is up and running and should even stop a bullet from an assault rifle. The atmosphere on the Citadel should be breathable, but a breath mask has been placed in the shuttle for both you and Mrs. Goyle. I request that you wear one merely to be sure that you don't breathe in any alien pathogens." "I will, don't worry." "Anything else I should know?" I asked while I put my jacket back on, but not before I secured a small package to my vest. One that would hopefully help us in making a good impression. "Only a few things, sir," said Anderson and pointed at 2 of his squad members. "While we're on the Citadel, Commander Ryder and I are responsible for Mrs. Goyle's and your security. I lead the team that is responsible for your safety in particular. With me are the 2nd Lieutenants Ambrose and Fillion. We will probably stay a few days on the Citadel, so wherever you go, we follow. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask, Mr. Denebrin." With a shake of my head, I answered, "Not for the moment, Lieutenant Anderson. We should take our seats, don't want to miss the start, do we?" The other team had already entered the Pelican through its back ramp, so seeing no reason to delay, I went into it as well. 2nd Lieutenant Ambrose was just a step ahead of me and took the furthest seat from the entrance on the right side of the aisle that led to the cockpit. She directed me to take the place to her left, and not a second after I sat down, Anderson appeared to my left, boxing me between 2 N7 soldiers. Fillion took a seat closer to the back ramp so that he could exit the Pelican before the rest of us. A quick glance confirmed that Anita's security detail had positioned themselves in the same manner around her. The moment everyone was belt up in their seats, the ramp closed shut, and a shudder went through the Pelican as its engine started. The voice of the pilot echoed through the room with the announcement that they had been given green light for their approach to the Citadel. Nobody spoke as the Pelican lifted itself off the ground and flew through the kinetic barrier that shielded the hangar from the outer atmosphere. In fact, the whole ride was quiet. Not even a single joke or quip came from anybody. The first words spoken after the long silence came from Commander Ryder when he ordered Fillion and Potschek to get ready, just as the Pelican set down on a landing pad. The ramp lowered itself, and the second it touched the ground, the 2 N7 soldiers jumped off their seats and walked calmly but still swiftly out of the Pelican. Their rifles were held in a non-threatening position that allowed them to react to any danger immediately. After a few seconds, Ryder held his left hand to his head and nodded once. Then he looked at Anita and said, "The surroundings are safe. There are some armed forces, wearing a blue and black uniform, mixed species. I guess they sent some extra security from the CSEC for us. And one Asari, wearing some kind of dress, probably a guide." "Thank you, Commander Ryder," responded Anita, her voice full of confidence. "They have waited enough. So, let's go and begin the show." One after the other left the Pelican, and I got my first view of the Citadel up close, or at least of one of its landing pads. The location was close to the Citadel Tower, where the Council resided. When we came closer to the group of CSEC officers, the Asari in the dress stepped forward and addressed our group. "Welcome to the Citadel, dignitaries of humanity. My name is Relawari, and I shall guide you to your meeting with the esteemed Citadel Council. We still have some time before the Council is ready to receive you. Would you like a short tour through the Presidium?" While she worded it like an offer, Anita, and I knew that it wasn't one we could refuse. And so, Anita accepted the tour on our behalf. The CSEC officers spread around our group in a loose formation and looked out for possible dangers, while Relawari inserted herself into the center of our group, close to Anita and me. I couldn't see the faces of our N7 security detail, but from how always one had their torso turned towards us, it was clear that they kept an eye out for her. When we left the landing area, we crossed a small area where dozens of different species watched as we went through. For me, it was the first time I saw so many aliens in person. Turians, Asari, Solarian, Volus, and even a Hanner watched as we passed by. But what really left me speechless was the beauty of the Presidium. It was everything I had expected and then some. The lake was crystal clear, and the trees looked as if a gardener just tended to them. In the distance, I could even see the Krogan statue standing proudly in the lake. As we made our way towards the Citadel Tower, Wari started to explain the origins of the Citadel and its discovery through the Asari. Most of it was nothing but praise for the Protheans for building such an incredible space station, but even then I only listened half-heartedly. After all, when you knew the truth about the station, it wasn't that interesting. I managed to insert a question or two and made the right noises to seem interested in her explanation. But my focus was on the station itself and the people that watched us. Before I knew it, we had already entered the elevator that would lead us up the Citadel Tower and to the council chambers. Our CSEC escort didn't come with us, but I was sure that more waited on the upper floor. And let me tell you one thing, those elevators are not slow. Most definitely not. It covered 4 kilometers in almost 3 minutes, that is not slow. When the doors opened on the floor of the council chambers, Wari was the first to exit. She turned around and said to Anita, "I hope you like the tour through the Presidium. I'm sure we can arrange more extensive ones in the coming days if you wish so. The council awaits you at the other end of this floor." Without waiting for a response, she disappeared through the line of CSEC guards that held back the civilians that had come to the council chambers to catch a first look at the new species. While crossing the chambers, I tried to calm my beating heart, which had at one point started to beat a mile per minute. Perhaps it was the fact that I was part of a moment that would definitely make it into the history books. Or because I was stared at like a monkey in a zoo. Who knows? Then came the moment we went up the last staircase, and when we arrived at the top, I only had eyes for what was before me. On 3 raised platforms were, from left to right, a Turian, an Asari, and a Solarian. The Asari in the middle lifted her left hand, and silence ensued inside the chamber. Then she spoke in her melodious voice as she invitingly spread her arms. "In the name of the Council and the Citadel, I welcome you, representatives of humanity, to the greater galactic community." Chapter 11, Chapter. June 23rd. 16. Widow System. Citadel, Council Chambers. "In the name of the Council and the Citadel, I welcome you, representatives of humanity, to the greater galactic community." With these words from the Asari counselor, the first official meeting between humanity and the Citadel began. She put her right hand over the place where a human's heart would be and inclined her head for a fraction. Her melodious voice spoke of training and experience in diplomatic and political affairs as she greeted us. "I am Counselor Tevos of the Asari Republics, and in their name, I greet you once again," she said with a smile, something that was so irrefutable human that I could feel how my companions were baffled for a moment. Not that I was any better. The Asari may look like human women, but in the end, they were not. In the games, it was just an accepted fact that aliens existed. They used human gestures, and their mouths moved perfectly to imitate the translated words. It was just a game, after all, made by humans for humans. But this was not a video game, not for me, not anymore. And that was what baffled us so much. Counselor Tevos could have learned about smiling through research, but it looked so natural that it couldn't be something she just had learned. That 2 distinct species, evolving on 2 different planets, thousands of light years apart, could develop the same gesture, probably even with the same meaning. The odds for such an occurrence had to be close to 0. Close to 0, but not impossible, as we could see. After Tevos raised her head, the Solarian to her left continued with the introduction, and this time I noticed that his mouth did not move to fit the human words I heard. The volume of my translation device hindered me from hearing his original language, but I would try to listen to the Turian counselor's language after the Solarian. "I'm Counselor Sekar, delegate of the Solarian Union," he said slowly and carefully as if stopping himself from rushing his words. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. The image of Solarians, which I had in mind, was always that of a fast-talking Mordin Solus. While it was a generalization of a whole species, the fact of them talking fast was probably true. Their short lifespan emphasized the need for efficiency, and to speak slowly would not fit into that. And if my guess was correct, then Counselor Sekar had been elevated to the position of counselor very recently. Just as the Turian counselor was about to introduce himself, I remembered to tone down the volume of my translator. Only enough to hear how he spoke in his native language, but still loud enough to listen to the translation. It was an odd mix of whistling and chirping, a metallic undertone added to it, nothing that a human could imitate without either insulting someone's mother or speaking with a dialect that would make every Turian in hearing range laugh. "I am Counselor Edarchy, representative of the Turian hierarchy," he spoke full of pride and confidence. Even though the translators weren't yet sophisticated enough to catch emotional nuances in an alien's voice, the confidence of the Turian was plain to see. It wasn't that I had become an expert in Turian body language, but the general feeling I got of Counselor Edarchy was one of self-confidence. The traditional markings every Turian had consisted of red bars on his mandibles and a V on his forehead. the red was almost shining in the light of the chambers. "It is a great honor to be here," said Anita, after it was clear that the introductions of the counselors were over. "My name is Anita Goyle, a representative of humanity, together with my associate, Oscar Denebrin." When Anita called my name, I had just returned my translator settings to normal, and I used a greeting closely resembling that of Counselor Tevos. "It is an honor to meet you," I said and put my right fist over my heart and bowed slightly. "It is also an honor to us to greet a new race on the Citadel," answered Counselor Tevos practiced. "Before we begin with the official matters which brought us together today, I would like to give a brief overview of our history and the Citadel, so that we can move forward with understanding in our hearts." While nicely put, I knew what she was really doing. She wanted to awe us with the long history of their civilization, to let us feel small in their presence. Furthermore, depending on what she understood under the word brief, it could also be a tactic to exhaust us, to make us worn out for when the real diplomatic talks would begin. Anita, ever the seasoned diplomat, knew this as well, but her response was just a smile. "We will gladly listen. Understanding is the first step to living side by side peacefully. Of course, I will do the same after you finish, Counselor Tevos. If that is agreeable for you." I had to suppress a smirk when Anita took the ball and placed it back into the council's court masterfully. "An excellent suggestion, Diplomat Goyle." "Eager to learn," answered Counselor Sekar, the Solarian not noticing the side glance that the Turian counselor gave him. "Then let us begin," said Counselor Tevos, her smile straining for a moment that only the most observant noticed. And my guess was correct. The brief overview was to wear us out. It was arduously long, with no new information provided. It would have been a novel experience if we hadn't known most of it from the Turian codex we salvaged. A few interesting tidbits were among her explanation but were ultimately insignificant. Her take on the Rachni War and the Krogan Rebellion was unsurprisingly one-sided to put the Council and, by extension, the Citadel in a better light. She mentioned the Quarians only in passing and lost no word about the Geth. While she continued to describe the arrival of the Batarians on the Citadel, I took a moment to observe the other people in the room. There was a group with one representative of every species associated with the Citadel standing close by. A Hanner, a Volus, and an Elcor stood pretty close to each other, probably discussing something with each other if I interpreted the Hanners flashing right. I wasn't absolutely sure, but I thought to remember that Hanner communicated via bioluminescence and that instead of speaking words like any other species present, their bodies glowed in specific intervals when they were saying something. Apart from this group stood a lonely Batarian, who followed the happenings closely, his head bent slightly to his right. A gesture that would mean confusion or curiosity to a human, but to a Batarian, it meant something different. I heard or read somewhere, in my old life, that the angle a Batarian bent his head or how his eyes moved was the way how they expressed impressions or emotions subtly. And that specific angle was to show superiority to someone he sees as a lesser being. I stopped myself from rolling my eyes, knowing that I was probably correct from what I knew about Batarian culture. It wasn't much that I knew, but what I knew was more than enough. Enough to know that humanity and the Batarians would never become even remotely friends. I turned my attention back to the counselors when Tevos seemed to get to the end of her brief overview. While the Solarian counselor looked as attentive as ever, Counselor Edarchy seemed like he would prefer to be anywhere but here at the moment. Or so it seemed from the way his left index talon tapped his right arm rhythmically. "I thank you, Counselor Tevos, for your detailed overview of the Citadel's history," said Anita after Counselor Tevos finished. "Now, I would like to tell you about humanity's history if you would like." "Please, go ahead," was Counselor Tevos' response, professionally ignoring Edarchy's grumble. Anita, adept at reading a room's mood, kept her retelling of our species' history short. In not even 10 minutes, she covered our beginnings as traveling hunters and gatherers to becoming farmers that stayed in one place, from our formation of villages to the creation of nations. She talked about how the discovery of making fire set us on a path of advancement that would lead us to leave our homeworld one day. If there was one thing that Anita could do better than anyone else, it was telling a compelling story. Even the Turian counselor, who had been pretty bored during Tevos' explanation, was listening intently. At that moment, Anita had the attention of the whole galaxy. "We thank you, Diplomat Goyle, for the wonderful retelling of your kind's history," said Counselor Tevos, still a bit mesmerized. "It really was," commented Counselor Edarchy. "So full of life, I almost could see how their species evolved before my eyes." "Wouldn't you say so too, Counselor Tevos?" You didn't need a sophisticated translation device to hear the amount of sarcasm Counselor Edarchy directed at the Aseri. In any direct comparison between the Aseri counselor and Anita, Tevos' way of telling the history of the Citadel would be found lacking. "You're right," answered Tevos, her smile straining a bit at the Turian's dig. "But there are more matters that we need to discuss today, for example, the creation of an official peace treaty between the Turian hierarchy and the Systems Alliance." With those words, all lightheartedness present in the room disappeared at once, and a more solemn mood came into being. "That is a matter that should not be delayed," said Edarchy, his posture going rigid for a moment before slightly relaxing. "The Primarch of Palaven, the highest leader of the Turian hierarchy, has given me the permission to negotiate such a treaty. Do you, Diplomat Goyle, have this authority as well? I do, Counselor Edarchy, answered Anita concisely. Then let me tell you in the name of the hierarchy that we truly regret that it came to this incident and that the hierarchy is prepared to pay reparations. That was more than we had hoped to expect. In most of the discussions between Anita and me, we thought that the Turians would say that they were sorry but would be too prideful for anything else. Offering to pay reparations was not something we expected to get from the Turians so readily. Maybe they had seen something of themselves in how we stood our ground and fought back in the face of unfavorable odds. It could also be that they saw us as a potential ally. One that could help in defending the borders of Citadel space. Whatever the reason was, it started the negotiations in a good tone. In the name of humanity, I accept the apology of the Turian hierarchy, said Anita, bowing her head slightly in gratitude, Counselor Edarchy's words not even fazing her for a moment. Our diplomats can discuss the details of the reparations at another time. But there is one thing that my people are demanding before a peace treaty can be signed. And what is this thing? Anita took one deep breath before saying only one word that echoed in the chambers, justice. I see, said Counselor Edarchy, crossing his arms and leaning back a bit. Your people want the perpetrators of the attack on your colony to stand trial if I understand correctly. That is correct. You understand that my people acted accordingly to Citadel law. The unsanctioned opening of a mass relay is a capital offense punishable by death. We learned of this law only after the diplomatic envoy arrived in the Shangxi system. Before that, we didn't even know that the Citadel existed. May contribute to discussion, interrupted Counselor Sekar before Edarchy could reply. Citadel law clear on subject of opening relays. My people went over them in the last months, personally rechecked them as well. But only in Citadel space, not in the territory of humanity. Situation like in the Terminus systems, opening of relays heavily discouraged, but not forbidden, in theory. That certainly puts things in perspective, sighed Counselor Edarchy before straightening himself and turning his head towards the other two counselors. Counselor Tevos, Counselor Sekar, I would like to propose that the relay protocols are revised and broadened so that such a situation like we have now can't happen again. I was about to propose the same as well, answered Tevos, while Sekar only nodded. That still leaves the issue of a trial for the perpetrators responsible for the attack, reminded Anita before the subject got swept away by other issues. The Turian hierarchy will take care of it, do not worry, assured Counselor Edarchy. That is not something that the Alliance will accept. We will not send our people to you to be made an example of, responded Edarchy heatedly. Anita held her hands up in a placating manner and returned, that is not our intention, Counselor. We never expected you to transfer the perpetrators to us for trial. She wasn't lying, we never expected them to do this, but that didn't mean we wouldn't have liked it if they did. It is just that we wish for the courts of law here on the Citadel to hold the trial. My people will not accept that a Turian sentences one of his own for crimes against them. To them, it will seem like you are too biased to deliver a just verdict. Edarchy was about to open his mouth to respond when Counselor Tevos inserted herself into the argument. The integrity of the Turians is unquestionable, on that you can trust me. For that comment, she earned a grateful nod from the Turian counselor. But your species only arrived in the greater galaxy. It is normal that your people have reservations against fully trusting someone you've just met. With Counselor Edarchy's consent, I would like to organize a team of judges consisting of all council species so that the Turians have a say in the judgment and that impartiality is ensured. It spoke of Counselor Tevos' long diplomatic practice. In one move, she integrated herself into an argument before it could become heated and gave a solution that helped the Turians to save face and gave us what we wanted. The Turian hierarchy gives its consent, said Counselor Edarchy, taking the opportunity as it presented itself. The Human System Alliance also consents, commented Anita as if our agreement had been necessary. Then may I take this as a sign that there is nothing else in the way of signing an official peace treaty between the Turian hierarchy and the System Alliance, asked Tevos. Neither Anita nor the Turian counselor objected to her claim, and a practiced, beaming smile spread on the Aseri's face. An Aseri, dressed in a modest dress, came towards Anita and carried a datapad in her hand. One of our guards stepped in her way and held his hand out for the datapad, which she gave him without complaining. The datapad remained in his hands no longer than a moment before Anita had it. She quickly read over the displayed treaty and signed with a flourish. The Turian counselor, on the other hand, just tipped a few commands in the console before him. And with that, any and all armed conflict between the Turian hierarchy and humanity is ended, proclaimed Counselor Tevos. May the goddess watch over our all future. Applause echoed in the chambers and probably among the Citadel wards or even other worlds if this meeting was broadcasted live over the extranet. After the applause settled, Anita gave me a subtle nod to tell me that it was time for our gift. It was something found on Shangxi, and I saw it on a list of salvaged goods only by coincidence. The moment I read its description, I reread the Turian Codex to check if I remembered it correctly and put up a request to deliver it to me. Nothing endears you to someone as much as when you give them a part of their cultural heritage back. Counselor Adarchy, I said, speaking only for the second time in this place. When I saw that his attention was on me, I slowly put my hand in my jacket to pull out the package I secured there. While slowly pulling it out so that my actions would not be interpreted as dangerous, I said, in light of today's events, we have a gift for the Turian people. A gift? He questioned. What kind of gift? Well, it is not exactly a gift, I answered with a slight smirk. It is more the act of returning something that belongs to your people. I held the package out to a Turian CSEC officer, who took it and went towards Counselor Adarchy, but not without discreetly scanning it with his Omni tool. Adarchy took the package from the CSEC officer after getting the confirmation that it was safe. The moment he opened it, his eyes went wide, and his mandibles fell slightly. This is... He stammered, completely astonished. If I may ask, Adarchy. What is it? Asked Counselor Tevos. It is the banner of the 38th Regiment. I got reports that it was lost during the battles, presumably destroyed, Adarchy answered, his focus not wavering away from the banner. After half a minute of silence, he raised his head and looked me in the eyes, and said, I, and every other Turian, thank you and your people for giving this back to us. Since you did, I guess you know of its importance. We do, Counselor, I responded. In our studies of the Galactic Codex, I came across the section that explained the importance of the regiment banners to the Turian people. Something like that has to be returned to its rightful owner. Counselor Adarchy just nodded and glanced one last time at the banner before handing it off to one of his aides, who took it with reverence. Somehow I knew that with that move, humanity made another good impression on not just the Turian hierarchy but on the other Citadel species as well. The Turian counselor cleared his throat and asked, didn't we have more things that we needed to discuss? I think we should continue. And we did. First came the discussions of humanity holding to all Citadel treaties if we wanted to become an associated species. The banning of unsanctioned openings of mass relay became a topic once again but was ultimately the easiest to agree on. While we were on the topic of relays, Anita didn't manage that the fleet behind the Shangxi relay towards Citadel territory withdrew, but she achieved a partial success in that no more ships would be added and that the Turians reduced their presence by around a third. The Solarians and Asari would fill that hole as fast as they could. That meant that they either would be sent shortly after the meeting or that they would never arrive before we joined the Citadel, making the fleet unnecessary. Just as we came to an end with our discussion about the Treaty of Phyrexian and what exactly the stipulations were, the Solarian counselor said, we will need an evaluation of your dreadnought count, of course. A Spectre will be sent for this. In around 5 years, if you consent. We consent to the evaluation. Though we must require that any Spectre sent into Alliance territory notifies the official authorities, responded Anita. That is highly unusual, Diplomat Goyle. Normally, Spectres do not have any obligation to report their presence to any authority, said Counselor Tevos. Their line of work often requires them to act fast and concealed. To let anyone know of their presence could mean a difference in accomplishing or failing their mission. We acknowledge the fact that Spectres usually have the freedom to decide how they accomplish their goal, placated Anita, but at this time, we are worried about the implications they could have on our people. What kind of implications are you thinking of, Diplomat Goyle? Questioned Counselor Adarchy. As we understand it, a Spectre's actions are not punishable by law, no matter what offense. We fear that if a Spectre has to take drastic measures to reach his goal without any input from official authorities, it could create xenophobic sentiments among our citizens. They would not see an agent who does his, or her, best to protect all species of the Citadel but an alien that killed without reprisal. Since we are democratic, this could lead to someone coming into power who would not pursue friendly relations. That would be indeed troublesome, the Solarian counselor commented. We understand your concerns, said Counselor Tevos, but that is the way Spectres have operated for centuries. Surely that should be enough to give them the trust needed. We humans have a saying, I interjected, that trust is earned and not given. I implore you to let us observe how the Spectres work for a time until we too come to trust them. You do. The counselors exchanged glances, and I could see how Counselor Sekar gave a nigh unnoticeable nod. We concur that for such a young species as humanity, the freedom the Spectres have can be unsettling, said Counselor Tevos as their chosen spokesperson. In that light, we agree that Spectres will report to human authorities if they have missions that bring them into your territory. At least until you have fully joined the Citadel. Thank you, counselors, Anita and I said at the same time. After a short silence, Counselor Tevos continued to say, I believe we have discussed all major topics that needed to be addressed. Furthermore, I am of the opinion that we all need a break. We have prepared rooms in one of the best hotels here on the Presidium for you. We thank you for your generosity, said Anita. I declare this meeting adjourned. June 23rd. 22. Widow System. Citadel, Hotel Sirenia. I stood at the window that encompassed one side of the communal room of the hotel suite they had given us, looking out at the Presidium. While the current activity could not compare to its daytime business and probably to any time in the wards, life was still going on. Behind me, the majority of our group was engaged in quiet conversation about the day's proceedings. Two of Anita and my security detail were already asleep, resting for a later shift of keeping watch. I could hear Anderson's and Ryder's voices, but I didn't focus on what they said. An hour ago, they had declared the suite free of any listening devices. The devices they had found were thrown out the door but not destroyed. Ryder had jokingly said that they looked expensive and wanted to give them back to our listeners. Courtesy and a warning in one. While I was observing the view, I noticed in the reflection of the window that Anita approached me with a wineglass in each hand. I took the one she held out to me with a quick thank you and clinked glasses with her. The quality of the wine was excellent, and I immediately recognized the taste. How could I not, when it was the same wine my father bought on the day I was born? He wanted to drink this wine with my mom and me when I became an adult. Sadly, that never happened since both died before that day. When I became 18, I only drank a third of the bottle and kept the rest. It was my way to thank my parents for giving me this life, something I would be grateful for till I died again. The bottle of wine from the year 2100, or century wine as some call it, pressed in France, had a place of honor in my apartment in London. Do we have something to celebrate? I asked with a side glance to Anita. I remember that you said you would only bring this wine out if we had something to celebrate. In my opinion, the fact that our first meeting with the council went better than expected is something to celebrate, answered Anita with a smile and took a sip of her wine. I just wanted to check on you. What are you thinking right now? I hummed noncommittal, asking her a question in return. When you look out, what do you see? I guess you don't want the literal answer, so I don't know. Opportunities. For what? She asked. Technological, social, medical, or what? All that and more, I answered with a smile. Do you see those sky cars flying around? I do. What about them? They are a perfect example, I said and pointed at one. We do not have the know-how or the industrial capabilities to create so many of them, especially for people of all ways of life. In that, they have us beat, but I do see one point where we will find our own niche in this market. How so? Questioned Anita. I know that you're good at what you're doing, but the Citadel species had centuries to refine their design, their engines, their everything. It wouldn't be possible to supplant the established brands. They will always be cheaper than yours, at least for decades, maybe even centuries. I couldn't hold a snort back as she said that, and I asked amusedly, what makes you think I want to fight them with prices? That would just be plain stupid. If not that, what would you do? One of the best qualities that humanity possesses, one that I greatly admire, is individuality. And with that in mind, I will find a way to carve out a part of the market for myself. Individuality. What are you? Started Anita before slowly coming to the same realization as I did as she continued to watch the sky cars. They all look the same. That's right, I agreed. The only difference between them is their paint job and what specifications they have. But every car body is the same. And don't forget that we're on the Presidium, the place where only the rich and influential live. You don't want to make them better or cheaper, realized Anita, you want to make them look different. Correct again, I replied with a smirk on my face. Why should I fight on a battlefield my opponents had centuries to make it their own? It isn't just a human thing to try to be different from the others. It's just that we take more pride in this sentiment. Everybody wants to be seen, everybody wants to be noticed, and I will make use of that. I took a small breath and finished with a statement that would partly define the coming years. Individuality is our greatest advantage, and I will show the galaxy what happens if thousands of individuals come together. Because then, they can turn fantasy into reality, and no dream seems unachievable. Chapter 12, Chapter. December 11th. 1327 STE. Arcturus. Arcturus Station, unfinished, Parliament Chambers. With measured steps, I joined Andrew at the railing of the highest terrace that overlooked the chambers of the Parliament. The chambers had been constructed in a way that there were 3 levels of terraces that went around the length of the room and were open to the public to watch the proceedings. Not many people were watching yet, but that had nothing to do with disinterest in the proceedings, especially today. The plans for Arcturus Station had been drawn up years ago but never realized. At first, due to the fact that Reach was close enough to Earth, there hadn't been any immediate need for a space station in the Arcturus system, even if it was what we called a crossroads system, a system with multiple primary and secondary relays. But now that we know that there were other civilizations traversing the stars and using the relays as their principal mode of transportation, the need for a defensible station in the Arcturus system skyrocketed. While Reach would stay as the main seat of the Alliance military, Arcturus Station would become the seat of the Alliance government, partly because of the symbolic significance the station represented. The fact that it was a space station made it easy to show that the Alliance Parliament represented humanity on the galactic stage and not just a single world. After all, it was easier to consider space as neutral ground than a planet. But Arcturus Station wasn't supposed to be only the center of our government, no, it would become more than that. A trading hub, a military defense station, a place to live, in short, our very own imitation of the Citadel. It would become a monument to our abilities, our pride, and depending on how you looked at it, our arrogance. That was how the other galactic civilization would probably see it. And because of that, there can be no doubt that this is the beginning of a new chapter in humanity's history. It is now our duty to make it one of our grandest. Seems like Michael's speech is still going on, huh? I commented as I relaxed against the railing. That's President Port to you, Minister Denebrin, scolded Andrew lightheartedly. A chuckle escaped me, and I retorted, if you want to nitpick, then at least do it right. It's temporary president and minister. You're the one with the validated position, Director Clark. We all know that the vote for Michael's rise to the position of President of the Alliance Parliament is nothing more than a formality. Just like the elections in 4 years, he will win those too. After that, well, we'll see who we can move into a favorable position. And your position is a given as well. Nobody knows the economic workings of the Alliance as well as you, and Michael is anything but stupid. What Andrew was saying was true. While there would be a vote of who would become the very first president of the Systems Alliance, it was a foregone conclusion. There was only one other candidate, and I wasn't even sure if he was a member of the parliament. It could have been the janitor for all I knew. There was not one person who seriously wanted to go up against the founder of the Alliance. They would lose so badly it wouldn't even be funny. The name was just there because it was proper. Anything else could be called political suicide by idiocy. And with Michael came the rest of us too. By the way, nice touch with the must have served 5 years in a military role as a requirement for the position of Minister of Defense. Should hopefully keep most of the idiots away, said Andrew. Couldn't have been easy to get the nations and colonies to agree to that. Actually, it was easy, I countered. Most nations on Earth still have their own militaries, so they think they can get someone into the position that is sympathetic to them. Besides, if they disagreed, their citizens would only hear that they were against the fact that a position concerning military matters would be filled with someone who has experience in this field. They would probably demonstrate or riot again. The climate just isn't right for the voices that would call this warmongering. And the colonies? Just had to ask them who they would rather have in this position, someone knowing what must be done or a pampered civilian from Earth. You got to love stereotypes sometimes. Stereotyping can be a slippery slope, warned Andrew, his voice rising a bit and gaining a dangerous edge. In my business, that can lead to underestimating your opponents, and that means usually defeat. I raised my hands placatingly and said, I know, don't worry. I'm not underestimating anyone. Sorry, apologized Andrew. It seems like I'm still a bit miffed that those Solarians escaped my trap. It's been a year since then, and you are still angry about that. Andrew mumbled something unintelligible before replying, a bit, yeah. I underestimated them, or got cocky, doesn't matter which, but it was my fault they got away. I'm sure they got nothing vital from us, so that is a plus point. Besides, I said, stereotypes are just a way for us to categorize the world around us. When they turn into prejudice, it gets dangerous. Because from prejudice it's only a short step to discrimination. Then what is the difference between a stereotype and prejudice? Emotions, to be precise, negative emotions, I explained. If you dislike something because of a predetermined opinion, it's a prejudice. A stereotype is more like a label you give something. In most cases, it is a label you give to a group, to generalize them, to make them different from your own group. It is something humans have always done and will always do. It's part of the US versus them mentality. Andrew's fingers beat rhythmically on the railing before him, thinking for a moment before he inquired, and you use this mentality to your advantage, I guess. But before I could answer him, he came to the correct conclusion himself. I see how you would use it. Make yourself and your opposite number part of an US, and then show him a them to stand against, quite ingenious. A smirk found its way onto my face at Andrew's deduction. You're right, I confirmed. It makes whoever you're negotiating with more open to your ideas. With nothing more to say for the moment, silence ensued between us. Silently, we listened to Michael's speech we had partially ignored during our conversation. After all, it wasn't like we didn't know what he would be saying. Both of us had to listen to this exact speech twice before today because Michael wanted this speech to be perfect. And when the big boss asks you for a favor, you can't say no. Still, listening to him practicing and listening to him performing it were two very different things. Upon a stage, Michael's whole being came alive, and there wasn't a single person who wouldn't get swept along by his charisma and enthusiasm. Not alone. Our first contact may have been violent, but it must not determine our path forward. After all, You know, I said, drawing Andrew's attention back to me. I'm happy we met aliens so fast. Andrew raised an eyebrow at my comment and then said more than asked, something to do with the us versus them mentality again. As always, Andrew had quickly connected my comment to my previous explanation and drew the correct conclusion. It leads to it, I agreed and continued by asking him a question. If we didn't meet those other galactic civilizations, what do you think humanity would have done? Grow apart, he answered after thinking about my question for a few minutes. Every planet we colonize would, with time, develop its own distinct culture and mindset. Depending on their development, this could lead to large disparities between them, which in turn, would perhaps breed resentment between more and less developed colonies. If that issue would be left alone for too long, armed conflict or even civil war could very well happen. That is something I fear could have happened, I admitted. We humans have never shied away from conflict, no matter what kind. As long as it stays political, philosophical or, hell, a race to one-up each other, everything is fine. The problem is that it is just a matter of time until one person takes it to the extreme, and from there is going to snowball. And the Citadel species give us a tangible reason to stand together. An us that encompasses the whole of humanity. But must take care not to steer humanity in a mindset that sees the Citadel species as an enemy. True, that would be unfavorable. A short moment of silence passed between us as I thought about that problem until a word popped into my mind that could perhaps help us with this issue. Perhaps we should encourage a sort of rivalry between us and most of the Council species. Competing against them in different areas will hopefully stop most intentions to paint them as enemies. So, a fluid place in the us versus them mentality. Keeping our view of them flexible enough to see them as potential allies sometime in the future, concluded Andrew, following our previous line of thought. But don't think I didn't notice that you said most of them, not all. I guess you're thinking of excluding the Batarians. I did my best to hold back a burst of full-blown laughter at the thought of us playing nice with the Batarians for any amount of time. A chuckle escaped me nonetheless, and I could see Andrew was fighting the same problem. Why should we include them? I asked amusedly. Their cultural heritage makes the Batarians such a good enemy to unite against. Indeed, snorted Andrew. It is as if the galaxy gave us exactly what we needed. I still don't understand why the Council allowed this practice to continue for so long. The Asari, I can understand, think that they can change the Batarian culture if they wait long enough, but why the Turians haven't made any move is something that eludes me. Complacency, wanting to keep the status quo, there are tons of reasons for that. From what I've gathered, the Batarians are the only ones that have any kind of influence in the Terminus systems, mostly because they have their hands in whatever is happening there. Furthermore, the Asari and Solarians are probably stopping any Turian moves in that direction because they have colonies that are not that far from the edge of the Terminus systems. But now that we have emerged so close to Batarian territory, the Council will want to put us into conflict with each other. That way, they will only have to watch out for any incursions from the Terminus systems. The question is what we will do in response to that, I said and let my sight wander through the chambers, watching the representatives from the planets belonging to the Systems Alliance. In my opinion, we should let that happen. It will be a good opportunity to sharpen our fangs and show the galaxy what we can bring to the table, reasoned Andrew. Besides, it will help us in the long run when we decide to push for a council seat. There was nothing in Andrew's logic that I could refute. While I wasn't happy with the fact that this would mean that the Batarians would target our less defended colonies to enslave their populations, I also understood that they would do so no matter what. If not by themselves, then by using pirates as intermediaries, the temptation to possess slaves belonging to a newly discovered species was too great to ignore. I think you're right, I conceded, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. I don't like it, too, but we must face the fact that it will happen. The only thing we can do is to turn it to our advantage and do our best to protect our colonies and people. They are our greatest assets. Suddenly, Andrew frowned, his whole demeanor changing as if he was thinking about something unpleasant. When we're already talking about protecting valuable assets, he began, we need to speak about how we keep the DR drive to ourselves. It is one of the best advantages that we have. The option to operate outside of the relay network is nothing short of amazing. We can't allow this advantage to slip through our fingers. Is this place secure? I asked instead of answering him. Yes, I made sure of that personally. Northwest bugs anywhere close to us, and I carry a device with me that will stop directional microphones. Only option would be a video and then calling a lip reader. At his words, I leaned forward, placing my elbows on the railing and crossing my hands before my mouth. Andrew immediately understood what I was doing and copied my posture. When trying to keep something secret, you did everything to reduce the chance of being overheard, and the longer I could keep the security features of the DR drive secret, the better. From the very beginning, Takahashi and I thought about how we could prevent the DR drive falling into the wrong hands and have since then implemented multiple security features. We have divided the drive into 4 parts that are scattered throughout any ship with a DR drive, the navigational computer, the power generator, the device for opening and closing the rifts, and one more component that I will not tell you. Should any of these parts be removed without entering the correct codes, which have to be confirmed by our network, the data will purge itself. Furthermore, this will trigger small localized explosions that will turn the parts into nothing more than pieces of junk. And what happens if somebody collects enough of the different parts? Asked Andrew, our voices barely above a whisper and able to be heard with Michael's speech still going on. Every drive is a unique copy with its own specialized codes, and if they don't match, our network has to confirm the combination, else the security features activate. Furthermore, if someone tries to change the codes, the same happens. The only security vulnerability is when someone manages to emulate our network, but we constantly improve it. We thought about not being able to combine parts of different drives but dismissed the idea. The upkeep would have been almost impossible otherwise. After I finished speaking, I changed my posture to signal Andrew that the part of our conversation that needed the utmost secrecy was over. Seeing that, Andrew relaxed his posture as well, and I could see in his face that he was pleased with the steps we had taken to protect the DR drive. But he still had to point one thing out. Even with all this, there is no way to ensure that nobody else will be able to recreate the DR drive. Be it domestic or otherwise, it will be only a matter of time, said Andrew. I know, but we will do our best to delay that moment, I replied. That's one of the reasons why we relocated our production facilities to Reach. And without a DR drive, it is difficult to travel to Reach in a timely manner. Plus, the military will be very interested in keeping the DR drives for themselves. Of course, I will do my best to support their endeavor, promised Andrew. He looked down at the members of the parliament, and his eyes narrowed in suspicion as he said, but I cannot promise that those people down there won't try to get their hands on it to sell it to the highest bidder. No matter if they are human or not, greed and the promise of power is sometimes too tempting to resist. I snorted amusedly at the thought of them trying and answered Andrew's unasked question when he looked at me with a raised eyebrow. Let them try, I said confidently. The DR drive is not the property of the Alliance but of Ad Astra. Takahashi and I haven't patented the plans for the DR drive, so we don't have to publicize them, and they are welcome to try to replicate them. Furthermore, we have a contract of exclusivity with the Alliance military. If they try to force us in any way, they will quickly learn that this way leads to political and financial suicide. My lawyers and analysts have the domestic side under control, and even if someone can recreate it, my R&D team will be years, no, decades ahead of them. And about the other species, well, I don't think we have to worry too much for the next 50 years or so. Not worry too much, asked Andrew skeptically, and I couldn't blame him for his skepticism. I would think that at least the Solarians will figure out how to build one before that. They will, I agreed and asked a question in return, but will they use it in any way that could be dangerous for us? Before Andrew could think of a reply, I continued to tell him my thoughts about the issue. The way I see it, there are only 4 species that would have any interest in replicating the DR drive. 5, if you count the Volus, who will follow the Turians more or less. Let me guess, the Aseri, the Solarians, the Turians, and the Batarians. Exactly, I confirmed. The Elcor will be too passive to do anything, and the Hanna are not interested in anything that does not come from the Enkindlers, as they call the Protheans. The Drell will follow the lead of the Hanna, so no problem there. The Batarian hegemony will try to get their hands on some, partly because they want to expand their territory and to use them to get more slaves. Andrew nodded, following my explanation so far. He still had some reservations but was willing to let me explain fully before adding his own thoughts. They will never ask or negotiate to get even one, their arrogance will not allow that. Instead, the hegemony will try to steal ships that have a DR drive, probably by using pirates, so that nothing can be traced back to them. Maybe I underestimate them, but I don't think their scientists and engineers are skilled enough to recreate the DR drive with only one stolen ship. They will need dozens, perhaps even hundreds, and that number doesn't even include the ships the pirates will try to keep for themselves instead of giving them to the hegemony. I see where you're coming from, but what about the Council? They certainly have the means to do it, inquired Andrew. The Council, huh, I repeated and thought about where to start. Let's begin with the Aseri. After all, they're the most technologically advanced species in the galaxy right now. They will be most certainly interested in it, but since it is a purely human design they will dismiss it in the beginning. The Aseri are almost as fanatically as the Hanna in the belief of Prothean superiority. Only after they can't deny its usefulness anymore, will they try to get their hands on one. I stopped for a moment in my explanation to consider if this was the time I could drop a hint that the Aseri had a working Prothean beacon. If someone else had this specific knowledge, it would give me a reason for knowing when I had to use it in any negotiation with the Aseri. Besides, sometimes it is more effective to let your opponent know that a group knew your secrets but didn't do anything with them instead of only one person who could be silenced more easily. In the end, I decided against dropping a hint, at least for the time being. The Alliance's position was in no way strong enough to deal with any open or covert backslash the Aseri could throw at us. The Aseri longevity would indeed make them slower to react. We see it in humanity too that older people react slower to changes than young ones, said Andrew, taking my moment of contemplation to add his own thoughts. Furthermore, the Aseri will feel secure in their position as the most advanced species in the galaxy, not even the Solarians could contest that position in a millennium. But what about the other 2 council species? His question brought me out of my musings, and I continued to explain my thoughts about the 2 remaining council species. The Turians will see the potential the DR drive has, and not just from a military standpoint. Worlds based on dextroamino acids are rare, and there could be dozens around Palaven alone, but with no relay connecting them. Same with planets that have the specific gas concentration the Volus need. The moment they hear about the DR drive's capabilities, they will devote resources to create their own, but they will be too prideful to ask us for help or even steal from us, the newcomers to the galactic stage. It will take them years until they get a working prototype. Their knowledge in exotech is more of a hindrance than a help since it has nothing to do with ESO. Besides, we will have an ally in delaying the Turian efforts to recreate it. Who? Andrew began to ask before the answer came to him. The Solarians, of course. They will not want them to have this technology before having a counter ready. Or at least the means to monitor their movements. The biggest military force in the galaxy, able to pop up wherever they want, that doesn't seem like something the Solarians would want the Turians to have. I thought the same, too. My impression of the Solarians is that they like to have control, and anything that they can't control has to be delayed until they can. Wouldn't surprise me. Nobody can tell me that everything between the Council species is roses and sunshine. Now, as we have already mentioned them, what are your thoughts about the Solarians? I do not doubt that the Solarians can and will replicate the DR drive, maybe even in the next 10 years, I said, a smirk growing on my face that had Andrew confused, but I also know that their first experiments with it will probably end in disaster. A disaster? Andrew's voice was tinged by confusion, and his face reflected that as well. A disaster, I confirmed. Did you know that one of the reasons why our ships are slower than their Turian equivalents is that ours are heavier? The hulls of our starships are denser and thicker. Do you know why? I remember vaguely to have heard that it is because of radiation, but what kind of radiation I do not know. Partly, it is because of the cosmic rays, but thinner hulls would do the job just as well. Our first designs were bulky because we wanted to make sure that nothing could happen. However, since we created the DR drive, we made the hulls just as thick or even thicker than before. And we're planning to make them even thicker. What does that tell you? I could see how Andrew thought about my question, recalling every bit of information he had of the DR drive and the phenomenon that allowed us to travel between star systems with it. There is some kind of radiation inside the rift, isn't there? Exclaimed Andrew. Bingo. In the rift, there are 3 or 4 kinds of radiation we've never encountered before. They don't even have names yet. The fact is that those radiations can be deadly to humans or any living being that does not possess a metallic carapace like the Turians, and even then, long-term damage is guaranteed if they are exposed to it too long. The density of the Turian ship hulls is barely enough. But there is one more problem, and I'm truly glad that we caught it before something happened, I said and took a deep breath. ESO slowly destabilizes if it is exposed to the radiations inside the rift. Say what? Asked Andrew harshly, not quite believing what he just heard. ESO destabilizes inside the rift, and that can lead to malfunctions in the best and explosions in the worst-case scenario. The stronger the radiation, the faster it happens. Intriguingly, the more pure ESO is, the faster it destabilizes as well. That is one of the reasons why nothing happened until now, since our refining methods are not that sophisticated yet, I explained grimly. What are you doing in reaction to this? We're checking each ship and, if needed, exchange the ESO core. It's already costing us millions, and that number will only go up, but it has to be done. The degraded ESO is currently stored in some out-of-the-way storehouses. A few of my scientists are analyzing it, checking if it is possible to use it in engines again or to make a weapon out of it. Seems like you have the problem under control, and good work with keeping it on the down low. I haven't even heard a whisper of it, said Andrew, satisfied with my work. But how does this correlate with the disaster that the Solarians will have? The Turians have ship hulls around half as thick as ours, but that and their metallic carapace would only save them from dying from the radiation. Their ESO cores would still destabilize. So, what do you think happens to Solarian ships, which are not built for a straight-up fight but with clandestine operations and maneuverability in mind? Their hulls would be too thin to hold off the rift radiation. With a pure DR drive, they would kill their crew, and with a mixed ESO-DR drive, an EDR drive, the ship would explode. To use a DR drive, the hulls have to be made thicker, which would result in more mass and less speed, conflicting with the Solarian naval doctrine, concluded Andrew with a smile on his face. At most, they would use it to colonize some out-of-the-way planets or a limited amount of stealth vessels. Still, that is something we can deal with in the future. But by far, the best thing is that they will keep the fact that they have a DR drive hidden from the other Council species. It will be an advantage for them just like it is for us. The Solarians won't share it. The Asari have shown them up often enough with their technology, and we've already discussed the Turian issue. Still, that is all just talk. Right now, we must not let our guard down. All I've said could be wrong, I warned, and Andrew nodded, understanding my point. Our conversation was abruptly ended when thunderous applause filled the Parliament chambers. Looking at the podium, I understood what was going on. Michael had finally finished his speech, and the people stood on their feet applauding. Looks like he nailed it again, I commented and got a snort from Andrew in return. Did you expect differently? No, not really, I confessed. From now on, it's going to be busy for both of us. I already got my marching orders from Michael this morning. I have heard of them. Going to the Citadel again sounds like fun, but to negotiate trade deals and how to adapt our currency to the galactic credit, that's not my kind of fun, Andrew joked. He was right, it didn't sound like fun to me too, but somebody had to do it, and the fact that I got this job was a good sign. If I did well, that would only help me in the future when I decided that the time was right to throw my hat into the ring for the position of humanity's ambassador on the Citadel. Yet, there were still a lot of things unattended on Earth and the colonies. Now that Michael was the president of the Systems Alliance, he could order to place ODPs into Earth's defense grid, something which didn't happen until now. While the ODPs could only fire with the power of a light cruiser at the moment, the needed power was too high for higher yields, they could still shoot as fast as a frigate. Moreover, simulations showed that should an ODP try to fire with the power of a dreadnought or even just a heavy cruiser, the force of the shot would destroy the ODP itself. That problem was still being worked on. In the end, that didn't stop us from building 40 of them and distributing 10 each to Reach, Terra Nova, and Shang-Chi, and the last 10 had been held back for Earth. By the way, said Andrew, who was politely clapping for Michael's speech, I have a list of people who would be assets to your R&D teams. At the top of the list is a Dr. Constantine Shale, engineer, biologist, robotics expert, and a few more fields that fall into his range of expertise. All in all, one hell of a scientist. Why are you giving this list to me? I asked, confused. I mean, I'm thankful for it, but why not recruit them for the Alliance Research Division? It had been an agreement between the talent scouts of the Alliance and myself that each of us would look for new personnel on our own, not using the resources of the other. So, I was confused why Andrew was giving me the list, clearly compiled with Alliance resources. Because of those guys, Andrew said and gestured down to the members of the Parliament. Politicians, pencil pushers, and their lot will have control over the Alliance's budget and how it is used. If a project seems to be too expensive, it's not going to be started at all, or cancelled midway through. You don't have that problem, and I know that the Alliance benefits a lot if you develop new tech and grow your companies. So, take the list, and in exchange, you don't grab every university student that shows potential. I couldn't help but chuckle when Andrew said that. After all, it was true that I scouted the best graduates for my companies. With a smile, I gave him my agreement. If everything worked out as I had planned, I wouldn't need to anymore anyway. In a few years, the best and brightest students would come to the university I was planning to build on Terra Nova, a university that would become one of the most renowned in Alliance space at first and later on in Citadel territory. Why search for talent if you can nurture it? With a short glance at my watch, I said to Andrew, send the list to my secretary, he will take care of recruiting them. I have to go now, lots of things to do before I head to the Citadel. I held out my hand, and Andrew clasped it without hesitation. I wish you good luck and success in the coming negotiations. With the farewells done, I went towards the exit of the Parliament chambers, mentally going over several bits of information that could give me an advantage in the trade and currency negotiations. Yes, that could work if I got the right opponent, I muttered to myself, and I could see in the reflection of the elevator window how the ghost of a smile flashed over my lips. Chapter 13, Interesting Times, Chapter. March 3rd. 2149 Set. Citadel, Presidium. The texture of the fish I was eating held a certain crunchiness that was different from what I was used to but not necessarily bad, just like the flavored water I had, which tasted a bit like lemons. While taking a sip of my water, I let my view wander over the other people in the room. 20 people were in the main room of the residence we had rented, me included. Around half of them were like me, members of the Alliance government. The rest were soldiers here to protect us. This time there were only 2 N7 soldiers. One of them would act as my bodyguard while the other coordinated the rest of the Marines. It had been decided that sending enough N7 to guard all officials and the residents would be a waste of resources, and while there were plans to create a division inside the AIS responsible for all kinds of personal security, they were still in the planning phase. But it wasn't the soldiers who held my attention, my focus was on the other officials. 6 men and women, each with their own aide or secretary, were sent with me to the Citadel. Everyone had their own task, and as far as I knew, they were doing their jobs well. Be it the acquiring of goods like standard Omni tools, the gathering of information, or the negotiation of minor deals, everyone gave their best effort to support and strengthen the Alliance. The most surprising, at least to me, was how they all looked to me for advice and leadership. For example, Denise Treadwalk asked me how to best approach the talks concerning access to the extranet and connecting our communications network with that of the Citadel. I had advised her to concentrate on the fact that a stable communication network between the Alliance and the rest of the Citadel would work in favor of both sides. Furthermore, she should decline any pre-made communication beacons and instead get the blueprints since we could not be sure if they had additional functions or not. The temptation to spy on our communication could be too great to resist. Even the blueprints would end up more as a reference than an instruction. Our comm buoys were like those of the Citadel based on Prothean tech, so upgrading them to Citadel standard would not be difficult. Denise Treadwalk wasn't the only one that came to me for advice. Over the course of the week, I had given tips or discussed topics with the others as well. At first, I didn't understand why and thought it was because I had been to the Citadel before, but that hadn't been the reason. Those that hadn't been long with the Alliance came to me because I was, as they said, a member of the first hour, something that wasn't completely correct since I joined the Alliance almost 2 years after its founding, but it sounded good, so I let it stand. The other officials had a different reason. They had been part of the Alliance almost as long as I had been, or, in the case of Terence Roxon, even longer. Their reason to discuss their tasks with me was that I was part of the inner circle of the Alliance, as they called it. I thought it a fitting name for the group Michael had assembled around him, and I felt proud to belong to such a selected group. Nonetheless, I did my best to help each of them, finding it no more difficult than managing my businesses. Just as Anita had said during our last visit to the Citadel, the worlds of politics and business were more alike than most people thought, only the stakes were higher. The lives of billions depended on our decisions, and the more information we had, the easier it would be to make the right choices. And thinking about gathering information made me call out for Terence's attention. "Terence," I called, and the older gentleman of 60 years turned his head towards me. His face showed the signs of hard work and age, and the gray in his hair and beard did not make him seem younger, but his blue eyes ave their best to dissuade anybody from thinking him frail. They shined with a youthful light, knowledge, and intelligence apparent in them. He was a man who came from simple circumstances and had worked hard to get to where he was now. His ambition was like a fire, driving him to do his best, but never to the detriment of others. While some would use their ambition to claw their way to the top, no matter the cost, Terence used his to the advantage of his fellows. He told me once that his goal had been no more than to get a good job and to have a family, and when he achieved it, he just looked for a new one. I've had seen many of the no matter the cost people, destroyed a few of them as well, so I knew that Terence wasn't one of them. That was the reason I had asked him to gather information on possible trade deals for the Alliance. "Yes, Mr. Denebrin, how can I help you?" he asked, his voice deep and a bit grating from his smoking habit. "Did everything go well with the last transaction?" Terence nodded and said, "Yes, everything went well. I sold the EZO, and everyone who requires funds can access them. Interestingly, the Volus I dealt with was more open to haggling than the Turian from the last time, so the deal we got was better than before. Still, I had to promise him to recommend his company to people inside the Alliance. That doesn't surprise me. The Volus are seen as shrewd businessmen. He has probably seen the advantage of a favorable first impression on a new species and wants his name known before anyone else. Wouldn't have done anything differently," I commented. The EZO Terence spoke of was something we had brought to the Citadel as a means to pay for our lodging, food, and the goods we wanted to ship back to Alliance territory. One thing that made me curious though was the fact that Terence said that the Volus merchant had been more open to negotiations about the price for the EZO than the Turian one. It didn't mean that the Turian merchant did not negotiate, he had, in fact, just that the Volus did so more readily. Over the last week, I used my access to the extranet to research everything that could become helpful in tomorrow's negotiations, and there was one thing that I took note of. Namely, everyone showed characteristics of their species, no matter their birthplace. An Aseri born on Thesha was different from one born on Ilium, yet both showed similar characteristics. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case with one born out in the Terminus systems, as well. Until Terence remembered me of it, I had banished it from my mind. I called for my personal aid with a quick gesture, and he was by my side almost instantly. "What can I do for you, Mr. Denebrin?" asked Mike Barnes respectfully. Mike Barnes was a young man of 25 years with sandy blonde hair and brown eyes. He hadn't been in my employment for more than 3 months but proved himself to be invaluable already. Naturally, he had been checked by the AIS for any inconsistencies. It didn't matter which task I gave him, he always got them done quickly and efficiently with nothing to complain about. Sometimes I felt like he was more like a butler with the tasks I gave him than the aide or secretary he was, but when I told him so, he had laughed and said that I paid enough that he didn't mind. "Please get into contact with Director Clark when we get back to Alliance space," I said, and I could already see how Mike had his PDA in his hand, ready to write down the message. "I would like an AIS analyst to compile a list of professors and doctors in the field of history, art, sociology, anything that has even distantly to do with culture. That's all." "Of course, Mr. Denebrin. I will get into contact with Director Clark's secretary as soon as possible." While it was no secret that Andrew and I met occasionally, we had decided to keep our friendship to ourselves, else there would be people who would become nervous, and that was something that had to be prevented. "If I may ask, why are you asking for that list, Mr. Denebrin?" asked Denise Treadwalk. She was one of the rather new members of the Alliance. She had been part of the infrastructure branch of the Alliance for only a year but had been promoted to head the communications division due to her prior work in the private sector. Her doctorate in telecommunications helped with that. "I want to know how the individual societies of the Citadel came to be. If we know their origins, it will help us understand how they think," I answered. "And why are professors of art included in that list?" she asked further while playing with a strand of her brown hair that came free of her strict hairdo. "Art is an expression of oneself," I answered with a smile. If we look, for example, at how the Asari expressed themselves 1,000 years ago and put it into contrast with how they do today, that can give us a clue on how they think. Mr. Denebrin is right, Miss Treadwalk, said Terence. He had followed our short exchange with interest and had nodded in agreement to what I had said. To know one's origin and their life until now is the first step in predicting how someone would react. And it works for individuals, too. But perhaps, Mr. Denebrin, you should include religious experts as well. Faith and belief have played an important role in the development of human society, and as far as I know, the other species, the Asari, and Turians especially, have religions as well. It could be interesting to see how much they influence their thinking. Terence was making a good point I hadn't considered. With a side glance, I could see how Mike put his PDA away, and he gave me a nod when he noticed me looking at him, signaling that he had added religious experts to the list already. When I turned my attention back to Terence and Denise, I saw them engaged in a discussion about how culture influenced people and decided to participate in it. While I would have loved to discuss the topic some more with them, a look at my watch showed me that it was already time for me to go to bed. Tomorrow's negotiations were quite early for Citadel standards, and they were not something I wanted to attend even a bit tired. Depending on the terms negotiated, our economy could either crash for a time or be allowed to grow strong enough to not get swept away by the other galactic powers. I'm sorry, but I will have to excuse myself, Miss Treadwalk, Mr. Roxon. I need my sleep. Tomorrow will be an exhausting day, I said. Terence just waved my apology off and said, it's no problem, Mr. Denebrin. We will have enough opportunities to continue our discussion in the next few days. After all, we'll stay on the Citadel for another week. I just smiled at his words and proceeded to wish the people remaining in the room a good night. The way to my room was thankfully short, and after I finished undressing and washing, I fell into my bed and slept like a stone in minutes. March 4th. 9:47 set. Citadel, Presidium. While I appeared outwardly calm, the inside was a whole other story. I had known from the beginning that my negotiation partner could be arrogant and look down on my species for being relatively young, but this was getting ridiculous. A power play was something I had expected. I would have done the same if I had been in their position. After all, it was the alliance that would gain more in the long run from joining the galactic economy. Nonetheless, I had also expected more subtlety from them. Coming late to a meeting was fine, so long it wasn't more than 10 minutes, but to keep someone waiting for more than half an hour, well, saying to my face that I was nothing more than a primate would have worked just as well. I took a deep breath and focused my mind on the information I had gathered via the extranet. There was no doubt that the STG monitored all extranet activities of our delegation, but I had instructed everyone to limit their research via the extranet to history, music, laws, and so on. To the STG it would seem like we were trying to learn more about the galaxy, which wasn't wrong per se, but everything we learned about them could help us in myriad ways. For me, it had been the fact that the economy of the Elcor crashed the moment their market opened to foreign interests. When I read about the details, I couldn't help but laugh. One day they were two markets, the next, they were one. No limitations to foreign investors, no time to let the markets adapt to each other. Was it any surprise that most of their companies were bought up by foreign investors in the blink of an eye? The disparity between the financial power between the two markets had been as big as the technological difference between the Neanderthals and the Reapers. Alright, that was an extreme example, but it made clear what I was trying to say. In the economic circles, they called it the crash of the courts. There were many papers written about it, discussing what went wrong and what could have been done better, and I had done my best to read as many as possible before today to perhaps use them in the negotiations. Asari, Turian, Solarian, hell, I've even read one from a Batarian about it. Still, the more I read about the crash of the courts, the more I was convinced that there had been a plan behind it. Nobody would have been that much of an idiot to let that happen. The markets of the Citadel didn't come out of it unscathed either, stocks falling through the whole of Citadel space. The repercussions had been felt for another 100 years, and only then had the stocks risen to the level from before the crash. In the end, I found the answer when I looked at who owned most of the businesses that were in Elcor space. 79% of all companies had Asari shareholders, and 32% even had Asari as majority shareholders. If I had looked deeper, I would have probably found that they were all connected to an Asari matriarch, and those matriarchs probably knew each other as well. Is there a better way to control someone than to hold their economy hostage? For that reason alone, I had to make sure that our economy could grow strong enough fast so that when the inevitable crash came, and it would come, there was no doubt, it would just become a minor inconvenience. Just as I had finished organizing my thoughts and calmed down enough to not let my anger get the better of me, the door to the meeting room opened, and an Asari in a flowing dress entered with a Volus just a step behind her. She smiled as she saw me, and I had to stop myself from cringing. If she thought her smile looked genuine, then she was quite the fool. While the smile itself looked almost sincere, the look in her eyes destroyed the picture, revealing the fakeness and contempt in them. The Volus, on the other hand, revealed nothing, his envirosuit helping him in this regard. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Denebrin. Another matter needed our attention, the Asari said sweetly and raised her hand with a movement that was supposed to look elegant, but to me, it looked desperate for attention. I took her and shook it, a sincere smile on my face, and hopefully, it didn't seem as faked as hers. Whenever I had to deal with people like her, I thought back to the time when I went camping with my father. The happiness of the memory helped me to hide the contempt I had for people like her. I understand, I answered, trying to not let the rest of my anger at her influence my tone. It is good to meet you, Miss Avel, Leonard Avel, Mr. Denebrin. And that is Val Dosk, she gestured to the Volus beside her, her tone changing a bit when she mentioned him. I had, of course, tried to find out who would lead the negotiations concerning the opening of markets, but the best I could do was narrow them down to one of the 3 council species. That a Volus would lead the talks concerning the currency issue was a given. Every time a new species joined the Citadel, it had been them that would do so. Greeting, EarthClan, said Dosk, the typical sound of his rebreathers accompanied his words. To you as well, Mr. Dosk, I answered and took the offered hand. Perhaps we should sit and start the meeting, enough time has already been wasted, said Avel as if it hadn't been her fault. I went back to the place I had been sitting in while I waited, taking a moment to remember what I had found out about Leonard Avel. Born on Thesha, matron, her mother, a matriarch, died 70 years ago, got her job shortly after her mother became one, rose slowly through the ranks but hasn't been promoted since her mother died. It spoke of a woman that got to her position thanks to nepotism but was clever enough to hold it without help. There wasn't much more that I could find, just a few rumors in online forums, speaking of her as an Asari Sevja. It had taken me a few hours to find out what Sevja meant. Apparently, it was a word from an old Theshan dialect that meant something like superior or above the others. Today it was a label for Asari that thought of their species as above the other galactic civilizations. In other words, she was a racist, or better said, a speciesist. While I never believed rumors that I read about online, the way she acted towards Dosk gave credit to them. It would certainly explain why she stretched the waiting period out so much, wanting to show the lesser species who was on top. When everyone was sitting at the conference table, Avel nodded once and started to talk. As far as I understand, the Alliance wishes to open their markets to Citadel investors. That is true, Ms. Avel, I replied. Many people of the Citadel wish the same, Mr. Denebrin. That's why I'm here today. Val Dosk will just be an observer during our talks, and when we are finished, he will talk with you about the process to replace your currency with the galactic credit. I tried to keep any emotion off my face when she talked. Her voice may have sounded pleasant if it wasn't for the undertones that almost dripped with arrogance. The fact that she talked with such surety about replacing our currency as if it was a foregone conclusion rankled me. The necessary contracts have been sent to you if I'm correct, she continued without giving me a chance to reply. That is correct, too. Then the only thing that is needed is your signature as a representative of your government. With that, she slid a datapad across the table, and I took it to read it over. The contract was the same as the one I acquired almost a year ago during the last time I visited the Citadel. The Citadel had a lot more experience with opening 2 completely different economies to each other than humanity, so it would have been stupid to ignore it. Most of the things written in the contract were pretty standard, nothing that would be out of place if it had been 2 nations on Earth instead. The only problem was that the financial power of the other species would overpower us in a matter of months if they were given leave to invest in our economy unchecked. I sighed dramatically and put the datapad back down on the table. My eyes found those of Avel, and I tried my best to look apologetic when I said, I'm sorry, Ms. Avel, but my government can't accept the contract as it is. The smile she constantly wore on her face froze for a moment before she asked, and what point exactly does your government have to reject the contract? Paragraph 37, Section 3b, the opening of the stock market to foreign investors. As far as we know, it was this that led to the crush of the courts as you call it, didn't it? The crash was unpreventable, the economy of the Elcor was growing too slow. Even if we had waited for 100 years, it would have still happened, Avel answered, the bite in her tone concealed but not well enough. That's true, Dr. Welk wrote the same in his book, but he also said that if the Elcor had been given 30 to 40 years, the repercussions on the Elcor and the Citadel wouldn't have been that great. Have you read his work? Of course, the Solarian makes some good points, but there are also enough works that disprove his position. I didn't have enough time to read them all, but I do understand your point. Still, I think the idea of regulated investment would be more practical than other means. Matriarch Lavara writes about that possibility in her follow-up work to Dr. Welk's thesis. As far as I know, she's currently teaching at Cerise University. The moment I mentioned the matriarch, I knew I would get what I want. Avel's eyes widened faintly at the matriarch's name and her position. It was one thing to dismiss the paper of a Solarian, but something completely different to do the same to an Asari matriarch. Especially with Val Dosk as a witness, if it got back to the matriarch that a matron dismissed her paper, there would be probably hell to pay. If you want, I can show you her thesis. I believe I have it on my datapad, I said, hammering it home that she had a choice to make. With a quick side glance, I checked if Val Dosk wanted to add something to the discussion, but he just sat there, patiently waiting for his turn to come. Due to his enviro suit, I couldn't gauge any reaction from him. He was like a statue. "What is your counteroffer?" asked Abel finally, coming to a decision. I could feel my smile becoming more genuine as I slid my own datapad across the table and said, "For a time period of 20 years, the maximum of stocks available for foreign investors is 10% of any company open to the stock market." With that opening, the discussions began. It took almost 2 hours to come to an agreement and change the contents of the contract accordingly, but in the end, I got what I wanted as a minimum. The data, I prepared beforehand, to show that anything under 10 years of controlled investment could lead to devastating results for the human economy, proved itself invaluable. To go below that would suggest that the Citadel and the Council had an interest in crippling the economy of a species, something that their own citizens wouldn't take well. Especially with the picture of galactic cooperation and peace the Council wanted to show. In the end, the agreement was that for the next 12 years, the maximum of stocks that could be sold to investors outside of Alliance territory was restricted to 18%. The moment Avel and I signed the updated contract, she bid farewell to Dosk and me and practically stormed out of the conference room. I was about to relax in my chair, pleased with my work so far, when Dosk spoke. "Well played, EarthClan." For a moment, I was surprised that the Volus was still in the room. He had been quiet the whole time during my negotiation with Avel, and I had completely forgotten that he was there as well. "What do you mean, Mr. Dosk?" I asked, trying to sound innocent. If it affected the Volus in any way, I couldn't say, the enviro suit masking all emotions he may have had. It wouldn't surprise me if they were part of the reason why Volus were such good businessmen. I know of the paper that Matriarch Lavara wrote. It's quite old, I believe she wrote it at the beginning of her matron phase, still more maiden than matron back then. And ever since she entered the later years of her matron phase, she never lost any word about it again. "I didn't know that, Volclan," I answered with a smile that was as fake as the one Abel had on her face. I must have done something right because Dosk suddenly sat a bit straighter on his chair and nodded at me. "It doesn't matter anyway anymore. The contract is signed, and as Miss Abel said to me before the meeting, this was her responsibility, and I should concentrate on mine. And I also think the stability that comes with this deal is better." My people were quite annoyed during and after the crush. Still, I believe there will be an open position in the future, especially when it is noticed that she made a beginner mistake. "And what mistake are you speaking of?" "That she didn't check what kind of years you spoke of." Dosk's comment brought a smile back to my face. He was right, she didn't ask what kind of year I was talking about, too absorbed in her belief that everything was adjusted to the Citadel standard and thus the Asari standard. She didn't take into account that a standard Citadel year was around 1.2 years on Earth, the time measurement I was talking about. That meant the 12 years in the contract were equivalent to 14.4 years on Earth, for more years than we needed to strengthen our economy against the worst repercussions. "Well," said Dosk, "concerning the exchange rate between your currency and the galactic credit, I think we should use EZO as the base, don't you think? Do you have any data on the supply and demand in Citadel space? It would do us no good if the numbers are too different." "Of course," he said and put a datapad on the table. I also took the liberty to compare our units of weight to each other. There are only minor differences, but they could be important later. I hummed, pleased at Dosk's forethought. We should also take other precious minerals into account. Gold and platinum, for example. "A good idea, EarthClan," said Dosk. Chapter 14, Interesting Times, Chapter. May 15th. 1529 Set. Arcturus Station. I sighed, dropping my datapad on my desk and rubbing my eyes with the back of my hand. Paperwork was really the bane of all creation. Nothing could be more boring than reading through mountains of monotonous reports and proposals. I turned my chair around to look at the wall behind me. It had been one of my guilty pleasures to make the wall look like a giant window, the Arcturus system, and the stars beyond it proudly displayed for all to see. The view always helped me relax, the irritation of doing absolutely tedious work flowing away. Not for the first time, I wished I had a drink in my hand and had nothing more to do than to watch the stars, but drinking made you sloppy, and sloppy wasn't something I wanted to be associated with my work. A sigh left me again. It had been more than 2 years since I had risen to the position of Minister of Economy, 3 years since the attack on Shangxi, and the galaxy was surprisingly quiet. No notable events happened during the last 2 years that could change the current political climate. Most people were happy about that. The fear that once hung over our heads that war could come was gone now, and people were ready to meet their new neighbors. The economy had taken a dip after the stock market opened to Citadel investors, but it was already rising again. I snorted, remembering my last visit to the Citadel that happened 8 months ago. When I was there, I met with Val Dosk to go over the currency exchange numbers to check if the rates were stable or needed adjustment. He told me that the Asari I negotiated with had been recalled to Thesha for urgent business, and after a while, he got the message that she retired from her position due to personal reasons. While discussing the exchange rates, Dosk and I also made a trading deal concerning luxury goods. He told me he had connections to various people that were interested in buying items that were uniquely produced inside the human territory. They had the necessary trading network in place already and could start immediately with the distribution of the goods, even into the terminus systems if there was a demand for it. It was a good deal since the number of trading ships that were allowed to enter Citadel space was heavily restricted. Not even 2 months later and I had talked to dozens of company representatives, bringing them on board, creating proposals for the parliament, and trying to relax the entry into the Shangxi system for merchant vessels. Shangxi was our gateway into Citadel space, and it was growing to be one of our most developed colonies. The damages from the First Contact War were removed and repaired, and the colony looked better than ever. The additional income from taxes during the last few months was a great help in growing the capital and its defenses. In my opinion, the only planets better defended than Shangxi were Earth and Reach, our homeworld and military capital, respectively. Even if the Citadel fleet just beyond the Shangxi relay jumped into the system, the defenses could hold until the closest fleet arrived for support. Not that it would take long. Admiral Wright had decided that one fleet was always patrolling the territory close to the Shangxi system, not close enough to worry the Council about an attack, but close enough to respond to any kind of crisis. Thinking about the Citadel fleet beyond the gate, I could only roll my eyes in annoyance. In the 2 years since the meeting and agreement with the Citadel Council, only a fifth of the Turian ships had been replaced with Asari and Solarian ships. Dragging their feet was an apt description for it. The Turian ships would be replaced one at a time and only when a Solarian or Asari ship arrived to take their place, something that could take months in between. The official reason was the Asari and Solarian couldn't just take more than one ship from their patrol duties, else it would leave gaps in their security net. Nobody believed that reason, but we didn't call them out on it either. The most important thing was that they wouldn't assemble more ships on the other side of the relay. Furthermore, sending one ship at a time was a lot safer for us than a whole fleet just arriving and saying that they were there to replace the Turian ships. If that happens now, we will know that there is something else going on. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door to my office, and I turned back on my chair towards my desk and called, "Enter." The door opened sideways with a hiss and my assistant Mike Barnes entered. He walked in with his eyes glued to the datapad in his right hand while holding 3 or 4 in his left hand. Those were obviously for me, and I could barely stop a sigh from escaping at the idea of even more paperwork. "What do you have for me, Mike?" I asked, hoping to get some interesting news and not just more forms to sign. Lowering the datapad in his right hand, he said while holding up 5 datapads in his left hand, "2 forms to sign, Mr. Denebrin. 1 report on the last quarter. Those are the ones for the Alliance. The other 2 are a commission for more ODPs for the Alliance, it just needs your signature, and the other is a report on the ongoing projects." I had dreaded it would be just more paperwork. That it wasn't so put the first genuine smile of the day on my face. "Wonderful," I answered and pointed to a corner of my desk. "You can leave the reports and forms there. But I would like to hear the cliff notes about the projects." Mike nodded and said, "Of course, sir. What would you like to hear first?" For a moment, I closed my eyes, going over the projects currently developing, before I had another idea. "Before we start, was there any news from Anita? I didn't have the time to call her in the last week, and the connection to our outpost on the Citadel isn't as secure as I would like." "I haven't heard anything new, sir. As far as I know, she's still trying to delay the relay opening." "The relay opening. Or like many of us call it, the day the slavers come. For more than 6 months now, the Batarians were advocating to open the relays connecting their territory to ours, for trading only, of course. Utterly bullshit, in my opinion. The only thing the Batarians were interested in was enslaving people. Taking our people and giving us death was the only trade the Batarians would make. Thankfully, Anita had been on the Citadel when they made the proposal to the Council. She had been able to run interference, giving one reason after another why it could be a bad idea to open the relays into our territory. From telling that her government didn't give her the authority to make the decision by herself, to arguing that there could be more systems in the relay route between the territories of the Systems Alliance and the Batarian hegemony. The last one was one of her most effective arguments since it played on the fear of another Arachne war. Yet, it would only be a matter of time until the Council decided in favor of the Batarian hegemony. Some would say it was because the Batarians were part of the Citadel, embassy, and all, but that would only be part of the reason. The other half of the reason would be to keep humanity from growing too strong too fast. If the Alliance grew strong enough to contend against any of the Council species, it could threaten the power of the Council. The only option, in that case, would be granting humanity a Council seat, but sharing their almost absolute power wasn't something they were keen on doing. After all, they kept everyone from gaining enough power for more than a millennium, and they wouldn't stop now. Let's hope Anita can delay them for a long time. But enough of that, what about the Skycar designs? Are they finished? Mike lifted his datapad and swiped the touchscreen to find the correct file. His eyes darted over the displayed information before he looked up and said, "The designs themselves are ready, the body and the interior both, but they are still analyzing the Skycars bought from the Citadel." The basic principles were easy to discover, but they are struggling to make them different enough so that nobody can claim that we stole their work. Good, I answered. When the sky cars are out on the market, I want nobody to be able to sue us. Have you seen the designs? How do they look to you? They are interesting. Some would say they are less aerodynamic than the standard ones, slower as well, but they are eye-catching. And that is what we're going for. I think the limousine will be very popular among the rich. They are elegant from the outside, and their interior is comfortable and luxurious. Good to know. I guess the designs are on the datapad. I asked, lifting the datapad in questions up. Yes, sir, answered Mike with a nod. I will take a look at them later. And now that we're talking about designs anyway, did Dr. Hashiyam send his designs for the new fighter? He did. You can find them on the datapad under the name F04/A3241. Within a few seconds, I found the file and opened it, and the picture that greeted me made me almost laugh out loud. Still, a snicker escaped me nonetheless. Sir, questioned Mike with a raised eyebrow, not understanding what I was laughing about. Did you ever see the movie Star Wars? The first ones, I mean, I asked him, which he answered with a shake of his head. In the movie, The Return of the Jedi, the third Star Wars movie, there appeared a starfighter called A-Wing, and Takahashi's design is heavily inspired by it. You can almost say he wanted to build it in real life. But it's a good design, he wouldn't have chosen it just for appearance's sake. I scrolled through the data, looking at the specifications of the starfighter. The estimated speed of the fighter was phenomenal, and its weapons would give anyone trouble, but what really impressed me was the fact that Takahashi had managed to include a small shield generator. It wouldn't hold against prolonged fire from other starfighters or guardian lasers, and a single shot from any ship above a starfighter would rip it into shreds, but the shield could help save lives. With their speed, they would be out of danger in moments if they were hit at all. How fast can the production start? I asked, my eyes still glued to the displayed information. If you sign off on it now. A month, give or take a week. Consider it signed off. I want the facilities ready as soon as possible. I also got a message from Admiral Wright. He wants to keep one dreadnought slot open for the future. Maybe he was taken by Takahashi's idea of a 2 km dreadnought, an answer to the Asari's Destiny Ascension. Any news on them? It took Mike almost a minute to find the necessary file inside his datapad, a testament to how much information it held. The construction of one of them is at its halfway point, and for the other, it hasn't begun yet. The materials are ready, but the workers were still waiting for the final okay, said Mike. The number of materials should be enough, I mused, thinking about what to do. Sent word that they will not build a dreadnought, instead send them the plans for the battlecruiser, type DF-09. I will talk with Admiral Wright tomorrow about it. The Alliance already paid for a dreadnought, the price for an experimental battlecruiser should be around the same. Yes, sir. I will also arrange that the excessive materials are redistributed. That won't be necessary, I said, declining Mike's offer. Someone else will take care of that. You will have to do too much to organize that. I smiled at him, telling him without words that I valued his work too much to waste his talents on such a task. The way he returned it with a shy and, at the same time, pleased smile let me know he understood what I was not saying. Yet, that was only half the reason I didn't want him to handle the issue of redistributing the materials. He wasn't skilled and experienced enough to make them disappear from the books. Whenever such an opportunity arose that materials had to be redistributed, no matter if the chance came by coincidence or planning, I made sure to inform my contacts in the AIS to redirect a shipment or two to another shipyard. From there, it would take a few detours until it finally arrived at a storehouse no one knew. Ready to be used for any project the AIS had. If you would allow me the questions, sir, asked Mike tentatively, it's something I noticed about the starfighters. Go on, I said, asking myself why he seemed so nervous. I looked over the designs myself, and I have to say the F-04 seems like a great starfighter, but to me, it seems like his strengths lay in harassing enemy forces or protecting our own ships from enemy fighters. Nothing in its armament specifications portends to being able to damage even a frigate. Ah, I understand. Well, the F-04's, the A-Wing's job isn't to take on battleships, not even in groups. Their job is to make sure that enemy fighters can't do theirs and to escort out heavy hitters to their targets. What heavy hitters are you talking about, sir? The YSS-10, a starfighter specially devised to damage battleships. In combination with F-04S, which will be equipped with rockets to disrupt the shielding of ships, they will be able to take out even heavy cruisers. The most common design of ships emphasizes the importance of kinetic shielding. For that reason, the hulls of the starships are weaker than our own. If a starship loses its shields, it becomes easy prey for everyone. The YSS-10 will be equipped even better than the F-04 to disrupt shielding. Furthermore, it will be able to reduce their hulls to nothing in 3 or 4 bombing runs. But if the disruption of shields is the most important thing, why should we even build the YSS-10? Shouldn't we concentrate on the F-04? Asked Mike. The question was a good one, why indeed? I had discussed the subject with Admiral Wright and Takahashi dozens of times, both not seeing the need for them as well. I couldn't very well tell them that we would probably need them against the Reapers. They would have looked at me like I had gone crazy. The more I thought about it, the more obvious it became, at least to me. Every time the Reapers appeared and the civilizations of the galaxy fought, it was a fight of big guns against bigger guns. Naturally, the bigger ones won. But there were scenarios where those with the bigger guns lost, and that at times spectacularly. The best example would be the Death Star, one of the biggest guns in space that I knew of, and in the end, it was destroyed by a small starfighter. It had started as an idea to have more options available in a fight, but that idea quickly became the knife in our armory. Why try to cut through armor with a sword when you can stick a knife through the seams? Someone once said that space battles were like battles between armies on Earth when humans just started to use rifles to fight. Two sides, both standing in the open, trying to hit each other and not get hit in return. One may argue that the Solarians were fighting as I wanted us to, but in my opinion, they didn't. They fought like the Turians, battleship against battleship, or used a needle coated in poison, a single strike to bring everything down. The question is a good one, Mike, I started. I want us to have more options available. While the YSS-10's job is to take out battleships in close combat so that our ships are not in too much danger, they can also be used in atmospheric combat. They can easily be modified for air support to help our troops on the ground. I think I understand, sir. It's less because we need them than that the Alliance is still trying to figure out which tools we will need in the future and how our military doctrine should adapt, said Mike. If you want to see it that way, yes. We are still new to true space battles, and we don't really know what we need to pacify an enemy colony. But enough of that, how are our mining operations going? And did you hear anything about that absurd bill to prohibit the use of drones? Our survey teams found dozens of planets with enough resources to maintain the Alliance's growth for another decade or two. Furthermore, they found an enormous deposit of E0 on one of the moons in the Abraxas system. It's outside the relay network, so only our mining ships can go there. That's great, I said. Anything else? There is one thing, but I don't know what to make of it, said Mike confusedly. And what is it? I urged him to continue. The survey teams found remnants of some kind of superstructure. The first results from the carbon dating tell us that the ruins are around 150,000 years old. Much older than anything that we found from the Protheans. The theory is that there were older civilizations around, and they ceased to exist as the Protheans did. Yet, that can't be all, right? You wouldn't be so skeptical if it were just old ruins, I asked. No, not that alone, agreed Mike. It's the fact that deep surface scans revealed that it couldn't have been more than a small city, and it was the only one on the planet. The system hasn't been completely surveyed, but there were no signs of other ruins. Besides, there were EZO traces in the ruins, which led to the conjecture that they were a spacefaring species. Still nothing wrong with that. There have been probably dozens of galactic civilizations since the Big Bang. Probably hundreds if not thousands, if you look at the number of Reapers. We have surveyed most of the star cluster but have yet to find even a single secondary relay. That is what I don't understand. The only two possibilities are that this civilization either had something like the DR drive themselves or that someone moved the relays away since we found no evidence to them being destroyed. That stopped me short. I didn't even entertain the possibility that this civilization invented something like the DR drive. The Reapers went to great lengths to make sure that the major civilizations of each cycle would find the remnants of their predecessors and with them the MassEffect technology and the relays. Humanity would have done the same if I hadn't intervened. Yet, the thought that the Reapers would move the relays intrigued me. Why would they do something like that? The answer came to me like a hit to the head. The Reapers wanted civilizations to thrive so that they could harvest them one day. They would choose which species was to lead the new cycle and then place the relays in a way that would lead to the ruins of their predecessors and to the growing civilizations of their designated successors. At the same time, they would prevent that the ruins of older civilizations were found, stopping the questions of what happened to them, and that other species could evolve on planets far away from the relay network. That's truly interesting, I said slowly, my thoughts still on this matter. Have we found similar ruins somewhere else? Not that I know of, sir. But we haven't looked very closely either. There were some rumors a few years ago that something had been found in a system close to the Olympus system, but I don't know if it's true or not. Get someone to follow that rumor then. Find out if it's true, and if it is, start to look in the other systems close by, I ordered. I will contact some people as soon as possible. I had never considered the possibility that ruins of civilizations older than the Protheans still existed. I knew, of course, that even the Protheans learned from their predecessors but didn't pay it any mind before. If we could find those older ruins, they could become a great benefit to the Alliance since Citadel law stated that only Prothean ruins had to be shared among the Citadel species. There was no mention of other civilizations. To be sure, I would get a lawyer to look over that particular law to close all potential loopholes. And what about the bill? I asked, returning to the conversation at hand. The bill banning the use of autonomic drones had been a pain in the arse for me since it was brought up in a public discussion concerning the topic of artificial intelligence. One opinion was that the way how we use drones for construction, and especially mining with minimal user input, could be counted as a form of artificial intelligence. They droned on and on that if we didn't prohibit the use of drones, it could hurt our chances of joining the Citadel one day. Utter bullshit, in my opinion. They were, at best, highly sophisticated vis, and nobody could tell me something different. The drones could not learn and evolve by themselves, and that was a sign of an AI. I quickly found out that the rumor, for that, was it and nothing else, had been spread by one of my business rivals that couldn't keep up with me as long as I used these drones. By the time I moved against him and showed my displeasure with his actions, the rumor had gained the attention of others, business and political enemies alike. Ever since then, I had done to crush any motion that could see my drones banned. Yet, sometimes someone thought themselves clever to try again, just like now. But it would be stopped like always because I had a big bag of tricks, full of blackmail, threats, bribery, and favors owed. And I had one more trick, one of my favorites, one that I hated when it was used against me, but couldn't deny its effectiveness. The bill has been stopped before it could be even discussed more than once. We managed to bury them in so much red tape that it will take a year or two before anyone thinks about the bill again. Bureaucracy and paperwork. It's very effective when used correctly. Wonderful. I exclaimed, a smile spreading on my face, banishing the annoyance I felt whenever that topic was brought up. That should be all for today. Or is there something else that you would like to bring up, Mike? Not at the moment, sir. If you'll excuse me, I will start to contact some people. Not a moment after I did so, Mike was out of my office, and the moment the door closed with a hiss, I pushed a button on the underside of my desk. The door locked shut with a click, and a quiet humming echoed through the room. With a quick look at my Omni tool, I could see that all signals in and out of the room were blocked. I grabbed one of the datapads that displayed nothing more than a standard form for one thing or another, and while holding the flat of my hand on the display, I said, "FAC quatnus SEST." When I took my hand off the datapad, the display had changed. It didn't show a form anymore. Instead, it showed files upon files about the beginning research of Dr. Constantine Shale. The good doctor had been truly a blessing, eccentric as hell but just as talented and intelligent. And that was why I had given him a special task. Officially, he worked on gene mods for the Alliance military, nothing that would get us in trouble with the Citadel or our own population. Unofficially, he worked on the Orion Project, our very own super soldier program. Surgery, advanced gene modification, and experimental armor, everything we needed to recreate the Spartan program from the Halo universe, fell in his field of research. Of course, we wouldn't recreate the Spartan IIs or Spartan IIs, but the IVs were definitely possible. The research would probably take decades, but it would help us to be prepared. After all, the galaxy might be peaceful right now, but to me, it felt like it was just the calm before the storm. How long we would be waiting for the storm wasn't something I knew, but he would come. Chapter 15, Interesting Times, Chapter. January 7th. 1829 Set. Earth, Paris. If somebody told me I would think that radiant heaters were one of the best inventions ever, I would have called them a fool. Yet, right at this moment, I would call it the truth and nothing else. While I had a preference for open-air parties, they should happen during summer and not when there was snow dancing over the rooftops. Thankfully, the heaters kept the cold away from the guests and me while a small MassEffect field protected us from the harsh winds and snow. Still, if I ever got my hands on the organizer of this party, we would exchange some words that should not be repeated in polite company. Nonetheless, I had to admit that Michael's re-election party was a huge success. The party was sponsored by an old friend of Michael, the two of them trying to help people around the world since before we found the Prothean archives on Mars. That goal was still on their agenda. The only difference was that they didn't restrict themselves to only Earth anymore. Through donations and resettlement programs, they had helped the development of the colonies as much as they had helped reduce the effects of global warming. Even the entrance card for today's party was nothing more than a way to collect donations. I grabbed a champagne flute from one of the wandering waiters and turned my attention back to the conversation I had with a quite enthusiastic young woman. She was the niece of our political party's representative on the colony of Amaterasu, Claire Lodgens. Bright blonde hair with innocent blue eyes. Yet, there was something in her eyes that shined brighter than her apparent youth, and that was the reason why I even entertained the idea of talking to her for more than a few minutes to thank her for her presence at the party and her support. She may be still in the middle of getting her master's degree, but the idea she had and the groundwork she had already done were fascinating. Could you please repeat that? I requested. I don't think I completely understood what you were saying. Claire smiled at me and started to explain to me once again, the basis of my research lies in the application of the Omni tool interface in different ways. I want to find out how it could be applicable in VR technology. VR technology. As far as I know, they already use it on the Citadel. A battle simulation for civilian use. I've heard that as well, checked it even on the extranet, Claire admitted, a small pout on her face at the fact that the idea she had was already made into reality by someone else. But I've not found anything regarding the software or hardware behind it. And to buy the license to use it would probably cost a small fortune. That's why I want to discover it by myself. I'm already at the point where I can create a room full of plants and interact with them. People as well. Admittedly, they are nothing more than orange blocks at the moment, but that won't stay this way for long. Just think about the dozens of scenarios where we could use this technology. It doesn't have to be restricted to entertainment uses. For example, police forces could use it to scan and recreate a crime scene and then manipulate the recreation without compromising the actual scene. That is a good example. How realistic do you think can these simulations become? I questioned further, a picture manifesting in my mind. Well, Claire said, playing with a lock of hair while thinking about the answer, that would depend on the computational power available. If we set the computational power as a constant, the amount of details is anti-proportional to the size of the simulation. Furthermore, the addition of movement would need computational power as well. But, if we're only talking about details, it would be possible to see single hairs on a person's head. The applications of such a technology could be endless. The only restriction I could think of at this moment was the lack of imagination. Claire's idea of using it for police work was admirable, but I had another one, an idea that would possibly keep people alive. The most important thing that our military forces lacked wasn't cutting-edge gear or training. They needed something far more simple, namely, experience. Different scenarios could be trained without any real danger to the soldiers, and the realism of the simulation would help them too. I wanted to continue the conversation and find out more about how Claire wanted to accomplish her idea, but I could see Michael approaching us from the corner of my eye. He looked like he wanted to talk to me, so I ended the conversation as politely as I could. "I'm sorry, miss, but it seems like the guest of honor wishes to have a word with me," I said and took out a card from the inner pocket of my jacket and held it out for her. "Still, I would like to hear more of your idea at another time. Here's my card, please call me when you finish your master's degree. Only a year left, right?" Claire took the card out of my hand with a dazed look and nodded absently. "I really like your work, and I would like to fund further research into the subject. Also, there are a lot of projects that could use someone like you. I see a bright future ahead of you, Claire," I complimented with a smile. I patted her on the shoulder, and she looked up from the card in her trembling hands. Her bright blue eyes almost teared up when I finished and returned my smile shakily. With another nod, I left her and went to meet Michael. He looked exhausted, and I noticed that the gray in his hair had become even more prevalent over the few months we hadn't seen each other. "Oscar. Good to see you." "I didn't think you would make it," Michael greeted me, arms wide open to greet me with a hug. "You as well," I answered and hugged him. During the short moment we were close to each other, he whispered, "It's confirmed. Andrew briefed me shortly before I came here. There's one on Shangxi. No heads up." I clapped him twice on his back to signal I understood the message, and we parted again. "Come, let's walk a moment. There's someone I want you to meet," said Michael and started to walk without giving me a chance to reply. "Somebody interesting?" I asked, not knowing who he would introduce to me. "Just someone who has been making huge donations lately. I think you know him actually, at least, from the name." "Not telling who?" "Nope," said Michael with an annoying smirk on his lips. Just from that, I already knew that I would probably hate the guy. "How does it feel to become president once again?" I asked to prevent any silence between us. Like the whole world just dropped onto my shoulders, again. While I'm happy to be re-elected, I'm also glad that I have to do this job only for another 4 years. After that, I'll go on a long vacation. "You and vacation?" "Yeah, but only for a year or two before you're bored and want to do something again," I commented. "You're probably right. It's not in my nature to do nothing," agreed Michael jovially. Yet, the smile on his face disappeared seconds later, replaced by a frown. "I still get the feeling that we won this election too easily. The first one, I could understand, but this one." He shook his head. There was no real pushback from the opposition during the campaign. I would have expected that the more xenophobic elements would put up a fight, but they were quiet as well, worryingly so. "You still underestimate your own reputation," I said, "as long as you're their opponent, they won't fight. To do so would be a battle lost before it began." "But you're right, too. Terra Firma was pretty quiet during this campaign. They are probably preparing for the next election period to stir up trouble for us. Without you, at the head, they will have an easier time." The political scene of the alliance could be divided into 3 parties if one wanted to make it easier to understand. On the one side was Terra Firma, the political party with the mindset of humanity first. They had the most people with xenophobic tendencies in their ranks. For the moment, they mostly preyed on people afraid of what aliens could mean for human society and the dangers associated with them. While they were currently just a small faction, at least in comparison to us, I knew that the moment the Batarians started to raid our colonies, they would gain a greater following and power. On the other side was the political party with the name Galactic Union. To call them xenophiles wasn't quite right, but it described the prevalent feeling of the party. They wanted to bind the alliance even tighter and faster to the Citadel and the Council than we already were. In their mind, humanity would only prosper if we followed the example of the other galactic civilizations. Malicious gossip has it that some of their members even wanted humanity to become a client state to one of the Council species. It was just a rumor, but somehow it was pretty persistent. The third party was us, Alliance Humanus. We were the so-called moderates of the Alliance, taking influences from the other two parties and making them our own. In essence, like the Galactic Union, we wanted to be closer to the Citadel but at the same time stand on our own 2 feet. To be seen as equals by the other galactic civilizations. For now, we were the strongest political party, but I was under no illusion that it would stay this way forever. I fear the same thing, said Michael, taking a sip from his champagne flute. Especially since the Batarians convinced the Council to allow them to open the relays into our territory. It was only a matter of time, I replied. If the Council hadn't agreed, they would have opened the relays regardless of our protest. Calling it the actions of pirates or other criminal elements. Nobody would have believed it, but to prove it would have been impossible. At least, this way, Anita could get us the promise of an embassy in a few years' time. I'm still of the opinion that we should have taken the option to establish an embassy this year. And I'm still of the opinion that we can't move too fast, I argued. The other species waited for decades, some even for more than a century, to get an embassy on the Citadel. If we get one before even 10 years are over since the first contact between us, it will lead to an even stronger resentment than it will already be. Michael suddenly stopped walking and took a deep breath. He then looked me in the eye, smiled, and said, I know, we had that discussion when the offer was made. Besides, Anita supported your point too, and she is our current expert on foreign relations. If you both think that this is the right choice, then I'm not stupid enough to not listen to you. Just let me have my own opinions. Can you do that for your president? I saw a glint of amusement in his eyes and decided to indulge him. With a flourish, I put my right hand over my heart, bowed respectfully, and said, Of course, Your Grace. Whatever you wish, Your Grace. I held my position for a moment, glancing up at Michael's face to see him holding back a peal of laughter. He was quite unsuccessful in his endeavor and snorted, which, in turn, got me to laugh as well. In the end, we had to be quite an amusing sight for the other guests because I noticed after Michael and I had stopped laughing that they looked pretty entertained by us. Now come, I don't want to keep the men waiting any longer, said Michael, tapping me on my shoulder and started walking again. It took us no more than a minute to find the men Michael wanted to introduce to me. There you are, said Michael happily. As always, it was a pleasure to see how well Michael transitioned from genuine joy to fake delight. The shift was so seamless that most people didn't even notice it. It took me a while, too, until I could spot the difference. The man in question turned around, and I got a good first look at him. He was in his 40s, maybe 50s, and took great care in his appearance. His hair and beard were black without any hair out of place, and his suit was a custom order in the newest style. The smirk he wore on his face spoke of arrogance and self-confidence that came from money and, in my opinion, the illusion of power. Oscar, may I introduce you to Mr. Henry Lawson, offered Michael, and I could see in his eyes that he would prefer not to deal with this man but had no other choice than to do so. Good evening, Mr. Lawson. I've heard a lot about you, I greeted him, holding my hand out for a shake. None of my words had been false. I had really heard about him and not just from the games. Henry Lawson was a competitor in the starship building business with a minor shipyard to his name. But instead of building them for the Alliance or other companies, he almost exclusively built starships for his by far more successful shipping business. Lawson Shipping was the company you hired when you either had to transport huge amounts of materials or something of extreme value. The smirk hadn't left Lawson's face, but it had become more strained the moment he realized who I was. Still, he took my hand and shook it with more pressure than was necessary or even polite. A pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Denebrin, said Lawson, and I took an immediate dislike to his voice. If I had to describe how his voice sounded to me, I would say oily. I'm sure, I answered and increased the pressure of our handshake for a moment to show him that such juvenile tactics had no effect on me. I have to say, I continued after we let go of each other, I had not expected to see you here, Mr. Lawson. If I remember correctly, you're currently in an important phase of expanding your business into Citadel space, or am I wrong? No, you're not, he answered easily. I'm currently expanding into Citadel space, my company already got a few contracts to that effect. I can afford to leave my affairs in the hands of some trusted people for the time being. After all, who in their right mind would ignore the chance to meet with the president of the Alliance? And I'm thankful that you're here, Henry, interjected Michael. Your donation was truly generous and had been a great help during our campaign. Think nothing of it, President Port, replied Lawson, crossing his arms behind his back. You do good work out there, and everything that benefits the Alliance benefits humanity, too. Yet, I've heard troubling news, continued Lawson and turned back to me. Mr. Denebrin, is it true that some of your mining operations came under attack by anti-AI activists? I've heard they were very angry that the reopening of the anti-drone bill had been denied by the courts. Do you even have enough time to take care of it with your responsibility to the Alliance as the Minister of Economics? His smirk was truly getting on my nerves, and I entertained the idea of hitting him in the face just to see another expression. Sadly, what you've heard is true. There was an attack, destroying thousands of credits in material and equipment, but more importantly, killed some of my employees. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves. The day I got the news, I had been so enraged that I threw my chair across the office. It seemed the anger still hadn't left me entirely. Yet, you're also wrong. That wasn't an attack by anti-AI activists. Sure, they called themselves as such, but an investigation had revealed no connections to any of the other existing groups. This particular group didn't even exist before the attack. Furthermore, they were paid by someone for the attack. Their official designation is pirates since they took with them what they could carry. I looked deeply into Henry Lawson's eyes and saw a small bit of fear at the tone my voice had changed into. The deep growl unnerved him, and I took a small bit of satisfaction in it. Of course, as it is with all pirates, they will be hunted down, brought to justice, and we will find out who their associates are and do the same to them. It's being handled by the military and the AIS, so yes, I have enough time to take care of my duties as a minister. That's good to hear, Mr. Denebrin, said Lawson and turned towards Michael. If you would excuse me, my flight is in 2 hours. I can't miss it, as Mr. Denebrin already said, my company is currently in an important phase. Without waiting for our farewells, Lawson turned around, and almost fled from the party. I couldn't help but smile satisfyingly at this. Did he have anything to do with the attack? Asked Michael as we watched how Lawson disappeared. After that display. I'm sure of it. Years ago, he tried to participate in the mining business. It was a small company and not very successful. I think he blames me for it since I bought it for almost nothing. And he's afraid that I take his shipyard away, too. He's the kind of man to carry grudges for the smallest of things. I had that impression as well. What do you suggest we do? Take his donations, I said, as many as he wants to give. Bleed him dry if you want, just don't give him any actual power. He'll let that go to his head. And you take advantage of that on the business side, I guess. Do you take me for a fool? I asked with no heat behind my words. Michael understood what I was implying and smiled. A moment of silence passed between us, just looking at the place where Lawson had stood before Michael asked, I didn't know that the AIS was looking into it, too. They don't, I answered with a smirk. I just said that, looking for a reaction. They have more important things to look into. January 7th. 1932 set. Shaanxi, classified. Matthew Avar, Alliance Intelligence Service. Matthew sighed as he leaned back from his camera. For a week, he had observed the individual in the apartment across the street. Even the knowledge of who he was observing didn't help to alleviate his boredom. No matter how important this job was, stakeouts were just plain boring. The only thing that did help was that his shift was coming to an end and that he finally could take a well-deserved nap in the bedroom next door. He leaned back forward to look through the camera again, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the fact that he used such a primitive design by today's standards. Yet, he couldn't deny the brilliance of the director for his idea to use older technology to trick counter-espionage activities. Hell, he heard from his mentor that some of the most secret information had been saved on diskettes that were almost 200 years old. The security on them might be shit, but who even had a device to read them anymore? Just like the camera Matthew was using. It was nothing more than a single-lens reflex camera with no signals to connect it to any device. In addition to that, several old-style directional microphones were pointed at the apartment the Aseri had rented. He checked the time and took another photo of her doing something with her Omni tool. Matthew didn't know what she was doing, and that wasn't part of his job anyway, only observing and reporting to another team when she left the apartment. A third team would run electronic interference if she tried to hack into any sensitive database. 3 years, that's how long he had been part of the AIS already, but sometimes he was still awed at how flawless they operated for such a young intelligence agency. Matthew had lived in one of the poorer districts in one of the cities along the east coast of South Africa for the first 10 years of his life. His father could barely provide enough for their family as a mechanic, while his mother had enough to do with taking care of him and his 2 siblings. Yet, before he could tell his parents that he was ready to find a job to help them, representatives of the Alliance came with an offer for a new life in one of the newly founded colonies. Life would be hard, and safety was not guaranteed, but the possibility for a better life existed. Not even a month later, Matthew and his family traveled the stars towards their new home. Like the representatives and ads had said, life was difficult and hard in the beginning, but it presented opportunities. His father found work quickly, and even his mother found a small-time job to help the family. But the best thing that happened, in Matthew's opinion, was that he could continue to go to school. He even got a scholarship for university from the Alliance with the stipulation that he would have to work for the Alliance for 5 years after he finished his education. When he heard that, he didn't even hesitate a second before agreeing to it. The moment he had entered high school, he had already decided to work for them. In his mind, he could do nothing else to repay the Alliance for the chance they gave to his family. During his time in college, a woman had met with him and explained that they were impressed with the results he had achieved and offered him a place in the newly created AIS when he finished. He took the offer after careful consideration, secretly excited about the possible adventure this could turn out to be. Matthew held back another sigh as he thought about his naive younger self. The work the AIS did was important, no question, but exciting. Most of his tasks were going over and compiling reports, and his fieldwork was restricted to stakeouts. That was the lot of a junior agent. Still, he was sure that with time more difficult and exciting missions would come his way. And this stakeout could be the prelude to that. He didn't know how exactly the Asari had been identified, but one thing was clear from his briefing. Do not underestimate her. After all, she was a Spectre. It took them 2 weeks to be sure of that, and one thing was clear by now. No official agency knew she was here, which was a direct violation of the agreement the Alliance had with the Citadel Council. There had been no orders to arrest her, just to keep her from sensitive information and observe her behavior. It wouldn't surprise Matthew if this would be kept quiet. The advantage of using this in backroom deals far outweighed the consequences of a public outcry. And while Matthew of R might want an exciting life, he wasn't stupid. Still, he thought, maybe I'll get a mission to infiltrate the Citadel in the future. Chapter 16, Interesting Times, Chapter. August 21st. 1458 Set. Maitreya System. Alliance Listening Post. Petty Officer First Class Lillian Adwell. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes, no matter what you say. All right, I go with you, and I want to see. Lillian heard something shuffle behind her as she half-heartedly concentrated on the monitor before her. Full house, take that, said the second voice, Petty Officer Lucas Doran. She didn't even have to turn around to know that Doran had the biggest shit-eating grin on his face right now. Lillian also knew that he would probably lose it in another few seconds. A full house, never expected that, said the first voice, Lieutenant Sarah Maringold. Yet still not good enough to beat my four-of-a-kind hand. There it was. If there was one thing that Lillian had learned in this far-off listening post, then it had to be the fact that you just couldn't beat the lieutenant in any card game. Doran slapped his hand on the table in frustration and exclaimed. How the hell? We're playing for an hour already, and the only time I won was when I got a royal flush. You got a four-of-a-kind 6 times already. You gotta be cheatin'. Lieutenant Maringold chuckled and said. I am cheating, but until you can prove it, I won't stop. At that, Lillian had to chuckle as well. It was an open secret among the crew of the listening post that Lieutenant Maringold cheated in poker games since she openly admitted to it. Yet, none of the crew ever found out how the lieutenant was cheating. Lillian had once asked why she was cheating, and Lieutenant Maringold had said that it was her way of making things more interesting. And since she never played with money on the table, nobody held any ill will against her. A notice on the monitor in front of her took Lillian's attention away from the argument behind her. With a quick swipe, she opened the link and looked at the incoming data from the relay. We got another incoming ship, Lillian called out to the 2 bickering people behind her. Without much further ado, Doran and Lieutenant Maringold stopped arguing, and the lieutenant went to stand beside her. Do we know from which direction it's coming? She asked, her tone devoid of her previous amusement. Seems like it's coming from the direction of hegemony space. Can't be sure that it is a hegemony ship, though. At least until it is in system and sends its identification, Lillian answered. Keep me posted. Doran, be ready to send a message to the nearest patrol fleet. Probably only a trade ship, but protocol is protocol, ordered Lieutenant Maringold. Doran snapped a sharp salute and went to his post to rouse the communications equipment from its standby mode. Ship is through the relay and flies slowly towards the colony. 2 minutes until the results of our scanners come in, informed Lillian. Not that it will show something out of the ordinary, thought Lillian. Her deployment to this listening post neared the 6 months mark, and nothing interesting had ever happened during this time. After it was clear that the Citadel Council intended to approve the petition of the Batarians to open the relays into Alliance territory, the Alliance constructed hidden listening posts in all systems that bordered the Batarian hegemony. They were supposed to keep an eye on the ships coming from the newly opened relays. 9 months had gone by, and nothing but trade ships had come through. Every listening post had only one task: monitor the relay and inform the nearest fleet if something out of the ordinary happened. The listening post that monitored the Maitreya system was hidden in an asteroid belt. the Alliance hollowed out an asteroid and built a small base inside it. Due to the composition of the asteroids, the base needed special scanners to monitor the relay since the standard ones had problems penetrating the unique magnetic fields of the asteroids. While that had caused problems when setting the base up, now it was an additional layer of defense so that the base stayed hidden. Still, due to the fact that the listening post was inside an asteroid, there wasn't much to do when not on duty. After all, leaving the base and exploring the surroundings, like at other bases, wasn't something one could do. In the end, Lillian used most of her free time to learn since she wanted to sign up for the engineering courses the Alliance offered after her deployment ended. A ping signaled that the results were in, and Lillian opened them, not expecting anything different from the last 10 times. "The results are in," she called, getting Lieutenant Maringold's attention. "What do they say?" the lieutenant asked as she leaned forward to look at them by herself. "It's a Batarian trade ship, the Iganek. Our registers show that it came to this system to trade some luxury goods once before, 3 months ago, to be precise." But before Lieutenant Maringold could ask further questions about the ship or tell Doran that he could put the communications equipment back on standby, Lillian noticed something in the saved data from the Iganek's last visit to the Maitreya system. She subconsciously let out a "huh" that got the lieutenant's attention. "What is it?" Lieutenant Maringold asked instantly. Before Lillian answered, she changed the display so that the scanning results from today and 3 months ago were displayed side by side. "There's an inconsistency, right there," she said, pointing at the displayed information. "Every time a ship arrives through a relay, there is a change in the gravitational forces around the relay. This change is related to the mass a ship possesses. Some even suggest that the change is unique to every ship since no starship has the exact same mass, but our scanners aren't sophisticated enough to recognize such minuscule differences." "And now there is a visible difference, that's what you're saying, right?" asked the lieutenant. Lillian nodded slowly but without any hesitation. "There is enough difference to think that another ship arrived in the wake of the Iganek. If I had to guess, it's a small scout ship. Probably here to make sure that no patrol fleet is nearby," mused Lieutenant Maringold. "Very well. Doran, send a message to the closest fleet. The 21st Patrol Fleet should only be a few systems away. Tell them we got an observer. The actual attack should happen in a week or less." "Attack, ma'am?" asked Doran. "Yes, an attack," confirmed Lieutenant Maringold. "I'm sure that we will soon get a visit from independent slavers and pirates. And we would be poor hosts if we didn't prepare for their arrival." Lillian heard the mocking tone of the lieutenant loud and clear when she uttered the word independent. There was no such thing as an independent slaver or pirate close to Batarian space. They were either on the payroll of the hegemony or dead since the Batarians tolerated no pirates that didn't belong to them. "What are our orders, ma'am?" asked Lillian. "Try to find the scout ship. Our scanner should be good enough for that, but make sure that they don't detect you. Also, keep an eye on the relay. While I'm sure that the attack isn't going to happen as long as the Batarian trade ship is here, plausible deniability and all that, I'm not going to take any chances." "Couldn't it be that it's just the STG noising around?" asked Doran while tipping at his console to establish a connection to the closest fleet. "Only if the STG sent rookies," scoffed Lieutenant Maringold. "And that's not something they would do. Nothing against your abilities, Lillian, but trained STG agents wouldn't make such an amateurish mistake." "None taken, ma'am," said Lillian nonchalantly. "When you finish contacting the patrol fleet, I want you to establish a connection with our garrison on the colony." "I'll talk to the major myself," said Lieutenant Maringold to Doran, who nodded. "And then," continued the lieutenant, "we wait and enjoy the show that follows. It will be great to see these slaver scums taken down a peg or two." Lillian could only agree with her. There wasn't much they could do but observe the battle that was sure to come. "At least we got the best seats in the house for that," thought Lillian before concentrating on her new task of finding the scout ship. August 27th. 1623 set. En route to the Maitreya system. SSV Madrid, patrol carrier. Hangar Bay. Flight Lieutenant 2nd Class Mitchell Everdeen. Mitchell closed the diagnosis program with a satisfied nod. Everything was running as it should, and all systems were in order. Nothing was more embarrassing than dying because of a system failure in the middle of battle. A look around the hangar bay revealed that he was one of the last to finish but still in the allotted time frame. The pilots that had already finished their pre-flight check stood in neat rows, waiting for the flight commander to give his orders. Mitchell looked over his A-Wing fighter one last time before making his way to the line that belonged to Gold Squadron, his squadron. When he arrived, he took his place as the third person in the line befitting his designation as Gold 3. Now it was a waiting game. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the rest to finish their pre-flight checks and find their own places in the rows. Mitchell could see how the flight commander came towards them with quick steps. "Attention," called Flight Commander Burson when he arrived, and Mitchell, like everyone else, straightened up. "We're 10 minutes out, and all reports indicate that we the slavers have almost arrived at the outer perimeter of the colony." By the time we arrive in the system, the Colonial Defense Force will have already engaged these slaver scums, so check your targets when you're out there. The CDF will keep them occupied at the front while we hit them from the flank. Red and Gold squadrons, you're taking the fight to them, said FC Burson while looking at Mitchell's line and the one left to them. Sir, yes, sir, everyone called out at the same time to an unspoken command. With a nod, the commander continued giving orders to the remaining 2 squadrons, Blue and Silver squadrons. Your task is to keep enemy forces from getting too close to our ships. If something that our IFFs don't recognize comes close, take it down. Another sir, yes, sir, echoed through the hangar bay, and Commander Burson allowed himself a small smile. All right, he called out. Get to your fighters. I want them ready for takeoff in 2 minutes. And Godspeed out there. It took Mitchell not even 20 seconds before he arrived back at his fighter, opening the cockpit with the command of his Omni tool before arriving. He climbed onto the side of his fighter and was inside the cockpit within 3 steps. With one hand, he grabbed the handle to close the cockpit, and with the other, he started the warm-up sequence of the engine. In less than a minute, all starting procedures were finished, and, just to be sure, Mitchell started the diagnosis program once again. A melodic ping notified him that the diagnosis was finished. It showed a slight imbalance in the power distribution between the 2 propulsion units, a problem that was solved with a flick of the wrist. He took the helmet to his left and put it on, sealing his combat suit. If his cockpit got damaged during the fight, it would keep him alive until he could return to the SSV Madrid. The HUD started up in a brilliant blue tone, and within seconds, it appeared as if he wasn't even wearing a helmet at all. The small cameras on the outside of the helmet creating a full view inside it. On the right side of the HUD was a countdown with less than 80 seconds on it, the remaining time until the SSV Madrid arrived in the Matria system. All his preparations were finished, so the only thing that Mitchell could do was wait. He closed his eyes to relax and mentally prepare for what was to come. A crackle echoed inside his helmet as Flight Lieutenant First Class Roger Wendon, also known as Gold Leader, spoke to his squadron over the radio. 20 seconds till entry. We'll be out there in 20 more. We'll approach enemy forces in V formation. After engaging them, Gold 2 and Gold 3 will keep close to my wings. We concentrate on taking out the shields of their heavy hitters. Gold 4, Gold 5, you keep an eye out for anyone coming too close to us. Understood. Understood, replied Mitchell and the other 3 members of Gold Squadron. The next minute passed like a blur to Mitchell. 1 second he was still waiting for the SSV Madrid to arrive in the Matria system, the next, he was firing up his engines to fly out of the hangar bay. His HUD showed him where Gold Lead and Gold 2 were flying, and he steered his fighter into position to the left and slightly behind Gold Lead. They accelerated their approach to the fight in the distance the moment Gold 4 and Gold 5 were in formation. Do we know if the slavers have already made landfall? Asked Gold 2. They haven't, replied Gold Lead. The CDF fleet and the ODPs have done an admirable job keeping the pirates away. They're taking losses, but with us here now, the outcome of this fight is guaranteed. 10 enemy fighters are coming towards us, called Gold 4, and Mitchell could see how they were highlighted on his HUD. Gold 4, Gold 5, accelerated by 5% and go up. Gold 2, Gold 3, 3% and down. I want them to meet in X formation. Copy that. Mitchell gave more energy to the propulsion units and directed his fighter slightly down. With a quick look, he saw that the enemy fighters were in no kind of formation and just flying towards them. Engage, called Gold Leader the moment Gold Squadron was in range to use their weapons with precision. Mitchell had already picked his first target and had lined up his shot to take the fighter down. Thankfully, with the help of the HUD and its integrated programs, there was no confusion about who would take which target. His thumb pushed the fire button on his controller, and the guns on each side of his fighter did the rest. Almost simultaneously, 5 enemy fighters exploded in a fiery spectacle. While the explosions were completely silent due to the vacuum of space, Mitchell could hear them inside his head. With another acceleration of their fighters, Gold Squadron passed the enemy line and continued towards the pirate ship still engaged with the CDF. A few glancing blows had hit Mitchell's fighter, reducing his shields by a small margin, but nothing too serious since they were already climbing back to their previous levels. Should we turn back and take care of the rest? Asked Gold 5. Negative, replied Gold Lead. Red Squadron was directly behind us. I'm sure they clean up after us. Gold Lead was proven right. Moments after he said it, Mitchell's HUD displayed the destruction of 4 fighters, and the last one survived only a few seconds longer. A small smirk of satisfaction appeared on Mitchell's face at the end of these scums. We have to hurry, called Gold Lead. The second ODP is down, and the CDF cruiser is almost dead in the water. We concentrate on the outmost frigate to start. The only answer that Gold Lead got was the return of Gold Squadron into the V formation and the steady approach towards the enemy. Begin attack now, called Gold Lead when they were only 100 kilometers away. Gold 4 and Gold 5 broke the formation and would circle around, keeping an eye out for more enemy fighters since they couldn't do much against the anti-fighter batteries on the frigate. Mitchell steered his fighter closer towards Gold Lead, and Gold 2 did the same. A glancing blow hit his fighter, and Mitchell looked worriedly at his shield energy. "Be careful," he said. "I just lost a fourth of my shielding to a glancing blow. 1 or 2 direct hits, and that's it for us." "Understood, Gold 3, replied Gold Lead. My target computer finished its calculations. Rockets away in 5. A blue line appeared on Mitchell's HUD to show the attack vector he was supposed to fly to shield Gold Lead from stray attacks. "Rockets away," called Gold Lead when they neared the end of the displayed line. While Mitchell couldn't see the impact of the rockets, he knew how it must have looked. A red-orange explosion intermingled with blue streaks. The blue originated from the traces of E0 that were used in the production of the shield breaker rockets. The purpose of these rockets wasn't to completely take down the shields of a ship, instead, they just opened a hole big enough for the targeting systems of the larger starships. This was possible due to the fact that when the shield breakers exploded, the EZO in them disrupted the frequency of most shield emitters. "The SSV Attila is targeting the hole, we should put some distance between us and their target," said Gold 2. "I'm on board with this plan," quipped Mitchell. "No time for jokes yet. Our next target is the cruiser. Red Squadron lost Red 2 and Red 5 taking down the other frigate. We take down the cruiser, and the battle is as good as won," reprimanded Gold Lead. "We follow you, Gold Lead," said Gold 2. They increased the distance between us and the pirate frigate, and a few moments after they cleared the minimal safe distance informed them Gold 4 that the SSV Attila fired upon the frigate. It didn't go down in a fireball like the fighters they destroyed on their approach. Rather, it was a quiet death, as the shots of the SSV Attila destroyed the hull of the pirate frigate and hit the life support systems. The atmosphere inside the ship was vented into the unforgiving emptiness of space, and the slavers died a death by suffocation. "The cruiser is mostly occupied with keeping the CDF and the SSV Caesar at bay, so we should fly under their radar," said Gold Lead. "Follow the attack vector." Another blue line appeared on Mitchell's HUD, and the 3 fighters followed their respective vectors. They were halfway to the cruiser when suddenly the anti-fighter batteries increased their rate of fire. While none hit Mitchell's fighter directly, the shots were too close for comfort, and with a worried look, he saw that his shield's energy fell into the lower levels of the yellow zone. Before he could inform Gold Lead that he had to abort the attack run, Gold Lead's fighter exploded directly in front of him. Without waiting for any order, Mitchell wrenched the controller up to get out of the line of fire. "Fuck," he cursed, "what the hell happened?" "I think they diverted the energy from their engines to the shield and weapon systems," Gold 2 guessed. "They probably don't think they can escape, so they want to go down fighting. Never thought pirates capable of something like that. Don't forget, they're probably pirates sponsored by the Batarian hegemony. This isn't about glory, it's about covering their tracks." A short moment of silence passed between them, and Mitchell watched as his shields climbed back up after they dipped shortly into the red. "Just got a message from command. I'm now Gold Lead," said Gold 2, now christened Gold Lead. "The SSV Attila flies into a position where she can hit the cruiser from below. We're breaking the shield there. The underside should have fewer anti-fighter batteries." "Should?" questioned Gold 4, who just positioned himself on the right side of Gold Lead as his second wingman. "Yes, should," said Gold Lead in a tone that didn't tolerate any backtalk. "Let's do this," interjected Mitchell. "Those assholes scratched the paint job on my baby, I want payback." A chuckle was shared between the members of Gold Squadron, and Mitchell smiled in satisfaction. His joke was meant to lift the mood of his squad, even if just slightly, and he succeeded in that. "Gold 3 has the right of it," agreed Gold Lead. "Attack vector is computed, let's show them why Gold Squadron is one of the best the Alliance has." They flew in a tight formation, and while the enemy fire was heavy, it wasn't as bad as before. "Rockets away," called Gold Lead, and at his call, Mitchell steered to the left, away from the pirate cruiser. Taking advantage of the newly opened hole in the cruiser's shields, the SSV Attila mercilessly fired its main cannon, and the shell punched right through the cruiser, coming out on the other side. It seemed like it hit something vital, and an explosion blossomed inside the cruiser, breaking it into 2 pieces. "Our job is done, gentlemen," said Gold Lead. "Let's get back to the Madrid, first round's on me." September 3rd. 1534 set. Arcturus Station. Oscar de Nebren's office. Oscar de Nebren, Minister of Economy. In the course of the last week, 4 different human colonies came under attack by pirate and slaver groups operating out of the Terminus systems. The attacks on the colonies, Lovell, Mindwar, and Concordia, were stopped by the Alliance Navy before the pirates could land on the planets. Sadly, the attack on the farming colony of Bika couldn't be stopped there. A handful of pirate ships slipped by the blockade of the CDF and made landfall. The local marine garrison was understaffed and couldn't prevent the slavers from attacking civilians with the intention of capturing them. After the 37th Patrol Fleet arrived in the system and annihilated the remaining pirate presence in space, the onboard Marine contingent took it upon themselves to make sure that the fighting on the planet ended. Military representatives commiserate that it came to civilian losses but emphasize that no human was enslaved. The backgrounds of the attack are still being investigated. This was Antonia Wincroft for ANN. The moment the report finished, I silenced the TV and turned towards Andrew, who sat in the armchair beside me. The news has no new information, do you? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Andrew snorted and answered, "Of course I have." He didn't say anything else, and I kept my eyes on him until he relented with a sigh. "You take all the fun out of it, you know," he sighed. "It's as we guessed. The Batarians sponsored these raids. We followed the money trail back to a Batarian noble with a passion for exotic slaves. He's the one who paid the slavers, but other nobles financed them too. We're still collecting information on them. We can't let this attack go unpunished, but open warfare isn't the way I would want to go. Michael, too, doesn't want open war with the Batarian hegemony. Our relationship with the Citadel isn't strong enough to prevent them from interfering in this event. The Batarians have been a part of the Citadel for more than a century and kept the Terminus systems in check for the Council. The Council won't want to lose this for a species that hasn't been part of the Citadel for long. The Turians would stay neutral, they have no love left for the Batarians," I said. "They would probably support us," mused Andrew. "They wouldn't speak out about it to avoid conflict with the Asari and Solarians." Andrew lifted his glass and took a sip of water to drench his dry throat. For 3 days, Andrew had to fight a slight cold, and it annoyed him greatly. After he put his glass back down he continued, "From our contacts on the Citadel, I've heard that there are voices in the Solarian and Asari government that call the attack on us predictable, for foolishly colonizing planets close to the Attican Traverse." "Foolish, you say?" I scoffed. "If I'm not mistaken, they have colonies right at the border to the Terminus systems, and they have the gall to call us foolish. Only the hope that the Batarians gain a council seat in the future keeps them from attacking these colonies. In any other case, they would have been attacked by pirates and slavers almost constantly." "Yes, you're correct," agreed Andrew. "And the few pirates that dare are fended off by the Turians. Their arrogance and stupidity surprise me again and again. They can't even defend their own colonies without outside help. Sometimes I can't help but wonder why the Turians are allowing this. I had wondered about this, too, ever since I played the Mass Effect games. Why would the strongest military in the galaxy let themselves be treated like this? Only after the Alliance joined the Citadel, and I took the time to read more about Turian culture, I understood why. Duty and dependence, I answered Andrew's unasked question. It's an integral part of their culture to accomplish the tasks they're given, and right now, they're tasked with defending Citadel space. That is a duty they won't shirk for anything. And their dependence is self-explanatory. The Volus are responsible for their economy, and they connected it to the Asari and Solarian economies that it would take half a millennium to gain their independence." "I see," said Andrew. "But it seems like we strayed from our original topic. I have a proposal for which I would like your support when I present it to Michael." "What proposal?" "While we can't have a hot, or even cold, war with the Batarian hegemony, we can still launch shadow operations inside their territory. Spec Ops teams trained in clandestine operations and asset denial take care of the Batarian nobles that dared to finance the attack on us. It should be easy to cover our tracks for this. And with the blackmail we have on the Council for breaking the treaty and sending a Spectre without informing us, they will keep quiet even if they learn about it. But I don't think that this is all you thought of." "Of course not," said Andrew with a wolfish grin. "I recently came across some interesting information. The leadership of the Batarian hegemony may pretend that the Batarians are united under their banner and that everything is under their control, but nothing could be further from the truth." He held up a datapad but made no move to hand it to me. I had no intention to take it since I knew that Andrew would tell me himself what was on this datapad. There are 2 factions inside the hegemony that protest against their current way of life. One of them is composed of Batarians that want to do away with slavery altogether, mostly Batarians from the middle-class castes and minor nobility. They are heavily influenced by the Citadel. Probably as an attempt to weaken the Batarians from within, I mused. To keep the Batarians from amassing too much power, I thought so too. Anyway, this group pops up every now and then and is put down just as quickly. Ultimately, they're of no concern. At least, I wouldn't support them without finding a leader among them who can last longer than a few months. So, I guess you would rather support the second group then. What do they represent?" Andrew turned towards me, grinned, and said, "Religion." A shiver went down my spine at his words. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I questioned apprehensively. "Religion isn't something that you can underestimate. One wrong move and you create religious fanatics that can hurt you just as easily as the enemy you want them to fight. Don't worry. I will take care of anyone that walks in that direction. Furthermore, even the fanatics would treat their slaves better than the Batarian nobles do right now. I found this old religious text, written in an older dialect of Karshan. In it, they describe that a slave owner is something like a shepherd, and his duty is to make sure that his flock is taken care of. I want to use this to create tension between the castes. If the Batarian leadership has to concentrate on avoiding civil unrest, then they will have less time for planning attacks on us and, even more importantly, their relations with the rest of the citadel. So, that's your plan, I exclaimed. You want to isolate the hegemony from the citadel so that they lose favor with the powers that be. And if all goes well, grinned Andrew, make them leave the citadel altogether. At this, I couldn't help but return Andrew's grin. In my opinion, the Batarians had too much influence on the citadel. They could send pirates and slavers into our territory, and no matter how much evidence would turn up, their allies would help them to make it seem like they had nothing to do with it. During the few times I had been to the citadel, there was one thing I learned. One needs allies and friends on all levels. The Citadel Council may be the highest authority, but even they couldn't do everything by themselves. It didn't matter if the government was a democracy, an oligarchy, a tyranny, or even a monarchy. It also didn't matter if it was just a small country or an empire spanning the whole galaxy. In the end, there would always be paperwork and those working behind the scenes to make the government work smoothly. And it was those people that could get you what you want faster than most, more discreet too. For now, I had only a few contacts in the bureaucratic machine of the Citadel, a circumstance that I wanted to change in the near future. Already, a low-level clerk owed me a favor that I would use to find out who I could approach for a special exception permit. Still, I said, concentrating on the conversation again, I think you have to be careful if you go the religious route. As I said, fanatics could be as dangerous to us as for the Batarians. And there's no guarantee that they would only pop up on our side. There's a chance that we could create die-hard fanatics that want to enslave the species of the galaxy even more than the Batarians already want. I don't want to be the guy that dooms a part of the galaxy by accident. Don't worry, laughed Andrew, I'll keep a close eye on the situation. And if it's necessary, I'll call the cavalry. While I still wasn't convinced by Andrew's plan, we had no feasible alternatives, and to do nothing would sit wrong with me. So, after I took a generous gulp of my water, I answered the question that Andrew had asked close to the beginning of our conversation. All right, I support you when you bring your plans to Michael. Wonderful, said Andrew, clapping his hands. But we still have to talk about how these attacks affect the upcoming elections. What is there to say? I asked annoyedly. They came at a most inopportune timing. Personally, I would have preferred if the attacks came a few months later. I had expected that the Batarians had at least enough self-control to wait more than a year before doing something like this. And now, terra firma is using the attacks to spread its influence. Especially among the outer colonies. After the elections, they will have enough power in the parliament to make things difficult for us. Yet, we're coming out of this election as the winners, our candidate will be president. Yes, Amelia May will make a good president. I have no doubts about that. It's just that I won't continue as Minister of Economy under her leadership. That's news to me, said Andrew, both his eyebrows rising in surprise. How did that happen? I shot him a smirk and said, Amelia does not have the support Michael did. Michael could decide even unpopular things despite the protest from the other two factions inside the Alliance Parliament. Amelia can't do that. Furthermore, we want to prevent people to think that our party is too powerful. She wants to show that our party can work together with the other two and that their opinions matter. So, I said I would step back from my position after the next election. I won't disappear from the political arena if you're worried about that. I just want to change my battleground. Let me guess, Andrew said, you want to go to the Citadel, build up your connections there. Correct, I agreed. I think that I need to be on the Citadel for the next few years. I'll try to support Anita as much as I can from the background while trying to establish my own connections with the political and economical players of the other species. Besides, it's time to concentrate on my business again. They have not seen much growth in the last few years, at least if we take into account that the galaxy suddenly became so much bigger. Andrew and I shared a chuckle at my attempt at a joke. I think you will do well on the Citadel, said Andrew. And Anita can use all the help she can get. I met the guy she got as an understudy. Donnell Udina. I don't like that man. He jumps from overly aggressive and demanding to ass-kissing in the blink of an eye. I just smiled at Andrew's description of Udina, holding back my own thoughts on him. When I played the games for the first time, there was no person that I disliked as much as Donnell Udina, but that had been when I was just a boy a few months short of being 16. The older I got, and the more I thought about Udina's actions in the games, I grew to understand some of them, at least from a certain point of view. Not that it made him a more likable character, I just could understand some of his motives. Is there something else to discuss? I asked, turning towards my desk where a small light was blinking, signaling that I had a new message, or probably a dozen new messages. Only one more topic, said Andrew, and as he leaned forward, I could see that it was a serious topic. Cerberus, was all he said, and I knew that this topic was indeed serious. Since Andrew showed me their manifest years ago, I hadn't really thought about them, trusting Andrew to keep them in check. If he was the one to bring it up, then it must be important. I leaned back in my armchair, trying to relax, and said, "Shoot." Fortunately, they didn't do anything overt that could put us in a bad light with the other members of the Citadel. Most of our own citizens don't even know they exist. Yet, it is those that know which worry me. Our agents inside Cerberus informed me that after the attacks, large amounts of money found their way into Cerberus's hands, materials too. Furthermore, they're recruiting more and more people. They have always been cautious of who they asked to join, and it was only 1 out of 10 that actually joined. Now, that number is up to 4 or 5 out of 10. I've got a feeling that it won't be long before people are actively searching for them with the intent of joining. That's something we can't stop right now, I said, my displeasure visible on my face. Officially, the Alliance doesn't know that Cerberus exists, or, at least, hasn't acknowledged its existence. Until we do, there's nothing we can do. Besides, at this point, we can't even claim Cerberus to be a terrorist organization or a criminal one. As far as I know, they haven't committed any crimes. What is the general attitude towards the Alliance among their personnel? That's something I'm interested in. Andrew took a moment to think about what I had said. At one point, he looked ready to interrupt me but didn't do it in the end. Instead, he leaned back inside his armchair, took a sip of water, and answered my question. It depends. On the lower level, there's some grumbling about the Alliance joining the Citadel. They think we're too close to the aliens and that we're losing our independence to them. After the pirate attacks, they were more outspoken about it, but nothing of significance. It's nothing surprising since the lower levels are composed of people inclined to xenophobia. Still, in the end, they think they're thinking that the Alliance is doing its job well enough. If we hadn't reacted to the attacks as well as we did, they would sing other tunes, but well. And what about the middle level, or even the leadership? I asked curiously. My agents haven't infiltrated the higher levels yet. They hear rumors but don't know much. The middle levels are not so different from the lower ones. It's just that they understand that joining the Citadel is a move to get more safety for our people. They don't like it, but they understand it. Heard anything about their leader? This elusive man. You mean Jack Harper? Asked Andrew with a cocky grin. That took me by surprise. I hadn't expected anyone would find out the elusive man's name. My surprise must have shown on my face since Andrew's grin grew even bigger. I cleared my throat and asked, "You found out his name? How? Do you know anything more about him?" Andrew's grin dimmed a bit. I didn't find out much about him. I heard from a rumor that he was on Shangxi when the Turians invaded and that he fought against them. I checked the registers of the people that were on the planet at that time. Most of them could be accounted for, dead and survivors. A few were missing, presumed dead, so I started there. I found a report by a lieutenant of the local Marine force that died in the defense. It spoke of a mercenary trio, among them one Jack Harper. When I tried to find out more about him, I discovered that someone was deleting everything concerning Jack Harper. Public records, medical files, even his birth certificate. He covered his tracks well. Basically, he doesn't even exist anymore. But I'm up to 90% sure that he's our man. If he's mentioned in one military report, shouldn't there be others mentioning him as well? I questioned. Yes, there should be. If he worked together with our forces on Shangxi, then there should be some orders, after-action reports, and the like. Yet, I found his name in only one. The only option to how that's possible is that he has friends or agents in the Alliance military, answered Andrew. We got people in his organization, he got people in ours. Seems like a fair deal to me, I quipped. Yep, that's how it goes, sighed Andrew. Don't have to like it, though. Anything else? I asked. Yes, one more thing, said Andrew, leaning forward. You said that Cerberus hasn't done any crimes that we can pin on them. And that's a reason why they get so many recruits at this time. They portray themselves as the guard dog of humanity. Well, we're about to show the world that they're not as good as they like to think of themselves. My hand stopped on its way toward my water glass when I heard that. Until now, there had been no action against Cerberus from the side of the Alliance. Something that was about to change, it seems. What's going to happen? I asked, my water completely forgotten. My agents got back to me about a facility researching how biotics develop in people. She hadn't any more detailed information than that, just that what was happening there wasn't something that we could condone. I coordinated with Admiral Wright that a team of N5 would lead the raid. The team is already in place, and the operation begins in less than 3 hours. Why haven't I heard about that before? I asked, a little annoyed that I only heard about it now. We got the information only yesterday. Time was of the essence, and you were in meetings the whole day. Besides, it isn't your field of expertise, and you hadn't a need to know, chastised Andrew. I rubbed the back of my head sheepishly. Sorry, you're right. There's nothing I could have done anyway. I just like to be kept in the loop. I'm keeping you in the loop right now, said Andrew before a grin appeared on his face. Besides, when you become the Alliance's ambassador on the Citadel, you'll be informed of such things right away. Me, ambassador? I exclaimed. I never told Andrew or anyone else that I had my eye on this position. Sure, why else would you go to the Citadel after the next election? If you just wanted to expand your business, you could have done that from Terra Nova just as well. And those connections you spoke of, while they will help Anita, you will get even more out of them. Furthermore, you know my opinion of you, Dina. I would rather see you in that position than him. That's not as big a vote of confidence as you seem to believe, I said with narrowed eyes. You would rather have the janitor as an ambassador than you, Dina. Andrew threw back his head and laughed at my joke. That's true, he said after he calmed down again. But still. I think you would make a good ambassador. You got my support when you throw your hat into the ring after Anita retires. As far as I know, she would support your candidacy too. Great, I said, relieved that I already had one person in my corner when the time came. A short moment of silence passed between us before Andrew stood up from his armchair to say goodbye. We both still got work to do. I want to keep an eye on the operation and start to prepare our plans for the Batarians. I'll send you a message when I'm ready to talk with Michael about it. Well then, see you later, Andrew, I said and held my hand out after I stood up from my chair. He shook it and, after a friendly nod, left my office. I turned towards my desk and saw that the color of my message notification light had turned yellow, signaling that there were a lot of new messages for me. I couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps I should take a short vacation after the next election instead of heading to the Citadel directly. September 3rd. 1854 set, 3:54 local time. Classified. Lieutenant Amanda Keyes, N5, classified, team. Breath in, hold it, breath out. Slow and careful so that nobody, not even those standing beside her, could hear it. It was one of the many things that Amanda had learned during her training. All for the sake of reducing your very presence. Some would find it ridiculous that she took such care that her breathing couldn't be heard when the only people in a 100-meter radius around her were two teammates, Lieutenants Birch and Goswell. Amanda would have scoffed at those precautions, too, at least, before she joined the N school. Training at the N school wasn't like basics, far from it. To compare those two is like comparing a jog in the park to a triathlon. Both have something to do with running, and that's it. After every level of the N school, you either carved the training into your being or left the N school altogether. Amanda had seen recruits that scored higher than her after the pre-training course, also called the N0 course. Yet, those same people often only finished the N2 or N3 course. Her drill sergeant once told her that while the first two levels of the N school would forge good soldiers into great ones, its true purpose was to see who had the potential to go even further. She knew exactly what he had been talking about. While it was true that only the best passed the N0 course and were invited to the N1 course, physical prowess and being a good soldier wasn't enough. Their trainer looked for those that kept some of their independence that basics tried to stamp out. Furthermore, a flexible mind was needed to pass the hidden tests that were given to the trainees. These hidden tests were often the reason why many people dropped out after finishing the N2 course. The N school had no need for meatheads. A short vibration at her wrist yanked her from her memories to the here and now. Amanda, just like the others, got the signal from Overwatch that the operation was a go. Slowly she changed her position from lying on the forest floor to a crouch. Her rifle, the AR, right, 2S, at the ready, she glanced quickly to her left to see that Birch and Goswell had done the same. Goswell gestured with his left hand that they would make their way to the complex in front of them slowly, its lights almost blinding in the dark of the night. The forest around them may not have been the densest, but there was enough cover for their team to approach the building complex unseen. When they arrived at the edge of the forest, Goswell gave the signal to lie down again. They observed the building carefully, and Amanda could see 4 guards patrolling the perimeter. 2 on the ground and 2 on the roof. Their silhouettes were colored red by her HUD to show them as enemy forces. A quick look at the mini-map in the lower left corner of her HUD showed her that there were 4 more guards on the other side of the building. She didn't concern herself with them, they were the problems of Alpha and Bravo. Suddenly, one of the red silhouettes started to pulse, telling her that Overwatch had decided to assign this target to her for neutralization. Amanda observed how her target moved during his patrol before she gave the signal that she was ready. She scoffed internally at the guard's repetitive pattern. Sloppy, she thought. It took another minute before all 9 dots in the upper right of her HUD changed to green, signaling that everyone was ready to take their shot. A countdown appeared in front of her, announcing the last seconds of her target in this life. When the countdown neared 0, Amanda took a deep breath and held it. She lined up her shot, and when the countdown showed 0, she pulled the trigger. 3 muffled shots sounded simultaneous. The noises, which the silencers on their rifles couldn't completely negate, were absorbed by the surrounding foliage. While she could see how her target fell to the ground after getting shot in the head, the only information she had about the others were the dots on her minimap. She watched the body of her target for a moment longer, to make sure he was neutralized before she signaled that her target was dead, his dot on the minimap disappearing with all the others. Amanda and her team moved towards the building until they stood by the wall. Goswell pointed his index finger upwards, indicating that they would climb on the roof. Their job was to secure an escape route while Alpha and Bravo would search the building. At the same time, they would make sure that the inhabitants of the building had no access to any kind of long-range communication, keeping the complex isolated. For that reason, Birch carried a mobile jammer on his back. Amanda took a small tube from her belt and pointed it toward the roof. After pressing the button on the side of it, a cable shot out of it, and its tip buried itself into the roof. She pulled a few times to make sure that the cable would hold her weight before she looked towards Goswell, who gave her a nod. They climbed fast but silently, arriving on the roof in mere seconds. Immediately, she turned towards the forest, scanning for any enemies that may have followed them. Behind her, Goswell hurried to the other side to give Alpha and Bravo the signal to proceed, while Birch went to the middle of the roof to place the jammer down and activate it. Now it was a waiting game until they got the confirmation from Alpha and Bravo that the building was secured. Briefly, her thoughts turned towards what they would find in this complex and if it was worth sending so many N5s, but she discarded the thought quickly. Instead, she tried to get comfortable in her position. After all, who knew how long they would stay here? Chapter 17, Interesting Times, Chapter. September 3rd. 1916 Set, 4:16 local time. Classified. Lieutenant Commander Niles Smith, N. 2 muffled shots got fired, and 2 bodies dropped to the ground. There were no cries of surprise or pain, and the alarm didn't start blaring. Everything was nice and quiet. That was how Niles liked his operations to go, without any problems. It wasn't like his team couldn't win a full-blown firefight, far from it. After all, they were N5 and even slated to undergo further training in the N6 course. So it wasn't their ability that made Niles reluctant to engage enemies directly. Being stealthy had just many more advantages. If one overlooked that this mission was supposed to be as quiet as possible, then one just had to look at the obvious advantages of doing this quietly. If the enemy didn't know you were there, then the element of surprise would be on your side. Ending a fight before it really begins was easy with it on your side. This, in turn, would reduce the chance of getting wounded in battle. No matter how skilled one was, a lucky shot could still kill you, and while Medigel was good, it couldn't bring one back from death's door. The best it could do in those times was to keep you alive long enough that a trained medic or doctor could help you. So, no matter what people say about scars being the proof of a fighter, Niles preferred to get his team through their missions without adding new ones to their already impressive collections. Besides, it would be detrimental to their mission to get spotted by the enemy right now. Bravo team had entered the building on its northern side to be closer to the staircase leading to the upper floors where the intel report said the laboratories were. They were supposed to locate the main laboratory and gather information about what exactly Cerberus was doing in them. If they came into contact with any scientist, they were to subdue them so that the researchers could be interrogated about their work later. In the meantime, Alpha Team, Niles' team, would infiltrate the server rooms and download everything that looked important. The opening of a door alerted him that his team had finished hiding the bodies of the 2 Cerberus soldiers. He didn't need to look back to see that they positioned themselves behind him when he got ready to turn around the corner. In a fluid motion, he stepped out into the open. He checked the corridor for any possible enemies with his rifle at the ready. Not seeing any, he nodded once and slowly went forward, knowing that his teammates would follow him. He didn't lower his rifle for even a second, securing the front. George did the same on the other end, walking backward, while Anya switched between looking at every door they passed. The group moved slowly but steadily. Niles' eyes flew over a camera on the ceiling, positioned to watch over the part of the corridor where the door to the staircase that would lead them to the first basement was. For a moment, he worried that the newest addition to their hard suits would fail but calmed down fast. If that happened, Charlie Team, who, besides disrupting enemy communication, was responsible for monitoring the enemy, would give them a call. The newest addition to their hard suits, called by the scientists the Veil, was a new piece of equipment that would hack into wireless cameras and freeze the picture as long as they were in reach of it. It worked only for cameras within a radius of 7 meters, and the signal of the Veil was unable to penetrate walls. The last point was actually a benefit, in Niles' opinion. After all, it would be hard to explain why a guard stopped mid-step on another floor when the people sitting before the security monitors saw the frozen picture. They finally arrived at the door to the staircase, and Niles positioned himself on one side of it while George did the same on the other side. Meanwhile, Anya had positioned herself in front of the door, her rifle at shoulder height, ready to secure the staircase. With a final glance, Niles checked if she was ready. When he saw that she was, he took his left hand off his rifle and laid the palm of his hand flat on the door. The orange light of his Omni tool flared up as a hacking program started automatically to open the door. A soft ping was the only warning before the hacking program finished and the door opened, disappearing into the wall. Without missing a beat, Anya was through the door and checked everywhere for hidden guards. Not seeing any, she took a few steps back, leaving the staircase to rejoin her team in the corridor. She turned in the direction Niles was looking and nodded sharply, telling him that there was nobody. He returned the nod and took a step back, turning 90 degrees on his feet to face the staircase himself. He went through the door, and Anya and George took their positions in their formation. The staircase was narrow, and if Niles had to describe it, he would call it a service ladder rather than a proper staircase. But it was to be expected since the personnel inside the building usually used the elevator, but that wasn't an option. If the elevator moved without anyone in it, the guards would get suspicious, and the veil wouldn't help them there. They arrived at the end of the staircase, and Niles held up a fist, signaling the rest of the team to stop. He activated his Omni tool to activate the audio amplifier function of his helmet to hopefully detect if there were enemies on the other side of the exit door. Since they couldn't just open the door without knowing if there was someone, it was their best chance. After Niles had activated the function, he closed his eyes to concentrate. He stood there silently for almost a minute, controlling his breathing, listening for any sounds. Just as he was about to give the all-clear sign, he heard something from the other side of the door. It was faint, but luckily, it repeated one more time, and Niles could identify it, having heard it often enough during his training for stealth infiltrations. It was the sound of two armor parts rubbing at each other. Those sounds happened if someone's hard suit wasn't form-fitting or designed for stealth, and the wearer didn't stand still. When someone moved their weight from one foot to the other, their legs brushed against each other and created the sound that Niles had just heard. His teammates had noticed that he had clenched his still-raised fist harder and tensed in their positions, ready to spring into action. Yet, Niles didn't give any orders, his mind racing to figure out how to approach the situation. The only thing he knew for sure was that at least one person was on the other side. It could be two, or it could even be three. Without any means to check how many guards were there, they would have to do this almost completely blind. In the end, they had no choice but to press forward. They couldn't accomplish their mission by staying here. And it wasn't like they hadn't trained for situations like this. He unclenched his fist and began to signal his team about the minimum of one enemy on the other side of the door and that they would use the quick and down formation to take him and everyone else down. He didn't take his eyes off the door but felt the tap on his back, Anya signaling him that she and George understood the plan. Niles moved to the left side of the door, pressing himself to the wall to clear enough space for his teammates. With deft hands, he exchanged his rifle for his silenced pistol. The short weapon didn't have the same stopping power as his rifle, but it would be more than enough. Besides, using a smaller weapon in close combat was more practical. He watched as his team got in position and nodded to himself when he saw that George had changed his weapon to his pistol. Then he looked to Anya, who stood between them with her left arm raised and glowing orange from her activated Omni tool, waiting for his command to open the door. Once he gave the command, the action happened so fast that not even 5 seconds went by before everything was finished. Anya pressed her arm forward, lightly touching the door before her arm snapped back to raise her rifle, ready to secure the front. The door split in the middle and opened, its half sliding smoothly into the wall. With barely enough space to move, Niles and George raised their pistols and turned around the edges of the door. Before his mind had the chance to comprehend what Niles had seen, his body had corrected the aim of his pistol to the helmeted head of a Cerberus guard. At the same moment, his finger had pressed the trigger, and a soft pop announced the firing of a shot. Simultaneously, the scene was repeated behind him by George. As the body began to drop to the floor, Niles' left arm snapped forward to grab it, stopping it from falling to avoid the noise it would make if the armor hit the floor. Quickly he holstered his gun to use his right hand to hold the body up. When he had the body secured in his grip, he began to drag the body to the staircase. He grimaced when he noticed that there were no places to hide a body effectively, let alone two. Still, they had no choice but to dump the dead guards here. The only other option would have been to carry the bodies with them until they found an unused room, and that was, at best, a stopgap solution. Time wasn't on their side. The bodies they had hidden on the ground floor could be found anytime, and by that time, Niles wanted to be inside the server room, already downloading as much as they could. Niles made a decision and let the body fall to the ground. They just had to hope that nobody would use the staircase instead of the elevator. He stepped outside into the hallway, and he saw how Anya had her Omni tool pointed at a camera on the ceiling. When she noticed him, she lifted her right index finger up and moved it in a circle, telling him that she was currently manipulating the video feed of the camera. After she finished, it would show how the two dead guards would still stand to the side of the door to the staircase, even when they moved out of the range of the veil. Just as George stepped out too, Anya finished her work, and they got ready to continue. Their way to the next staircase that would take them was uninterrupted. The only time they stopped had been when they came across the entry to the room where most of the guards slept. Niles took the time to place a small device on the upper doorframe that would only send a signal and picture to his HUD when somebody went through the door and the invisible laser it sent down. Yet they were making good time and didn't meet any other Cerberus personnel until they arrived in the second basement. Unlike what had happened at the door to the first basement, Niles hadn't heard anything unusual, even if he had been extra cautious and waited for 2 full minutes. Fortunately, when they stepped into the hallway, no guard had stood outside of Niles' hearing range that could have been alerted by their entrance. Niles mentally recalled the map of the place that Intel had acquired. After confirming which way they had to go, he signaled his team that they would walk down the right half of the corridor. Just before they arrived at the corner to the corridor, where the server room was, Niles spotted a sign over a large door. It read morgue, and Niles had to think of the reason why Cerberus would need a morgue in this research facility and what they would find there when they searched through the place more thoroughly. Yet that was a question for the time when they had finished their primary task. As they stood hidden behind the corner, Niles grabbed at the small nick tube that had been fixed to his left breast. He pulled the tube away from his chest and expanded the attached cable through his action. The tube was nothing special, only a video camera that saved its recordings in the internal computers of his hard suit, but it had one function that would come in handy right now. With a quick command of his Omni tool, Niles opened a small window on his HUD that showed the live broadcast of the camera. Due to the fact that the top of the camera was nicked, Niles could use it to peek around the corner without any part of his body showing. What he saw nearly caused him to swear loudly. There was one guard standing at the end of the one-way corridor, but that was what Niles had expected. He would be no problem, one precise shot, and it would be over. No, what he was angry to see was that there was one camera that was outside of the range of the veil if the program he had run over the video was correct. He turned to his two and communicated what he had seen and the problem they faced. The only solution to avoid detection by the camera came from Anya, who suggested they use a signal amplifier to boost the range of the veil. Even if it would be suspicious when the signal strength of the other electronic devices fluctuated, it would only be for a few seconds. The men watching the surveillance monitor would probably think it was just their imagination. Tired people made mistakes, that was a fact. They would have to move fast, but their plan was doable. Anya would activate the signal amplifier while Niles would take the shot to take the guard out. The moment they were in range for the veil to work normally, Anya would deactivate the amplifier and then make sure that the camera showed a picture with the guard still standing in front of the door. A single nod was all that was needed to show that they were ready. With Anya's Omni tool ready, Niles held up 3 fingers to show the countdown. When his last finger went down, they sprung into action. The Cerberus guard had only enough time to begin to lift his weapon before a high-speed bullet tore through his helmet and lodged itself into his head, stopping his barely formed thought of defending himself. Not caring that their steps were louder than usual, they moved fast towards the server room door, and when Niles threw a look back, he saw that Anya had already deactivated the signal amplifier and was instead pointing her Omni tool at the camera, hacking it while she moved. Niles arrived at the door and dragged the body to the side, making it easier for Anya to approach it. By the time he did, Anya had already finished with the camera and was crouching before the door to the server room with her Omni tool still activated. It took her only 20 seconds before she circumvented the locking and alarm mechanism, and the door slid open soundlessly. Anya went through first and stopped just a step beyond the doorstep to check if there were more people inside the room. She took a step back so that Niles could see her head and nodded to show that the room was clear. Niles still had his hands on the dead guard and began to drag him into the room. When he entered the room, Niles let the body fall to the side with just enough distance between it and the door for a person to stand. He didn't handle the body with his usual care, but he was currently more interested if Anya had already managed to gain access to the servers. As he went along the rows of computers, he took a moment to take a look around the room. There were only 5 rows, but they spanned the whole length of the room and were as high as a man. Between each row was enough space to walk and turn around comfortably to access the computers on each side. And that was what Anya was currently trying. She stood on the far end of a row, and the light of an interface illuminated her helmet. Before he walked toward her, he threw one last look to the door to see George walking backward into the room, his rifle at the ready, until the door closed before him. George saw him, lowered his rifle, and raised his left hand. His ring finger and thumb made a circle while the rest of his fingers pointed straight up. That way, he gave Niles to understand that he placed a short-range camera outside of the server room to observe the hallway and see if enemies closed in on them. He positioned himself by the door and relaxed against the wall next to it, keeping an eye on the video for any suspicious activity. If anything happened, George would hold them back until Niles and Anya could come to help. The location of the server room was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Enemies would come only from one direction, so they wouldn't have to worry about getting flanked or hit in the back if they were attacked, but at the same time, it would be hard to withdraw if it became too much. If it came to that, it would be hard to fight their way out but still doable for their team in Niles' mind. They had the training and the abilities. Furthermore, they had the support of 6 more and 5 soldiers who were just as good as them. With quick steps, Niles made his way toward Anya, who was tipping fervently on the holographic console before her. He stopped beside her and looked at the interface where rows upon rows of computer code ran over the screen. While computers were not his specialty, Niles still understood enough to know that Anya was still trying to get around the security systems. His right hand came up to his head, and Niles tipped 2 times at the side of his helmet, activating his loudspeaker to talk to Anya normally. "Are you making progress?" he asked, his voice slightly rough from not using it for so long. For a moment, Anya's tipping speed lowered, but she didn't stop when her hand snapped to her helmet to activate her loudspeaker. "The systems here are different from the rest of the building," Anya explained. "It wouldn't surprise me if the person who created these security features was someone else. Every programmer has a distinct style, and from their style, you can tell who it is and how good they are. And this one is way more talented than the one who created the security for the rest of the building. If I had to make a comparison between them, then it would be store-bought versus commissioned work." "How much more time do you need?" asked Niles, not even a shred of doubt in his mind that Anya would be able to bypass the security. "None," said Anya and hit one last key. The screen changed with her press of a key. The lines of code disappeared, and, in their place, neat rows of digital folders appeared. "Everything is here," said Anya smugly. "From here, we can access every bit of information that is saved on the servers. There is a connection to another network off-planet, so I guess, theoretically, I could get access to their main network, but to get into that, well, that's something completely different. I only took a quick look and was almost caught." "Shouldn't that be impossible?" questioned Niles. "I mean, connecting to their main network. Charlie team should interfere with their communication." "They should, but the data connection is independent of the communication network. Their communication runs side by side with those of the colony, but the amount of data that goes in and out of this place is too big to keep it hidden from the authorities. So they have an extra satellite dish somewhere they use for the servers." "Can they use it for communication?" "In theory, yes," answered Anya. "But it is easier to use the network of the colony. Safer, too. You have to understand that the bandwidth of the satellite dish isn't that big, to begin with. It's barely large enough that files can be sent and received. Furthermore, it's slow. The only thing they could do is send text messages." "All right. How goes the download?" "It is a lot of data, probably too much for me to save on my internal data memory. I haven't begun the download yet. I'm still trying to decrypt their classification system. They use a combination of letters and numbers that I haven't seen before, but it bears a resemblance to one the Alliance uses." "Civilian or military?" "Military," answered Anya. Even if Niles couldn't see it, he knew that Anya had a frown on her face. He knew it because he had the same expression hidden by his helmet. "Do you know the security level of the Alliance code this one is based on?" asked Niles. "It's an OSC-08, an officer code. Not that high up, but still. If they have people at the officer level, the AIS will make sure that they have only access to secret information they want them to know. Counter-espionage tactics at their finest, right, Commander?" "Yes, the AIS knows their stuff in and out," chuckled Niles lightly. Then his expression changed to something more serious. "I just wish that we wouldn't have to use them on our own people. Humans have fought enough among each other. We should concentrate our efforts on the other species." "I would call it human nature," said Anya, not taking a break from tipping, "but I'm sure that the other species have the same problems. People want power, and they believe that they are the only ones that know how that power should be used. Those from Cerberus believe just that. I read the latest briefing on their ideology. They think that the Alliance is playing too nice with the Citadel and that us joining them was a terrible mistake." "I read that one too," said Niles. "It would be interesting to know how much the leadership of Cerberus knows about what's going on behind the scenes. Even we N5 know that the top brass is not interested in staying under the Council's wing. It's only a matter of time until we can stand toe-to-toe with any Council race or even the whole Council. That's the goal, Commander, but that moment is still ways off." Before Niles could respond to her statement, Anya's Omni tool played a short melody. A screen opened above her left arm and displayed a few lines of code that Niles couldn't see clearly from his position. Anya's head didn't even tilt in its direction, but Niles knew that her eyes flew over the displayed information ever so often. The speed of her hands flying over the keyboard increased in such a way that it seemed like her fingers were nothing but a blur. When she slowed down, a new window opened on both the interface of the server and the screen of her Omni tool, showing the progress of an ongoing download. "I got a partial decryption. It's not perfect, but at least I can identify the type of files they saved. Currently, I'm downloading every file that is marked with CQ3LD. Those should be those that report the progress of the research done in this facility. I can't find out who exactly gets these reports, but it's definitely someone higher up in the chain of command of Cerberus. Shall I try to find out who?" "Not yet," ordered Niles firmly. "We can't be sure if it's possible to track you if you try to get the information. Download everything that seems important before you try anything else. We can't let those files get destroyed." "Understood, sir." Niles didn't know how long he stood there, watching over Anya's shoulder how she moved file after file to her hardsuit's internal memory. It couldn't have been more than 5 minutes before the screen of her still-activated Omni tool suddenly flashed red. "Fuck," cursed Anya loud enough that Niles would have heard it even if her loudspeakers were off. "What happened?" he asked concernedly. "Someone started the purge protocol. They're deleting everything." "Fuck," repeated Niles Anya's earlier curse. "Try to get as much as you can. The more important, the better. I'm going to see if everything's right with George. They're going to swarm the room." Anya didn't even turn his way when he left her to her work. His steps became faster with every step he took, and when he almost arrived at George's position, who stiffened at Niles' approach, a communication link was opened by Bravo Team's leader. "Alpha 1, this is Bravo 1. A patrol discovered us, and a silent alarm notified the garrison of our presence. I'm sure they are approaching your position, too," informed him Bravo 1, whose name Niles didn't know. "Copy that," said Niles. "Any problems on your end?" "Data retrieved, 2 targets apprehended. Position secure, can beat off," replied Bravo 1, using barely enough words to convey his situation. While Niles didn't know how Bravo 1's personality was outside of missions or even who he was, every time they worked together, Bravo 1 would act this way. It didn't matter what kind of situation he was in, be it a shootout or just standing guard over a position. Any time he talked, he would only say enough so that people could understand what was going on. For example, in just 10 words, Bravo 1 had told Niles that they got most, or even all, available information about the experiments and research Cerberus was doing in the laboratories on the 1st and 2nd floor while, at the same time, taking 2 of their researchers prisoner. Furthermore, they had found a place from where they could defend themselves effectively from any Cerberus attack. A ping on Niles' Omni tool informed him that the light sensor he had placed at the barack had been tripped, and a short video had been sent to his Omni tool, showing that at least half a dozen guards had gone through the door before the video was interrupted. He cursed inside his mind and said to Bravo 1 loud enough that George could hear him too, "Be advised, multiple hostiles on their way. Prepare for combat." A short "copy that" was the only response before their communication line was closed. George, who had checked his rifle when he heard Niles, asked, "Do we know how many are coming at us?" Niles shook his head and replied, "At least half a dozen have left their barracks. It could be more, and I don't know if they are coming to us or went to confront Bravo Team." "Any news from Charlie Team?" "No, they're keeping watch outside. If something happens, they will inform us, but keep radio silence otherwise." "Understood." They stood in silence on each side of the door, trying to listen for approaching footsteps. It didn't take long until they did. It sounded like a group was running in their direction. It was impossible for Niles to say how many exactly there were since they had no way to see the corridor as the door to the server room was closed. "They seem to know that we're here," said George, gripping his rifle tighter. "Do you think they found out about us tampering with the camera?" "It's possible," conceded Niles, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. "Open the door," said Niles after deciding on a plan of action. George turned his head in his direction questioningly but activated his Omni tool to follow Niles' order. "A closed door is a hindrance more to us than them," explained Niles. "We need to know what they're doing, and I don't think we can hack into the camera when they know of us. Besides, I don't like it if we have no way to fight them effectively." The door opened, and not a moment later, a hail of bullets followed, missing George and Niles and burrowing themselves into the wall at the other end of the room. Niles and George held out their rifles into the opening and fired back blind. They weren't confident that they would hit anyone, but that wasn't their intention anyway. This move was to force the enemy into cover, giving them a breather to organize an effective counterattack and to see what they were dealing with. The two of them shared a nod before Niles held out his rifle to fire again, ignoring that the heat of his rifle was becoming too much for it to handle before it would go into a forced cooldown. At the same moment, George moved slightly out of cover to look into the corridor and to see where their enemies stood. His head snapped back not a moment too soon as the Cerberus guards returned fire. "I counted 5, 1 down on the floor. I think we got lucky and hit him before they could get into cover." "Still, there could be more," said George loudly to be heard over the noise of gunfire. "Activate your thermal sensors," said Niles, making up a plan on the fly. "We cover them in smoke and try to take out as many as possible before they wise up and stay in cover until the smoke is cleared." Both took a smoke grenade from their belts and, on the count of 3, threw them down the hallway. The grenades landed on the floor and rolled a few meters before they exploded in a cloud of smoke. Niles could hear the surprised shouts of the Cerberus guards, and their suppressive fire stopped. George and Niles took this opportunity and leaned out of their cover. Thanks to their activated thermal sensors, the Cerberus guards appeared as blazing figures on their HUDs. With trained precision, they took their shots and downed 3 more enemies before the rest scrambled back into cover. It had been George who had spotted the grenade rolling toward them, and he was also the one to give Niles a rough shoulder check to push him behind the wall. He had barely enough time to throw himself behind the wall before the grenade exploded in a shower of shrapnel. Luckily, the grenade hadn't rolled too close, and most of the explosion was caught by the walls of the hallway. Some of the concussive force went through the open door of the server room, and Niles' head rang from the loud noise and his unexpected meeting with the floor, but he was alive, and that was what was important. Damn, that was close. You all right? Called Niles, concerned if George had been hurt. Everything's peachy, sir, responded George, who was already back on his feet and taking a peek down the hallway. Seems like the explosion blew most of the smoke away. I see no one, so I'm guessing they are taking a breather, too, said George while Niles got up, his legs a bit shaky. When George saw his commander's unsteady stand, he asked concerned, is everything all right with you? You seem a little bit shaky there. Everything's fine, answered Niles, shaking his head to get rid of the remaining confusion. What happened? Called a new voice, and to Niles' silent shame, it took him a moment to identify it as Anya's. Grenade, replied George gruffly. Don't worry, we're fine. Did you get everything from the servers? Asked Niles after he positioned himself beside the door. No, once they started the purge program, it was impossible to stop it. It was not designed to be stopped once it was activated. The only use the servers have now is donating the metals they're made of for new ones, said Anya as she positioned herself beside him. So, what's our plan? If they want to play catch with explosives, said Niles, then I think it's our turn. A moment later, all three had a grenade in their hands, this time of the explosive variety. The Cerberus guards had started firing at them again, so Niles had to speak a bit louder to overcome the noise. Anya, you throw first, Niles started to explain his plan. After yours went up, George and I will throw ours as well. When they have exploded, we will use run and gun. We storm their position and take out as many as we can before they retreat and move forward at the same time. Understood. Understood, answered Anya and George simultaneously. With a flick of her wrist, Anya sent her grenade down the hallway. She had tweaked the activation time and the force of the explosion so that their enemies could see and hear it coming, which was part of their plan. The first grenade was a distraction, a deadly one but a distraction nonetheless. It was to force them into cover and to mask the next two that George and Niles would throw further into the hallway and thus closer to the Cerberus guards. This tactic would hopefully catch them off guard and further disorient or even take some of them out. They heard a loud shout of grenade, shortly before the explosion happened. Just after the shockwave passed them, George and Niles threw the next two grenades with enough force to reach the end of the hallway and got ready to rush down. They braced themselves for the explosion, pressing themselves close to the wall. The second explosion was barely over when they started to run down the hallway. The tempo was fast, but their rifles were steady. Niles and his team had crossed the distance between the entrance of the server room and the corner of the hallway in less than 10 seconds. They turned around the corner and began to shoot at anyone still standing. It was over in a few seconds. 3 people fell to the ground to never rise again. One of them had already turned around, trying to run away, but even he was shown no mercy. Niles walked slowly forward, checking over the bodies on the ground. He heard a grunt to his left and turned his head to see a Cerberus guard who had been visibly hit by one of the grenades and clung barely to his life. It wasn't something he liked to do, but it wasn't like it was kinder to just let him be. The man would be dead in a short time, so Niles saw it as mercy rather than a cold-blooded execution when he put a bullet in his head to end his suffering. Sometimes, you had to do things in this line of work that churned one's stomach. Clear. Clear, called George and Anya after checking their surroundings. Good, keep an eye out and the ears open for more while we make our way up, ordered Niles. His teammates answered affirmative and got into their usual position behind Niles. They moved through the hallways fast but carefully. They had just passed the room labeled as morgue when a transmission came from Charlie 1. To all team leads, multiple shuttles just took off a few hundred meters west from our position. It seems like Cerberus evacuated the facility. Be advised, there could still be some Cerberus personnel on the site. Charlie 2 is currently hacking into their security systems. When we know more, I'll contact you again. Niles had stopped in the middle of the hallway when Charlie 1 told him of the shuttles, and he felt the confused looks of his team on his back. He still faced forward when he started to tell his team what happened. I just got a call from Charlie 1, began Niles. Multiple shuttles took off in the distance, so the assumption is that Cerberus fled the building. But don't relax just yet, we don't know if there are still some of them around. Is there some change in our plan, or are we still en route to the evac point? Asked Anya. If Cerberus truly did evac the facility, I think we can investigate a bit more before joining the other teams. I'm curious what we will find in the morgue we just passed. If you have anything against it, say it now, and we will move toward the meeting point. I'm for it, answered Anya immediately. I'm curious, too. I haven't got the time to look over the files I downloaded from the servers. The only thing I know is that they researched something that has to do with biotics. Meanwhile, George just shrugged, not showing a preference for either option. Biotics? Inquired Niles while they turned around to make their way back to the morgue. Yes, said Anya, I could only read some headlines, but it seems like they tried to research how biotics develop in a human body and perhaps how it would be possible to influence the development of esonodes. So, we will probably find the bodies of their test subjects, concluded George, who had been listening in on their information exchange. That is most likely, confirmed Anya with a hint of sadness in her voice. It wasn't like she wasn't used to death or even shaken by it anymore, she had to kill often enough to be desensitized to it, and she could distance herself from her actions. Yet, that only applied when it happened during combat situations. The loss of life outside of it just seemed like a waste to her, something unnecessary. That was one of the reasons why she stayed with the military when they offered her a position as a field agent for the AIS. She knew a lot about what happened behind the scenes, but if she was honest, she didn't want to know what truly happened in the darkest shadows. When they arrived at the door to the morgue, a wink with Niles' Omni-tool was enough to open it. He and Anya walked into the room while George waited in the doorframe, keeping the door open and an eye out for anyone approaching them. The room looked as clean as one expected. If his helmet didn't block smells, Niles was sure that the room would smell heavily of aggressive detergents. The middle of the room was occupied by 2 stainless steel tables, with one of them empty, and on the other was what was obviously a human body covered by a white sheet. At the other end of the room was another door, plastered with hazard signs, ranging from biohazard to radioactive. This was one door Niles didn't want to open until he had no other choice. It would be better to just take note of it and to call in a team specialized for this kind of situation. On the right side of the room, closer to the other side than to the entrance, was another table on which a computer stood. Anya had already started to walk toward it before Niles was even finished taking a look at the whole room. She pulled the stool that stood before the table back and sat down on it while at the same time starting the computer and connecting it to her Omni-tool. If she found something important, Anya would let him know, so Niles continued to check out the room. The opposite wall, the wall to his left, was the most interesting one to him, and perhaps the most disturbing. Slow steps moved him forward until he stood directly before it. 3 rows with 6 units each, that was how many cold storage units he saw. And only 3 of them were empty. The number was easy to guess since only 3 units didn't have a folder that was attached to the hatch. Niles took one of the folders and opened it. It was a medical record that probably belonged to the woman inside the unit. Old style, huh, muttered Niles to himself while he read through some of the files inside the folder. The first few pages were nothing out of the ordinary. Name, age, place of birth, old diseases, everything that a standard medical record should have. Yet, the later pages were anything but ordinary. They documented how Cerberus had recruited the now dead woman. Rather, a better word to use would be bought, thought Niles, mildly disgusted. Her name had been Nicole Ferdian, and she came originally from one of the megacities on Earth, New Phoenix to be exact. She, like so many others, didn't have an easy life there. It was easy to forget that living in a megacity wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, no matter how grand or beautiful the city looked. If you fell off the grid, then chances were high that you woke up with no memories and fewer organs than before. Nicole had been one of the unlucky ones born off the grid. Her whole life had been one big struggle to stay alive and support her 3 younger siblings after their parents' passing. So when somebody came along offering to pay for their education and finding them work outside the slums, was it surprising that she took the offer? She sold herself to buy a better chance for her family. Niles put the file back into its place before taking another one, skipping the personal information to jump ahead to the documentation of her recruitment. He had finished 3 more files, and they told a similar story every time. Desperation was the common theme in all of them. The circumstances differed but were ultimately the same. Be it for their family or themselves, they all went with Cerberus on the promise of a better future. Just as Niles put away the latest file he had read, Anya said, "Commander, you should probably see this." Even through the speakers of her helmet that distorted her voice, Niles could hear that there was something that disturbed Anya. It took him only a moment until he stood at her right shoulder, looking down at the computer screen. One look was enough to recoil in disgust, and Niles had to force himself not to turn away. On the computer screen were pictures of an autopsy of a young woman who couldn't be older than her mid-20s. To the left of the pictures was a transcript detailing everything the coroner did and what he found. "What am I looking at?" asked Niles after he briefly skimmed the transcript. "We were lucky that this computer was disconnected from the servers and that the coroner saved his files locally as well. And what you're looking at is the proof that Cerberus will use everything you have, even in death," answered Anya tensely. "All the women down here died because they were exposed to too much ESO. Cerberus tried to find out what consequences happen when the human body is exposed to ESO and how much is too much. But that isn't why you called me over, is it? I know that the Alliance is conducting similar studies, they just don't expose people to ESO deliberately, as far as I know." "No, it is only part of the reason," agreed Anya before she took a deep breath and continued, "it has something to do with what is behind that door." Almost casually, she threw her arm out to point at the sealed door, not looking away from the computer screen, and Niles felt how something heavy settled inside his stomach. "What have you found?" he asked, almost afraid to do so. "Most of the women were pregnant during the time of their death," said Anya flatly, like all emotions had left her for a moment. "Pregnant," repeated Niles, barely believing his ears. "Yes," answered Anya, her voice still devoid of emotion. "Only 2 weren't. The coroner's files call them the control subjects. It seems like the human body is even more susceptible to EZO during pregnancy than any other time. Probably the reason why some children are born with the ability to use biotics even when their mothers came into contact with EZO only very briefly. So, they tried to figure out how biotics develop during pregnancy," summarized Niles. "I guess their goal was to create them artificially and perhaps find ways to strengthen them. Everything I found points in that direction. The only question is now, what happened to the children?" asked Niles, dreading the answer Anya would give him. "There are none," said Anya, her voice tinted by sadness and grief. "They all died with their mothers, not one took even a single breath. And I can guess where their remains are." Niles spat while looking to the left at the door with too many danger signs. "You would have guessed right with that," confirmed Anya with a slight growl. "They too became test subjects in death. The exposure to too much EZO mutated them and warped their features. From what I've read, some of them don't even look like human babies anymore. I couldn't bring myself to open the files just yet, I'm afraid of what I'm going to see." "You won't have to," said Niles, putting a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Make copies of everything, just to be safe. And after that, we will meet up with the other teams. A different team can do the cleanup." Anya nodded slightly and began to initialize the download. In the meantime, Niles went over to join George at the door to the morgue. George acknowledged him with a nod and said, "Didn't see or hear anything indicating that Cerberus troops are lying in wait for us. But I've heard what you and Anya were talking about. Heavy shit, right?" Yes, it is," said Niles. "When this mission is over, I definitely need a drink." "Me too," chuckled George and then added, "but Anya probably needs it the most." "True, that she does," confirmed Niles, a small smile playing on his lips, thankful for George's ability to lift one's spirit even just slightly when they needed it. They fell into a comfortable silence while they waited for Anya to finish. Yet, George broke that silence by asking the question every subordinate asked their leader. "So, first round's on you." Chapter 18, Interesting Times, Chapter. September 14th. 14:23 local time. Benning, Euler System. Juffin, Capital. Dr. Constantine Shale. "Fascinating, morbid but fascinating," muttered Dr. Constantine Shale to himself while he read the files sent to him from his contact person inside the Alliance R&D department. They were copies of files recently recovered from a Cerberus facility that researched the development of biotics during pregnancy. Their findings were useless to him. Well, at least for now. He hadn't come around to take a closer look at biotics just yet, so his knowledge about the subject was, at best, rudimentary. Yet, even by just glancing at the files, he could see that the work done by the Cerberus scientists was sloppy and rushed. Their way of doing things would bring results in a short time but would claim a lot of lives in the process. One didn't start somewhere with a high number and halved it for every other test subject. At best, it would just give one a bounded interval in which the saved number for the amount of EZO to use is. In Constantine's mind, this procedure was just guesswork and hoping to get lucky. It would bring results quickly but would waste a lot of resources also. And that was something that was unnecessary in times of peace. It wasn't like Constantine was against this method. He just didn't see the need for it when they had the time to take their research slowly. No matter what Cerberus said, humanity wasn't at war against anyone, or, at least, not in a war that made the use of methods outside of the rules necessary. Neither the shadow war between the intelligence services of the galaxy nor the fight against the Batarian-sponsored pirates was serious enough to threaten humanity and the Alliance as a whole. It wasn't like they were facing a war against an enemy hellbent on eradicating their whole species. And now that Constantine had seen a report on how Cerberus research was conducted, he was glad that he never called the recruiter back. He found it quite funny how things turned out after he had finished his second doctorate. The first to approach him was a representative of the Alliance Research Department. It wasn't a bad offer per se, but it wasn't the kind of offer that Constantine was looking for. Government agencies had too many rules and regulations to be truly effective, and he had no desire to fill out hundreds of forms every time he needed something. Or to be denied something because it was too expensive. Besides, they would probably not like his tendency to try to bend the rules until they were technically still intact but stretched to their maximum. Furthermore, he wanted to be paid well. Constantine liked to enjoy his luxuries, and working for the Alliance wouldn't give him that. Not a day after he had denied the Alliance recruiter, one from an organization called Cerberus showed up on his doorstep, presenting him with a much more generous offer. High pay, unlimited resources, no rules and regulations, the only thing that mattered were results. It was like the dream job for any scientist with loose morals. Yet, Constantine had hesitated to accept the offer, asking for some time to think it over. It wasn't the fact that the offer came from a shady organization that he never heard of before, or that they would ask him to do things that others would shy away from. He knew that he was the kind of person that could sacrifice another in the name of science and progress, but that wasn't the problem. It was that he liked to work inside the rules. Finding loopholes, bending them, proving them to be unnecessary. It was a challenge to do all that, and there was nothing that Dr. Constantine Shale liked, no loved, more than a good challenge. Yet, Cerberus' offer had been the best he got, and he was making up his mind to accept it when he got an invite from Oscar de Nebren's office. Not as the newly appointed Minister of Economy but as the businessman and supporter of scientific advancement. Constantine had instantly bought a ticket to Terra Nova, where the main headquarters of Ad Astra was located, completely ignoring any other obligations. There was a saying in the science community that said, if the stars are calling, you better run to meet them. Almost everyone he knew that had experience in Ad Astra's specific field of work and research, be it astroengineering or weapons development, had sent an application to them, hoping, no, praying to be chosen for the job. Very few people had been actively recruited by Ad Astra, and every single one of them became famous for their accomplishments. The most famous among them had to be Dr. Takahashi Hashiyama, the creator of the DR drive. Nobody knew much about his current life or where he even lived, but Constantine had visited a guest lecture of his on the basic principles behind FTL travel. It had nothing to do with his own field of expertise, but he wanted to see the man that changed the way humanity traversed the stars for centuries to come. From his appearance alone, one would never suspect Dr. Hashiyama to be capable of what he did, but when he started to talk about his work, his demeanor changed to one of confidence and competence. That and the genuine gratefulness whenever he talked about his employer, made Constantine curious enough to try to find out more about Ad Astra and the men behind it. He knew the general information, of course, but since his main field of research wasn't in the same direction, he hadn't looked deeper into the company. Most of the information had been public knowledge about Ad Astra and its owner Oscar de Nebren, nothing that couldn't be found out by one simple search on the internet. Yet, if someone was more persistent, one would find out that every single department chief had been scouted, many of them by Oscar de Nebren personally. And every time that happened, it would only take a year or two, 3 at most, before they showed results that skyrocketed the value of Ad Astra and its associated companies. Furthermore, Constantine had dug out old articles from the time when Dr. Hashiyama started to work for Ad Astra. Most of them, even those written by members of the scientific community, had ridiculed Dr. Hashiyama for his theories and research while calling Oscar de Nebren a madman that threw money at a project that was fated to fail. Seeing the amount of money the development of the DR drive had swallowed before there was even a prototype, had been an eye-opener for Constantine. There was a man out there that looked far into the future and wasn't afraid to risk his money, perhaps even all his possessions, on projects that others called ludicrous. Yet, in the end, it was Oscar de Nebren who was right. And that happened every time he scouted someone. Perhaps it would take a few years, but it would happen without fail. Like so many others, Constantine had dreamed of being scouted by him during research for his first doctorate, but since his field was in another direction, it stayed a dream. At least, he thought it would stay that way. In a matter of minutes, after he had walked into a meeting room at Ad Astra's headquarters, he accepted their offer of leading a newly founded team in the field of genetic manipulation and the enhancement of the abilities of the human body. A position that reflected his abilities and the support of one of the wealthiest businessmen in the Alliance. What could one want more? Constantine was given a laboratory in the growing city of Juffin, the capital of Benning, and a single goal, to research possible ways to enhance the abilities of the Alliance's soldiers. The only restriction he had was that everything had to stay within Alliance and Citadel regulations, the latter of the two especially since those were even more restrictive than the former. It was funny in a way. At first, Constantine had rejected the Alliance's offer since he found working for them too restrictive, and now he was working for them anyway, just under another name. For the first 4 months, his work was scrutinized, and there was always someone watching him. Yet, nobody reprimanded or complained whenever he bent the rules or tried to find their limits. Rather, it was like they were looking for something like that. In the end, Constantine got a meeting with the big boss after 6 months of working for him. Meeting Oscar de Nebren had been an eye-opener for him. At first, he thought that Mr. de Nebren would be the typical businessman, ruthless and ambitious, a mix that one needed to get to the top. And just like Constantine thought, Mr. de Nebren had both of these characteristics in spades. It was easy to recognize the glint in Mr. de Nebren's eyes since Constantine saw it whenever he looked in the mirror. Yet there was something more to him, and that was when Constantine truly understood how Mr. de Nebren climbed to the position he had. The slight smile on his face, the way he held himself, all that and more culminated in a relaxing aura that got one to let their guard down without them noticing. For the first 20 minutes, they just did some small talk and talked a bit about Constantine's progress in his research, and before he noticed it, Constantine talked more freely about his work than he usually did. He relaxed so much during their talk that he didn't even think about why Mr. de Nebren wanted to talk to him. Because of that, the sudden change in his posture and behavior caught Constantine unaware. With his guard down, it hit him even harder and brought him out of his equilibrium. Later on, after Constantine found his balance again, he understood that this was the moment the discussion began in earnest. Mr. Denebrin questioned him about his morals and ethics, his ambitions, his goals, everything, and anything, with detailed questions that suggested that Mr. Denebrin had access to an in-depth psychological profile of Constantine. Probably courtesy of Andrew Clark, director of the AIS and a good friend of Mr. Denebrin's, as Constantine learned. He didn't know how it happened, but what Mr. Denebrin learned about Constantine was enough to offer him an off-the-books research. When he learned that it would be a project that took his current research even further, he was, at first, surprised but then realized that this was Mr. Denebrin's goal from the beginning. Acting on a hunch, Constantine asked him if that was the truth, and he got a confirmation immediately. Not that it surprised him that he got the answer to his question. Mr. Denebrin didn't strike him as a man who kept such things secret, especially when he already asked him to do something that would get them into trouble with the Citadel if they found out that they were possibly breaking their laws concerning genetic manipulation. Yet, that made Constantine even more interested in the project. It wasn't the danger of possible repercussions if they were discovered, but the challenge to not break any rules, staying within them and bending them so much that they held barely. That was what he really wanted to do. Was it a surprise that he accepted the offer? He left the meeting with a feeling of anticipation and purpose. They hadn't told him what his research would be used for, yet, but he knew that it would help keep the Alliance, and thus humans, safe. They showed him another lab, hidden under the one he worked in before. It was a clever trick. Hiding a secret inside an area with restricted access that was in the middle of a capital city. Anything that the secret laboratory needed, be it energy or a data connection, could be hidden among the needs of a large city, and any materials Constantine needed could be ordered for the lab above without anyone getting suspicious. At least, it was better than a secret lab outside the city boundaries. Come on Cerberus, what's coming next? A facility on an empty planet? Or an asteroid base? Constantine shook his head and banished all thoughts on Cerberus from his mind. They were not important right now. A beep informed him that his newest sample was ready for testing, and if it went well, the first round of Project Orion would get the green light. And that was something he waited for to happen. November 9th. 1934 local time. Shaanxi, Taiyuan. Warehouse District. Lukvok walked with measured steps between the dark warehouse, one eye and ear open for anyone who could be following him. That was always a risk when dealing with criminals, and Luck was sure that human criminals were no different than the usual fellows he dealt with. In his mind, Asari were the worst ones. No matter how respectable and elegant they presented themselves, their criminals were just as, if not worse than the Krogans. And that had to count for something since as a Solarian, Krogans were especially hard on Luck. Yet, one could only hear the threat of being flayed by one's mind before even that got old. Besides, Luck had probably heard every kind of threat at least once. Everyone thinks they can push the lone Solarian around until that lone Solarian kills you up close and personal. Still, he liked working with humans, they were interesting. Every human he met was different from the one before. If one met one Turian, one knew all Turians and not just the criminal ones, at least in Luck's experience. Even his own species could be categorized into two groups. The accepted ones and the failures. Most of the galaxy thought that all Solarians were like the typical hyper-intelligent professor, the stereotype the Solarian government liked to propagate. Yet, what the galaxy didn't know was that every clutch was tested very early in their life if they had those or other preferable characteristics, and those that didn't were weeded out. They were given a basic education and then sent out into the world to try to find their own way without any chance to ever be considered to have a clutch of their own. Luck belonged to the latter group. For 10 years, he lived on Surkesh and learned, but no matter what he did, in the end, it was not enough for the matriarch of his family, and he was sent to a backwater colony and ordered to help build it up for future generations. At that time, he felt bitter and rebellious, so instead of doing what he was told, he joined a passing merchant's crew as a deckhand and left. What he didn't know at first was that the merchant was actually a smuggler. Nonetheless, he had no desire to return to the backwater colony he just left and continued working for the merchant, learning everything he could from him, and after 5 years, Luck went independent with his own ship. It was a rocky start for him because while he did know some people from his time learning, it was different being the one making the deals. Yet, he preserved and steadily built up his reputation as a trustworthy business partner and, at the same time, as someone who didn't take shit from anyone looking to double-cross him. For that alone, he had to walk over more than a few bodies. One of his greatest accomplishments was that he was one of the first people to run the Shaanxi route. The Alliance had just opened the planet at the border to Council space to trade with the rest of the galaxy, a trial run as they called it, and a year later, he was one of the first trying to connect to the underground market there. The reason why he waited for a year was twofold. Firstly, the Alliance, and the Council, would check every ship crossing into human territory extremely carefully. No one wanted criminals to shed a bad light on their accomplishment. And secondly, Luck wanted to give the local underworld time to prepare themselves for possible new contractors. An independent entrepreneur, as Luck called himself, should have the patience to wait until there was someone who could give him a good deal for the wares he so painstakingly provided without the authorities suspecting anything. Be it drugs, weapons, or anything else that was illegal or heavily taxed, Luck was the person people called to provide them. In fact, he had a long-time contract with a criminal family that was up and coming that he would be their sole provider of red sand for the next year. It was a lucrative deal for him, and Luck didn't believe they would try to swindle him. They seemed like a group that wanted to be seen as respectable, a trait that counted for much, even in the darker sides of society. Everyone wants to do business with someone who stands by their word rather than someone inclined to kill you instead of paying. Luck had met enough of the latter to know that he definitely preferred the first one. Yet, there was one issue that he had to think about that could make his future trips to Shaanxi much more difficult. The customs authority security got better every time he returned to Shaanxi. It wasn't too difficult to get around them, but that could change in the near future if they continued upgrading so fast. Humans are truly interesting, Luck thought, and a small smirk grew on his face. Yet, they won't catch up with me for a long time. There are still some tricks that I have up my sleeve. If those on the Citadel can't catch me, what chance do the humans have? A pretty good one, if he was honest with himself. Only his connection to some more understanding customs officers on the Citadel prevented his arrest a few times at the beginning of his career. Still, he grew into his profession and didn't have to call on those connections for a long time. A snort escaped Luck when he thought about the newest security measures at the Citadel. For the allegedly safest place in the galaxy, its security measures were easy to trick if one knew where to look. Luck's steps brought him ever closer to the edge of the warehouse district, and just when he was about to turn into another street that would bring him closer to the gate, he heard a noise behind a few containers that were stacked on top of each other to the side of a dark warehouse. Interested in what was going on, but still cautious, Luck put a hand on his gun and went closer to the containers. He put his back on one of them and slowly edged closer to the corner. After a quick look around the corner, he relaxed and put his hand off his gun. He put a smile on his face, turned around the corner, and asked, "What are you doing there, boy?" A short, young boy jumped a bit into the air, surprised at Luck's appearance. He turned towards Luck and watched him with suspicious eyes. After a moment, he seemed to come to the conclusion that Luck was no danger to him, and relaxed. Luck took the moment to observe him. The boy wore clothes that were 1 or 2 numbers too big for him, and while they seemed like they had been once well cared for, now they looked like the boy fished them out of the garbage. The light of the lamps, that lighted the ways between the warehouses, was too weak for Luck to see the features of the boy clearly, and the only thing that he saw was that the boy had arc blonde hair. "What do you think?" the boy responded annoyedly. "I'm trying to get in there to find something to sell." "Stealing something? And you're just telling me that?" asked Luck, baffled. "Sure, why not?" said the boy, shrugging. "It's not like it's your stuff or that you're going to snitch on me." "Well, I don't care that you got right, but why are you thinking that I'm not going to tell the authorities about you?" "'Cause you're a crook, too." "And how do you know that?" Luck asked, honestly surprised that the boy knew that. In response, the boy just shrugged once again and answered, "I just know. I'm good at reading people. And you know the saying, people recognize their ilk." "Huh, didn't know that one." "You humans have some interesting sayings," chuckled Luck. "So, why exactly are you breaking into this warehouse?" "A small-time gang stores some of their stuff in there. I'm going to take back what belongs to me." "So, revenge then?" "I rather call it getting even. They took something from me, so I'm going to take something from them." At that, Luck couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was an answer like he would have given. "What's so funny?" the boy asked, more confused than angry. "You just remembered me of myself with that answer." "It's one I would have given, too." Luck paused for a moment before he asked, "By the way, what's your name? I can't keep calling you boy in my head." The boy took a moment to think about if he wanted to answer but then decided to do so. "Levin," he said, "Levin Banks." "Nice to meet you, Levin," said Luck and held out his hand. "I'm Luckvok, Solarian entrepreneur extraordinaire. Whatever you want, I'll get it to you." "So you're a smuggler," deadpanned Levi as he shook the offered hand. "I prefer entrepreneur," countered Luck. "Do you still need something because Levin asked and pointed over his shoulder at the warehouse, "still got something to do?" Luck thought about that for a moment, asking himself what he wanted from Levin. In the end, he decided to do something that someone from his past once did. "I'll help you with that. It's been some time since my last breaking and entering." Levin narrowed his eyes at Luck's offer, not understanding why Luck offered this. "Why?" he asked tersely. "'Cause I want you to join me after this. I need a new partner. I want to expand more into human space, and since you're human, I thought you have some ideas about what I could do. Besides, while you know my type, I know your type, too." "And what's my type?" "You're the type that wants more from life," said Luck. "You don't want to stay here for the rest of your life. You want to see the galaxy, and not have to deal with small-time gangs anymore. Money, power, and adventure, that's what you want, am I right? Levin was quiet for a moment before he started to smile. I like what you're offering. You got a deal. Wonderful, said Luck and clapped his hands. So let's do this and get on our way. By tomorrow I want to be out of the system, I still have some deliveries to Ilium to make. By the way, how old are you? 14. Good enough. Don't know about human standards, but by Solarian ones, you're an adult, so let's get this show on the road, Luck said enthusiastically and went towards the warehouse. One short look over his shoulder, and he saw Levin was following him eagerly. Somehow I know it's going to be a fun trip, thought Luck. April 4th. 1423 set. Citadel, Aber Award. She looked up at the building, trying to steel herself for what was going to happen. It had been years since she felt so nervous. By her count, it had been when she returned from her pilgrimage, and the Admiralty Board discussed if her gift was worthy enough for the fleet. She took one deep breath, and Alia Kadre Vasnima took a step forward towards, hopefully, a new beginning. Chapter 19, Interesting Times, Chapter. April 4th. 1427 set. Citadel, Aber Award. Ad Astra Citadel HQ. Alia Kadre, Quarian. Deep breaths, she told herself while she waited for the elevator to arrive on the 6th floor. When she had sent in her application, she hadn't even considered that Ad Astra would take it seriously. After all, who would hire a Quarian? Especially one exiled by the migrant fleet. Not even other Quarians would give her a second look when they found out. The reason behind her banishment was irrelevant. The only fact that mattered was that it happened. Perhaps, the reason was that the humans were still new to the galactic stage that Alia got the invite for a job interview. Yet, their opinions were probably influenced by the rumors circulating in Citadel space about her species. Inside Citadel space, every Quarian was just one step from becoming persona non grata. Additional checks at spaceports, random controls by police officers, and more were standard for every Quarian on their pilgrimage. Still, Alia would take her chance with this interview. This was something that every Quarian learned on their pilgrimage, too. If the consequences of an opportunity only consisted of lost time and or humiliation, you took it without hesitation. As a Quarian, you never got many of them in the first place, so one took what they could get. A soft ping sounded inside the elevator cabin when it arrived on the 6th floor. Its doors opened, and Alia stepped out into the hallway. Her visor took a moment to adjust to the new light conditions, and after that, she took a look around. The hallway wasn't overly decorated or tried to intimidate through an obvious show of wealth. Instead, the hallway was quite empty, yet the decor captivated one through its simplicity and elegance. One wall of the hallway was dominated by large windows that let in the light, which was reflected by the polished stone floor. At regular intervals stood potted plants that Alia had never seen before but looked quite nice. The only thing she hoped was that her atmosphere filters were good enough that no spores or pollen got through. She didn't want to get sick during the interview, which would probably be quite disadvantageous. As she walked down the corridor, she noticed that the doors were made out of wood, or at least looked like they were made out of it. She arrived at the door, and the sign next to it said, Room 6-24, which was the room where the interview was supposed to happen. Come on, Alia told herself, you can do this. You're a great engineer and scientist. Else that Boshtet wouldn't have felt threatened and got you exiled. You can do this. After her psych-up, she took another deep breath and knocked on the door lightly. It took only a moment before a gruff voice sounded through, and her translator translated the words into Kalesh. Please come in. Hesitating momentarily before steeling herself, she lifted her right hand and swiped over the sensor to open the door. The door opened with a soft sound, and Alia took her first step into the office on the other side. She took a moment to appreciate the simplicity of the office, which reminded her, like the hallway, a bit of her old room. Like many other Quarians, she came to like simplicity, more out of a need than anything else, but still, it was nice to see that Ad Astra seemingly followed the same school of thought. The walls in front of her and to her right were replaced by huge windows that let the sunlight in and gave a stunning view of the Aber ward of the Citadel. It was even possible to see the other arms of the Citadel in all their glory from this office. To her left was a small sitting area with 2 armchairs and a couch with a small table between them. Directly in front of her was a desk that dominated most of the office space and would have been probably the most intimidating thing in the office if the man sitting behind it wasn't there. It was a human male, as far as she could tell by the missing mammary glands, and was probably older than most humans she had seen today, evident by his graying hair. Keela, when was the last time I saw a Quarian without their suit? Do Quarian males also get gray hair when they are getting older? I can't remember. Currently, the man was looking at his activated computer, his eyes scanning over the displayed text fast, but he gave Alia a side glance, pointed at the chair in front of his desk, and said, Please sit down, Miss Kadre. I will be with you in a moment. From her place by the door, Alia walked forwards and sat down on the offered chair. Contrary to her expectations, the chair was not uncomfortable at all. A second look was all it took to notice that the chair was made to fit the Turian and Quarian physiology and not the more common Asari and Solarian, which the humans shared. Still, while she sat there waiting, she started to play with her fingers, a nervous tic that followed her since childhood. I mean, it has to be a good sign, she reasoned to herself, if they took the time to get a chair that fits me, then they can't be prejudiced, right? A soft cough tore her away from her thoughts, and she flinched slightly at the sudden noise. She looked up and saw that the man had closed his computer and was looking at her, his mouth lightly stretched upwards and showing a few of his teeth. For a moment, she froze up, thinking about if this was like the smile the Asari had or the threatening gesture of the Krogans right before they tried to eat one. A smile, it's a smile, you idiot. Why did you take the time to read those books about human culture and everything else over the last week when you forget everything anyway? She scolded herself, trying to get a grip on her nervousness. Everything is all right, Ms. Cadre. There is no reason to be nervous, said the man in front of her, his voice a soothing baritone. Yes, yes, she replied, her anxiety bleeding through her voice. Aaliyah half expected the human to look annoyed at her nervousness, but he just smiled and waited for her to relax. She took another deep breath, which wouldn't be last during the interview, and forced herself to calm down. After a few seconds of quiet, the man started to speak again. It seems like you calmed down somewhat. Good, then we can probably start with the interview, or what do you say? I'm ready for it, Aaliyah responded, forcing her voice to remain steady. Wonderful, the man said and clapped his hands together. In the back of her mind, Aaliyah asked herself if that was an expression of joy or just a signal that things would start. She shelved that thought for now, and instead concentrated on the man's next words. Since I already know who you are, Ms. Cadre, from the application you sent us, it would only be fair when I introduce myself as well. I'm Brian Nolan, Assistant Director of Human Resources, or HR as we call it, in our Citadel branch office. The Department of Human Resources is responsible for managing anything that is employee-related within our company. Despite the name, that includes any employee of a different species. In fact, it is my personal responsibility to oversee the hiring process of any person not of the human species, which includes you, Ms. Cadre. Mr. Nolan took a short break to observe her, and Aaliyah squirmed under his look. The look wasn't even half as intimidating as the one she got from the Turian customs officer, but it made her thrice as nervous. This man wasn't just a little cogwheel in the machine but one of the big players, or so she thought. It was normal to be nervous, right? As of now, we have employed 16 Turians, 12 Solarians, 5 Asari, and 1 Krogan. This isn't because we discriminate against any species, it is because we started to allow applications from non-humans just this year. Mr. Denebrin, the owner of Ad Astra, believes that every single person has something that can contribute to the success of this company. The genuine smile that Mr. Nolan sent her way assuaged any remaining worries that she would be discriminated against for her Quarian heritage. It was one thing to read about company policies on the extranet, it was another to be told to your face that it was true. Yet, Mr. Nolan continued, and his voice took on a more serious tone than before, we have to inform you, before we continue with the interview, that there are legal requirements that have to be fulfilled if you want a job at Ad Astra. We like to inform potential employees beforehand since some of them are quite dissuasive, or so I'm told by some of the other interviewees. If you have any questions, please ask them, and if you think you can't accept any of the following conditions, say so, and we finish the interview right then because these are not negotiable. Have you understood everything? Aaliyah swallowed but nodded nonetheless. She had already heard that Ad Astra dictated a few conditions if any non-humans wanted to work for them. She didn't know what they were, but they couldn't be so bad, right? Seeing her nod as a sign to continue, Mr. Nolan put his hands together in front of him and said, very well, as I already said, there are a few non-negotiable conditions. You probably know that Ad Astra has a close working relationship with the government of the Systems Alliance, especially their military. For that reason, we expect every employee to sign a non-disclosure agreement so that every secret of our company or the alliance that you will come across is protected. If someone breaks the agreement, the punishments can range from immediate firing to prosecution for treason. Treason, gasped Aaliyah. Yes, treason, confirmed Mr. Nolan with a nod that conveyed how serious he was. Some of our employees have access to military secrets, so anything that could endanger them is taken as espionage. I see, said Aaliyah slowly, trying to understand what he meant, and what was so special about it. To her, it seemed like a standard contract that was used in most companies. At least their definition of terminating the contract didn't mean the termination of the employee, too, as some businesses did in the terminus systems, but that was the terminus for you. I guess there is something more, she inquired. That is correct. If an employee is a citizen of the Systems Alliance, the non-disclosure agreement would have been the end of this particular endeavor, but since you, and some of our other employees, are not, you need to sign an additional agreement. With this agreement, you agree to give up your right to a trial held by your government. In essence, any crime that concerns your relationship with Ad Astra will be tried by a human court of law. That seems appropriate, said Aaliyah hesitatingly. For a moment, it didn't sound too bad, but the longer she thought about it, the more she understood the implications. Should anything happen, then there would be no fair trial. The judges would be even more biased than the Citadel Council. She would basically be working for them with a damaged suit. One little mistake, and she would be sick. If she could recover from it, would be up in the air. Does this apply to the Council species, too? Aaliyah inquired. Of course, confirmed Mr. Nolan. The human ambassador herself got an agreement from the Citadel Council that this kind of contract is legally binding. The Citadel Council agreed to this, repeated Aaliyah, disbelieving that the Council of Bashtet's agreed to this. Our ambassador can be fairly convincing, said Mr. Nolan. We already had to make use of this. A Solarian with connections to a warlord in the Terminus systems tried to get access to confidential files. He's currently serving a 10-year sentence in a human prison whose location is kept undisclosed. She knew that he said the last thing to intimidate her, to let her know what could happen if she broke the rules, and it worked. There was no doubt that there was more behind the story of the imprisoned Solarian. If she had to take a guess, the Solarian was probably an STG agent that tried to infiltrate Ad Astra to get access to military secrets. A smirk appeared on her face, not that anyone could see it through her mask. It was always nice when those fast talkers got one-upped. The only thing that would have been better was if it had been one of those arrogant blue bitches. Do you need some time to decide if you can agree to the outlined conditions? Asked Mr. Nolan, distracting her before she could really start to rant about the Asari. No, not really, answered Aaliyah with a shake of her head. In the end, it was an easy decision for her. She had no home, no place to return to. Of course, she could look for some job that didn't have strings attached, perhaps in some rundown workshop as a repairwoman. Yet the thought alone gave her shivers. She had a bright future once, and she wasn't ready to give it up yet. She wanted more, she wanted to be someone important, and if she couldn't be that in the migrant fleet, then she would become it somewhere else. Ad Astra was a chance that would never come again. So she would take it. Burn bright or burn out, just like her mother had told her when she was little. I agree to the conditions. Wonderful, said Mr. Nolan with a smile, visibly relieved that this topic was over. We will need your signature, but that can wait until we discuss the actual contract. I would like to continue with some other questions. We need to know a bit more about your personal information. There are some gaps in what we know, so we would like it if you could fill them. What do you need to know? Asked Aaliyah, already knowing what he wanted to know but still hopeful that the questions were about something else. In preparation for this interview, I tried to learn a bit about Quarian culture to avoid social faux pas. And I couldn't help but notice that the name you wrote on your application was only Aaliyah Cadre. I thought that all Quarian names had the name of a ship at the end. I believe it was NAR for Quarians on their pilgrimage and VAS for adults, or am I wrong? Normally, yes, answered Aaliyah. Her very, very, tiny hopes were cruelly crushed and ground so much that not even specks of dust remained. Yet, was it really a surprise that the first thing Mr. Nolan asked was about her missing ship name? Most versions of the Galactic Codexes highlighted the importance of the ship name for every Quarian, and here she was without one. If that didn't raise any warning flags, then she would have thought that they didn't do their research very well. Then could you please tell me why you didn't add it? Asked Mr. Nolan, and from the tone he used, Aaliyah knew that this wasn't a question that she could refuse to answer. It was hard to get the words to cross her lips. Like speaking out loud would make her situation more real. More real than it already was. Perhaps she had denied it somewhere deep in her heart, convinced her subconscious that this was just an extended mission away from the migrant fleet. Every time she thought about home, there was a deep longing inside of her to go back. And every time, it was accompanied by a wave of burning anger at that Bashtet that caused all this, just because she couldn't accept that there was someone that could rival her in the scientific field. I was exiled from the migrant fleet, and thus lost the right to bear the ship name, forced Aaliyah over her lips before stiffening in fear of Mr. Nolan's reaction. If even your own people don't want you, why should we? Echoed through her head in Mr. Nolan's voice. She readied herself to be told to leave the premise after the admittance of her exile, but to her surprise, Mr. Nolan only raised one of his eyebrows in response. That was unexpected, said Mr. Nolan slowly. Does that happen often? I mean, do get Quarians often exiled? No, it does not. Only 7 in the last century. Well, 8 now with me, answered Aaliyah more out of reflex than anything else. That definitely wasn't what she had expected. Truth be told, she had expected to be escorted out of the building by security right now, not continuing with the interview. Sir, I don't. I mean. She started hesitatingly but stopped since she couldn't articulate what she wanted to ask without sounding more like an idiot than she already did. Mr. Nolan just smiled slightly in response and leaned back into his chair before saying, I can guess what you want to ask. You're wondering about my reaction or lack thereof, am I correct? You are, she admitted, her voice a soft whisper. Normally, the interview would have ended right then, but we informed us a bit about you, about your old workplace during your pilgrimage. You had talent back then, and we're sure you only honed it further, so we're ready to overlook a few things as long as they won't come back to us. Or is there anything that we need to know? The hard stare that Mr. Nolan directed at her made her squirm, but somehow she felt more relaxed than before. Perhaps it was the fact that the interview was still going on, or that her exile seemingly had no effect on Mr. Nolan's opinion of her. Nonetheless, she had to think if her exile had any consequences for the company she wanted to work at, and should something happen that could have been prevented by her telling them beforehand, then it would be her head on the chopping block, and she would be powerless to do anything against it. Taking a minute to arrange her thoughts, Aaliyah thought about possible scenarios while Mr. Nolan patiently waited for her to speak up. Nothing that comes to my mind, she answered after mulling over the question. So if we started to hire other Quarians, perhaps those on their pilgrimage, there would be no problems. Not that I know, came Aaliyah's truthful reply. She didn't know if there would be any problems, but the only thing that could happen was that the young Quarians would refuse to work with her personally. When she told Mr. Nolan this, he hummed and closed his eyes for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Is there anything, and I mean, anything, began Mr. Nolan, opening his eyes and leaning forward, his eyes finding hers through her mask, and freezing her in her place with how intense they were. And I thought Krogans were scary, thought Aaliyah as she felt how her blood got colder in her veins. That could create problems from the side of the migrant fleet, be it for Ad Astra or the Alliance in general, continued Mr. Nolan, his eyes never leaving hers for even a moment. There could be one little thing, but I don't think that she would do anything. She got what she wanted, and if she causes problems it won't have anything to do with me, but because she is the biggest Bastet that ever existed. Her voice had been barely a whisper at the beginning, scared that this could become the reason why she wouldn't get this job. But as she continued, the anger and fury came back, and her voice got stronger with it. I already lost so much because of you, and now you're going to be the reason why I won't get this job, too. Choke on your damn ambitions. I hope you die before you can ever lie an eye on the homeworld. Screamed Aaliyah inside her head. At the end of her rant, she was almost screaming for real, and when she noticed that she had stood up and was yelling at Mr. Nolan's face, she froze. She quickly sat down again and mumbled an apology, embarrassed and fearful at the same time. That couldn't have happened, right? She knew she held a grudge for what had happened, but Aaliyah thought she had control over her feelings. Perhaps it was the tension of the situation coupled with the feelings she had repressed for months that it all came out now. She hesitatingly looked back to Mr. Nolan after she had averted her eyes out of embarrassment, expecting to see. Aaliyah didn't know what she expected to see, only that she hoped it wasn't anger. When she finally looked at him, Mr. Nolan appeared completely expressionless. If she had to make a comparison, she would have said she was looking at an Hanner, only with a lot less red. Did you calm down? He asked, his voice not betraying any feelings. I'm sorry, mumbled Aaliyah, and made to stand up. But before she could even stand up halfway, Mr. Nolan's voice interrupted her. Where do you think you're going? I thought, after what just happened. I thought, she stammered but stopped when Mr. Nolan raised his hand. He let out a long sigh and said, I understand what just happened was out of the ordinary, and my questions may have helped to drag out some unpleasant feelings. I won't ask who that Bastet even is, or what that even means. We will come back to you for that information at another time if that is okay with you. She could only manage a shaky nod, still in denial that she wasn't being thrown out of the room right now. Now, can we please finish the interview? Asked Mr. Nolan and pointed at her chair, signaling her to sit back down. Aaliyah sat down and fell back like all the bones in her body just disappeared. It was like the fact that the interview continued after all this forced her body to release all tension in it, even though she needed to sit normally. With a bit of effort, Aaliyah managed to position herself in the chair so that it looked normal and waited for Mr. Nolan to continue. There are only a few things I have to ask and inform you about it, and after that, you can let a lawyer of your choice check the contract. What contract? Interrupted Aaliyah, and Mr. Nolan grimaced for a moment, but it was over so fast that she didn't know if it really had happened. Since before you entered the building, we were ready to offer you a contract. There were only a few things we had to discuss first, and while it wasn't as smooth going as I had hoped, it was still inside our tolerance interval. But why? She inquired. I know I did well on the preliminary tests, but that can't be all, right? You would be correct with your assumption, confirmed Mr. Nolan. The reason is twofold, or threefold, depending on how you look at it. The board wants Ad Astra to be a shining example of interspecies cooperation, to show the galaxy that we can work well with others and that we're integrating with the rest of the galaxy. In essence, it's a PR move. Aaliyah just nodded, not understanding how that helped her get the job. She never had any talent for politics, one of the reasons why that Bastet got away with what she did, but right now, she was grateful for politics, probably for the first and last time in her life. The other reason is that we're still a very young company in the eyes of the galaxy, continued Mr. Nolan. Most of the big companies in Citadel space exist since centuries ago. So we need every advantage that we can get our hands on, and everyone says, even if they do so reluctantly, that Quarians are among the best engineers in the galaxy. And we're not satisfied with the average. So I only have one more question for you, MS. Aliyah Cadre. Can we welcome you into the Ad Astra family? Under her mask, Aliyah mirrored the smile that appeared on Mr. Nolan's face during his speech, and with a nod, devoid of any of her previous nervousness or hesitation, she answered his question. Half an hour later, she left the building into the busy streets, a contract saved on her Omni tool that would, and did, change her life. Chapter 20, Interesting Times, Chapter. April 8th. 1544 Set. Citadel, Aber Award. Ad Astra Citadel HQ. Oscar de Nebron. As I've told you before, sir, some of the brass are not happy with your decision to allow this, drawled Captain Mespergamini with a thick Italian accent. And as I've told you before, I answered calmly with a hint of ice in my voice, they either accept my decision or feel my dissatisfaction with their repeated attempts to try and influence me. My superiors won't like to hear that. They don't have to like it. Just accept it. And please, the next time you contact them, impress on your superiors that I don't make idle threats and that they should be ready to face the consequences of their actions if they push me too far. And I meant it. Ever since I allowed the employment of non-humans in my company, there had been complaints from the Alliance's side. Mostly, upcoming politicians used the fact to portray me as someone who didn't care about humanity and would prefer to use aliens as workers rather than humans. If one looked just a little deeper into the matter, it was easy to find out that some of my business rivals supported those politicians with financial aid. I ignored those kinds of people. They were of no concern to me. Even the people who were only mildly interested in politics scoffed at the rhetoric, not believing them in the slightest. It paid off to be known as one of the greatest supporters of the Alliance, and I did my best to continue to cultivate that image, even after leaving my post as Minister of Economics. No, the people that concerned me were high-ranking military officers that didn't understand why I did what I did. I could understand why they would be concerned that I hired people from other species since Ad Astra was the premier military contractor of the Alliance. Ships, weapons, armors, and more. The danger that the other species could learn about our military capabilities and projects was immense, but did they truly think that I would be so foolish and do that without countermeasures in place? The biggest military contractor of the Alliance opens for employees of other species, and nobody even stopped to think about the why. What kind of idiots were they? Of course, it was one big trap for foreign spies. I coordinated everything with the AIS from the beginning. Every applicant was double-checked by AIS agents before they even arrived for the interview. If anything unusual popped up, they were flagged, and their employment was almost a sure thing. After all, is there a better way to avoid involvement from the other species governments or even the council than having the spy sign away all their rights? One STG agent, and it was an STG agent, no matter what the official story said, could attest to that, and I hoped Andrew was quite happy with his catch. Last I heard, the STG agent gave up the locations of a few listening posts close to our border. Nothing happened since they were out of our territory, but I was sure the AIS was happily feeding them false information, and at the same time, trying to identify more of them. Yet, the cooperation with the AIS was only one of the reasons why I decided to employ aliens. The other one was their knowledge and know-how. I'm holding to the belief that humanity can catch up with the other galactic civilizations on a technological level even before the Reapers appear, but why shouldn't we try to use the accumulated knowledge of hundreds, no thousands, of years of space travel that the other species gathered? Aseri, Solarians, Turians, and Quarians, every single of these species had more time and practice with exotechnology, so why shouldn't we make use of it? Furthermore, it would give our own scientists a different point of view, as long as they take it as just that and not as the only truth available. Besides, and that was a side project with the AIS as well, it would give us the chance to observe how some of their best scientists and engineers thought. Trying to understand how your opponent thought gave you a leg up on them, and we needed every advantage we could get to close the gap between us. A cough ripped me from my thoughts, and I leveled a cold stare at Captain Mespergamini. He didn't seem fazed by it, in the least, and I had to give credit where it was due. I had seen other men shaking when I stared at them before. Instead, he just smiled and said, "I will inform my superiors of your words, and I will forward your request to their superiors as well." It was almost impossible to see, but there was a spark of glee in his eyes at the thought of telling his superiors to fuck off. I knew there was a reason why I liked him more than his predecessor. Ever since I left my governmental place, the Alliance military saw it fit to place a military liaison officer at my side, to inform me and, in extension, my company of any needs the military had. On the one side, it was quite useful since it helped to keep my schedule clear of any meetings that took hours when only one message would have been enough, but on the other side, some high-ranking officers assumed, quite falsely at that they had any power over me. Suffice to say that I quickly disabused them of that notion. One quick visit to Arcturus Station, and detailing to the new Secretary of the Navy how much it would cost if Ad Astra wasn't the one building the new ships of the Navy, an almost passing commentary about how some military officers didn't understand where the line between my power and theirs was, and voila, I got a new military liaison officer, and he got a few new superiors. I had hoped that that would have been the end to that, but some people could be quite stubborn. Still, they weren't that much of a problem. They were more like a fly that buzzed around one's head, and a simple threat got them off my case for the time being. Good, I said, is there anything else that you need? Or that your superiors want to know? The only thing left is the monthly progress report on construction and development. Very well. You will get a progress report by the end of the week. There are some things I would like to confirm for myself before that. I hope you understand. Of course, sir, responded Captain Mespergamini, then will you excuse me, sir? I gave him a nod to signal him that he could leave, and he answered with a crisp salute before leaving my office. Leaning back in my comfy office chair, I thought about the topics I would have to put in the progress report. It would become a pretty long list since Ad Astra had a lot of irons in the fire currently. If I started to make a list, I would begin with the current progress of the construction and development of the newest Alliance Navy vessels. In less than 2 months, the Alliance's newest dreadnought would be ready for service, and it would become the last we would add to our fleet for the foreseeable future since we would hit the maximum number of dreadnoughts that the Council allowed us to have. At least until the Turians finished the one they had in construction right now, but that would take some time. Yet even then, there were already other plans to use the spot for a new dreadnought for something completely new. The project was still in its theoretical phase since the scientist hit more than one roadblock, and even Takahashi was struggling to find a solution to their problems. I didn't doubt for even a second that they would find one, but that would take time and resources. And resources were something of a bottleneck right now. With every passing month, the Alliance's expenses would rise without any sign of slowing down. Sure, the income was rising as well, but not as fast as the expenses. The yearly maintenance cost of all military vessels combined was more than the construction cost of 5 prototype dreadnoughts. And let me tell you, prototypes were a hell lot more expensive than the regulars. I had done my best to stabilize the economic situation during my time as a minister, but there was only so much I could do. The 8 years I had been in office hadn't been nearly enough to prepare us for the enormous amount of money and resources we would need to continue our current rate of growth. That was one of the reasons why the construction of further ODPs had been delayed. All colonies on the edge of our territory had at least 2 of them, and Shaanxi had even 4 of them. Furthermore, our most developed colonies, like Terra Nova, Amaterasu, and Eden Prime had the same amount. The only 3 places that had even more than that were Earth, Arcturus, and Reach. Reach especially was quite safe since our prototype for the orbital defense platform Mk.7 was stored there. It was also called the Super ODP by the soldiers that had seen the first test firing. It was no surprise that it got that nickname since the SOPD tore an old dreadnought apart. Sadly, the recharge time took much too long to be effective in any kind of prolonged battle. On the other hand, the psychological damage of seeing one of their strongest ships destroyed in one hit was more than enough to turn the tide of the battle in your favor. Yet, the prototype in the Olympus system would probably stay the only one for the next 5 years since its construction cost was already at the level of an up-to-date dreadnought, and in theory, it was still in development anyway. Furthermore, when, not if, the other species realized the destructive potential and how far we had already developed the ODP, we would be drowned in demands to cease any further construction to preserve the balance between the members of the Citadel. In other words, they would order us to stop all production until they caught up with us or even had more or something more powerful. So we would keep the SODP hidden and improve on it while strengthening our defenses with the standard ODPs, which were more affordable, too. I let out a sigh. Just thinking about writing everything down in a report was exhausting. After all, I had to write it down in a way that convinced them that this way would be the best alternative while at the same time managing not to sound like I was blaming anyone. And that was one of the most important things to do. If anyone ever got the feeling he, or she, was getting blamed for the situation, it would start a round of the blame game, and nothing would even start for a few years. Nobody wanted to be known as the one responsible, especially if they weren't at fault. So I had to be careful when giving recommendations. My terminal suddenly started beeping, and I opened the connection to my secretary in the outer office. Yes, Catherine. Do you need something? I asked. Mr. Denebrin, your 4 p.m. appointment is here. Shall I send her in? Came the voice of my secretary from the terminal, her voice tinged in her Canadian accent. Of course, please see Ms. Leveskin. It took only a few moments before the door to my office opened, and a smartly dressed woman entered. She was of African descent, and her darker skin tone was complemented by her black curly hair that flowed freely around her shoulders. A playful smile was plastered on her lips, but one had only to look at her eyes to see that it was just a facade. They showed an amount of seriousness and alertness that stood in contrast to her relaxing and easy smile. Not that it was easy to recognize in the first place since she was trained to hide her intentions, or else she wouldn't be effective in her chosen profession. Mr. Denebrin, she greeted, her voice an alto that created a bit of a discrepancy to her small stature that wasn't taller than 1.6 m. Chloe, it is good to see you. I hope the travel here went well. I welcomed her with a genuine smile and an extended hand. Her smile got a bit more real as she took my hand and shook it. Yes, it did. No problems, other than the usual waiting time whenever someone has to deal with Citadel customs, be it here on the Citadel itself or at the border. That's good to hear, I said. Come, let us take a seat. I'm sure you're a bit tired from the long journey. I pointed to the lounge area at the side, and Chloe nodded with a relieved sigh. Catherine, could you please bring us 2 coffee? I asked my secretary through the still open communication line while looking questioningly at Chloe to see if she was all right with coffee or if she wanted something different. A shake of her head signaled to me that she was fine with a cup of coffee. Of course, Mr. Denebron. I will be with you shortly. Chloe and I went towards the lounge area and sat down on the 2 couches facing each other. We continued to do some small talk while waiting for the coffee. I asked a bit more about her journey, and Chloe asked about my progress in hiring people from other species. All in all, it was nothing important, just something to bypass the time until Catherine arrived with the coffee. Around 10 minutes later, the door to my office opened once again, and Catherine came in, balancing a tablet with 2 white steaming cups of coffee. Catherine was a head or 2 taller than Chloe, with black hair just like her. The only difference was that it had been put into a bun. It gave her the appearance of someone with a no-nonsense attitude, which I was really grateful for. Thanks to her, many annoying requests and people were turned away before I even heard of them. Without her, my timetable probably would have been even more full than it already was. Yet, she wasn't only the best secretary I could hope for, but my bodyguard, as well. She was trained by the AIS to be a personal bodyguard for VIPs, and Andrew had her assigned to me. He argued that I knew enough critical information that I could be targeted by hostile elements trying to get access to them and should be protected. While he could have just ordered one of his people to become my bodyguard, he had to give an account of how he used Alliance resources, so he told them that in addition to protecting me, Catherine would keep an eye on me to make sure that I wouldn't do anything that could be harmful to the Alliance, and, if needed, make sure that I was taken out of the picture by any means necessary. Of course, his reasoning was complete bullshit, but they bought it. Andrew knew that I wouldn't do anything that could be detrimental to the Alliance, but he had to keep up the image of someone that would do everything to keep the Alliance safe. Furthermore, it helped to intimidate others. Nobody wanted to be on the bad side of the director of the AIS if he was willing to go as far as killing a good friend to keep the Alliance safe. In truth, he wanted someone close to me to have an easier time maintaining communication between us and coordinating the exchange of information. Right now, our information network was only effective inside the Alliance's territory, but with my growing connections here on the Citadel, and Andrew's efforts in placing agents on key planets, it was only a matter of time until the information network was just as effective inside Citadel space. Catherine set down the 2 cups and asked, "Do you need something else, Mr. Denebron?" I lifted my cup and took a sip before I answered, "The coffee is great, as always, Catherine." "Thank you, that would be all. Please close the room when you step out." With a nod, Catherine took a step back from the coffee table between me and Chloe, and turned around, leaving the room. After the door closed, it took only a moment before a quiet hum could be heard, and the enormous windows, through which I could observe the whole Aber ward, turned opaque, letting through only enough light to not need to turn on the lamps. Chloe lost the smile that she had still plastered on her face and mumbled more to herself, "You're taking security seriously, huh?" I knew that this wasn't a question directed at me, but I chose to answer it anyway to assure Chloe that everything we discussed in my office right now would be kept secret from any prying ears and eyes. You know me. I don't like it when people think that they're allowed to learn my secrets without my consent. The room is shielded against any listening device from outside, and lip reading isn't possible either, thanks to those windows. Furthermore, the office was searched for bugs an hour before, and the only person entering the office before you knows better than to even try something like this. So nobody will know what's going on inside here. Yep, nobody will. And if it helps to make you feel safe, we're even protected against snipers. I commissioned a Citadel company to provide my office windows with a kinetic barrier that would stop even bullets from high-caliber sniper rifles, and so far it held what it promised. Not that anyone had truly tried to kill me. Yet, anyway. So there is a company out there that has the specifications for a part of your office defenses? The important word here is part of, I said with a smile. I had my engineers look over it, and create something similar. Effectively, I have 2 kinetic barriers around my office. One outside the windows, and another one inside. I could almost see how Chloe's shoulders sagged in relief. Whatever she found out must have kept her on edge ever since, and I was curious to find out what exactly had happened on her mission to Ilium that I sent her on. Not content with waiting anymore, I asked, "So what happened on Ilium? Did you find out anything about why Martin has disappeared?" Instead of answering my question immediately, she took a sip of her coffee, probably to give her enough time to order her thoughts. After she put her cup back down, she looked me in the eyes and said, "Finding out what happened was the easy part. Apparently, he ran afoul of one of the local mercenary groups, called Eclipse. The Ilium police force found his body in a back alley, his body shredded by a shotgun equipped with incendiary ammo. I saw some of the crime scene pictures, not a pretty sight. The officers asked a bit around, found out he had a bit of a drunken argument with an Eclipse mercenary in a bar, and then the case was closed. Just another victim of gang violence. That's unusual, I commented. As far as I knew, Martin never drank. Never even touched a beer. Not after living most of his life with an alcoholic father. I know, agreed Chloe. I found it strange too, so I asked if I could retrieve his personal effects. They gave it to me since the case was already closed for them, and nobody else came to claim them. There is one thing I would like to know, I interjected before Chloe could continue. Why didn't they inform us of Martin's passing? Chloe only shook her head and sighed. I asked the same question, and the only answer I got was that there are no official agreements with the Alliance that the Ilium government has to inform them about the death of one of their citizens. And without such an agreement, the Ilium officials won't do anything. On Ilium, nothing gets done if it isn't put down in writing, and even then it will take some time to get through the mountain of bureaucratic nonsense they created to annoy off-worlders. What a bunch of cunts, I scoffed. Sorry for interrupting you. So you got Martin's personal effects, and what then? After I got them, it was pretty clear that somebody else had looked through them before me. And I don't mean the police. Somebody looked for something, that much was clear after I checked his computer and Omni tool. They showed signs of tampering as if somebody broke through his security and searched his data. I found traces of something that looked like a file, but it was deleted, and anything that could help to restore the file was destroyed. Whoever it was very thorough. Still, you found something, right? You're one of my best information gatherers, just like Martin was. You wouldn't have come back if you hadn't found something, you're too stubborn to come back with empty hands. A small genuine smile appeared on Chloe's face as I said this. And it was true, she was one of the best. Perhaps even the best. I had created a small group of people that would travel to different places to look for business opportunities and information that could be used to benefit my company, or sometimes, me personally. If I had to describe them, I would say they were a mixture of a PI and an economic analyst. They didn't do anything outrageous like industrial espionage, for that, there was a completely different team with another skill set, but they collected any kind of information that was even remotely interesting. Yes, I found something, confirmed Chloe proudly. Martin was smart enough to leave a coded message inside his book. His book. Yes, everyone in our team has a trick to make sure that any important information is secured, even if our electronic devices are destroyed. Martin liked to use paper books to hide them. He would write down numbers on a bookmark indicating page, word, and sometimes letter, which you had to find, starting from the page where the bookmark was put. And depending on if the bookmark was put upside down, you have to go forward or backward. Everyone has something like this. I asked amused. Yes, answered Chloe a bit sheepishly. We know that the AIS likes to use old-style espionage techniques, so we thought that we should use them too. Do you have your own trick, too? Of course, she said, but I won't tell you. A girl needs her secrets, you know. She waggled her finger in front of my face teasingly, and I couldn't help but chuckle a bit at her tone. She joined in after a moment, and for the next minute, all seriousness was gone from the room. After we stopped, Chloe's face returned to the serious look she had for most of the conversation and continued telling me her findings. After I decoded his message, I followed the hints he left. A few names and places, and something that I think is the name of an organization. I checked on the names, and almost all of them are somehow involved with business companies ranging from agriculture to services. Officials were among them, too, and not just from Ilium but from all over Citadel space. The places he wrote down were not really of interest, an abandoned warehouse by the spaceport and some office buildings. I didn't look any deeper into any of them, I didn't want to risk whoever went after Martin noticing my snooping around. Sadly, that happened anyway. What happened? I asked concerned. I asked around about the name of the organization, and not even 3 hours later, I noticed that someone was following me. I booked the next passage to the Citadel, and made the hell out of there. What's their name, and did you find out anything? They call themselves the Circle of Alamina, and from the few rumors I could gather, they consist of some of the most powerful business people in and out of Citadel space. Some even say that they are influential enough to direct the economy in any way they want. I see, I said slowly, while the gears inside my head started to spin. I think that was enough for today. Tell Catherine to prepare a room where you can rest. Please write everything down in a report, do not let out any details if you can. And after that, you can take some time off work. Chloe was surprised and shocked that I ended our conversation so abruptly, but stood up nonetheless to leave the room. Just as she was about to leave the room, I called, "By the way, good work," to which she nodded dumbly, still perplexed at my decision. After she left the room, I deactivated the security measures, looking out onto the Abra ward, my thoughts focused on this Circle of Alamina. The name alone indicated that it was probably of Asari origin, but if that circle only consisted of Asari, I didn't know. It could be, but on the other hand. Still, they presented an opportunity. Any group powerful and influential enough to affect the economy was worth looking into. If I could somehow join this circle, I could amass enough power and resources to help the Alliance to grow faster than before. Yet I knew that I was probably nothing more than a small fish on their radar. Before I could even dream of getting into contact with them, I would have to concentrate on my power base here on the Citadel, and make enough connections and business deals so that they would see me as an asset to their organization. And if I managed to join them? No. One step at a time, and after that, prepare for the next one. A smirk slowly grew on my face. Chapter 21, Interesting Times, Chapter. August 18th. 2047 Set. Citadel, Presidium. In my experience, there are two things that everybody who goes to a high-class party wants: influence and money, and they all accumulate into power. No matter what species, in the end, we're all the same. And I'm no different. My secretary will contact you regarding the details, but I'm sure we will find a compromise favorable for both sides, said the Turian in front of me and held out his hand for a shake. I sure hope so, I answered and shook it. At least, there will be less paperwork to go through. The Turian let out a metallic chuckle. That's true. For a small colony like ours, the paperwork can take a while to go through. We may be still in council space but too close to the edge of it. It would take 3 to 4 years until my government approved selling half a dozen starfighters, and that's too long. The pirates and slavers around the border are getting bolder by the month, and it won't take long before they consider striking inside Citadel space. With the amount of firepower you will have in a short time, they will think twice about hitting your colony. 1 frigate, 2 corvettes, and a dozen starfighters will make it too costly for pirates to hit you. They may not be military grade, but I promise they will do their jobs, Mr. Avestus, I responded. I know they will. Pirates and slavers are nothing more than cowardly scum. They will run after the first serious pushback, and from the specifications of your colonial defense selection, the frigate alone will be enough to put fear into their hearts. And I must say, Mr. Denebrin, for being so new on the galactic stage, you're catching up well. Your ships have still ways to go before catching up with the Turian designs, but in another decade or so, you will be on par with the Asari and Solarians. I chuckled politely at his attempt at flattery. We both knew that it would take longer to catch up with those two than a decade. At least where actual military hardware was concerned. Yet, even our older models could still compete with the other species on the semi-civilian market and make me enough money to finance the development of newer models for the Alliance military. That was one of the reasons why I had the colonial defense selection put together. It wasn't just an opportunity to make money but also to see how our older models stacked up against those from other species. From there, my analysts would be able to create prognosis about how our current models would fare in a direct confrontation with the ships of the other species. And with these simulations, we would know where our strengths and weaknesses lay and what we could do better with the next generation. Furthermore, they will probably see actual combat against pirates and slavers, which would make the analyses only more accurate. Was it callous to use other people's struggles with pirates and slavers to our advantage? Perhaps. But they were getting a good deal on the ships I was selling to them. After all, every ship in my CalDef selection was a former military ship refitted for the open market. Every time a frigate, corvette, or starfighter was getting close to the moment when they weren't fit for service in the military anymore, or the cost of refitting them was becoming too high, I bought them. Actually, it was more like a trade. I got the ships for free, and the Alliance had to pay less for a new starship. But that wasn't important right now. We stripped them of any military-grade hardware and installed weapons and shields with half as much power as the current military generation had. That way, even if they fell into the wrong hands, they would pose no threat to our military forces. The idea behind the CalDef selection was for the smaller colonies further away from military hubs to have the option to arm themselves and to hold back any pirate attack long enough for the nearest patrol to arrive. Like Mr. Avesta said, pirates were cowards. If something looked well defended, they would only attack if they were desperate. At first, I had intended to sell them only inside Alliance territory, but after a month, the first offer from a non-human colony came in, and after that, the ball got rolling. Most of those colonies were at the border of the Citadel space to the Terminus systems, and they felt that the Turian patrols were spread too thin to protect them adequately. That they didn't even mention the efforts of the Asari and Solarians in this endeavor was pretty telling in my opinion. Nonetheless, I took that as my cue to expand into the whole Citadel space, and after negotiating with the Citadel Council Administration, my company was allowed to do business with colonies recognized by the Citadel. That took until the end of last month, by the way, longer than I had expected. What didn't surprise me was that my company was the fourth that got such a permit and that the 2 Asari and the 1 Turian companies, which definitely created their own CalDef selections after ours, got their permits first. Favoritism at its finest. The only reason I could still compete with them, even if they had a head start, was that the Asari companies sold their ships at a much higher price than I, and their specifications were just barely better than mine. Who wanted to buy a frigate if they could have just that and a dozen starfighters extra? The Turian company would have been a serious competitor, and they would probably become one in the next year or two, but for now, they only sold starfighters and corvettes outside hierarchy space. The paperwork needed for that was already enough to keep one occupied for a long time, and from what I've heard, the paperwork for selling an old Turian military frigate outside of hierarchy space would generate thrice the amount. Yet, all that didn't hinder my business. It may have been only a month since I got the permit, but my stock was already half empty. 5 frigates, 20 corvettes, and around 100 starfighters sold in less than a month. I couldn't be happier. Money and new deals were rolling in, and my reputation was rising. The latter made me especially happy. I could walk into any restaurant inside Alliance space, and the moment I dropped my name, I would get one of their best tables. Sometimes just entering the establishment was enough. But here on the Citadel, my name was nothing more than a bullet point on a list of notable humans. Something I was very eager to change. Being well known opened more doors, and having a good reputation opened the ones you could use to climb further without leaving your back open to unreliable allies. And speaking of allies, I spotted how Anita just politely excused herself from a conversation and made her way towards the open bar. I left Mr. Avestis with a promise of my assistant calling him in the next 5 days and went towards Anita. "You seem exhausted," I commented as I leaned against the bar next to Anita. She huffed in response and regarded me with a dry look. Of course, I'm exhausted. I had to listen as the Hanner ambassador moaned about having to secure preaching permits for his people here on the Citadel and how that was a travesty since every living being should be educated about the greatness of the Enkindlers. She paused for a moment before she started to whisper harshly, the tiredness in her voice giving way to venom. Or it could be one of those Batarian assholes their ambassador specifically invited to annoy me. As far as I know, Batarians are always annoying assholes, I quipped to lighten her mood. Apparently, I succeeded since her shoulders dropped, and a small smile played over her lips for a second. True, they are, agreed Anita, but those come from worlds close to the border. Ah, I understand. I guess they're not happy with our anti-piracy efforts there. No, they're not. They attempt to veil it as a concern for the stability of the region. Officially, the Batarians are concerned that our efforts in keeping pirate activity low could trigger a retaliation strike from them that could spill over into their territory too. As if, I scoffed, they're probably annoyed that their profits are down and that they can't act with the same impunity as before. The same occurred to me. Still, it is stressful playing nice with them all the time when you have to suppress the urge to hit them in the face to shut them up. Is there anything I can do to help with making the evening even a bit enjoyable for you? My offer of help wasn't just to reduce Anita's workload and allow her to enjoy at least a few minutes of the evening, but it would also give me an in with whoever she planned to talk to as well. Vice Executor Paolin is said to be here this evening, began Anita, and I could already speculate what exactly she wanted from him. While Paolin was only the vice executor and would stay in his position for a few more years if one believed the grapevine, he was still the vice executor and had enough power to approve the employment of humans as CSEC officers, or at least through him, we could get a foot in the door. I vaguely remembered that Paolin thought we humans were climbing up the ladder too quickly for his taste without proving that we could handle the responsibilities accompanying it. It could make the negotiations more difficult, but without trying to find out his stance on the subject, any plan wouldn't get me far anyway. And you want me to talk to him about getting some of our people into the force? It is on my agenda for the evening, so if you could take care of that, Oscar, I would be very grateful, said Anita with a smile in my direction. I just shrugged and signaled the barkeeper to pour me a glass of wine. Just to be sure. No restrictions. Getting some of our own on the force isn't that important right now, replied Anita. While it would make good PR, we can still wait a few more years before breaching the subject again. So don't go and promise something outlandish. Me and promising outlandish things. I gasped. Dear, you seem to confuse me with someone else. I threw my arms out dramatically, barely missing the wineglass in the hand of the barkeeper who gave me the stink eye for the almost accident. With a quick smile, I apologized and took the glass off her hands. The Aseri just rolled her eyes, mumbled something under her breath, and went towards the other end of the bar to serve another guest. After that display, I'm more concerned about you making a fool out of yourself. But as I said, it's not that important right now, so go, knock yourself out. She didn't look at me as she waved me away with her hand, but I could see how the corner of her lip twitched upwards. I will, my lady, I declared with a short bow and a hand on my heart. As soon as I see the vice executor, I will leave. Until then, I got up from my bow, relaxed against the bar, and took a sip of my wine. I will continue to enjoy your presence. The twitch of her lips changed into a genuine smile, and I considered my good deed for the day done. Anita truly deserved to relax and enjoy a bit of the evening after all the hard work she was put through day after day. It wasn't easy to establish relations with more than half a dozen different governments in the span of a few years, and her assistant was likely to burn the same bridges she had painstakingly created. Last I heard, Udina got into a shouting match with a representative of a banking clan of the Volus over interest rates. Thankfully, it did happen behind closed doors, so it didn't impact our public image, but it still showed a worrying tendency. Such outbursts, while useful in the right situation, were only acceptable when our position here on the Citadel was more secured. I didn't worry too much about Udina, though, since I was sure that Anita was keeping him on the short leash for now. I was more worried about another topic. There was another access try at the facility on Benning. We found the infiltrator before he could gain access to anything important, but it shows a worrying trend, I whispered, my voice losing all of its previous playfulness. In response, Anita clenched her hand harder around the body of her wineglass. Her knuckles turned white, and for a moment, I was concerned that she would break the glass in her hand before she forced herself to relax. Do we know who was behind it? She asked, bringing up the glass to take a sip. No, we don't, I admitted. The infiltrator was human and nothing more than a hired hand. The money came from anonymous sources that we're still trying to track down, but if it is like the other attempts, we won't have much luck with that. In the last few months, the attempts to infiltrate and steal the blueprints and any information about the drive had tripled. It was like someone was getting desperate to figure out our secrets. There had even been an attempted kidnapping of Takahashi when he visited our testing facility on Terra Nova. Thankfully it failed, but Takahashi agreed with my suggestion that he would remain on Reach for the foreseeable future, at least, until we found out who organized the attempt. Besides, it seemed like I had to clean house once again if someone was daring to leak Takahashi's travel plans to outside sources. I had made a show of tearing apart a few divisions in search of the culprit. Finding the rat had more to do with luck than anything else, but I didn't even need to use my fall guy to get the other rats to relax. The only reason why I had made such a large spectacle out of my hunt for the traitor was that his capture got the other potential traitors to let their guards down while my security team went over my employees with a fine comb and with the help of the AIS. I didn't even need to ask Andrew or send in a request for help before the AIS offered their help. Takahashi was classified as a VSA, a very special asset, and thus his survival and remaining on the Alliance's side was paramount. By the way, I was considered only a special asset. Apparently, creating a completely new way to travel between star systems independent of the mass relays and ESO was more important than having enough money to make it possible. That is, unfortunate, commented Anita, a scowl appearing on her face. Nothing we can do that changes that, I said lightly. Besides, whoever got their hands on the package extracted from the Athena shipyard won't be happy for long. They only got a small part of the picture, and we left them a small present inside the code. Anita looked at me with a raised eyebrow, silently questioning why I was saying that to her in a place where we would be most certainly under observation by the STG and other assorted spy agencies. I sent back a challenging grin, uncaring of her unasked question. In response, she rolled her eyes, figuring out that I dropped that tidbit of information intentionally. Whoever stole the information package would probably hear about the comment I just made, and would search the code package for any hidden trap up and down. They would never find anything since there was nothing to find, but they shouldn't know that. They would waste precious time searching for a virus that didn't exist, and anything that could delay others figuring out the drive was a plus in my book. I see, she said, and I was sure she saw through my thinly veiled plot. It wasn't a thought-out plan in the first place, more of a spur-of-the-moment plan, but I was sure just the possibility of it being true would halt the analysis of the package for a few days. Before I forget it, do you remember Alec? Alec. I repeated, trying to remember who she was talking about. Do you mean Commander Alec Ryder of the N7 forces? It's actually Major Ryder now. He's my new military liaison. It seems like he has found a new passion in programming and development. I don't know how far he will go in his pursuit, and if it's something the Alliance can support, but if it's needed, do you think I can send him your way? It took me a moment to understand what Anita was implying without outright saying it, but if I remembered correctly, Ryder was looking into developing an evolving AI in the games. An AI that was connected closely to the user and learned side by side with him. Of course, that was completely illegal inside Citadel space, and while there were a few ways to research AI legally, it was considered almost impossible to get a permit. For future references, I had looked up who got those permits, and found out it had been 3 Asari matriarchs, and 5 Solarian researchers over the course of 500 years. And I never found out how exactly they got those permits. It would take a few years and a lot more influence than I currently had to get one of those permits, and even then the outcome was uncertain. As long as the permit was acquired on the down low by people more interested in personal favors and money, there would be no problems, but if someone more closely to the higher echelons of the government got wind of it and ran to his or her superiors with the information, then the whole thing would get more complicated. If the council knew before I got the permit signed, then there would probably be no permit at all. They would use their favorite excuse of humanity not being ready for such a responsibility and block any attempts in acquiring one. But if I got one beforehand, then they couldn't just take back their permission without looking like idiots for granting it in the first place. Yet, that was still far off in the future, so I shelved the thought concerning AI research for now and concentrated on the mass of guests, searching for one particular person. Finding him, in one of the corners of the room, his back to the wall, watching the other guests, I decided that now was the time to approach him. I emptied my glass and put it on the counter before I turned toward Anita. If it gets too hot for the Alliance, send him my way. I have some practice in handling hot potatoes. Now if you could excuse me, I just found the target of the mission you gave me, I said and winked at her. With an eye roll, she dismissed me, and I weaved through the party guest towards the other side of the room. After a few close calls of almost bumping into someone later, I arrived at the other side of the room, and Vice Executor Palin's eyes fixated on me as I drew closer to him. I raised my hand in greeting with a polite smile, and even from where I stood, I could hear him sigh. Vice Executor Palin, I didn't expect to meet you here, I greeted as I came close. The Vice Executor pushed himself away from the wall and gave me a smile, or the attempt of one. I couldn't really tell if he was smiling or grimacing, perhaps a combination of both. I didn't expect this, too, but Executor Vanier told me that CSEC should be present at this party for more than just security purposes. And I guess nobody other than you were available for this duty. Executor Vanet thought it would be educational for me if I had more exposure to events like these before I take over her position. Oh, is that now confirmed? I asked interested. I've heard rumors but nothing concrete. Yes, I've become the designated successor when Executor Vanier leaves the force in a few years. Any reason for that? I inquired. That is private, answered Paulin with a scowl, ending my line of inquiry effectively. I understand, I said, closing the topic, for now. Who knew if the information could be useful somewhere down the line? Was there something you need, Mr. Denebrin? Asked Paulin, his posture showing me that he wanted the conversation with me to end quickly. Not that I would end it. I was very good at ignoring such cues when it suited me. You know me, Vice Executor. I asked instead, genuinely surprised that he knew my name and could match my face to it. I make it a habit to remember the faces of people who can influence the political landscape here on the Citadel. And while humans generally don't have a lot of influence, it's changing fast, and I don't like it. Your stance on employing other species got some eyes on you, and I'm sure I will see you more often than not when those same eyes turn hostile, and you need the protection of CSEC. To me, it seems like you know exactly what's going to happen to me. Should I be concerned? I've seen it often enough before. You're rising up in the world, and fast at that. Something that can be said about your whole species. Many people get jealous when that happens and try to take out their competition by any means necessary. This may not be Omega, but don't hold on to the illusion that there won't be any direct approaches to get you out of the picture. I'll take your warning to heart, I said and ignored his mumbled comment of, sure, while mentally making a note to get someone to check my defenses against assassination attempts at my office and apartment. But there is something I wanted to talk to you about, I continued, and I could basically see how Paulin held back from saying finally and rolling his eyes. He knew that I didn't come over just to make idle conversation. Talking with an experienced CSEC officer could be interesting when they started to talk about cases they encountered, but Paulin wasn't known for being a good conversationalist. It's about humanity taking some of the responsibility for keeping the galaxy safe. We want to do our part in making the station a safe place for everyone. As I've told your embassy many times, this is a decision the Council has to make. And if they believe it is too early for humanity, then there is nothing I can do to change their decision, Paulin said with a long-suffering sigh. I got the feeling that he had this conversation many times before, and that he was already dreading the many times it would come after this. I know it's the Council's decision, and they have their reasons to believe we're not ready for the responsibility that comes with CSEC, I conciliated. But we still want to show that the trust the Council already has placed in us isn't misplaced. To do that, I had an idea that would need your approval. Then let's hear your idea, see if it's any good. Instead of allowing humans to apply for CSEC in general, why not just employ a handful of trained policemen and officers? To see if they can handle the requirements of the job. If we don't know which qualifications we lack to work effectively as CSEC officers, how can anyone expect that we're magically ready for the job when the Council allows humans on the force? So you basically want a test group, summarized Paulin. That is correct. That way, we can learn what our officers lack, and CSEC will get a better picture of how humans can fit into it without a sudden influx of human applicants. Paulin was silent for a moment. He kept staring into my eyes, but there was no heat behind it. Instead, it felt like it was some habit of his to unnerve a suspect while he thought things over. Your idea has some merit behind it, said Paulin slowly, as if he couldn't believe that he arrived at this conclusion. How exactly would the selection process go? I imagine the embassy would get involved in it. Only partly, I answered, hoping that Anita wouldn't be too angry with me when I told her about this. On the other hand, she did tell me I had a free hand on how to handle it, and I didn't do or offered anything over the top to get to this point. Of course, the embassy would provide you with the files of potential recruits, a small pool of candidates that you could choose from. Let's say, for example, 20 officers and 5 detectives. 25 in total, all partnered with more experienced officers and detectives to observe and guide them. The number is too large for a first attempt, but that's probably something that Executor Vanier and your embassy will decide. What's more important is how we would proceed if any of them need to be disciplined. I don't want CSEC to become more of a political playground than it already is. I can probably convince Ambassador Goyle to give you a free hand for any disciplinary action you have to take. As long as it is by the books, I can't imagine that she has any objections. That was a blatant lie on my part. Anita would have plenty of objections, but as long as she didn't air them in front of Paolin or Executor Vonnier, everything would be peachy. And personally, I thought that CSEC should take care of that. While it would certainly damage our image if an officer of this first generation got fired, the fact that we would let CSEC handle it without any interference from our side would go a long way with Paolin, the future executor. And that was something far more important than any short-term damage to our image. I see, said Paolin slowly. I'll have to talk with Executor Vonnier about it, but I believe the idea has merit, and she will see it that way too. Please inform your ambassador to expect a call concerning the details. A good evening to you. And without much further ado, Paolin left me, and probably the party, as well. I stood there for a minute not quite realizing that Paolin had left so abruptly, and I couldn't hold back the sigh that escaped me at the thought that I would now have to search for Anita and explain what kind of promises I gave without consulting her about them beforehand. Somehow I knew that she would get a few concessions out of me for the Alliance and herself, even if I accomplished what she wanted me to do. Yet there was one thing I could do before I faced the music. Getting a drink. Chapter 22, Interesting Times, Chapter. October 19th. 1538 Set. Citadel, Aber Ward. Ad Astra Citadel HQ. What did you say? I asked through clenched teeth. My irritation must have shown on my face since Amita Das, one of my employees who keep in contact with the Alliance, took a nervous step back. Furthermore, I noticed how she paled in the face of my anger. It's as I said, sir, responded Amita after a second, collecting herself. The Alliance is going to pull back their patrols at the border to the Skilian Verge. There are some concerns that a military presence in that part is going to provoke the Batarians unnecessarily. And coincidentally, our mining operations in that sector have come under attack by pirates the moment the patrols were called back. Nobody can convince me that this was just a coincidence, I spat. The mining location itself was fine. The ships protecting it, while not as powerful as those I sold to the Alliance, were still enough to fight off any pirate attack. Yet, that couldn't prevent the ships transporting the mined materials from coming under attack. They had just jumped into a system that would have been normally in the range of an Alliance patrol fleet, but thanks to them pulling back, the transporters had been an easy target for anyone. I lost 3 transporters and 2 escort ships, over 100 people died in the attack, and the stolen materials valued around a few hundred million credits. Is it any surprise that I was pissed when I heard about it? My contact says the Alliance regrets that the incident happened but can't do much without provoking the Batarians, Amita continued. Empty platitudes, I growled. While the Batarians claim that this part of the Skilian Verge belongs to them, the Council hasn't decided anything. Any move that is intended to avoid confrontation with the Batarians will be seen as weakness. The Alliance knows that, so the only thing that could be responsible for this situation is that someone was bribed with enough money to ignore any possible political fallout. I turned away from Amita and towards my office window, taking in the sight of the Aber Ward. The view from my office always helped me to calm down somewhat. Making any decision while overly emotional was always a bad idea, but sometimes unavoidable. Just like right now. I knew I shouldn't be petty and take out my anger on the rest of the Alliance, but perhaps I had to remind a few people of what could happen when I was angry. When I turned back toward Amita, I saw how Luo Abercroft, a senior lawyer on my legal team, moved closer to my desk with a datapad in his hand. He was here to remind me of every move we could make without violating any law or contract. We will have to close the mining location. If the Alliance is unwilling to patrol that area of space, then we have no other choice. I won't risk any of my employees for a single mine, no matter how profitable it is. I stopped for a moment, a thought coming to my mind. Were the families of those killed in the attack contacted? I asked Luo. He nodded and responded calmly, every family was contacted, and informed about our insurance policy. The first round of payment has already happened. And if I may add, in a conversation with a member of our PR department, I was told that our popularity ratings rose by 5 points after the fact. Good, I said more to myself than Luo. Since the beginning, I had been of the opinion that every company that wanted to rise to the top should look after its employees. From the bottom to the top, nobody should feel left out. After all, good PR doesn't start with the satisfaction of the consumer and buyer but with the workers. They would tell their family and friends, who would also tell others, creating an endless web of cost-free advertisements. Furthermore, happy workers meant that their productivity was high as well, and if they had any ideas about how they could improve their work, they would come to us with their ideas first instead of offering them on the free market. If someone started to crunch the numbers, he would probably find that Ad Astra's market value rose by 10%, thanks to the ideas of its employees. And Ad Astra's insurance policy was just another method to bind its employees to the company and keep them happy. If any employee got hurt or even killed during his work for Ad Astra would receive a stipend that was almost like a pension. The amount that would be paid rose with every child of school age. Through this, we created a strong connection with our workforce. Ever since I implemented those methods, there had been only a few union strikes during the last few years, and every time there had been one, I personally flew out to meet with the concerned parties. I could have left those in the hands of my highly trained and highly paid mediators, but the impact of me being there was too meaningful to ignore. The big boss himself coming to hear the concerns of the little man. To listen to them. To discuss and negotiate with them, and not just to put them under his heel and crush them. You couldn't ask for better PR. And every time I involved myself in those issues, the pedestal they put me on rose higher and higher. Furthermore, my reputation as a man of honor and integrity, one who didn't forget the little people, was spreading among the lower and middle class. For now, that may be not important, but when the position of ambassador opened, it could become a game changer. While the alliance government could nominate someone for the position of ambassador, due to the influence and powers the position needed to be effective, the parliament had to acknowledge the nominee in the position with a vote of 60% in his favor. I was sure I could convince enough of the parliament members to vote in my favor, but making the consequences of not doing so unfavorably for the representatives was a nice incentive. After all, in the end, they would have to answer their constituents why they didn't choose me, and since most of the colonial population were low and middle-class citizens. Let's just say their re-election would take a lot of work on their side. So what should I tell my alliance contact, sir? Amita's words interrupted my thoughts and brought me back to the here and now. How many months until we're over the deadline for the newest batch of cruisers and frigates for the alliance? I asked Luo instead of giving Amita an answer. Luo took a moment to open the necessary documents on his datapad, and after he scanned them for the correct information, he said, the deadline for the frigates is around 4 months and for the cruisers approximately 6. Of course, the fines for overstepping the time limit are higher for the cruisers, but I wouldn't be able to tell you how far along they are. For that, you would have to talk with the respective project managers, Mr. Denebrin. Thank you, Luo, I said and turned back towards Amita to give her my answer to her question. Amita, you will have to tell your alliance contact that many of our shipbuilding efforts could face delays up to 9 months. Luo rose an eyebrow at that, probably already calculating the number of fines we would have to pay if I went through with my threat. On the other hand, Amita's shock at my answer was written on her face, but she quickly got her emotions under control and displayed only calmness. It's a sad thing, I shook my head ruefully, and from the corner of my eyes, I could see how Luo rolled his eyes at my acting, but without the mine at the border, we will have some material bottlenecks to overcome. After all, I can't send my employees into areas of space where there is a clear danger to their lives with a clear conscience. It will take some time until we've found a new location to open a mine, and the acquisition of the mining rights for it will take some time too. I shrugged in a what can you do way. Furthermore, there are still some other clients besides the alliance, and we have to look after their needs too, and the deadlines for those contracts are close. And the fines we would have to pay if we miss them would be even higher than those of the alliance. I have to look after my company's well-being first and foremost, after all. A sly smile hushed over Amita's face when she understood what I was playing at. Everything I just said was the truth, from a certain point of view. It was only natural that we would have some contracts for ships in the private sector, but our deals with the alliance were our primary moneymakers. There would be some diffusivities in procuring enough materials to finish all orders in time, but it would be possible nonetheless. The only thing we would have to do was to make certain that the deadlines for the next order of ships would be longer so that we could take our time to construct them, or we would have to take fewer contracts. I will talk with my contact as soon as possible, Mr. Denebrin. It's sad that the circumstances force us to delay the construction projects, but I'm sure that the alliance will be able to understand our situation, said Amita with a sly smirk of her own. Yet, it disappeared after a moment, and she looked as if she wanted to add something but wasn't sure if she should. When I noticed her hesitation, I gave her a reassuring smile and said, I see that you want to tell us something. So, do it. She took a breath and then started to talk about what was on her mind. It's just that one thing I don't understand. How did the pirates know that there would be no alliance patrols? Or better said, how did they know before us? Furthermore, that leads to the question of why we weren't informed about the fact beforehand. I would like to make some inquiries in that direction. With your permission, of course, Mr. Denebrin. The approving smile on my face helped Amita a lot to lose the tension that had built up while she was talking. All those questions were the right ones to be asked. How exactly did the pirates know? It wouldn't be a surprise if someone in the alliance informed them about the change in patrols to line their own pockets. Corruption was a problem most governments had, and the alliance was no different, no matter what some people said. Yet, the fact that we, or better said, I, weren't informed of them, hinted at someone trying to hurt my company, someone with reasonable political influence, since this couldn't have happened without knowing the right people. Nonetheless, I was of the same opinion as Amita that those questions had to be asked. And they were already asked. Andrew had given me the contact information of some of his agents that would be trustworthy enough to look into things for me without alerting their superiors as long as they didn't affect their work. It would probably take a few more weeks until I had a preliminary report, but I suspected some business rival was behind it, trying to take me down a peg or two and get a bigger slice of the cake for himself. Still, a second person investigating the circumstances that led to the attack, especially from a different angle, could be helpful. Furthermore, it would be a test of Amita's abilities to navigate the political world and to find out who exactly was behind it, so I gave her my permission, and with an incline of her head, she left my office. Closing my eyes, I took a moment to relax. While Luo still stood next to my desk, ready to continue to the next point on today's agenda, he gave me the time to enjoy the moment of silence. Most of my day had been full of paperwork that had to be read, signed, and filed. Not the most stimulating task, but a necessary one. I took a deep breath, opened my eyes, and turned to Luo to ask, "So, how is our progress with Project Native Invader?" "Right on schedule, Mr. Denebrin. We have vetted the potential intermediaries and are currently in the progress of deciding who we're going to approach. On that matter, we've already approached one of the potential intermediaries of Group A. Her situation, character, and personal opinion were a perfect match for our outlined criteria. Furthermore, she decided to sign the contract almost immediately. Perhaps we underestimated her desire to get back at the people who hurt her, but from what I could tell, she will be a valuable ally," answered Luo, his face showing no emotion as if it was made out of stone. In contrast, I couldn't help the smile blossoming on my face. "Wonderful," I exclaimed. "If you think she is what we were looking for, then I'm going to trust you with this. There is no reason for me to involve myself in the project more than I already am. Still, I would like you to continue to approach people from Group A. It would be foolish to bet everything on one card, no matter how good she is." "That was already the plan, Mr. Denebrin," assured Luo without changing his expression or tone, but somehow I could feel that he was a bit affronted that I thought he wouldn't do this by himself. "Just saying," I assuaged him. "You have my complete trust to continue and lead the project as you want." "Of course, sir." "Thank you, sir. Is there anything else that needs my attention?" I asked, hoping there was something to discuss that would help me to avoid the paperwork for just a moment longer. "Only a few more documents that need your signature. Nothing out of the ordinary. I will send them up when I get back to my office." So, not only wouldn't I be able to avoid doing my paperwork any longer, but the mountain of it would get higher, too. My dejected look must have amused him because I could swear that the edges of his mouth turned slightly upwards as I dismissed him with a hand gesture and a sigh. Just as Luo was about to leave the room, I called after him. "When go by Catherine, could you please tell her that she tells Captain Reveler from Internal Security to come up here? I have some things to discuss with him." Luo turned his head back to me and nodded before the door closed behind him. It would take some time until Captain Reveler arrived, so I continued with my paperwork. No matter how tedious it was important to keep the company running. Especially since among the paperwork were some application forms that I had to sign for the team responsible for our Skycar business here on the Citadel. I delegated the Skycar business to others so that I would have enough time for other projects, but my signature was still needed for this and other projects. Thanks to this, my teams and departments could work mostly independently with minimal oversight from me. In regards to the Skycars, it hasn't become the success I had expected. Perhaps it was because the cost of constructing and selling them was still higher than importing them from Asari businesses in Citadel space. Furthermore, while I had expected that our Skycars wouldn't be popular with the working class and parts of the middle-class citizens due to their higher prices, I had been mildly disappointed that even the upper class preferred the Asari-built Skycars. Perhaps it was the novelty of owning a Skycar built by aliens, but the people in charge were sure that the trend would reverse in time. Besides, they were hopeful that they would have more success with selling them to a market that was flooded with the standard models. The fact that we would introduce several, sometimes radical, different designs which looked and drove differently from what the Citadel species were used to. Yet, that would take time. The bureaucracy of the Citadel was slow, but I was sure our applications would come through. And this time without any interference. Everyone involved in the Skycar business from the Citadel side of things was convinced that the existing design couldn't be improved on or substituted by our models, but that wasn't our goal at all, so it was unnecessary to worry. As absorbed in my work as I was, I didn't hear that someone was knocking on my door the first time, but when the second knock came, louder than the one before, I was startled. I hadn't noticed how much time had passed and that Captain Reveler was probably standing in front of my office door, waiting to be let in. "Enter." I barked out while organizing my desk and putting the paperwork to the side. The door opened, and a man in his late 30s entered. He had short, cropped red hair and light blue eyes. His face seemed as if it was set in a slight frown, and multiple scars spoke of a hard life. The way he walked into my office spoke of a previous military career, and his uniform, the standard uniform of the Ad Astra security forces with additional markings announcing his rank, looked pristine. Captain Reveler stopped 2 steps away from my desk, his feet shoulder wide apart and his hands clasped behind his back. "Captain Reveler reports for duty, sir," he announced with a grave voice. "Thank you for coming, Captain. Would you like to sit down?" I asked and pointed to one of the two chairs in front of my desk. "No, thank you, sir," denied Reveler with a shake of his head. "I prefer to stand if it doesn't bother you, sir." One could tell from his behavior that this man had been a soldier, every little thing of his being practically screamed it out into the world. Yet, he had been dishonorably discharged by the Alliance for conduct unbecoming for an officer of the Alliance Marine Corps. As far as I could find out, it was more about his zealously protecting humanity's territory than anything else. Be it human or alien pirates, slavers, or criminals, anyone hurting humanity and the Alliance was hunted down and terminated with extreme prejudice. He was a hunter and just the men I needed. "I'm sure that you have heard what happened to our mining operation, or more specifically, to the transporters. Am I correct?" I asked while looking him in his eyes. I could see how they lost the little warmth that had been there before, hidden behind years of practice and experience. If someone were asked to describe them now, they would say they resembled blocks of ice with how cold they seemed. "I did," growled Reveler, his voice dropping an octave. Honestly, he sounded more like a beast ready to maul its enemies than a man. "Good," I said, pleased that I wouldn't have to explain the situation to him. "I have a job for you. I guess it has something to do with the pirates that raided our transports." "It has," I confirmed. "I want you to assemble a team of your choosing. Those pirates will be found, and," my voice turned icy, "made an example. I don't want to let this scum think that they can attack my company, kill my men, and walk away from it scot-free." I stood up from my chair, my face changing into an expression that would have sent a lesserman running to the hills. My hands gripped the edges of my desk hard enough that my knuckles turned white, and I leaned slightly forward over my desk. "I want the rest of these pirate and slaver scum to understand that they shouldn't think twice, not thrice, but never of attacking me and mine ever again lest they end as this group will. Do you understand, Captain Reveler?" The spine of the captain had apparently changed from bone to steel with how straight he stood in the middle of my office, but I could see how a small bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. "Of course, sir. When I'm done with them, they will become something that will be only spoken of in hushed tones." "When do I begin?" he asked, eager to begin his hunt. "Now," I answered shortly. "I want an action plan by the end of the week. Who you're going to add to your team, what equipment you need, and what ship you want. Designate it as Operation Firebird Dash, and it will end up on my desk without anyone having to look it over beforehand. Officially, you will be part of the protection detail while we deconstruct our mining facilities in the area, so you will have an excuse ready for your presence there. And if you so happen to bump into those pirates, I expect you to act in the company's best interests." "Yes, sir," responded Reveler while saluting. "I will have everything ready by the day after tomorrow. There are more than enough people in our security forces that would like to have the opportunity to strike back at those pirates. Nonetheless, if you're able to, I want you to keep this on the down low," I cautioned. "I want rumors to spread among their community, but if it's possible, I want to be able to deny our involvement. And if that's not possible, I want you to make it look like you bumped into them by chance. While acting openly wouldn't be a disaster, it would invite unnecessary attention, and I would probably have to allow inspectors to make sure that my security forces didn't violate any laws regarding the creation of personal armies. On the other hand, it would most certainly bind my employees even tighter to my company when they learned that even in the situation where we couldn't protect them, we would avenge the fallen and make sure that the perpetrators couldn't hurt anybody ever again. Still, rumors in that direction would be almost as effective without any negative repercussions. Furthermore, it would probably help to elevate my reputation in certain circles outside Alliance territory. We will do our best, sir. But I have to ask to be certain, what are our ROE? Asked Reveler. Extreme prejudice, I answered coldly. As I said, I want them to be an example of what happens if anyone out there on the wrong side of the law dares to cross me. It will be done, sir. I will make certain of it, he responded with a determination in his voice that could and would move mountains. Then get to work, Captain. Dismissed. Captain Reveler saluted once more, and turned on his feet in a perfect 180-degree turn, marching out of my office. I slowly sat back down on my office chair, the adrenaline that had pumped through my veins leaving me, adding to my exhaustion. Perhaps it was the act of ordering the death of people I didn't even know that left me so exhausted, but it had to be done. If my enemy started to employ such tactics, it would only be right if I did so too. Logically, I knew that this wouldn't be the last time I would have to do so, but previously I had been satisfied with ruining my enemies' lives in a manner that made them outcasts of society. Perhaps my method was even crueler than simply killing them, since I forced them to live the rest of their lives without any money or reputation that they previously enjoyed, but somehow the act of ordering someone's death was completely different. I closed my eyes and took deep breaths to calm my rapidly beating heart. The more I thought about it, the harder my resolve got. I would employ such tactics in the future when necessary. If I wanted to, I could probably excuse my actions that it would be for the greater good since everything I did was to strengthen my power base. So that I could effect real change when I got into a position where I could truly start to prepare the galaxy for the arrival of the Reapers. Yet, no matter how much I wanted to deny it, the Reapers were only part of my reason. The galaxy was a merciless place for those that couldn't be ruthless, especially for those trying to climb the mountain of power, and I wanted to stand at the very top of this mountain. I learned something about myself over all these years after my memories of this universe returned to me. I love power and the influence that comes with it. I enjoy the circumstance that I can buy everything I want. And I was definitely addicted to the adoration that many people showed towards me. Was I an awful person? Did I become a person my previous self wouldn't recognize? To all those questions, I had only one answer. Perhaps. I would continue to live as I wanted and let the coming generations decide what type of person I was. But to ensure that there would be future generations, I had to make sure that the Reapers were defeated. Maybe it was time for me to think about how I could slowly start to prepare the rest of the galaxy to accept the possibility that the Reapers even existed. But I would have to think about this later in my apartment because for now, there was still enough paperwork to take up the rest of my workday. Chapter 23, Interesting Times, Chapter. December 14th. 14. Reach, Olympus System. En route towards R&D Facility Vinci. You know, I drawled, the last time I visited this facility, I didn't have to go through all this nonsense. First, I had to travel to Earth, where a team of Alliance Marines escorted me to an on-planet military base. We changed transports again to fly up to a frigate waiting in orbit. Thankfully, the frigate jumped directly into the Olympus system without any detours. When we arrived in the system, we took another transporter down to the planet, and I noticed that its ID was different from the one we took to the frigate. We landed on the planet, and I had only enough time to take a look around before they led me toward another shuttle that would finally take me to our end destination. Couple all of that with repeated checks for any tracking beacons or bugs every time we changed transports, and one could understand why I was annoyed with everything. The last time you visited this facility, Mr. Denebrin, you were a high-ranking member of the Alliance government, responded Captain Mespergamini. Furthermore, he continued, the security measures at this facility have been doubled since your last visit. Especially now that we are sure that the Solarians have managed to acquire enough information to build a functioning DR drive of their own, the whole system could become compromised. I couldn't help but roll my eyes when I heard this. It was always just a matter of when and not if they could replicate it. And besides, I'm pretty sure the whole galaxy already knows of this place. If not the exact coordinates, then at least the sector. If I remember correctly, the first rumors about this place started to appear a few months after we settled on it. Captain Mespergamini seemed to sink a bit deeper into his seat. I had to wonder how he did that. The shuttle was made for military purposes, and my stiff back told me that what he did was quite impossible. Quite true, Mr. Denebrin, quite true, he agreed tiredly. It's just that the latest intelligence reports about the Solarians' progress in building their own DR drive has quite a lot of people anxious. Alliance High Command thought we would have the advantage of space travel unrestricted by the relays for a while longer. Now, those same guys are worried that it is only a matter of time until we have to deal with Solarians in the system. It was always just a matter of time, I scoffed. Personally, I'm surprised it took the Solarians so long to make enough progress for the AIS to notify High Command about it. But, I also think it will still be some time until we have to worry about the Solarians using the DR drive effectively. Why? The captain was interrupted when the shuttle experienced turbulences that shook us in our seats, but as the shuttle recovered, so did the captain, and this time he asked his question without interruption. Why do you think so, Mr. Denebrin? A small smile appeared on my face, and I turned my head to the left. If we had traveled with my personal shuttle, I would have been able to look out a window to see the landscape flying by, but in this military transport, the only thing that greeted me was steel. I suppressed a sigh as I turned back to face Mespergamini, and said, arrogance, my good captain. Arrogance. I waited for a moment to let that one word sink in, and I could see how he was at first confused but then slowly came to realize what I meant. Still, it wouldn't hurt to elaborate on what I meant so that we could continue our discussion. It could still take some time until we arrived at our destination, and without any of my data pads, I couldn't even work. So talking was the only distraction available to me. The Solarians believe in their own superiority. Hundreds upon hundreds of years as the most scientifically inclined species in the galaxy, producing innovations almost daily and being seen as the smartest species by the rest of the galactic community. It's hard not to develop hubris. And that's why they will have difficulties adapting the DR drive to their existing technological progress. There was a spark of understanding in Mespergamini's eyes as I finished. I read about the difficulties you had when you started to combine Element Zero with the DR drive when I got appointed as your military liaison officer. If the Solarians try to do the same, they will get a radically different result. Exactly, I said with a nod. All of our ships are equipped with drives that combine ESO and DR technology, so I'm sure that the Solarians will think that both depend on each other rather than two completely different technological disciplines. Furthermore, they believe, quite rightly, in my opinion, that they have achieved a mastery over ESO technology that will take us a long time to reach. If we take this thought further, what do you think the Solarians will do? They will use the DR drive with a fully powered ESO core, answered Mespergamini almost immediately. Probably without testing the DR drive on its lonesome beforehand. Since we can use the DR drive with less sophisticated ESO technology, they will think their greater knowledge about it will improve the drive even more. Correct, I agreed, and my smile resembled a shark's. During the first test, the ship will be lost inside the rift, brought off course by the dimensional winds. And the best thing about it? The Solarians observing the experiment won't know what happened. It will set their efforts back by months. They won't be able to comprehend that their superior ESO tech is the cause of their failure. Of course, at one point, they will be able to figure it out, but I can't see it happening soon. Meanwhile, continued Mespergamini, we continue to further our understanding of ESO and DR technology. Each of them independently, combining them later on into a new field. That way, we will be able to bridge the gap between us and the established galactic superpowers. Is that one of the reasons you champion the combination of existing and new technological innovations with Element Zero to be seen as a completely different field of research? Among others, yes. I dislike how the galaxy seems to restrict itself to ESO technology. It looks like they see the Protheans as the apex of technological and cultural progress without any thought of deviating from the pre-existing path or going even further than the Protheans. And by going a different way, we can surprise our opponents by doing things differently from how they're used to. Exactly, I said with a grin. The captain replied with a grin of his own. We settled into a comfortable silence for the rest of the trip to the facility. December 14th. 1440 set. Redacted. SNV Shining Light. Colonel Savile Mihara, STG. He swiped over his mouth with his thumb once again while he observed the bustle around him. The crew was finishing the final preparations for the opening of the rift, as the humans called it. Savile couldn't help the scoff that escaped him whenever he thought of those upstarts. He had been a young hatchling when the incident happened that led to a brief but brutal battle between the humans and Turians. Barbarians, both of them, he thought disgusted. How they even achieved space travel is still a mystery to me. Intellectually, he could understand how. The Turians had access to Prothean ruins and, like the Asari and Solarians, used them to great effect to bring their civilization into a new age. Yet, how the humans did it without the help of any remnants of Prothean technology at first and even created another method of space travel over long distances. Something that his own species hadn't accomplished by themselves. Even now, they would be using technology created by humans. Even an idiot can have one good idea in his life. Salvin was sure that the creation of this so-called DR drive was only a fluke. A species as young as humanity wouldn't have been capable of something like that otherwise. He would never be able to believe that a species so young could invent another form of space travel intentionally, especially when they had only just discovered the mass relays and MassEffect technology left behind by the Protheans. It probably happened during a failed experiment, trying to travel between star systems with an inferior ESO drive. At least, that explanation would fit their less sophisticated use of it. Salvin was sure that the additions and improvements they had made to the DR drive would leave anything created by the humans in the dust. "Sir, the preparations are done. We're ready to jump at your command," called the pilot, and a smile appeared on Salvin's face. This was it. He would become the first Solarian to use the new technology. His name would be known by future generations of STG agents as the one to take the first step into a new age of intelligence gathering. "Activate the drive, and get us through the rift, pilot," ordered Salvin, and the bridge crew followed his command at once without any signs of hesitation. Right before the observation window of the bridge, a circle of blue light appeared in front of the ship, and the SNV Shining Light slowly drew closer to it. If Salvin was truthful, he would admit that the appearance of the blue circle was mesmerizing. He couldn't turn his eyes away from it as it grew bigger the closer they got. Then the moment of truth arrived as the nose of the ship pierced the circle and disappeared into the blue light. Moments later, the rest of the ship followed, and the black background of the galaxy vanished, leaving only the colors blue and white. Salvin's heart was beating faster than it had ever before, and it seemed like his surroundings were disappearing until only the blue and white of the rift were left. He was so immersed in the sight that he didn't hear that his sensor officer was calling him. Only after the third time calling for his attention did Salvin leave his trance, focusing on the officer. "Repeat that, officer," he snapped out. "We're getting readings of some kind of radiation that are not in our systems, and their levels are rising into a dangerous territory quickly." Before Salvin could order anything to counter the rising radiation levels, a shudder went through the ship, throwing more than one Solarian to the ground. "What's happening now?" he cried out, and a slight bit of fear appeared in his voice. "I'm losing control of the ship," cried the pilot helplessly. "Something is pushing us around, and I have my hands full keeping us steady." A siren started to sound on the bridge, and simultaneously another officer called, "We just lost our right wing. Deploying atmosphere seals." But before the officer could do anything, the ship shuddered once again, and this time it was like an explosion hit the bridge. A few of his fellow Solarians cried out as their bodies were pierced by flying metal pieces. "I'm losing control of the ship," screamed the pilot, and Salvin could see everything, every single dream he ever had going up in flames right before his eyes. The last thing he ever felt was confusion. Confusion over what exactly went wrong. Then, it was like the whole ship was ripped apart by an invisible beast. December 14th. 1448 set. Redacted. SNV observing shadow. Major Kiki, STG. "They should have appeared on our sensors by now," muttered the Solarian to his right, and Mies could only nod in agreement. Even if it's an untested drive, an in-system jump shouldn't take so long. Besides, we saw that the Xing light opened the rift and flew into it. "So what is taking them so long?" asked another Solarian tasked with observing the experiment. "The experiment was a failure, and the shining light is probably lost with all hands," stated Mies after careful consideration. The two Solarians turned away from their equipment that recorded every single second and detail of the experiment to face him. He could see the confusion on their faces, but he wouldn't say anything until they asked. It wasn't in his nature to give out information without anyone asking, and it didn't matter to him if the information was classified or not. "What makes you say that, sir?" asked one of the sensor officers after a moment of silence. "Even if it's an untested design, the exit should have opened by now. Every data we acquired from the humans points to that. Since that didn't happen, the only conclusion we can draw is that something went wrong inside the rift. So, the only question left is what went wrong." Mies nodded slowly, and the sensor officers turned back towards their terminals, starting to analyze every shred of data their equipment recorded. In the ensuing silence, Major Kiki was alone with his thoughts, but his ears were always open. He learned young that sometimes just listening was enough to acquire all the needed information and to draw the correct conclusions. So when the two sensor officers started to talk, Mies started to listen. "Do you think that has anything to do with the rumors circling in IT?" "Could be. I've heard the guys in IT were searching for something in the last data package and found nothing." "Interesting theory," thought Mies. But ultimately wrong. They found nothing because there wasn't anything. The analysts are sure that Oscar de Nebron knew what he was doing when he let that drop. A smokescreen. Intended to delay our progress, nothing more. Still, I should make a note to check again in my report. For 5 years, Mies had been working in the STG division responsible for the surveillance of human territory. And truth be told, the AIS was a more worthy opponent than the different agencies of the Asari or the Turian Military Intelligence Services, TMIS. When he started working for the STG more than 8 years ago, he heard about the counter-espionage abilities of the AIS from some of his colleagues but didn't think much about them. 3 years later, he was relocated to his new division and learned the hard way that the humans were more than capable enough to give the STG some trouble when trying to do their job. The game in the shadows that people like Mies played got a lot more interesting with the introduction of the humans, and the game they played between them was a lot more subtle than with the Turians. Every time the TMIS discovered an STG team inside the hierarchy's territory, it would become a race between the two outcomes of being captured and eliminated or escaping successfully. If the AIS discovered an STG team, there wouldn't be any signs at first. It would take some effort on the STG side to notice that they had been discovered. Only after the team would begin to exfiltrate, an AIS team would be sent to capture them. Most of the time, the STG team would be able to exfiltrate successfully, but there would be one problem. There was no way to know just when exactly they had been discovered. Furthermore, it would be almost impossible to know which information they acquired was genuine and which had been planted by the AIS. Even if he was his and the entire STG's most hated opponent, Andrew Clark, the founder and director of the AIS, was respected by every single agent in the H division. Respected enough that the STG tried to assassinate him on 3 different occasions. And every time, the attempt failed before the team even got close enough to line up a shot. One time, they got even a message from the director personally. It only contained 2 words, "Nice try." Mies had to hold back a snort when he recalled that particular incident. The message was found in one of their secret listening posts, and even after a forensic team went over the place, it was still unclear how the AIS managed to deliver it without anyone noticing. Yet that had been preferable to what happened when they tried to take out the former president of the Alliance, Michael Port, or the former Minister of Economics, Oscar de Nebron. There were others designated as possible targets, but most were still working for the Alliance, so no attempt was made due to the potential political fallout. After Michael Port and Oscar de Nebron had left their posts in the Alliance government, plans were made to take them out of the picture. Both had enough influence and power to reverse any changes that the Solarian or Asari could influence in human society if they were inclined to do so. Thus STG Command saw an opportunity to eliminate the 2 unknown variables after they left the protection of the Alliance government. Michael Port was traveling inside the Alliance territory, from one planet to another, to observe how humanity adapted to different environments. After careful consideration, STG Command decided that he would be too hard to hit right now and that they would wait until the STG achieved a deeper penetration in the Alliance's territory. Oscar de Nebron, on the other hand, was much easier to hit and perhaps an even more important target than Michael Port, at least in Mike's opinion. He was the backbone of the Alliance's military buildup and general infrastructure. Without his mining businesses, there wouldn't be enough raw materials to satisfy the demands of a growing galactic civilization. Either their efforts would take a hit, or the Alliance would have to turn to other markets to import the needed materials at great cost. So, it had been decided that an STG team would eliminate Oscar de Nebron, made easier by his move to the Citadel, where he would be far more in the open than elsewhere. Yet, when the time came, the whole team disappeared off the grid without any notice. At that time, Mies had been part of the Overwatch team and had a front row seat to the panic spreading among them like wildfire. Nobody knew what had happened, and even a second team sent to the site couldn't find out what happened to the assassination team. But one thing was clear. The AIS had found out about the assassination and stopped the attempt before anyone from the STG realized it. The only remaining question was if they would retaliate, and retaliate they did. It happened when a Turian rear admiral was assassinated on a planet deep inside the hierarchy's territory. The Turian had advocated for more independence from the Council and was trying to reduce the Turian patrols at the border to the Terminus systems and Solarian colonies. He had been considered a target for elimination but wasn't deemed dangerous enough to Solarian interests to warrant it. So, it was no surprise that the STG would fall under suspicion, but that would have been negligible if not for one important fact. 3 different STG cells inside the hierarchy's territory were uncovered just after the assassination, one of them in the same system as the murdered rear admiral. The fallout from that had been immense. And the only reason why Mies knew that this was the retaliation of the AIS for the attempted assassination of Oscar de Nebron was a drop of blood found at the site from where the assassin shot. But not human blood, no, the AIS wouldn't be so careless. It was Solarian blood, which didn't exactly help to convince the Turians of the STG's non-involvement. Only after the STG got their hands on the DNA analysis of the blood and compared it to their databanks did they start to see the whole picture. The blood belonged to one of the agents of the team they sent to eliminate Oscar de Nebron, and it was still fresh. There had been no preservatives, so they couldn't even argue that the blood had been placed there. If it hadn't been a play against his agency, Mike would have been able to appreciate the scenario. Holy Dalatras, he was able to appreciate it. It was masterfully done, and one had to appreciate such finesse. Records from the Turians showed that no human entered or lived in the system, or even the cluster, in the last 5 years. There was still no consensus on how exactly the humans managed to assassinate the Turian without even the slightest evidence left behind. The only concrete evidence found was planted there, and the message behind it was only understandable by the STG. Mies shook his head to get rid of these unnecessary thoughts. He had more important things to do. He ordered the 2 sensor officers to compile a summary of the recorded data and left the observation room. There was still a report to write and his superiors were very interested in the experiment. I just hope the next experiment goes better. Mihara wasn't a great loss, but I would hate to see other agents go down the same road as him. Yet, one thought wouldn't leave his mind now that he thought about it again. How did the AIS infiltrate the Turian system without anyone noticing? Could it be that they used the DR drive? We had to create new sensors to observe the rift phenomena, but the EZO in the ship should still appear on the regular sensors. December 14th. 1503 set. R&D Facility Vinci. I stretched my arms above my head to get the kinks out of my shoulders when I left the shuttle. Those seats really weren't good for one's back. And that the flight took longer than expected didn't help too. Before I could look around the landing pad, a voice called out to me. Oscar. It's good to see you. It's been too long, my friend. I turned toward the voice and saw Admiral James Wright walking in our direction. He looked well for his age. His hair might have turned completely gray, and at some parts even white, but there was still a youthfulness in his gait that fit him somehow. The bright grin on his face was almost as blinding as all the medals that decorated his pristine uniform. James. I called, matching his smile with one of my own. You being here to escort me almost makes up for all the trouble I had to go through to get here. James let out a quiet laugh at my poor attempt at a joke and shook his head. Trust me, when you find out what this meeting's about, you will understand all the precautions we had to take. That's serious, huh? I asked, and James turned serious for a moment. Serious enough that you have to sign Form E-32, he said seriously, his mouth becoming a thin line. My smile froze on my face, and the only thing I could do was blink in shock for a moment. Form E-32 wasn't something that was given out lightly. Hell, ever since I joined the Alliance almost 2 decades ago, I had to sign this form only 2 times, and one of those became obsolete 5 months after I had signed it. The first one had been when my company and I had been granted access to the Prothean tech recovered from Mars, and the other one was when I was made aware of the crisis bunker en Reach. Prothean tech and anything we could glean from it had become so widespread in the Alliance that there wouldn't be any breach in agreement if I sold or told others about it. I only had to sign it, so that the Alliance would be the only organization with access to ESO technology during its infancy so that the superpowers on Earth couldn't supplement them with their own organizations. The other one was still in effect, and if I told anyone without the necessary security clearance about the bunker, I would have to face the consequences of breaching the agreement. The consequences? Being labeled a traitor to humanity and executed without trial. That's how serious this form was. Yet, I didn't feel uneasy. Instead, I could feel how my anticipation started to build up. Just what did they find to bring out this form? And why would they call for me? I wasn't part of the Alliance government anymore, so they were under no obligation to tell me anything. My best guess was they needed Takahashi for something, and he insisted that he would only agree if I was involved, too. Or perhaps they needed more funds that wouldn't appear anywhere in the Alliance's bookkeeping. Possibilities over possibilities, but I would never find out anything if I just stood there. You still know how you can interest me, my old friend, I said easily after I recovered from my momentary shock. James laughed good-naturedly, and a smile started to appear on my face too. So, asked James after he stopped to laugh, do you want a tour? He pointed to the area before us. We got some time before the meeting. Barbara still needs some time before she can join us. Barbara is coming too. That was a surprise, but a good one. It had been years since I last saw her. Yeah, it's almost a reunion of the old gang. We're just missing Michael and Anita. But back to Barbara. She's running some kind of experiment, and you know how she is when she's focused on her work. James finished his statement with an eye roll. I tried to suppress a chuckle but didn't quite manage it. So, you want that tour or not? I will take it gladly. I want to see what the tons of money I sunk into the Alliance got us for toys, I joked. With another laugh, James started to walk away and signaled me to follow. I joined him moments later, eager to see how far the Alliance military had come. Chapter 24, Interesting Times, Chapter. December 14th. 1515 Set. Reach, Olympus System. R&D Facility Vinci. James and I walked side by side as we left the landing platform. The two soldiers guarding the platform straightened up when James walked by and saluted, which James returned. I couldn't help the slight smile when I noticed that the two soldiers carried AR-2s. It wouldn't surprise me if James still got a kick out of a rifle named after him. The Alliance signed an exclusivity contract with my weapons sub-company for the AR-2, and from the reviews that went over my desk, they were happy with it. Better cooling than before, slightly better penetration power that could take down a kinetic barrier in 3 to 4 shots, and adaptable to different mods. Furthermore, several kinks that could make the weapon misfunction in the heat of battle were now non-existent. All in all, it was a reliable rifle, and its successor was already in development. I let my eye wander around the area until James hit me softly with his elbow to get my attention. He pointed to the right toward a warehouse whose doors slowly opened. Look over there, said James, they're going to take Betsy out for a walk. Betsy? I asked, confused about the name, but he just shrugged. I don't know what the guys thought when they named it, but they seemed to like it, so the commander in charge of the facility doesn't say anything about it. And I think the engineers and mechanics should have fun naming their babies. Probably helps their motivation too. So, what is Betsy? Yet my question wasn't answered by James but by the thing coming out of the warehouse. I didn't see anything at first, but I could hear its thumping steps. They were powerful enough to let the ground and even my body vibrate. Moments later, it came through the open warehouse door. A 3-meter-tall machine appeared in the opening. It resembled a human only in broad strokes. Its torso was in the form of a sphere with a dent at the top. The orange glowing cameras in the bulge resembled eyes and gave the whole the impression of a head. Even from my position, I could recognize that the materials used for the torso were the same as those used for tanks. Strong enough to shrug off 1 or 2 tank shells without losing its structural integrity. The machine's limbs didn't have a metal sheathing, and one could see their inner workings. Every time it took a step, the servomechanism would move up and down, transferring the needed energy to get the giant machine moving. My eyes moved to the machine's hands, and they were the part that resembled a human the most. While they were large, the fingers looked flexible enough for different tasks. I turned toward James and asked while pointing at the machine, so, that's Betsy. Disbelief sneaked into my voice. It was hard to connect the name Betsy with a mech that looked like it would be able to break me like a dry twig. James, that ass, just looked at me with a big shit-eating grin. Yup, that's Betsy. Isn't she a beauty? My head moved toward the mech and back to James more than once, trying to comprehend what I saw before seemingly giving up. All right, I said with a sigh. Trying to understand the minds of soldiers was sometimes like trying to understand little children. At one point, you stop and start to accept it without any further questions. And that was my strategy from now on. As far as I knew, James would introduce me to such situations more than once in the time until the meeting. So, what is Betsy exactly? She looks somehow familiar, but I can't remember where I saw her before, I asked, changing my address from it to her. She looks familiar because she is the newest model of the heavy troopers, replied James with pride. Weren't they just exoskeletons? At first, yes. We modified the force multiplier exoskeletons used for cargo hauling so that they could be used on the battlefield. After Shang-Chi, his shoulders dropped the slightest bit as he recalled the memory, but he shook it off fast. The reports showed that they were very effective in combat. So, a team of engineers got together to think about how they could transform the modified exoskeleton into something worthy of our military. They had two different ideas, and Betsy is, as I said, the newest model of one of them. If that's one idea, I asked, then what's the other? James suddenly started laughing, and I could only look on, confused, until he calmed down enough to explain what was so funny about it. Sorry, he apologized, it's just that every time I think back to the moment Darius, the lead engineer behind the project, gave me an answer to that exact question, I can't help but laugh at how simple the answer is. With a smile, James stared into my eyes and said, the two ideas were this, making it bigger and making it smaller. I waited for a moment for the rest of the answer but then realized that this was it. My hand hit my forehead with a satisfying smack, and I groaned. That really is simple, I said, chuckling. It is, isn't it? Agreed James, smiling brightly. So if that is the big one, I pointed toward Betsy, where's the small one? For that, you will have to wait a bit longer. I'm sure we'll see some of the smaller ones. There's a group of them training close by, and the guys that know how to take care of the suits are here at this facility. Just let me say this, the suits are still in development. The engineers had more trouble with making them smaller than bigger. It costs a lot more too. I should know. I had to sign the budget for every single suit. So many zeros. James drifted off, and his eyes seemed to stare far into the distance. The temptation to clap my hands in front of his face was there. Yet, before I could follow through with my plan, James returned to the here and now. He started walking again, away from the warehouse, and I followed him. What else can you tell me about Betsy? I asked, eager to know more about the heavy combat suit. If we want to be precise, Betsy is a HES, heavy exoskeleton suit, Model 6C. The Model 6C is supposed to be able to function in all terrains and climates. It has some problems with extreme cold and heat, but the lead engineer assured me they are working on it. Furthermore, if the terrain is too rough, it gets unstable on its feet. A work in progress, too. But there aren't just problems. The HES runs 40 miles per hour in a straight line and up to 30 miles per hour if the ground is uneven with obstacles. It can shrug off small arms fire like it's nothing and can even survive a tank shell at almost point-blank range. Yet, their greatest achievement is the hands. While they're not suited for fiddly work, they can do most tasks just like a human hand. I've seen two pilots competing for the fastest time reloading their rifles, and let me tell you, they are fast. All in all, everything James told me painted a picture of a worthy addition to the Alliance military. You said this is Model 6C? I asked, and James nodded. What does the C stand for? Combat, he answered. ReArts, the company producing them for the Alliance, has two different versions. The C model is for Alliance use only, and the G model is for the public. The G model is designed to be a multipurpose tool, from hauling cargo to disaster relief work. If I had to take a guess, I would probably say that you should look into buying some of them, too. I'll think about it. And I would think about it. If they were as good as James said, then they would become a great help in many of my company's divisions. Working in mines and helping with the construction of starships, the possibilities for their use were there. I made a mental note to have someone look into buying a dozen or so for a first field test, and if they proved themselves, then I would place another order. We continued our tour of the facility, and James pointed toward one thing or another from time to time and explained what we were seeing. Sometimes, I would be just a new addition to an existing vehicle, and at other times it was a prototype of a new version. Yet, nothing had been so novel as the HES. The arrival of a troop transporter changed that. When the truck appeared in the distance, James stopped and signaled me with a raised hand to do the same. I watched as it came closer, and I could see it was the new ATP with reinforced sides. At the back, it could open to 3 sides separately so that the soldiers inside could leave the vehicle without coming under fire and had cover available to them immediately. The ATP slowly stopped a few meters away from us, and its back ramp lowered to the ground. A group of soldiers left the truck single file, and I was working hard, not letting my jaw drop. All of them were at least 2 meters tall, but I couldn't tell if that was because of the people themselves or because of the armored suits they wore. The suits were deep black, and even I, someone that didn't have much expertise in engineering, could tell they were masterpieces. And that's the small version, James said, noticing my gobsmacked expression. I tried to school my expression, and I would like to think I did a good job with it since James didn't make any comments about it. One of the soldiers left the group and came towards us, but a raised hand and a shake of the head from James were enough to stop him in his place. With another gesture, he signaled him to go back to his group, which the soldier did. I took another moment to observe the group of soldiers before I hurried to catch up with James, who had already started walking again. "So, who are they?" I asked, unable to hold my curiosity back any longer. "The first batch of Project Orion," answered James. I didn't know that the project was already in progress. And I didn't. I had seen plans for this project due to my friendship with James and Andrew, but from what I knew, the project had still been on the drawing board when I left the Alliance, and nothing had indicated that that would change in the next few years. I could convince the rest of the board that with the research into making the exoskeleton small enough to act as personal armor, we should at least train a small group of soldiers for the project. That way, we could start to observe which points of the suits, the soldiers' training, or anything else has to be adapted. "So those guys are basically lab rats?" I jokingly asked. "If you want to call them that. You're not wrong on that account. Besides, if you want to get technical, they're your lab rats, too." "My lab rats." "Well, Dr. Shales, to be precise." That made a lot more sense. Constantine had finished his first batch of stable genetic modifications for the Alliance military, and it had been green-lighted for distribution among the forces. Every single soldier, no matter if Army, Navy, Marines, veteran, or new recruit, would get an injection that would infect them with a virus that would alter their DNA over the course of 3 months. As far as we knew, the only observed side effects had been that the infected had a higher body temperature of 0.2 degrees and a cough. Even Dr. Shale couldn't say anything about long-time effects but was already looking into it as a side project. The reason why it had been green-lighted so fast was that thanks to the gen modification, the overall performance of the average Alliance soldier rose by 11%. And that was just the first success. Constantine was already working on improving it even more, and his first estimation of the percentage of the new virus was 16 to 17%. Yet, that wouldn't explain why James called those soldiers his lab rats. Unless. So, they got the new enhancements before anyone else? I asked, and my guess hit the nail on the head if I read James' expression correctly. "We told them everything, of course," said James, not looking at me. "They knew that it was an experimental genetic modification virus and that there was no study of potential side effects, short or long term. Yet, they all agreed voluntarily. And the results speak for themselves. 15% better performance across the board. An interesting fact, James. Yet, there is one thing I would like to know," I said slowly through clenched teeth while staring at James, who still didn't turn to face me. "How did you get your hands on the newest, still experimental, virus out of Dr. Shale's lab without me knowing anything about it?" Even if he didn't turn towards me, I could still see the grimace on James' face that spoke of a deep-seated unease. Since the laboratory, Dr. Shale is working in is partly under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, part of the brass believed that the results of Dr. Shale's research belonged to them as much as you. On their orders, an agent recovered an example of the virus for testing. Belonged to them. I growled, and James' grimace got even more pronounced. "Do you know how much money it cost me to put up that lab? To staff it, to pay for every bill, to get everything they need for their research?" I was slowly starting to scream, and I could feel how my face started to heat up. "Millions, James. Millions upon millions. The only thing the Alliance does is provide additional security besides the extensive security system that I paid for too. And what will happen if that version of the virus mutates due to instability? It's not a finished and stable product but an experimental one. There could appear dozens of complications in the near future. And who do you think will have to answer for them? Not the Alliance, that much I can tell you. After all, my company is currently the only one that's researching in that direction with enough success that something could appear outside of the lab. Please tell me that those idiots got what they deserve and that every sample of the virus has been used up. Of the latter, I can assure you. I made sure that after the volunteers for the Orion project received the treatment, the rest of the virus got destroyed. Officially, it was because of my concerns that the remaining samples could be stolen by our enemies. And what about the people who ordered this? That's a slightly more difficult situation. The man behind it is Rear Admiral Balboa, and he had more than enough backing that my hands are tied in this situation since he didn't violate any regulations that I know of. I'm sure that something happened, but without any knowledge about what happened, I can't do anything. The best I could do was to reassign him to another position, so he won't be able to repeat this. Furthermore, Rear Admiral Linghu, who I assigned to take over his previous position, has my full trust, and I can assure you that it won't happen again. I closed my eyes for a moment and concentrated on my breathing. Breathing in deeply through my mouth and slowly exhaling through my nose, I tried to force myself to calm down. It took a few seconds, but I felt myself calm down, so I wouldn't say anything I didn't mean when I opened my mouth again. When I opened my eyes again, I could see that James had finally turned to face me, and the apologetic expression on his face helped me to calm down too. It wasn't his fault that some people under his command thought they could do whatever they wanted without fearing any reprisal. If I had been in their position, I could see myself deciding to do the same thing. The only reason I was angry was that I was the aggrieved party. "What's done is done," I said after a while, and James visibly relaxed at my words. "But don't think that this won't have any repercussions. You said that with the new Rear Admiral this situation won't repeat itself. Well, I will make sure that it can't be repeated. Furthermore, since I lost a lot of money thanks to this, you can expect the new batch of gen treatments to be more expensive than expected." "That's only fair," agreed James. "And you will ring me up if your exploratory fleet finds any planets with high amounts of mineral resources. I lost a lot of money this year thanks to incompetency or bad decisions on the side of the Alliance, so it's only fair if they help me recuperate from those losses." "That won't be a problem, but I have to say you know how to get the best results out of a bad situation," chuckled James, and relaxed even more than before. "If the people around you try to put you down, then the best thing you can do is to stand up again. Again and again, until they understand that you won't stay down, or you're able to crush them all under your foot." "Harsh," James commented, "harsh, but true. I'll see what I can do." "I hope so. After all, I'm still the guy who builds your pretty little ships. So, everything you find will come back to you anyway. Just in a different form." That elicited a quiet laugh from James, and a small smile appeared on my face. "Come," said James, nodding towards a building to the side. "Barbara should have finished her experiment by now. At least, she should be soon at the conference room when we get there." I replied with a nod, still smiling softly, and followed James towards the building. I was just a step behind him, and when I was sure he couldn't see my expression, I dropped my smile, and a frown replaced it. While I didn't lie that I didn't blame James for the theft, and that was it, no ifs or buts, the same couldn't be said about Rear Admiral Balboa. There was no way I could let this slide. What would happen if others learned about this incident and thought they could get away with this? Besides, it would set a bad precedent for the Alliance. Every officer or politician with ambition would think they could do whatever they wanted without fear of retribution since they were part of the Alliance, and I wouldn't touch them thanks to that. I couldn't allow that. Never. It would make me look weak, and if I wanted to become the ambassador, I couldn't be perceived as weak. Yet, I decided to shelve my thoughts on the subject for now. Without any means of secure communication, I couldn't give any orders pertaining to my revenge without an information leak. When I did this, I wanted everything to be airtight. Everyone should be able to know that this was my doing, but there should be nothing that could be used against me. This wasn't like my revenge against those pirates at the border of the Skillian Verge. There I could probably kill them myself, put up a video of it on the extranet, and nothing would happen. Nobody would like to go against one of the most influential and wealthy humans for some pirate scum. Power, as I had, was like a carte blanche. I could do things that others would sit behind bars for life. Still, there was one problem with my carte blanche. I couldn't do the same to anyone in the government as the pirates, and Rear Admiral Balboa was definitely included in that group. Perhaps, I should amend my previous statement. There should be suspicions of my involvement in the upcoming disaster for Rear Admiral Balboa, but nothing concrete. Suspicions alone could do the job of deterring any fools trying to do the same as the good Rear Admiral. With a deep breath, I shoved all thoughts of revenge aside. The assurance that I would do something to repay the Alliance was enough for the moment. The coming meeting would probably require my full attention, and revenge plans were a distraction I couldn't afford right now. My steps sped up a bit to catch up with James, and we walked side by side until we arrived at the building where the meeting would be. James saluted the officer guarding the front door, and the officer opened the door without asking for any ID. I guessed that James was known well enough around the base that he didn't need his ID anymore, and as his guest, I got the same treatment. Inwardly, I scoffed at the lax attitude towards security but winced moments later when I realized I encountered similar situations in my own facilities. Speaking to my head of security to revamp the security protocols in all my holdings was added to my mental to-do list. Identity theft was still a thing, and with our growing knowledge and technology, I wouldn't be surprised if sometime in the future I met someone trying to steal my identity, down to the face and DNA. Perhaps I should ask Constantine if he couldn't create something that would at least make it impossible to clone me. I didn't want Cerberus to make a clone of me and use him to get access to all my resources. That would be a disaster in the making. James and I walked through some nondescript halls until we arrived at a door with a sign that read, Secure Conference Room 4. James held a card he fished out of one of his pockets to a small black box next to the door, and a beep and a small green light signaled that the lock disengaged. He put the card back into his pocket, and without much fanfare, James opened the door and stepped in. I followed shortly behind and looked around. There were no windows, and the whole room reminded me of the innards of a gray box. Most of the room was filled by a large round metal table with a dozen chairs around it that looked halfway comfortable. There was a small hole in the middle of the table where a hollow projector was placed on the ground. All in all, the conference room was unremarkable, nothing I hadn't seen before. The same couldn't be said for the people already sitting at the table. Andrew Clark was already standing when I entered the room and shaking hands with James. A small smile was on his face as he said, "It's good to see you too. You're right on time. I got a message that Barbara already is on her way. She should get here in a few minutes." "That sounds good. I think we delayed the meeting for long enough," responded James for the both of us. "Do you have the forms?" "I have, they're on the table and only need your signatures." "He didn't want to sign it until you did, too, Oscar." Andrew nodded toward the other person in the room when he addressed me. The smile on my face became more genuine when I saw Dr. Hashiyama Takahashi put down a form back onto the table. He stood up from his chair and began walking toward me with a small spring in his step. "It's good to see you again, Mr. Denebrin, sir," Takahashi said, a big smile plastered on his face, and held his hand out. I grabbed his hand firmly and shook it eagerly. "It's good to see you too, my friend. And how often do I have to tell you to call me Oscar? We have known each other long enough that you deserve the right to call me by my first name." "At least one more time, sir," chuckled Takahashi. I took a moment to look my best employee and good friend over. He looked good for his 52 years. A bit more gray in his hair, but he looked healthy enough that most wouldn't peg him to be a man in his 50s. If I compared how he looked now to the time when we first met, I could say with certainty that he looked far better now than back then. And his mind was just as sharp as back then, perhaps even more so. "I heard you didn't sign the form yet?" I asked, interested in his response. "I wanted to wait for you. I just don't like it when I have to keep secrets from you, and this one seems pretty big. After all, you're my employer and not the Alliance. It would smell too much like going behind your back for me to be comfortable with this arrangement." My smile turned even brighter at this. Takahashi was truly one of the most loyal people I knew, and I was glad I earned it. "Then let's get to it. Hames and Andrew wouldn't ask us to sign the forms if it wasn't important. The fact that only those two and Barbara are coming to this meeting means that whatever they want to show us will be world-changing." Takahashi grinned and pulled a pen from one of his lab coat's pockets, holding it out for me to take. I went to where the forms were placed on the table and picked one up to read over it. After reading it, to see if there were any new additions to the form that I should know about and not finding any changes to the ones I previously signed, I put my signature under it with a flourish and handed the pen back to Takahashi, who put his own signature to the second form lying on the table. "So," I said to Andrew, who came closer to collect the forms for safekeeping, "what's this all about?" "You're about to find out, Oscar," said a new voice. "Finally," grunted James, "took you long enough." "I took as long as I needed." "Not that a ruffian like you would understand the delicacy of my experiments," countered Dr. Barbara Helkin, who entered the room quickly. "Now that we are all here, should we start the meeting?" Andrew asked, stopping the argument between Barbara and James before it could gain traction. "Yes, please," I said, giving the two squabblers a pointed look as I sat down on one of the chairs with Takahashi taking the one to my left. When everyone was sitting, Andrew started the hollow projector and began to read Takahashi and me into the situation. 3 months ago, a survey team to Janus, the next planet in the Olympus system, discovered an anomaly on their scanners. They went to check it out, and among the ice and snow, they found a sealed door of unknown make. They called the discovery in, and a team of Alliance scientists arrived at the location not much later. Together, they were able to open the door. What they found was a corridor leading them deeper into the ground, and at the end, they found a large chamber. Essentially, they found alien ruins. "The planet right next to us?" I asked, and it was James instead of Andrew who nodded in response to my question. "And from how you all are acting, I guess that those ruins aren't Prothean." Next to me, Takahashi straightened in his seat. Perhaps he had already an idea where this was going and why they asked for his presence especially. After all, he was still the leading expert in the Alliance territory regarding all matters of spaceship construction. "You would be right, Oscar," said Barbara, fiddling with the datapad in her hands, "those ruins are much older." "How much older are we talking about?" asked Takahashi, unable to hold his curiosity any longer. "First analyses suggest that the ruins are around 250,000 years old," said Andrew with a glint in his eyes, and I could feel the shock of the revelation with every pore of my body. 250,000 years. Chapter 25, Interesting Times, Chapter. December 14th. 1613 Set. Reach, Olympus System. R&D Facility Vinci. 250,000 years. I repeated, shocked at the number. "That's correct," confirmed Barbara with a nod, and the look in her eyes told me that she understood my disbelief. "As far as we know, it's the oldest structure ever found by one of the existing galactic civilizations," added Andrew, before a thoughtful expression crossed his face. There are some rumors in intelligence circles that the Batarians found something that could be even older, but as I said, those are just rumors. I shuddered, knowing what the Batarians found, the Leviathan of Dis, a destroyed Reaper. There had been a time when I thought I should send some of my men to look for it, but I discarded the plan the moment I thought of it. Not only did I not know on which planet the Reaper was on in the Dis system, but even if I did, the system was too close to the Batarian hegemony's territory for any of my men to go unnoticed. Besides, I didn't want to mess with any Reaper or their tech without extensive preparations. Like one Cerberus scientist said in Mass Effect 2, even dead gods can dream. So, what did you find in those ruins? I asked after I regained control of my emotions. Neither Takahashi nor I would be here if you didn't need us for something. We may contribute to the Alliance massively, but that is no reason for us to know of such a secret. Especially since the better alternative than this, I pointed at the papers lying close to Andrew, to keep something secret is not telling. I took a moment to look at the people sitting around the conference table, but I couldn't see anything in their stony expressions. And since nobody took my momentary silence to explain the reason, I continued to speak my thoughts out loud. Instead, you told Takahashi and me. While I can understand that you're telling me since, without sounding too arrogant, I can gather more funds for your endeavors than most of the Alliance, at least without anyone noticing, that's still no reason to take Takahashi into confidence too. I sent him a quick apologizing smile when I said this, but Takahashi just acknowledged it with a stiff nod, understanding the point I was trying to make. The only reason you would do this is that you need his expertise. And his main field of research is space travel with a focus on starship engineering. So, if I have to take a guess, you found an old starship in those ruins, and you need Takahashi's knowledge to understand its technology. After I finished, I didn't look to Andrew or James to confirm my guess but to Barbara. While all three were good at masking their emotions if they needed to, Andrew and James had a lot more practice in it. Not to say that Barbara was poor at it, but I knew what I had to look for to confirm my theory. Annoyance. Barbara would definitely be annoyed that they had to bring Takahashi in to help them understand the starship they found, since it would implicate that neither she nor any one of her hand-picked team of scientists was able enough to uncover its secrets on their own. And it didn't take me long to find the annoyance on her face. Really. It was written all over her face, since she didn't see any reason to mask her feelings, unlike Andrew and James, whose faces showed nothing. And from your face, I can tell I'm right, I said toward Barbara and got a huff in response. If we got more time, I'm sure we would have deciphered its secrets on our own, but the people on top decided that they wanted results fast. So we called on the best resources available. Besides, I'm too busy with my own research to help out with the newly discovered spaceship, said Barbara, and to my ears, it sounded a lot like someone trying to defend themselves while also delivering a dig at Takahashi that, if she had been available, he would have been unnecessary. Yes, we all know that you would have done it in time, said Takahashi, annoyed, and then started to smirk. Yet, they called for me nonetheless because they don't just want the research done in time but fast too. And that is something I'm more than willing to do. While lacking Barbara's subtlety, Takahashi returned the potshot wonderfully, in my opinion. And if someone were to ask me, I would say that Takahashi was only speaking the truth. Barbara was a very accomplished scientist and probably more intelligent than Takahashi, but her field of interest was much broader than his. Due to that, Takahashi would have an edge in his chosen field that Barbara couldn't match. Now, interjected Andrew before the two resident scientists could escalate their spat. We are here to pool our resources together and not to quarrel. So, in our best interest, I think we should show you what we have found. We had scientists and engineers crawl over the whole ship, and yes, we found a starship in those ruins, and they found some things that we would like your opinion on, Dr. Hashiyama. I sent Takahashi a warning glance that he should back down, but it was completely unnecessary. When Andrew mentioned that they found something never seen before on the antique starship, Takahashi's attention was solely on Andrew and the pictures that appeared over the holoprojector. My first impression was that it looked like a triangle. A second look didn't dissuade me from my opinion. Its height was around 5 meters, and its length was just over 100. The width of the starship increased with every meter from the rounded tip, which probably was the cockpit. The lowest width was around 2 meters and grew until 50 meters at the end of the starship. 4 round thrusters pointed out at the back, and my knowledge of starship engineering told me they were more than powerful enough to propel the small ship up to speeds that our own ships of similar length couldn't match. A smile hushed over my face before disappearing just as quickly as it had appeared. Even if the technology of those thrusters were the only thing we would be able to glean from the ship, it would boost the prowess of our spaceships considerably. Yet, I knew this wasn't why they asked for Takahashi's and my presence. There had to be something more. Would it be possible to manipulate the picture? Asked Takahashi into the room, his eyes still focused on the projection. Of course, answered Andrew before Barbara, who had already opened her mouth to give a biting remark. I transferred administrator rights to you, Dr. Hashiyama. The projection is also a full scan of the ship, so you can change what you want to see to your heart's content. Takahashi acknowledged Andrew's words with a nod and thrust his closed hand towards the projection before opening it wide. The projected scan of the starship exploded into its components, and Takahashi's eyes flashed from one part to another before he started to put the ship back together with gestures of his hands. He put the skin back together so fast that I had no chance to take a closer look at the components. Yet, sometimes he stopped for a second or two to observe some parts better, and even then, I had trouble following. Still, I had no problem with Takahashi doing this since I knew what he was doing, especially when he started to color code some of the components. He was comparing the parts of the ancient spaceship with those he knew and used in his own designs. Components used in our ships, too, were marked green, and he used yellow for parts that, while similar, showed some differences from ours. Yet, there were also some he colored in red, and I knew those parts were the most interesting since even Takahashi didn't know their use without taking his time analyzing them. When his hands suddenly froze in the air, I looked at him to see if something was wrong, but the only thing I could make out was a look of absolute concentration paired with fascination. Interested in what he found so fascinating, I turned toward the projected scan, and my eyes widened at what I saw. The scan showed most of the ship but focused on its EZO core. I would never believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. The EZO core was much too small for a ship of this size. It wasn't even half as big as those in Solarian starships of this size, and the Solarians were centuries ahead of us in efficiency. How is that possible? I asked the question flowing through my mind and looked at the other people in the room. They weren't as shocked as I was since they had seen the scans beforehand, but from the expressions on their faces, I knew they had no answer as well. "We don't know either," said James gruffly. "If we did, we wouldn't have called for you. If we find out how those aliens did it, it could become the game changer we need to stand up to the other galactic powers." "When," said Takahashi quietly. "What did you say?" "When, not if," repeated Takahashi louder this time. "This is not a matter of ifs but one of when. This isn't just a game changer. It's a game breaker. When we master this technology, we will be able to turn the ruler classes from more ideas to actual reality." A shocked silence went around the room at Takahashi's words. Even I was shocked, but deep down, I could feel anticipation bubbling up. The ruler-class starships were something that existed only as an idea and a few rough designs. They were nothing like any ship we or any other current galactic civilization built before. The only ship in existence that would be comparable to them was the Destiny Ascension, and even then, it would be put into the shadows by a ruler-class ship. Hell, I wasn't sure if even the Reapers would be able to compete with them. At first, it had been nothing more than a fancy of Takahashi, a brainchild of his not long after humanity started to colonize star systems beyond their home relay. When we didn't know much about the MassEffect technology, the Protheans left us, and imaginations were running wild that Takahashi showed me his first design of a starship of 5 kilometers in length that would double as an exploration ship and mobile base. There was no engine powerful enough to move such a behemoth of a ship. Some would think that in space, the mass of a ship wouldn't matter, and they would be right, to some extent, at least. Yet, there would be situations the weight of a starship would matter since they would operate in places where they were exposed to the gravitational forces of stellar bodies, be it a star, a planet, or just an asteroid. And if the engine and thrusters of the ship weren't up to the task when it was inside the gravitational field, then the starship would inevitably crash. Still, with the discovery of EZO, we thought it would be possible to circumvent the need for more powerful engines, but our hopes quickly disappeared when we learned how much EZO we would need to lighten a ship of this length. Even with our advances in EZO efficiency, the amount of EZO we needed was staggering, and the costs involved were double that of all dreadnoughts we possessed. I've told that Takahashi often enough, and if he thought that perhaps with this technology, the ruler-class ships were a possibility, then the analysis of this antique ship was worth every damn credit I would be spending. "Do you really think so?" asked James excitedly, and I could understand his enthusiasm. "I would really like to see one of them, too." After all, Takahashi and I gave them the designation of ruler-class because they would stand above any other ship in the same area. If I'm seeing it correctly, then the size of this ship's EZO core, Takahashi pointed towards the projection, is only around 40% of those we placed in our ships. Even if the decrease isn't constant for bigger cores, it could reduce the necessary size of a ruler-class EZO core to something we can manage. Furthermore, without further analyzing it, we can't say anything about its efficiency. It could be better than ours, or if we're lucky, worse. "Wouldn't it be better if their core is smaller than anything we field?" asked Andrew, giving voice to his thoughts. "Not necessarily," answered Takahashi with a shake of his head. "I already have an idea how they managed to reduce the EZO core's size so much, and it has nothing to do with its efficiency." "Let's hear it," I urged him, not keen on drawing his thoughts out of his nose. "Multiple cores," he said, and used his hands to light up 3 different red points throughout the projection. Instead of one big core, they used one primary core and several secondary cores to achieve the same result. "You really think they managed it?" asked Barbara, who leaned forward in her seat. "They managed it," confirmed Takahashi with a smile at her, one that had no bite to it. The two of them united in their enthusiasm and fascination with scientific achievements. "What's so special about multiple cores? And why aren't we using them already?" especially if you two seem to know about them, asked James, and Andrew nodded at his question, interested in the answer as well. The idea of multiple cores is floating around the scientific community for quite some time now, and we are not much closer to a working prototype than we were 10 years ago, replied Barbara instead of Takahashi. The idea behind the multiple cores is this: every ISO core produces a bubble that either makes everything in it heavier or lighter, depending on the connected current, Takahashi started to explain. A bigger core would lead to a bigger bubble, but for a bigger core you would need exponentially more ISO. So what would happen if you had more than one core and its corresponding bubble? Barbara took over. The idea is that the different bubbles created by smaller cores would unite into a single bubble that could fill out the same amount of space as the bubble of a larger core. So, what's keeping you from incorporating this idea into the ship designs? I asked, and while I knew that the idea existed and didn't work out as hoped, I didn't know why. There would be no problem if all we did was travel in a solar system. The problems only appear when a ship goes into FTL, and don't get me started on what happens if one tries to use a mass relay, moaned Takahashi, and at a gesture from Andrew, Barbara started to explain what those problems were. When a ship goes into FTL, the synchronicity between the different cores starts to fray, and when a starship communicates with a relay, it gets shot straight to hell. The moment that happens, the bubble starts to fail. And what happens if the bubble fails? Asked Andrew, and I was curious about the answer, too. If the bubble would just pop like a soap bubble, then it wouldn't be so bad. We already have safety measures in place should something like this happen. The ship and its crew would be shaken around, but they would survive the outcome. Something that wouldn't happen if the synchro between the cores is off. Has any one of you seen what happens when something is hit by the biotic ability called warp? I shuddered when he said that, remembering the video I had seen of this ability being used on a living being. The extranet, like the internet during the 21st century, had some dark corners one should only enter when they're prepared to see some truly dark stuff, and the outcome of warp definitely belonged there. It was nothing like it was portrayed in the video games. Instead, the target was shredded to bits in a very gruesome way by tiny, rapidly shifting MassEffect fields. That bad? Asked James, whose face turned a bit pale at the thought of being shredded to bits when trying to go FTL. Sadly, yes, confirmed Takahashi. The frequencies of the different ISO cores change so rapidly an effect that could be likened to warp is generated, which would rip the ship and its crew to shreds in a matter of seconds. Moreover, if a relay is the cause for the disruption, then the only consolation is that it happens so fast that neither the people inside the ship nor those that observe it know what's happening before it's already over. That's not comforting at all, said Andrew, and even he, the most steady person in the room, did look queasy at imagining the fate of the people caught in the phenomenon. So, all this time you've been trying to figure out a way to prevent the desynchronization of the cores when going FTL? We have, but not to much success, answered Barbara. The only thing we managed so far is to reduce the difference between the frequencies when it happens, but they are still too far apart to be safe. So, if Taka's right with his assumption, we got the solution presented to us on a silver platter. It's a shame, really. A shame? I would think it's something good, replied James. It's about a scientist's pride, James, I threw in, understanding why Barbara was a bit disappointed. They wanted to be the ones finding the solution. Just being handed it is like being given a victory if you didn't do anything. Mr. Denebrin is right, agreed Takahashi, once again forgetting that I told him to call me by my first name. Yet, it's not impossible that we will still have to look for a solution ourselves. The ship could be a prototype, the aliens attempt to figure out multi-core technology just like us. We will only know when we have analyzed the ship further and tested their technology. Yet, even if it's not working, their attempt will give us new insights into the field and hopefully help us to understand it enough to start using it. How long do you think it will take you to come up with one? Asked James, and everyone could hear the anticipation and eagerness in his voice. I will take as long as it will take. Otherwise, we will be risking the death of hundreds of people. Furthermore, every time we tried to use multicores, we did it with the mindset that MassEffect technology was the only thing present. We have no data available on how they're going to act when exposed to the forces of the dimensional rift. So, it will probably take a few years until it is deemed safe enough to be implemented into our starships, snapped Takahashi back, not liking the fact that there was already some pressure to create a prototype as fast as possible. While he relished a challenge, he wasn't someone one could pressure into bringing something out that was not up to his standards. Take as much time as you need, I said, and my tone brokered that there would be no objection. Analyze the ship, try out your ideas on smaller vessels, and if you got the time, start going over the designs for the ruler classes. And every time you make progress, redesign them again and again. The first ship we built of this class isn't going to be a testbed of any kind. It will be a fully functional ship that will be able to do its job to the best of its ability. No matter what, those ships will need vast quantities of resources and money to be built. So, am I understood? After confirming Takahashi understood, I turned my eyes toward Barbara and stared at her until she nodded, indicating that she understood too. Both would be needed to create the best design possible before the construction started, and I wasn't going to use any but the best people available to do it. Speaking of funds, it will be hard to procure enough of them to keep the majority of the Alliance and the Citadel in the dark, Andrew pointed out. The construction of a ruler-class starship isn't something we want the whole galaxy to know until we're ready to reveal it in a moment where we can spin the narrative to our favor. Else, the Council is going to force us to stop construction or, in the worst-case scenario, to hand it over. Besides, we should take great care that the knowledge of those ruins and our research into multicore technology doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Andrew was right. If knowledge about our research or findings got out too early, the Council races would pressure us to reveal everything, and I mean everything, and not just what we got from the ruins. Theoretically, we were protected by the law that stated that Prothean ruins had to be shared with the Council but didn't say anything about the ruins of other extinct civilizations. Yet, without enough power to stand up against them politically, economically, or militarily, nothing would protect us from their greed to take what wasn't theirs, and while I had prepared a counter for the Asari, the other two Council races would be more of a problem. Thus, secrecy would be essential to shield us until we were strong enough. With the need for secrecy, how will we gather enough funds? Asked James. I have some ideas, I stated, and gathered the attention of all present. I got some leads on some prospective investments on Ilium. My people got some information to me about a group of people. This group apparently has a lot of influence and wealth distributed amongst them, and I plan to find this group and its members and then integrate myself with this group to gain access to their network. At least, this is the first phase. The second one will take some time to plan out, but I will need resources I don't have access to. And you think it will be enough to fund the construction of a ruler class? Asked Andrew, and when I answered his question with a nod, he said without reservation, what do you need? People trained for various tasks. Observation, espionage, and more. Perhaps I even need a wet works team. I'm sure there will be some people that will get in my way, and I don't need resistance to my plans. Can you get those people for me? If I change your status to essential asset within the AIS, you will be able to requisition everything you need. I'll get to it as soon as I return to Arcturus, responded Andrew without hesitation. Do you really think you will need a wet work team? Asked James cautiously. I shrugged and answered, I don't know, but I'm going to Ilium. It's better to be prepared on this planet than not. When do you think you will be able to begin? Asked Andrew, leaning back in his chair. I want to finish some of my ongoing projects, and it will take some time to prepare a temporary headquarters on Ilium. Furthermore, the opening ceremony of the university I built on Terra Nova is at the beginning of the coming year. After that, I should be ready to travel to Ilium. Very well, said James, but do you have another plan in case you're unsuccessful? I'm worried we won't be able to go through with our plans otherwise. I understand your worry, but you do not need to be concerned. My dealings with this group are only to reduce the time needed to gather enough funds and to prepare for future ruler-class ships. The actual materials and funds will come from my usual businesses. If that's so, then why do you need to go to Ilium at all? At his question, I shot James an annoyed look. But before I could answer him, Andrew beat me to it. Oscar is already thinking of the future. We all know the construction of a ruler class will devour millions upon millions of credits. And he can't just pour everything he has into this project without arousing suspicion. Besides, he still needs funds for his business and usual ventures. Furthermore, I continued, Ilium is a planet of opportunities. It's a place that embodies the phrase of high risk, high return, and I plan on getting my high return. And secondly, it will be a lot easier to hide the funds I'm sending towards this project among my transaction on Ilium than on any other planet. The only alternative would be Omega, but I don't think I will ever set a foot in this shithole of a space station. Sounds reasonable to me, said James, and I could see that every doubt he previously held disappeared. A grin started to appear on my face. I think we all got something to do. So, shall we get started?